Our protagonist this time is named Kim Gun, a professional assassin sitting comfortably at the top of the server. But while he was busy picking out dog food, he let his guard down and allowed an enemy to send him to the afterlife. Yet, by some strange twist of fate, despite being shot in the head, Kim Gun's soul hadn't left his body yet. Turns out he was summoned to a parallel world by the great elder of the blood evil cult, with the noble goal of conquering the Murim and expanding the cult. Kim Gun had no choice but to use his firearms to prove his strength while finding a way back to Earth to take revenge. Before him, a hand gently turned a knob and slowly pushed the door open. Looking at the clear blue sky, Kim Gun muttered to himself, "It's too bright." With a cigarette in his mouth, he glanced down. Right then, a weak voice called out, "You? Who sent you? Did you think it would end like this?" A pathetic man crawling on the ground looked up and warned him. "Soon, people from the branch will come to kill you. You can't fight them alone. Now, quickly get on your knees and beg me, and then I'll—" Ignoring him, Kim Gun calmly pulled out his gun. Then he frowned and complained, "Too noisy." Only the loud sound of a gunshot echoed through the air. At that moment, Kim Gun glanced back with eyes as cold as ice. On the ground was the image of an incredibly adorable dog. The moment he saw it, he immediately flashed a happy smile. "Oh my, our Mongu has been waiting a long time, hasn't he? Are you hungry? Let's go home and eat." Kim Gun's nickname was the war-crazed demon, and he was also a top-tier assassin. Images of countless corpses lying on the ground appeared, with red blood splattered everywhere. Before him, a little boy was whining, "Mom, can I skip school and go play today?" The woman gently coaxed him, "No, if you study well, I'll buy you delicious food." Hearing that, Kim Gun thought to himself, "Delicious food? Mongu still has food left, right?" Then he picked up his phone and thought, "A new mission?" A message appeared, "Hello customer. I am team leader Kim Myung. We offer an opportunity to help you conquer the Murim in a short time." After reading it, he cursed irritably, "Damn it, is this spam?" The scene shifts to the front of a convenience store, with bright sunlight shining down. Kim Gun, with a hesitant expression, frowned and thought, "Which one would Mongu like more? Whatever, I'll just buy them all." At the same time, a voice came from behind him, "Hey, you've kept me waiting quite a while, but look at this." With a cold face, Kim Gun thought irritably, "What the hell is he rambling about?" The person behind him approached. "This, surely." Unable to take it anymore, Kim Gun frowned and turned around. "Damn it, what are you babbling about? Are you talking to me right now?" The man didn't deny it and immediately replied, making his eyes widen in surprise, "That's right, I'm talking to you." Pointing a gun at Kim Gun's head, the man smirked, "I'm saying today is a beautiful day to die. Have a safe trip, number one." Seeing this, he wore a look of utter contempt. "Damn it, is this a nightmare?" A gunshot rang out and red blood sprayed in a long streak. Was he going to die pointlessly like this? No, he died as an assassin. Even if he went to hell, Kim Gun would definitely take revenge on that frizzy-haired guy. But what would poor Mongu do all alone? Kim Gun slowly opened his eyes, and the adorable image of his dog Mongu appeared. Seeing this, he was utterly bewildered, with countless question marks popping up in his head. At the same time, the face of a man with a shiny bald head peeked in. Suddenly, he bolted up and slammed his head hard into the middle of the other man's face. With a confused expression, Kim Gun clutched his head and wondered, "What's this? Didn't I die? I was clearly shot in the head. Wait, what about Mongu?" Then he turned and saw the dog, sighing in relief. "Mongu, thank goodness you're still safe." Right then, the bald man shouted, "You've finally arrived. Savior has answered our call." Hearing this, Kim Gun wondered, what is this bald guy talking about? Next, the bald man cheered joyfully, "There is hope for us now." While the crowd cheered happily, Kim Gun broke into a cold sweat, looking around in confusion. What is this? Damn it. At the same time, a voice spoke up, catching his attention. "It is an honor to meet you, Savior. I am Great Bald, the great elder of the blood evil cult." Hearing that, Kim Gun wondered, Great Bald? So he's just a baldy? And what's this about a savior? How do I get back? Great Bald continued, "We have only one request, and that is—" Then he glared and exclaimed, "To conquer the Murim." He looked up with a bewildered face. What? Conquer who? At the same time, a thought occurred to him. Wait, but where is this place? Before him was a landscape of majestic mountains. This wasn't the world Kim Gun once knew. It was the Murim of another dimension. To conquer this Murim, he had been summoned. Is that so? Every single one of them looked at Kim Gun with excitement, as if they were seeing a living Buddha. As for him, after analyzing for a while, he slowly opened his mouth. And his first sentence successfully killed their mood. You people are absolutely insane. Breaking into a nervous sweat, Kim Gun thought, what the hell is going on? A notification appeared on his phone. No signal. Kim Gun panicked. Why is this thing frozen? With an annoyed face, he began acting like a thug. You bastards! Send me back to where I came from before I lose my temper. Someone heard this and remarked. He's already swearing. Next, Kim Gun growled an order. I have to catch the bastard who shot me. Send me back now. Great Bald frowned in surprise and asked, but aren't you our savior? Didn't hesitate to deny it immediately. No, you senile baldy. Stop it with that savior nonsense. Just send me back. Suddenly, an earth-shattering scream echoed through the air. While Kim Gun covered his ears from the loud sound, a voice spoke up. Yes, this level of intensity is exactly what our savior should have. At the same time, the sound of approaching footsteps rang out. Besides, the great elder isn't bald. His hair just doesn't grow. The Murim people broke into a sweat upon hearing this, whispering to each other. Not bald, but hair doesn't grow? How terrifying. Could it be the wrath of the gods? Great Bald, his face as red as a tomato, hissed through gritted teeth. That old man, who asked him to speak. The other old man stood before Kim Gun and reminded him. However, even if we call you the savior, if you keep speaking so recklessly, Sa Gakvin, with a terrifying face, threatened in a low voice, then you might just die. Hearing this, he smirked. Old man, you're wrong. Let's get this straight. You're the ones who summoned me here without my permission. What should I do? You'd better answer carefully, because if you say the wrong thing again, then Kim Gun warned with a dark expression. Then old man, you might die by my hand. Seeing this, Great Bald rushed over in a panic. Hey savior, how dare you speak to the cult leader like that? Sa Gakvin didn't get angry but waved his hand. Forget it. Let me speak. So, savior, how about this? And then he laid out a condition. If you defeat me, then I will hand over the position of cult leader to you. After that, you can do whatever you want. Great Bald screamed in horror. No, cult leader, that's impossible. Suddenly, Sa Gakvin spoke up. But if you cannot defeat me. Kim Gun didn't wait for him to finish and interrupted. No, I don't want anything. Just send me back to my original world. Suddenly, an invisible pressure made him freeze. Feeling it, Kim Gun was startled and thought, what is this? At the same time, Sa Gakvin declared in a low voice, I will show you what hell is like. Kim Gun looked at the man before him and thought in confusion. What is this terrifying sense of pressure? Next, he comforted himself. I never felt this kind of pressure when I was an assassin. No need to be tense. The opponent is just an old man. I'm the #1 assassin, the war-crazed demon. There's no way I can lose. Sa Gakvin then asked, are you ready? Kim Gun frowned with contempt. Ready? Is that even necessary when the opponent is just an old man? The old man narrowed his eyes. Let's see how long you can keep up that arrogance. He continued to provoke him. Are we fighting with words? I'll let you have the first move, go ahead. Sa Gakvin replied. Then I won't hold back. Instantly, he vanished without a trace. Kim Gun froze instantly at the sight. Right then, Sa Gakvin suddenly appeared right in front of him. Then, with a powerful fist, he swung his arm forward with great force. Sa Gakvin didn't hold back, delivering a straight punch to the arrogant man's stomach. The moment Kim Gun took the full force of the blow, he was sent flying backward. Before he could do anything, he was punched right into the wall. A loud noise rang out, and Sa Gakvin stepped back lightly after delivering the strike. A small amount of blood sprayed from Kim Gun's mouth, his face filled with horror. And he slumped to the ground. The old man approached with contempt. You couldn't even dodge a simple attack like that. Young man, are you really our savior? How pathetic, you're not even worthy of being my opponent. At the same time, Sa Gakvin was startled to see Mongu biting the hem of his pants. Seeing this, Kim Gun cried out in a panic. No, Mongu, run. Don't touch Mongu. If you dare touch him, I'll definitely kill you. Suddenly, Mongu was thrown away by Sa Gakvin, making him immediately follow with his eyes. Kim Gun saw the little dog lying on the ground and shouted anxiously, Mongu! At the same time, the old man ordered, throw him in the dungeon, and throw that beast to the wolves. Great Bald didn't dare argue. Yes, cult leader. Suddenly, he roared. He's not a beast. He's my family. And Kim Gun's voice dropped low. I clearly warned you. If you dare touch Mongu, I will definitely kill you. You're the strongest one here, right? Don't be ridiculous. It's not you. Then he slowly stood up. Are you curious to see who the strongest person in this world is? The one with the most money? Great Bald wore a bewildered expression. Did he go crazy after being hit by the cult leader? Meanwhile, Kim Gun kept rambling. The one with power. The one holding a blade or sword. None of them. Suddenly, Great Bald's eyes widened in wonder. What is that thing? The man beside him replied calmly. A strange object. With the gun in his hand, Kim Gun frowned and growled. Listen closely. The strongest person in this world is the one with a gun. Then he decisively fired, followed by a loud bang. Bullet was aimed right at Sagakvin and Great Bald. Not knowing the power of this thing, the old man still showed contempt. You think using that thing is... The bullet flew through the air and pierced right through the middle of Sagakvin's forehead. Beside him, Great Bald was still talking tough. Like I said, what kind of object is it anyway? The moment he saw blood spray from Sagakvin, his mouth hung open in shock. After taking a bullet to the head, the old man collapsed instantly to the ground. Great Bald watched the scene unfold in utter bewilderment. His brain still hadn't processed the current situation. Then his eyes widened as he stammered, At. His face red with rage, Great Bald shouted loudly, Attack! Don't let the man who murdered the cult leader survive. Hearing the order, the disciples charged forward at once. Yes. Seeing this, Kim Gun calmly declared, Fine. Come at me all at once. I still have another gun right here. Then Kim Gun pulled the trigger repeatedly, aiming at each person and firing. The bullets spun through the air, hurtling toward the crowd. His voice was low. You messed with the wrong person. Each bullet sent them all to their graves. Someone stop him. Spare us. Don't stop, everyone charge. Kim Gun, holding two guns, fired the first shot, piercing through the head of the person on the left. He fired the second shot, piercing through the head of the person on the right. Then, he held both guns parallel, and sent two more to meet their ancestors. Screams of utter terror rang out. Spare us. Don't stop. Arg. It hurts. Great Bald broke into a cold sweat, his pupils dilating at the horrific sight. One person panicked, his voice trembling. Wait. We lose, we're sorry. Facing the opponent's plea, Kim Gun only asked coldly, Hey, do you know what my creed is? Repay every kindness. Then he delivered a powerful punch toward him. The force was so great that it made his entire face look caved in. Then he flipped backward, blood splattering all over the ground. He reached out and grabbed him by the hair. On Kim Gun's back was a terrifying demon face tattoo. His voice was icy. And avenge every grudge. He frowned slightly and muttered, Passed out already? What a buzzkill. A voice came from behind. Hey, young man. A man in an elegant suit continued. Perhaps you're the strongest now, right? Since there's no one around here who can beat you. He still didn't understand what this guy was trying to convey. The other person continued. But do you know that no matter how brutal you are, the strong person you absolutely cannot defeat? He stood in the shadows with a faint light shining behind him. The other person asked, Do you know who that is? Kim Gun blurted out, That's total bullshit. He looked straight at the man's face. Do you know who I am? Damn it. Do I look stupid to you? With a look of contempt, he asked, So who is this strong person? Bring them here and let me see. Kim Gun suddenly froze, his body convulsing. He looked down in horror. The man spoke calmly. No matter how strong or fast a fist is, it can never beat a gun. Kim Gun clutched his thigh, his voice trembling with shock. Hey! What is this? Why are you doing this to me? The man said, The reason I came to find you, he continued, is because I have a proposal for you. Kim Gun shouted angrily. Then just say it. Why did you have to shoot me? You're insane. The man spoke with contempt. You're overreacting. I only grazed you a bit. Kim Gun said bluntly. You really are a madman. The man asked again. Well, don't you find it miraculous? With a darkened face, he pointed the gun at Kim Gun's head and said coldly, With just one of my fingers, I could have taken your life already. Kim Gun's expression suddenly changed, his voice growing much weaker. What do you want from me? In the darkness, a pair of glowing red eyes stared at him as the man replied, Work for me, and I will help you become the strongest. Returning to the present, the sleek black pistol was pointed straight ahead. Great Bald clutched his wounded shoulder as Kim Gun spoke. Do you understand now? He looked coldly at the last survivor, with corpses lying scattered on the ground behind him. Kim Gun asked, Who is the strongest? The man replied in a panic. I know. I will accept anything you want. Please spare my life. Finally, Great Bald's life was spared. He asked softly, Is that seat comfortable for you, my lord? Kim Gun sat with his head resting on his hand, showing no joy at all. Please subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to Go so you don't miss any exciting videos. I'm telling you, I want to go back to where I belong. Kim Gun continued to raise his voice. I told you I still have to catch the guy who shot me in the leg. Great Bald lowered his head, drenched in sweat, stammering. About that. Kim Gun shouted again. Hey, what's so hard about my request? Actually, he spoke hesitantly. As for the way back, I don't know. Hearing that, Kim Gun's rage flared up, his voice suppressed. You don't know. He stepped down one by one. Oh, you don't know? So you don't know, you should have said that sooner. The dark barrel of the gun was immediately aimed at Great Bald's head, making him freeze in place. Kim Gun could no longer keep his cool and roared. Then I should have sent you to join the cult leader long ago. Seeing the situation was dire and fearing for his life, Great Bald turned pale and rushed to say, Wait! He prostrated himself. Just give me a few days. I will find a way no matter the cost. Beneath the feet of the terrifying young man, Great Bald sweated profusely, his voice stuttering. Definitely. Just give me a little time. Hearing this, Kim Gun lightly rubbed his brow and said irritably, I get it. Now get out. The old man ran out as if he had been waiting for those words. Kim Gun thought to himself, Damn it, should I just finish him off? Returning to his seat, he looked up at the ceiling and sighed. Ha! This is absurd. What kind of situation is this? No signal on my phone is driving me crazy. What do I do now? Kim Gun lightly gripped the phone in his hand. Suddenly, the phone made a sound. He opened it and exclaimed in surprise. What? It was clearly frozen. A message appeared. Hello, customer. I am Team Leader Kim Myung. We provide an opportunity to help you conquer Murim in a short time. Initial magazine free, strongest team. If you don't reply within 30 minutes, you will be rejected. Why does 1 + 2 is equal to 5? You must be confused, right? We will explain slowly. Kim Gun was surprised. Wait, this message? Is it spam? He recalled the moment before he was transported. Hello, customer. I am Team Leader Kim Myung. We provide an opportunity to help you conquer Murim in a short time. Kim Gun thought, I received this before I died. But looking closely, the message continued. If you don't reply within 30 minutes, you will be rejected. Why does 1 + 2 is equal to 5? This is really pushing it too far. Confusion appeared on his face, his voice urgent. What? Why can't I reply? Damn it. What the hell is this? The message appeared again. You must be very confused, right? We will explain slowly. Currently, the challenger is in another dimension called Murim. To return to Earth, you must complete the mission. Kim Gun's face turned red with anger, his whole body trembling as he hissed through his teeth. What? What is this crazy person talking about? The message continued. You must have guessed it by now, but this is Conquer Murim. His hands shook as he saw the next messages. And if you cannot complete the mission within 1 year, you will suffer the penalty of losing something precious. That is super adorable Mongu. A small dog with soft fur and large round eyes looked at Kim Gun. He held his head as his anger intensified. The message continued to pop up. Oh, it wouldn't do if the cute Mongu died. Would it? So, good luck. Kim Gun could only scream in helplessness. How infuriating. Kim Myung. He moved around and pushed a door open, calling out, Old man, are you here? Great Bald had no idea Kim Gun was behind him and muttered, Disrespectful brat. He doesn't even know how to respect his elders. A way to return to his original world. If I knew that, I would have sent him away long ago. How reckless. Anyway, before that madman arrives, I must quickly. Kim Gun spoke coldly. Looks like you're planning to go somewhere fun? Great Bald almost screamed, his mouth hanging open. He turned around, tears streaming down his face, stammering. Cult leader. I was just scolding my son. And this luggage. I was planning to set out to find a way to help the cult leader return. So cult leader, please spare my life. Kim Gun only managed to say, wait. But before he could finish, Great Bald continued to plead. Please spare my life. Even if you kill this old man, it won't do any good. He kept rambling in fear. Even if you are a bloodthirsty murderous demon, if you kill. Kim Gun frowned slightly. I told you I'm not. But the old man was too terrified to notice. Then you will receive heavenly punishment and die a cruel, agonizing death. Kim Gun shouted angrily. Shut up and listen to me, you bald old geezer. Seeing this, the old man's voice trembled. I'm sorry. I was just startled. Kim Gun cleared his throat. Ahem. I'm going to do what I just mentioned. Great Bald asked blankly. Pardon? Kim Gun said hesitantly. Well, let's give it a try. Kim Gun continued, conquering Murim. Hearing that, the old man's face became touched, his voice filled with uncontrollable happiness. As expected of the savior, no, cult leader, I knew it. I will prepare the cult disciples immediately. Kim Gun spoke slowly. But there is one condition, Great Bald asked with a glowing face. Yes, what is it? Outside, the sky was clear with white clouds floating lazily. His voice rang out. All right, everyone gather around. Holding a scroll in his hand, Great Bald continued. I am delivering an order on behalf of the cult leader. From now on, we are no longer the blood evil cult, but the... Then Great Bald unfurled the scroll, revealing 3 large characters, Dream Dog Cult. Everyone heard this and shouted in unison, Dream Dog Cult, Dream Dog Cult, Dream Dog Cult. One of them had tears streaming down. Damn it, the sect's name is Dream Dog? Oh, should I just run away? Meanwhile, others continued to cheer, Dream Dog Cult, Dream Dog Cult. He looked at Mongu and complained. Why on earth did he have to name it after this beast? With a bright face, the bald man uttered cheesy words. I love you, Lord Kim Mongu, Dream Dog Cult. He couldn't help but cry inside. I didn't expect it to sound so good. Cute Mongu lay on his back on the ground, eyes slightly closed. The nonsensical sounds continued. Take me with you, Kim Mongu, so proud. Dream Dog Cult until the day Murim is conquered. Day 364. People whispered to each other. I heard the leader of the demonic cult has changed, and the name was changed from Blood Evil Cult. An old man with white hair tied in a neat bun stood silently looking outside. Those rumors also reached his ears. To the Dream Dog Cult. Kit lightly stroked his silver beard and muttered. Blowing a new wind into the declining demonic cult, are we? He asked a disciple. Is there still no information on the new cult leader? The disciple hesitated. About that, I heard he uses a strange demonic art. Kit turned his head slightly and asked curiously, a strange demonic art? The disciple replied, yes, that's right. They say every time he moves, someone dies. This made the old man freeze in shock. Suppressing his surprise, Kit asked calmly, what kind of magnificent movement technique is it? Exactly? The disciple raised his hand and replied, finger. The person innocently held up a finger. I heard he only uses exactly one finger. The old man's face darkened as he asked suspiciously, are you sure it's that finger? The disciple replied, no, I just thought it was this one. Kit sighed, his words soft as falling petals. Fine anyway, a bloodbath is coming soon. Sunlight shone down on the red-tiled buildings. A voice of discontent rang out. Hey, how can you say that? Dang Coat continued with an irritated face. Deciding to hand over the cult leader position if he wins without consulting us at all? Du Cheat Hao rested his chin on his hands and said calmly. Isn't it our doctrine that the strongest becomes the cult leader? He immediately protested fiercely. I don't recognize him. I was against summoning that guy from the very beginning. Du Cheat Hao questioned him. What do you mean that guy? Watch your tongue. He is the current cult leader. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Honestly, I'm not satisfied either. Dang Coat slammed his hand on the table and instinctively said, you startled me. The person spoke. Don't you already know, brother? Du Cheat Hao didn't quite know what he was referring to and asked. Know what? Luke Ba replied. How much I've sacrificed for the blood evil cult. His voice became agitated again. Wanting to sleep, eat, and play, I endured it all, but you excluded me from making that major decision. Du Cheat Hao remained calm. I think you've already lived exactly how you wanted. Then he gave a serious reminder. In short, if you're dissatisfied, just prove your own abilities. He continued. But remember this, no matter what, he is the one who defeated the previous cult leader. Cheat Hao's face became terrifying, his voice slow. If you rush and half-cocked without reason, you'll be the ones who end up dead. A sound was heard, and Du Cheat Hao's eyes flickered forward, along with Dang Coat's reaction, and Luke Ba's wary gaze directed at Kim Gun. Great Bald's voice rang out. Now everyone, give your greetings. This is cult leader Kim Gun. Hearing that, everyone began to stand up from the table. Clasping their hands, they said, greetings to the new cult leader. Luke Ba suddenly felt something. Mongu, with his small body and large round eyes, stood panting by Kim Gun's leg. He saw this and smiled, his voice gentle. Oh my, why is it so small and cute? Then he started to approach, not forgetting to ask. Where did you get such an adorable creature, my lord? Luke Ba's eyes sparkled as he looked at it, asking with delight. How did it get here? Kim Gun suddenly spoke up. Hey, fatty. And he instinctively asked, huh, Kim Gun swung his arm, a powerful punch landing straight on his face. Kim Gun asked, "Did you come here looking for a ride?" Luke Ba was punched by him and fell hard onto the floor. Kim Gun's voice was angry. "Who do you think you're messing with? You're the ones who summoned me." With a terrifying gaze and face, his words were lethal. "From now on, don't you dare open your mouth in front of me. Got it?" Seeing Luke Ba remain silent, Kim Gun shouted, "Damn it, why aren't you answering? Are you mute?" He replied hastily, "No, I'm sorry, cult leader." Kim Gun hissed, "I told you not to open your mouth." Luke Ba covered his mouth and thought, "Damn it, then what am I supposed to do?" Great Bald broke into a cold sweat and spoke softly. "The elders' meeting will now begin. Cult leader, please speak." Kim Gun had an indifferent expression, hands behind his head and feet resting on the table. He began to speak. "Listen carefully, from now on, we will begin conquering Murim." Great Bald felt happy inside. Finally, we can reclaim our reputation. After a pause, Kim Gun continued, "But if we cannot successfully conquer Murim within 1 year?" Dang Coat's eyes widened when he heard Kim Gun's decree. "All of you, just kill yourselves." He instinctively blurted out, "Wait, what do you mean by that?" Kim Gun said calmly, "Well, none of you want to die, right?" Kim Gun crossed his arms and continued, "Then figure out a way to conquer Murim within 1 year." An arm was raised, and the man said, "Cult leader." Thinking to himself, "I must speak up. Conquering Murim in 1 year is impossible." Although he had already thought it through, Du Cheat-Hao still spoke. "Cult leader, may I say a word?" Kim Gun flatly refused. "No, you look exactly like the type of person I hate." The man was stunned. "Huh." Kim Gun looked at Du Cheat-Hao as if reading his mind. "You were going to say that conquering Murim in 1 year is impossible, right?" Hearing that, the man broke into a cold sweat and stammered, Yes, that's right." Kim Gun mocked him calmly. "See, you idiot." Du Cheat-Hao's face darkened as he thought, "Why would the cult leader say that to me?" With a violent slam on the table, Dang Coat spoke up, "Please, stop this." With an extremely irritated face, he continued, "Listening to this any further is just getting more absurd." Seeing this, Great Bald raised his voice. "What did you say, Fifth Elder?" Dang Coat stood up, his voice filled with resentment. "You've gone too far. You didn't consult me at all." Great Bald replied awkwardly, "Well, I didn't know." He looked toward Kim Gun and continued, "Even though you defeated the previous cult leader, I cannot recognize you. If you want us to recognize you," with a defiant face, "then bet your position as cult leader and duel me." Veins popped on Kim Gun's forehead as he said sarcastically, "Unbelievable. Just a moment ago you were begging me to help conquer Murim. Fine. Do you have the confidence to handle this?" He thought, "Even though I said that." Seeing an unusual power radiating from Dang Coat, Kim Gun thought further. But this guy definitely has something. A strange power just like the previous cult leader. Raising his gun to check the ammo, he thought, "I don't have much left, so I have to be careful." Seeing Kim Gun crouching under the table, he thought, why did he suddenly lower his head? Dang Coat looked smug. "What's this? Is he scared of me?" As he should be. "I don't know how he beat the former leader, but that won't work on me." Great Bald whispered nearby, "Fifth Elder, don't do this. I don't know what's happening, but just stop." Dang Coat stepped toward him and barked, "Hey!" His face was provocative and his voice was asking for a beating. Great Bald's face turned pale, while Kim Gun turned red with rage. Even Mongu felt the fear. Kim Gun cursed inwardly, "You idiot!" Unaware of the danger, he continued to provoke, "Why aren't you answering? Scared? Is your mouth glued shut?" Suddenly, Kim Gun's voice turned cold. "You are hopeless." He pointed the black gun at him and growled, "Just drop dead." Then, Kim Gun slowly began to squeeze the trigger. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Curious, he opened it to check. His eyes trembled with pure shock. Dang Coat kept pushing, "Why aren't you attacking? Scared? People will think I'm the villain here." Kim Gun, who had been silent, suddenly called out, "Hey!" He slowly stood up and continued, "You want to duel me, right?" Kim Gun walked toward him. His voice remained calm. "Fine, let's have a match." Kim Gun's face darkened as he said coldly, "But in exchange." A twisted smile appeared on his lips. "I'll only bet on one condition." His words were heavy. "A rebellion for the position of cult leader is boring on its own. Why aren't you answering?" Dang Coat thought, "What is this terrifying bloodlust?" His voice was full of contempt. Could it be? He spoke like a predator about to hunt. "That you're afraid?" As night fell over the Dream Dog cult, whispers spread. After the former leader, Now he's dueling the fifth elder? The person on the right remained expressionless. Isn't the leader being a bit reckless? The person next to him replied. No, the great elder is the one with no plan. He frowned slightly and continued. Everyone knows Lord Dancote became an elder through raw strength, but there's more to it. The image of him appeared with a quiet demeanor. The other person continued. The most terrifying thing about Elder Dancote. The scene shifted to his battle. A massive warrior leaped to attack, screaming, Please just die. But he remained calm as if he understood him perfectly. The punch landed right in front of Dancote, but he didn't dodge, saying contemptuously, Are you swatting a bug? Hit harder. His stubbornness exhausted the attacker. The man screamed in despair, Please just fall down. Dancote was unfazed. Too weak. Hit me harder. Continued. That endurance earned Elder Dancote a nickname. No matter how many people try to take him down, they all end up collapsed on the floor. He truly deserved the title of one who could withstand any attack. His nickname was quite cool. The Unbeatable Tiger. While they were discussing Dancote, another disciple spoke up from behind. Do you guys really know nothing? He turned around and instinctively asked, Huh? The fat disciple, face dripping with sweat, spoke of him. The true terror of the leader. The other two asked in surprise. What? Who are you? The fat disciple ignored them. I was there at the scene. It was a quiet day without a single cloud. Damn it. I asked who you are. But then, a thunderous sound rang out, and the former cult leader passed away. The battle officially began. As the current leader moved, everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. One person, then another, collapsed. How ruthless he looked. This guy can even eat in the middle of all this? Even if the opponent is a weak old man, he shows no mercy. And at that moment I thought of a nickname that fits the leader. Even demons would gape in shock. The old beast demon. The others were stunned and stammered. Huh, your mother? That's a hardcore nickname. The fat disciple corrected them. No, it's old beast demon. Pronounce it carefully. The referee shouted. Silence. The cult leader and the fifth elder are entering. He spoke up in anticipation. Oh, they're here. In the martial arts arena, dozens of disciples lined up to watch. He continued, The match of the century has begun. 2 nicknames were announced, the Unbeatable Tiger and your mother. Someone protested. No, it's the old beast demon. Dancote warmed up his limbs and asked, Are you ready? Then he looked straight at Kim Gun and said, Get ready for a beating. He muttered, Unbelievable. Fine. Everyone talks big like you at first. His eyes seemed to swallow everything, his voice icy. Until they take a bullet. The referee announced, The duel between the cult leader and the fifth elder begins now. Kim Gun whispered, You're using steroids, aren't you? He continued, The duel format is as requested by the leader. The referee explained the rules. In his hand was the heat, followed by his introduction. The method is simple. Dancote only had his fists. He continued, Each person attacks in turn. The one left standing at the end is the winner. Pausing for a moment, the referee's voice heightened the tension. But the winner will have the right to decide the loser's life or death. He looked at him. Then let's decide who attacks first. Leader, choose the order you want. He interrupted. No need. Did you forget my nickname? Dancote pointed at himself confidently. I am the Unbeatable Tiger. Of course. I'll let you attack first. Kim Gun cursed inwardly. What is this crazy guy doing? He calmly raised his gun. Then I'll tell you where I'm attacking first. Looking at the firm chest muscles, Kim Gun said, The chest. I'll attack your chest. He laughed smugly. You're going to regret this. Then he used his inner energy to harden his chest muscles. Faint red lights flickered within those solid muscles. Dancote took a defensive stance over his chest, his voice challenging, Give it your best shot. However, the bullet didn't aim for his chest. It hit his thigh instead. Seeing this, the referee's face immediately turned pale as he froze. Dancote was no different, his mouth agape, completely shocked. Everything fell into silence with bewildered faces and question marks overhead. Kim Gun asked very nonchalantly, What? Someone in the crowd spoke up. It's just a loud attack. How could an attack like that do anything to Lord Dancote? As soon as the words were out, he tumbled to the ground, screaming, Damn it! It hurts! He shut his mouth, feeling as if someone had slapped him. Meanwhile, he continued to howl. Damn it! Why did you say the chest? Pain and anger turned Dancote's face red. You said you'd attack the chest. Kim Gun looked down and replied slowly, Oh, that. A faint smile appeared on his face. I lied. He bit his lip and shouted furiously, You bastard! Dang Coat struggled to stand, thinking, curse him, I can't show this pathetic side in front of my subordinates. I must stand up and use the strength in my legs. He took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. That's right. The more it's like this, the calmer I must be. Now it's my turn. I still have one good leg. Dang Coat said in a low voice. Now it's my turn. Tremble. Because my fist is going to hurt. He walked slowly toward him, like the pain of a tiger's bite. That's how this fist technique is described. Its name is Powerful Punch. It was as if a tiger appeared. Tiger Mouth Fist. As he rushed forward, Kim Gun suddenly fired another bullet into his left leg. The referee was startled again, his eyes wide. He froze, his whole body turning white from shock. Kim Gun looked displeased and asked, Damn it, what now? He spoke up. Leader. In a duel, both sides take turns. One person cannot attack consecutively. He interrupted. Hey! Kim Gun's face darkened as he fired off questions. Damn it! Where did that rule come from? Is it written in the Constitution of the Republic of Korea? Huh. He was terrified. It's not that. Kim Gun continued to ask. Which section? Which article? Tell me. Great Bald thought blankly. Damn. Even a ghost would be shocked by this. Both of Dang Coat's legs buckled to the ground as he groaned. Damn it. Big brother is too scary. I have to move quickly. But my legs. He calmly approached him. In the world I live in, there's a saying. Even if you enter a tiger's den, you'll survive if you stay alert. But the truth is, that's nonsense. Kim Gun's eyes glowed red like the Grim Reaper. To survive a tiger's den, all you need is a gun. Seeing the barrel pointed at his head, Dang Coat panicked. No, I'm dead if this continues. He trembled. Leader, I think I was wrong. I'll do better from now on. Please give me a chance to make amends. Kim Gun said coldly. Farewell. The sound rang out. He said mockingly. Bang! Look at you, all scared. Dang Coat peeked his eyes open and instinctively blurted out. Huh! Kim Gun turned to leave, his voice calm. You owe me your life. Don't be so arrogant from now on. Leaving him there, speechless. With a moved expression, he thought. What is this? Why do I feel both wronged and not wronged at the same time? Dang Coat rubbed his nose and thought further. Is this it? A happy smile touched his lips. The bond of brotherhood between men. As he walked away, Kim Gun looked a bit spooked and thought, damn it, I'm out of ammo. That was a close one. After leaving the arena, his face brightened as he smiled. It's here. Then Kim Gun opened his phone to check. Notification appeared. Battle Quest. Duel with the Fifth Elder. Result. Win. Basic reward. 2 magazines of 30 rounds. Bonus reward. Random. Rewards issued. Suddenly, he pondered something and fell silent. A moment later, he spoke. Hey, Baldy, are there only 4 elders? He replied. No, there are 5 elders in total. The 3rd elder is currently away. A streak of red light pierced through each person. That girl wiped them out in a single move. Ho-Alan wiped her hands and asked calmly, Did all that happen while I wasn't there? The servant replied, Yes, that's correct, 3rd elder. She took a towel to wipe her face and muttered, Who said they would revive the cult only to leave like this? Oh my, that face. Ho-Alan handed the towel to the servant and continued, Still, he beat both the leader and the 5th elder? I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of person he is. Looking at the blood-stained walls, she said indifferently. Finish up and get ready. With a lovely face and a perfect body, she smiled slightly. Let's go meet the new cult leader. Dang Coat asked worriedly. Mongu, what's wrong with you this morning? His cute face looked extremely angry. Are you hungry? I'll get you some food. His bright face appeared, his voice very cheerful. Good morning, leader. He was greeted by a punch from him. Kim Gun said, You startled me. Lying on the bed, he continued. Scared me so much my fist just flew out. What are you doing this early? Dang Coat clutched his bleeding nose and replied. I was standing guard while the leader slept. Despite being punched by Kim Gun, his eyes still sparkled. I was afraid someone would threaten the leader's safety. He replied, You're the biggest threat. Get out. His happy face immediately slumped as he trudged outside. Kim Gun asked Great Bald, And you, what's the matter so early? He replied, The leader told me to come in the morning. He suddenly remembered, Oh right, call the elders here. I have some things to ask. Sunlight shone down on the Dream Dog cult. Kim Gun's voice rang out. Everyone is gathered. Now explain to me, why do you call me the savior? Why do you have to conquer the martial world? Du Cheat Hao raised his hand and said, Leader, let me explain that. The Martial Alliance is a collective of orthodox sections. They have long seen the blood evil cult as a thorn in their side. The reason is that despite our differences, we lived well, which made them envious. That envy became fire arrows shot at us. Screams of agony rang out in the sea of flames. They slaughtered everyone, children and the elderly alike. Being outnumbered, we were eventually defeated. The blood evil cult's decline isn't just due to the orthodox sects. We've also become prey for other evil factions. Hearing this, Kim Gun wondered, so you guys aren't orthodox or evil? Du Cheat Hao leaned on his hand and stood up. That's right. We follow our own doctrines and lived peacefully. But this was the result. Turning slightly toward him, his words were serious. We want to unite this hellish martial world with a savior like the leader. Kim Gun's face darkened at the last sentence. And achieve peace for the martial world. Du Cheat Hao added. But conquering the martial world in 1 year, as the leader said, is practically impossible. He suddenly interrupted. Hey! With an irritated face and an annoyed voice. Why should I protect your peace? Am I some kind of Power Ranger? Unification? My own country couldn't even do that. Besides, why on earth should I be your savior? Great Bald broke into a sweat and stammered. Actually, we don't know the reason you're the savior either. Kim Gun asked in surprise. What? What does that mean? He then recounted the day the Martial Alliance attacked. A panicked voice rang out. Wait, please stop, Great Bald said tremblingly. I'm just an old man doing chores here. The other man sneered. Isn't it ridiculous to say such things while wearing those clothes? He broke into a cold sweat. Wait. Who? A man holding a sword looked at him coldly. Just by looking at that bald head. I already know who you are. A person covered from head to toe suddenly appeared, making the man suspicious. And he asked, What's this? Where did you come from? State your identity at once. Before he could finish his sentence, the mysterious person struck him, deforming his face. And so he died with his eyes wide open. Great Bald screamed in panic. Ah, how gruesome. He kept babbling incessantly. I'm old. I won't live much longer. Please, spare my life. When he opened his eyes, a scroll was rolling on the ground. Great Bald instinctively uttered, Ah! The mysterious person said, The date written there is when the savior, the one who will unify the Murim, appears. Prepare well to receive him. He stammered. Huh? Wait, what do you mean? A savior? Then he turned and left. Before going, he left one last word. Read that letter and you'll understand. He called out, Wait, who was that guy? Kim Gun rested his chin on his hand, looking at him, and asked, So you don't know who that suspicious man was? Great Bald replied, Yes, that's right, but I noticed one characteristic. Hearing that, he asked back, A characteristic? His head was shiny. He calmly replied, He had no hair, just like me. Kim Gun muttered, A bald head. He thought to himself, That suspicious man seems to be the one who brought me here. Why me? What's the purpose? Suddenly, there was an urgent shout from outside. Cult leader, elder. A cult member rushed in to report. Because it's an emergency, this subordinate took the liberty of barging in. There's an important matter. Please come outside. Kim Gun's face turned as dark as a soot-covered pot. He asked, What is this? Outside the Dream Dog cult, more than a dozen subordinates lay motionless on the ground, breathless. While stunned by the chaotic scene, a voice suddenly came from afar. So you're not the new blood evil, but the leader of the Dream Dog cult. Sorry about those cultists, they were just in my way. With a vain face and dark circles under his eyes, his whole body radiated a gloomy aura. He continued, Even so, don't worry, I spared their lives. Kim Gun calmly replied, Fine, then tell me the reason. Why did you bring people here to cause trouble so early in the morning? Behind Gu Feng was a crowd of his henchmen. Gu Feng continued, We were lurking for a chance to seize the blood evil cult, which had declined because of the Martial Alliance. Just then we heard the blood evil leader. No, the late leader Sagakvin had passed away. His eyes flashed with killing intent, and his sword trembled. He died at the hands of an unknown artist. With such a tasty morsel right before my eyes, how could I pass it up? Having said that, Gu Feng laughed wickedly and swung his sword forcefully, creating a sharp arc. Kim Gun frowned and growled each word. You're not a snake, so why is your tongue so long? Didn't you come here just to fish in troubled waters? He slightly curled his lips and replied, You're a clever little friend, smarter than I thought. Well, now that you know the purpose, what do you plan to do? He reached into his robe to draw his gun. Gu Feng provoked him. Laughing it off because I hit the mark? Isn't the answer already clear? He was smart but turned out to be a fool. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Sect Master, There's no need for you to act. The massive Confong, carrying a giant axe on his shoulder, added, now that Sa Gakvin is gone, I can handle this alone. Kim Gun broke into a cold sweat, thinking, what's with that body? And that terrifying axe? He asked hesitantly, are you planning to use that axe to chop off my head? He immediately rushed forward. Nothing but useless words. This will be over quickly. Don't worry. Despite his massive build, Confong's speed was surprisingly fast. Seeing that, sweat poured down his face. He thought to himself, so fast. Because the opponent was formidable, Kim Gun's reaction was a bit slow. He suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, where's my gun? In the blink of an eye, he leaped high into the air, preparing to swing the axe down. Then he was suddenly blocked. Lukba stood in front of Kim Gun and shouted, you dare try to harm the cult leader right in front of us? This attack couldn't even scratch my skin. Hey! Dang Coat suddenly spoke up. Your hand is leaking syrup. He continued. It's been a long time since he said something right. It wasn't enough to barge into the Dream Dog cult. You even planned to assassinate the leader. Such a crime is unforgivable by heaven and earth. A powerful punch quickly lunged forward, attacking Confong. So fast he couldn't defend himself, flying straight through the ghost sword's subordinates. A threatening statement. You will pay with your very lives. Standing behind, Kim Gun thought, I knew Dang Coat was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this powerful. Lukba looks useless but is actually quite capable. If I know how to use people, I will surely conquer the Murim. Gu Feng sneered. What a foolish choice. His eyes turned blood red, his voice cold. Take a good look at the outcome of the choice you've made. He calmly stepped forward. Old man, why has your tongue been so long? I'll only say this once, so listen carefully. I don't go looking for trouble. With a face ready for a fight to the death, he continued. But I won't spare anyone's life either. Kim Gun's eyes were as sharp as a tiger's as he looked at him, and the man responded in kind. Charge! After those words, both sides rushed at each other in a fierce battle. The fifth elder and fourth elder smiled calculatingly. Kill! He ran straight ahead, ignoring the towering stairs. Two above agreed. I've been waiting for those words for a long time. Kim Gun heard a strange sound and turned around. As long as they're used in the right place, they're quite useful. Dang Coat tripped and rolled down the stairs. I slipped. Someone help. He thought, that guy is a bit much to handle. Dang Coat used his strength to land on the ground, so he wasn't injured at all. He laughed slyly. I've been frustrated for a long time. Come at me. Immediately, 3 swordsmen rushed out to ambush him. He nimbly dodged the first man's strike. Then he spun around to dodge the second one. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged straight toward the third man's sword tip. He launched a powerful counterattack into his stomach. 2 others intended to sneak attack from behind. Dang Coat knocked them all down with a spinning punch. His eyes suddenly caught sight of something. One of them pointed a sword at Dang Coat while he was off guard. D! The sound of clashing metal rang out piercingly. The air suddenly went still. He proudly showed off his weapon. This is my family's heirloom sword. Dang Coat was unharmed and even looked amused, his hand gripping the sword tip right at his chest. He gently snapped the sword tip. He took a deep breath. His other hand tightly squeezed the man's neck. He lifted him up, choking him, treating the enemy like a toy. Then, without hesitation, he slammed him hard onto the ground. With an arrogant look, Humph! This level of strength is truly pathetic. A fist lunged forward like the wind, when suddenly a figure appeared. It was Lukba. He said, Don't worry, little brother. I've got your back. No way, brother, you're bleeding. A stubborn man rushed forward. Let's see if you can block this. The attack was blocked, leaving him astonished. Lukba blocked the strike. This level can't make me bleed. No, your hand really is bleeding. He counterattacked frantically. So noisy. Go to hell and reflect on your foolish actions. Lukba's punch deformed the man's face. Then he pulled his hand back and asked, Refreshing? Isn't it? He raised his fist threateningly. What are you looking at? Want another beating? Actually, Lukba's strikes were like a massage, dealing no damage. On this side, Kim Gun smirked. He and 2 followers headed elsewhere. Those 2 plotted. The cult leader is leaving his back wide open? He must have beaten the former leader using dirty tricks. They rushed forward with intense vigor. Die! Suddenly, a voice called out, Hey! One of them instinctively answered, Yeah. Kim Gun mysteriously appeared behind them. Where are you looking? Before the man could understand, his neck was snapped. Ah! The other one stared blankly as his companion collapsed right before his eyes. He stammered, Hey! He cursed once, but Kim Gun had already slit his throat. Before he could finish his sentence, Die! Blood splattered everywhere. He turned back to look at the survivors. Did you guys think I was a soft target you could easily push around? He drew his sharp weapon threateningly, using speed as fast as a hunting leopard. In an instant, he had taken down all the remaining men. The speed was so great that no figure could be seen, only the whistling wind following each move. Like a leopard on the hunt, he waited patiently and then pounced on his target. He stabbed his weapon directly into the opponent, leaving him no time to react. With an arrogant look, as if asking the opponent who they thought they were. On the other side, Dang Coat had also finished everything. He thought it was all over, but a flash of light suddenly streaked across his face. The man from before was still alive, his strength suddenly multiplying. He lightly jumped in another direction to dodge, directly facing the one who claimed to be the head of a sect. To be a sect leader and yet sneak attack from behind, how shameless. The surrounding space suddenly turned green, leaving him bewildered. Ha! Gu Feng said smugly. A poison made to assassinate Sa Gakvin. I didn't expect to use it like this. He rushed forward frantically. I'll send you to join the former cult leader. Dang Coat didn't flinch either, determined to face him. One used a sword, the other used bare hands, and the two collided fiercely. A powerful destructive force exploded amidst the tense situation. Dang Coat realized he couldn't take him down with just one blow. He was confused because of the poison, so his fists couldn't focus his inner energy. Elsewhere, Kim Gun felt uneasy as he sensed a terrifying surge of power. Speculated, this doesn't feel right at all. Why did my gun have to disappear now? He noticed something approaching him. Mongu was running over with the gun in his mouth. Oh my, Mongu found the gun for Daddy? So smart. He understood the situation. Without a gun, it'll be hard to beat those guys. Kim Gun held the gun and calculated. But using bullets one by one like this is a bit wasteful. But he was determined. He couldn't leave any danger behind. He stopped abruptly, a puzzled look on his face. Ha! Gu Feng said arrogantly. The status of the Blood Evil cult is no longer what it used to be. He declared. Now I will take over the Blood Evil cult. No, the Dream Dog cult. In an instant, he was tightly locked in chains from above by two female disciples. The young woman lunged down from the air. She dealt a fatal blow to his face. Wait! Take this off. He was completely eliminated. The female disciples also landed safely one by one. They were members of the Iron Blood Corps specialized in assassination. They should have greeted politely, but the situation didn't allow it. She turned to greet Kim Gun. Greetings, new cult leader. I am the Iron Blood Corps leader, Third Elder Tran Hoalan. Kim Gun mused. She's the third elder? She looks much more reliable than those old men. He held his short sword ready. I'm curious to see how strong the person who beat the former leader and Dangcoat really is. Suddenly, her figure blurred like a passing gust of wind. Turned out Hoalan was preparing to strike. Let's see how great her strength is. Kim Gun looked on in astonishment at Hoalan's agile figure. She leaped high, preparing to deliver a thunderous kick. He judged. I thought it was just a gentle threat. Looking at the surrounding pressure, he confirmed her strength. You blocked that? It seems it wasn't by chance that you won. He quickly gripped his sword to counterattack. Let's see if you can block it this time. He warned. You'd better not draw your sword, because I won't show mercy a second time. He raised his gun. She thought. Is that the weapon of the current cult leader that my subordinates mentioned? Hoalan analyzed. He doesn't look like the person who could beat the former leader and Dangcoat. I must check if he's a fraud. Suddenly, she stopped and fell silent. Black and red aura radiating from Kim Gun made Hoalan freeze. What is this feeling? She saw the image of a Buddha appearing within the power emanating from Kim Gun. His eyes burned as he looked at his target. She felt that if she took one more step, she would die. Neither was in a hurry to attack, still probing each other. Great Bald trembled. What's with the two of them? So terrifying. Now I'm fully convinced. Beating the former leader was real. Hoalan spoke. Only the strong can be the leader of the Blood Evil cult. I need to test the new leader's aptitude. She expressed a conciliatory attitude. I apologize once again for my previous rudeness. He was confused. What's this? Is she crazy? At this moment, Ken Fong was sitting with his head bowed next to a dented wall. He thought to himself, did I faint? He's indeed as strong as the rumors say, but I can't give up like this. Kim Gun heard his voice. You bastards, charge again. Our sect master is the cruel sword. He said boastfully, killing, torturing, looting. I'll take your heads to celebrate. But when he saw the corpses before him, he froze for a moment. He muttered, I told you not to do that. Suddenly, Gu Feng's soul appeared behind him. He was helpless against his subordinate's stupidity. At night, Kim Gun lay in bed and sighed in relief. Anyway, this matter has been settled. He patted Mongu's head as the dog slept beside him. But to conquer the Murim, things like this will happen more often. He recalled the events of the morning, about the man who could blow others away with a single punch. And the battle with her as well. What if even stronger people appeared? The image of a tattooed man appeared in his mind as he thought. Then the next person to die might be me. Without hesitation, he jumped up to find someone. Great Bald was startled to hear Kim Gun knocking on the door. Is the old bald man there? He greeted him warmly. Why has the cult leader come to such a wretched place? But cursed inwardly. Damn it, why is he here? He asked. How should we face our enemies in the future? Are there any allies to help us? Where can I find that information? Great Bald was confused. Why ask such a foolish question? If it's about that. He continued. The cult leader should try going to the lower 5 gates. He wondered. The lower 5 gates? Was an intelligence organization made up of the lower classes, such as laborers, courtesans, and waiters. They gathered information from everywhere. The master of the lower 5 gates led the place, using his rats to collect and sell information. He asked further, I see. How do I get there? Great Bald was surprised. Does the cult leader intend to go in person? He replied, I must hear and judge for myself. Then let this subordinate send someone to accompany you. Good. But the two couldn't agree. That crazy woman, the third elder, is absolutely out of the question. But she knows the outside world best. He countered. No, she doesn't seem sane. Just then Dang Code appeared. He suggested. Then let me protect you on the way to the lower 5 gates. Which startled him. He gave him a beating. This guy won't work either. Finally, he had to agree. Dang Coat was knocked out. You hit the bone. People bustled about on the street, the shimmering night lights making the road even more lively. The atmosphere inside the carriage was a stark contrast. Dang Coat was excited, while Kim Gun sat in stunned silence. His face was dark with frustration. I told you to leave this guy out. But Dang Coat didn't care, still busy admiring the scenery. He glanced at Waran. Her too? Where on earth are we going? He remembered the discussion, where Great Bald announced, we need someone to accompany the cult leader to the lower 5 gates. Who volunteers? Dang Coat and Waran said in unison, I do. He wondered, why both of you? As you know, I always handle outside missions. Senior Sister Waran said, I am the best at outside affairs. If I go out, I must eat well and buy beautiful things. He cried out, no way. How could I not follow the cult leader? He and I are one. She questioned, what are you saying? Dang Coat, you've never even been to the lower 5 gates. He replied, are you picking on me? This is crazy. The two argued. You dare speak to your senior sister like that? This time you should let me go. I will go with the cult leader. You don't even know the way. What if there's an assassination attempt? I can take care of myself, don't worry. Great Bald sighed. Damn it. I don't know what to do either. Kim Gun was full of murderous intent. When I get home, I'll deal with that bald guy first. Cult leader. The person riding outside said, it's late. We should find a place to rest for the night. They found a nearby inn. Please come in, guests. The waiter came to greet them. What would you like to order? Dang Coat said, give me a room, good food, and wine. Kim Gun said, I want blood sausage soup and soju. The waiter invited them. Yes, please have a seat. This lowly one will bring it out right away. At the same time, another group of people entered the inn. They were first-generation disciples of the Kunlun sect. Shi Changtian spoke up. Hey, are there any rooms left? He continued. If there are, bring them up. If not, go make some now. Waiter refused. I'm sorry. The last room has already been booked by these guests. He paused, looking toward Kim Gun. He wanted to fight for it. Do you know who I am? I'm taking that room. You lot go somewhere else. Suddenly, he saw a beautiful woman. It was the beautiful senior sister. What's this? A beauty like this in a place like this? He spoke flirtatiously. Where is the young lady from? I am a first-generation disciple of the prestigious Kunlun sect. He pointed. Don't go with these brats. Come hang out with me. Dang Coat stood nearby, his face full of murderous intent. He remembered the warning. Enough! Stop! Second Elder Du Cheat how had warned. You must keep it a total secret while following the cult leader. Do not cause trouble. Dang Coat tried to restrain himself. Cult leader. Let the subordinate go look for another place. Changtian attacked. Wait. What's with that face? Are you dissatisfied with me? Suddenly, his body froze, surrounded by flashes of light. He collapsed to his knees in front of Kim Gun. His face turned pale as he stammered. Do you know who I am? My subordinates won't let this slide. A powerful kick landed squarely on his face. Blood gushed from his nose. Kim Gun took action, sending him flying with a single kick. He warned, "Call them all here. I'll be waiting." He turned to call the waiter. "Hey, is the soju and rice still not here?" Dang Coat was shocked. "Ah." Looking at Shi Changtian lying flat on the floor, he thought to himself, "That was awesome." But immediately after, he worried, "This is bad." His face was full of confusion, not knowing how to handle the situation. He thought, "Trouble already, and I couldn't even stop it." The two remaining disciples rushed forward to avenge their master. Waran, standing nearby, immediately blocked them. One disciple was dazed, not understanding what was happening. "Huh!" The other was confused, but she had already leaped high into the air. One shouted, "This wench dares to throw hidden daggers." Before he could finish his sentence, he was hit by Waran's kick. She landed softly while he tumbled over. Her hand touched the ground gracefully. Her other leg swept the second disciple off his feet. Her graceful legs kicked another one straight in the neck. Afterward, she landed safely and gently. She said softly, "You kids." Her slender figure stood looking at the two she had just defeated. Two female disciples waited for orders. "Core leader, did you call for us?" She pulled a dagger from one of the men's stomachs. "I'm afraid you'll have to take a difficult trip," she ordered. "They're only unconscious. Clean this up. Give them the soul-enchanting medicine to make them forget everything that happened today." She continued. "Then throw them into Shangla Cliff. Also," she turned to Kim Gun, "Cult leader, please speak with me for a moment." He agreed. "Fine, but don't suddenly attack me." So the three of them sat down to talk in the small inn. She asked, "Does the cult leader know who that was?" He replied, "No, who was it?" She explained, "He's a disciple of the Kunlun sect, part of the martial alliance that once defeated us. If word of this gets out, the nightmares of the past would repeat." She felt helpless. "I don't want to lose the people I consider family again." He was stunned by those words, thinking to himself, "Family? Thanks for watching the video." Memories returned of him standing alone in front of the school gate. She advised, "In the future, you must avoid conflict with people from the martial alliance." He agreed. "All right, I'll be careful from now on." She thanked him, but Dang Coat wondered, "What's wrong with the cult leader?" They continued, "Is the lower 5 gates related to the martial alliance?" "No, they have no connection." She explained, "It might be difficult, but for safety, the cult leader should go to the lower 5 gates with Dang Coat first." He asked, "Huh? What about you?" "I must stay here to erase all traces." She said her goodbyes. "Cult leader, I shall take my leave to handle this. I wish you a safe journey." The next morning, the carriage continued on its way. "Cult leader." Dang Coat woke him up. "Cult leader, we've arrived." He said sleepily, "It took too long. I should probably build a car." The two went to a nearby inn. "Is the shopkeeper here?" The old man said respectfully, "Please come in. How can I help you?" His face turned pale when he heard the question. "Old man, I heard you sell a special kind of wine here?" His hand quickly flipped a hidden lever on the cabinet. A secret door opened. "Please follow me down to the basement." The three of them stepped down into a rather dark space. The old man led them to a secret room. "Please, step inside." The room gradually opened before their eyes. A man came out to greet them. "A pleasure. I am Meng Ji, the branch chief of the lower 5 gates in Qinghai." He sat down, full of questions. "The blood evil cult? No, the dream dog cult. I heard it had already declined." Meng Ji was also sizing him up. "Suddenly appearing like this, I wonder if there's a lucrative business deal to be had?" Once they were settled, the old man asked, "So, what business brings you here?" Dang Coat was annoyed. That guy's way of speaking is really unpleasant. He was also bored having to sit in such a deserted place. He smirked. "Even if it's declined, a cult leader is still a cult leader, right? I'm a master at dealing with people like you." He mocked. "Have I perhaps offended the mighty cult leader of the Dream Dog cult? If anything is bothering you, just say it." Dang Coat was furious. "Look at how that bastard talks. Does he want to die?" But Kim Gun was amused. "Ha!" Immediately, a loud laugh echoed throughout the room. He also laughed heartily. "It seems the cult leader quite enjoys my joke. Ha ha ha." The two sides continued to laugh back and forth. Finally, he said, "Well then, if there's nothing else to say, I'll take my leave." He asked, "Dang Coat, the lower 5 gates isn't related to the martial alliance, right?" "Yes, no relation. Cult leader." He pointed toward Meng Ji before he could leave. He flashed a sly smile. Go get him, monster dang coat. He had only been waiting for this moment to show his strength. Yes. He landed a punch straight to his face. That devastating punch sent him flying several meters away. Kim Gun stepped forward. Did you think I was a fool just because I laughed? I, the cult leader, have come here in person. He stood before him threateningly. So someone of equal rank should be sent to greet me. Amidst the dust, he looked toward the old man. Isn't that right? The real branch chief? You don't look too well, do you? Why don't you sit down? Dang Coat was surprised. What? That old man is the real branch chief. The old man's mouth hung open in shock. Branch chief? Dang Coat stared blankly at the old man's face. He replied gently, Is it not? Ha, what a pity. Night fell, and a masked figure stood on high, looking down at the inn. The night mist made him seem to blend into the darkness. Standing on the opposite roof, he asked, All right, where's the cult leader of the Dream Dog cult? A disciple reported. He is at the lower 5 gates in Qinghai with an elder, and just had a conflict with the Kunlun sect. He instructed, The Kunlun sect? We can't let this slide. Send a letter to the Dream Dog cult. I will be visiting soon. He removed his mask, revealing sharp eyes. Wash your necks and wait for me. Meng Ji woke up with a bloody face. Furious. That Dream Dog cult bastard dared to hit me. How can a branch leader of the lower 5 gates endure this humiliation? Just you wait. Kim Gun said. Now that you've had enough of a beating, can we talk properly, Meng Ji? He knelt down. Yes, cult leader. This lowly one knows his crime. He said leisurely. Sit down and talk. How can you talk while kneeling? Meng Ji smiled flatteringly. I wonder what business brings the cult leader to this branch in person? He crossed his arms. I want information on the 9 great sects and the forces related to the Martial Alliance. That's not difficult. We at the lower 5 gates specialize in providing information. He stated his desire clearly. I want to find hidden masters with real strength to fight against the Martial Alliance together. He asked, Do you really want to find them? But inwardly he thought, Does he really want to face the Martial Alliance? He looked annoyed. If I ask, you just answer in detail, understood? Yes, sir. He explained. That's high-level information, so the price is a bit high. But since it's your first time, I'll discount it to 30 taels of silver per person. What do you think? Meng Ji thought to himself. Even if there's no profit, I can't oppose this madman. I hope he takes it and disappears so I can be rid of him. Kim Gun asked, Dang Coat, do we have enough money? Besides, you can't spend money once you're dead. Can you? That's right. Once you're dead, you can only spend just paper. Meng Ji's face contorted. These two don't plan on paying and just want the information. Then how about 10 taels of silver? Cult leader. Two ignored him. Dang Coat, you truly are my confidant. Yes, if you have money but your limbs are shattered, it's only for medical bills. Where would you find the time to spend it? He slammed the table irritably. All right, stop it. Either way, you can't just take high-level information from the lower 5 gates for free. He replied. What are you saying? Of course, I have something to exchange with you. He breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, perhaps I misunderstood you. He asked. So, what does the cult leader want to give in return? Since you look so expectant, I'll tell you. His words were full of murderous intent. The gift I'm giving you, which is perfectly equivalent to the information you provide, is your life, understood? Meng Ji? He was so frustrated he almost cried. What on earth is this? Is it still a threat in the end? He continued. Your silence means you agree. Now, continue with the information I need. He cursed inwardly. Those Dream Dog cult bastards. Fine, I'll find information on the 9 great sects related to the Martial Alliance first. He continued. You also need to verify the accuracy. As for more detailed information, it will take more time. He asked. Specifically, how long? A week at the earliest. A month at the latest. 1 week. Understood? He drew his sword threateningly. Within 7 days, you must have all the accurate information on the Martial Alliance forces. Yes, sir. He added. Investigate the Kunlun sect thoroughly for me. Yes, the Kunlun sect. On the eternal snowy peaks of the Kunlun Mountains, there resides a Taoist sect. Due to the treacherous terrain and limited social interaction, information about them is rare, yet they remain a renowned great sect. Kunlun sect disciples are few, but each is a master of profound martial arts. After the war with the blood cult, they hid for 1,000 years, but now Kunlun disciples have resurfaced. Kim Gun thought to himself. So Kunlun has few people but they're all masters? This is going to be a pain. He asked further. So they've all left the mountains? Do they have many branches in the Martial Alliance? No, not many, sir. He stood up. Fine. Compile the information and send it to me. He felt somewhat relieved since their numbers were small. He asked, Manko, what is our relationship now? He replied, it is a business relationship for information, sir. How could you say that? He prepared to leave. No fight, no friendship. Since we fought and got close, we must be brothers. Kim Gun slapped his shoulder hard. Now say it again. Manko turned pale in confusion. He beat me up and now wants to be brothers? Yes. Cult leader, we are brothers. He walked to the door. Smart move. In my eyes, a brother like you is precious. You wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice for me, right? He struggled internally. Sacrifice for each other? You're crazy. I'm not that stupid. He said his final words. All right. I'm counting on you for everything here, brother. Early in the morning, the carriage continued its journey. He discussed with Dang Coat. I wonder what the third elder is doing? Senior sister is careful. I'm sure she's fine. He looked out the window. Huh. The horse suddenly reared up and neighed loudly. The carriage jolted violently. What the hell is this? A girl appeared. There is an emergency, so this subordinate took the liberty of stopping your carriage. Please forgive me, leader. It was Diane Lam Nok, vice leader of the blood-killing corps. For your safety, please return to the Dream Dog cult immediately. At the temple, someone threatened. Who are they? Just wash your necks and wait for my black blood gate to arrive. Great Bald held the threatening letter that had just been delivered. He asked, does the cult leader want to know more about the sect? Fine, tell me quickly. The Black Blood Gate is a mysterious assassin organization specializing in contract killings. As long as there is money, they are willing to kill anyone, regardless of age or gender. The door closed. This was an extremely bloodthirsty assassin organization. After hearing that, he pondered in silence without saying a word. He explained, they work for money and have no morals. But here at the headquarters, please rest assured. He affirmed, this subordinate has a thorough plan to deal with them. At night, 2 disciples stood guard at the gate as a dark figure gradually appeared. Guard spotted a suspicious person. Hey, where do you think you are? Walking around so freely? Stop right there. He rushed forward. Freeze, or don't blame us for being ruthless. Recalling Great Bald's instructions. Assassins are targeting the leader. If you see anyone suspicious, then... The gatekeeper grew angry. Take him down first, report later. Do you have a death wish? The masked man didn't flinch, quickly circling behind to take down the gatekeeper. He successfully took down both guards. His sharp eyes suddenly sensed something unusual. A volley of arrows flew straight at him. The arrows thudded into the ground. Assassin! As everyone rushed over, he leaped high into the air. Find him, quickly! He threw down a smoke bomb, creating a thick fog. He jumped onto the roof, too fast to catch. Go back and protect the leader. He's entered the inner courtyard. In the inner courtyard, Hoa Lan and Dang Coat realized the situation. So they've arrived? Both of them quickly rushed outside. Is this guy openly walking through the main door instead of sneaking in for an assassination? At this moment, Kim Gun was alone, and his room door slowly creaked open. Masked man entered the living room. The person inside said, I didn't expect you to come alone. Quite confident, aren't you? He continued. But even if it's just one person, I will give you a proper welcome. The two faced each other. Speak. Who commissioned you to come here and take my life? The one welcoming him was Luke Ba, posing as the cult leader. Tell me before you make your move. The masked man remained silent, tilting his head to assess the situation. He reached into his pocket. Luke Ba lost patience. Can't you state your reason before attacking? Hey! Kim Gun appeared from behind. It seems an assassin like you is overconfident. You're leaving too many openings. He warned. Everything went too smoothly, making you careless. You must remember this today. His hand decisively pulled the trigger. And that is, never appear too conspicuously in front of your enemy. Everyone thought he had been ambushed. Leader, are you all right? Luke Ba laughed gleefully. My plan succeeded. Everything is settled. Great Bald affirmed. It's a good thing you killed him. You truly possess divine power.
Hoa Lang suddenly noticed something. Hiu.
She wondered. Something dropped here. Be careful, it might be poisoned. Everyone was bewildered. It was a letter. The letter read, It is a pleasure to speak with the cult leader. I am Etian Bai, and I haven't been able to visit you yet. As a token of friendship, I send you this necklace. I hope you wash your neck and wear it to remember me. Hoa Lan held the necklace, her heart full of questions. The others felt the same way as she did. Suddenly, Great Bald's face turned fearful. At a certain martial arts hall, 4 or 5 tall, muscular men were looking toward the door. Here, Cult leader Kim pointed his gun at Great Bald and asked, "Was this also part of your plan?" He was drenched in sweat, stammering, "It's really over now." His finger lightly touched the trigger. He shouted in panic, "Wait, leader, let me explain." The smooth-talking old man smiled and explained, "That assassin also killed many of my disciples. This can still be salvaged." Suddenly a voice echoed, and 3 people entered, asking, "Are you two all right? Why are you standing there?" He grew even more terrified with the gun barrel against the back of his head. "Luckily you only knocked them out. You're just joking." His face hardened. "This matter. It's all over." At the meeting, the second elder said, "If this gets out, the Martial Alliance will take notice of us." The dialogue was tense. "In that case, the great cause of unifying the Murim will face many obstacles." The third elder interjected, "Don't talk about unification. Let's avoid past mistakes. Apologizing to the Black Blood Gate is best." Dang Coat shouted, "What are you saying, sister? Apologize? Our blood evil cult has to apologize to some nameless sect." He slammed the table. "Didn't they start it first?" Great Bald cut in, "Fifth brother, if your people were killed, would you say that?" Having spoken, he raised his hand to give an opinion. "So, cult leader," slowly drew his gun and pointed it at the old man's head. "May I share my thoughts on this matter?" He was scared to death. "If you want to die, just say it." A moment later, the leader lowered his gun. "Fine then." He was quite surprised. "Huh." He smiled. Pointing at the old man, he said loudly, "You just need to take responsibility for this." Great Bald was stunned. "Me?" He pushed the task onto him. "Do whatever it takes. Kneel or cry and beg. I don't care, as long as there are results." His voice was stern. "Handle it yourself." He froze. "I'm doomed." Accompanying Great Bald were 2 others. "Elder, it seems they're waiting for us." In front of the gloomy building, the 3 stood tall. "Is it here?" Just then, the guards began to notice them. A man on the roof signaled the guards to open the gate. They entered inside, looking terrified. They wondered, "Why do we have to be here at this time?" The coward looked around. "Everyone is wearing a mask. It looks so scary." Someone guided them. "The sect master is in the room ahead." Ham. In front of the small room flickering with candlelight, a line of people stood guard. He stood there, his heart full of thoughts. "I just sent the letter. I didn't expect to meet so soon." Inside the room was a masked man. "Pleasure. I am the Black Blood Sect Master, Etion Bai," he said. "Hearing that the Blood Evil Cult was visiting, we have prepared thoroughly." He prepared a lavish feast. "Please eat. You must be tired after the long journey." Great Bald sighed. "The sect master understands me. That damn cult leader made me—" "Oh boy." While talking enthusiastically, he was tapped on the shoulder. "Elder, it seems you've had a bit too much to drink," he shouted. "This is a conversation for adults. You just focus on your duty as a bodyguard." The sect master asked, "By the way, Elder, where is the subordinate I sent to the Blood Evil Cult? Why isn't he with you?" He lost his composure, stammering, Actually, a small accident happened at the Blood Evil Cult. It wasn't my fault." Not knowing how to say it. "The thing is, how should I put it? Might as well be blunt. He's dead." After he spoke, the room suddenly fell into a terrifying silence. He thought, "I wonder what that masked guy is thinking." His hands trembled as he looked for an excuse to bolt. The sect master laughed loudly. "It's a small matter. It's normal for subordinates to not return. You know how it is." Played along. Exactly, just a common occurrence. But he still wondered how the man could be so nonchalant. He slammed the table and laughed. "Anyway, more importantly, did the cult leader like the necklace I gave him?" He froze and then replied, "Ahaha. Yes, he liked it very much. He always carries it with him." He said mysteriously, "Is that so?" Then walked toward the window. Gently removed his mask, the moonlight illuminating his fierce face. "That's quite fortunate." The mask was removed and placed on the windowsill as he spoke slowly. "Now, that subordinate's death is actually a good thing. I was worried about how to apologize to you, Elder." The old man listened but didn't understand a word. "Huh, what are you talking about?" "What I mean is..." A smirk gradually turned sinister. "Now we're even." His voice sounded angry. "My precious subordinate is gone." While he stood agape, the next sentence froze him. "And your precious cult leader is also gone." His face went blank. What are you saying?" Moving about, the Black Blood Sect Master slowly explained the cruel gift he gave. "The necklace I sent contains a colorless, tasteless poisonous herb. Just being in the same room with it for an hour will weaken the body." He walked behind Great Bald, patted his back, and continued cheerfully. After another hour, your limbs will gradually grow numb. Able to move, he leaned in close. And then, quite shocked by what he heard, he asked what that meant. Could it be the current leader? Suddenly he turned and shouted, "How could you do something so despicable? What's so strange about an assassin using poison?" His face hardened, his voice no longer joking. "If you're not satisfied, then die in his place." Hearing this, the old man was terrified. Fine, what's done is done. Regret is useless. He decided to bolt. "We have nothing more to say. I'll take my leave." As the three rushed to the door, the sect master stopped them. "Did I say you could leave?" He turned back with a forced smile. "So, do you have something else to say to me?" "That's not it." The room was suddenly filled with Great Bald's heavy breathing and the sect master's eerie laughter. "I never said I would spare you, either." He backed away in fear, trying to make excuses. "Wait, you already killed the leader. That guy deserved to die. I'm on your side." Terrified, he screamed in vain for help from those he had looked down on. "Hey, you bastards! Are you just going to watch? You're my bodyguards today. Stop him." He turned to look at them and saw a familiar face. "Hey, damn it! What are you so afraid of?" Great Bald remembered when he was sent here. Out of fear, he had asked for more protection. "Leader, please reconsider. Going alone is just suicide." Kim Gun turned his back on him, flashing a cold, sinister smile. "Don't worry. There's no need for such useless anxiety." "Huh? What?" To let him know he wouldn't be alone but monitored. "Because you'll have very reliable bodyguards with you." As expected, the leader always had a thorough plan. Thinking this, he knelt before the Black Blood sect master. "Damn it, giving me these guards and saying that." A sword swung down. "Now, go meet the king of hell." Amidst the wailing, "Wait! Stop!" At that moment, another voice spoke up. "Interesting, truly interesting." The two froze. The voice continued, "Indeed, there are people like this everywhere." The two looked around in bewilderment. "In the place where I used to live." The bodyguard slowly removed his mask. "I once helped an old lady and received a bottle of energy drink." Great Bald jumped, his eyes wide with shock. "From now on, I will absolutely never drink that stuff again." The Black Blood sect master was also caught off guard. "This is... Why are you here?" The mask was thrown to the ground. He gradually approached. "Do you know why I don't drink that stuff?" Stepping in front of the Black Blood sect master. "Because now I know." His voice was full of anger. "No matter where I go in this world." The cult leader was here, pointing his gun at the Black Blood sect master. "Simple kindness is just an exchange that doesn't exist." While pointing the gun at his opponent, Kim Gun recalled his time at the evil cult. "Leader, this subordinate requests permission to enter." "Ham. Gomein." The second elder entered hesitantly to ask for something. "Leader, could you let me see that necklace from earlier?" Not knowing the intent, he teased. "You're old and you have this kind of hobby?" Sitting on the bed, he spoke gently. "Sure, you can see it, but I don't even know where it is. If you want it, just take it." "I said that, but I'm still looking around. Mongu is playing with it." Elder approached and took the ring from the dog's mouth. Frowning, he replied slowly, "Oh, I fear my worries have come true." While Kim Gun was playing with the puppy, the elder continued, "Inside the cult leader's necklace, there is poison." His face suddenly darkened. He couldn't believe his ears. "What? Poison?" "Yes, it seems this wasn't a gift of goodwill." Reflecting on what his brother said during the meeting, it seemed much more credible. It looks like the great elder was right. Suddenly remembering something, Kim Gun stood up and pointed at the puppy. "Wait, Mongu was just playing with it. Is he poisoned?" The old man calmly explained, "Don't worry, cult leader. It hasn't been long, so..." At that moment, the puppy lay down, no longer as lively as before. "It's just that if we wait any longer, I'm afraid." Furious, the cult leader roared, "Those bastards, where are they?" Enraged, he grabbed his gun to head there. "I'm going to eliminate them." Knowing this stubborn man wouldn't listen to anything, even if he tried to dissuade him, the cult leader wouldn't hear it. He had to go along with it. Then, charging in like that would be very dangerous, cult leader. The elder proposed a tactical formation. "Why don't we try it this way instead?" Great Bald tried to act surprised and joyful. "Cult leader, you are safe. This subordinate never doubted you for a second." As expected. "Hey!" He glanced toward him. "Shut up, we'll talk about that later." A sarcastic laugh rang out. "Is there some conspiracy brewing here? How could a sect leader like you die from such a petty poison? But you'll regret it soon." This guy laughed crazily, about to pull a trick. "You dare? You should have just died back then." On the other side, Kim Gun also flashed a sinister smile. "I'm speechless. Are your eyes just for show? Inside, he must have been screaming. Don't you see what's right in front of you? The gun Kim Gun held was something a sect master like the Black Blood Gate leader had never seen. Oh, what a strange weapon. But will you have enough time to use it? His feet moved quickly, advancing forward. Many have witnessed my ultimate technique, but not a single one survived. Swinging his sword high, he charged at Kim Gun, radiating a mysterious black aura. The teacup trembled. Black Blood Gate ultimate technique. With surging momentum, Black Sleeve Sword. Before he could say another word, Kim Gun silenced him forever. He never expected his life would end this way. Ha! Trying to fight a gun with a sword. My ultimate technique is the same. After finishing, he calmly told him about the people he had beaten down. Some have seen it, but none are left alive to tell the tale. The Black Blood Gate master fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Just like you. The cult leader turned around, looking toward the door. In front of him was a crowd of their sect's subordinates. All right, which of you wants to meet King Yama? With a gun in one hand and a knife in the other, his face was cold. Come on. Come at me, all of you. A fierce battle broke out. Kim Gun alone could take on the entire crowd without a hint of fear. It made the great bald old man's jaw drop. As expected, no matter how many times I see it, the cult leader's martial arts are terrifying. In the heat of the fight, he suddenly stopped. Wait, something's not right. He remembered the time before he became the leader of the evil cult. When I was young, I often had to fight in small alleys. A few thugs surrounded the boy, overwhelming him with numbers. The boy lowered his head. But the way to win a battle against many opponents is very simple. Two of them punched him in the face. You just need to. Despite the crowd surrounding and tearing at him, his face remained fearless. Hey, let go of this guy. Hurry, or I'm finished. Using his other leg to crush the leader. Take down the leader. You just need to take one down decisively. When the fight ended, only the boy stood tall. Then the fierce pack of wolves will turn into obedient sheep. Right here and now, it should have been like that. Everything was planned and calculated, but why do these people keep charging in? They still rushed in like moths to a flame. But the gun in his hand couldn't hold out much longer. He was almost out of ammo. At this moment, the face of the cult leader no longer looked indifferent. Ah! Returning to the cult. At this time, Hoalan slammed her hand on the table. She shouted angrily, Elder, you should have stopped the cult leader more firmly. How could you let him charge into the tiger's den alone? He gently comforted her. Third Elder, don't worry too much. She was sad. How can I not worry at a time like this? He calmly picked up a cup of water to drink. This won't do, we must support him. Slamming the cup back onto the table. Third Elder, do not be hasty. Calmly stating his plan. I only said I'd let the cult leader go. A terrifying figure dropped down from above, leaving a large hole in the roof. I never said I'd let the cult leader go alone. It turned out to be Dang Coat, the one with the crazy blood in the sect. He turned around and immediately asked, Cult leader, are you alright? Kim Gun was stunned. Why was he here? He quickly reminded him, Cult leader, there's blood on your face. Standing among the crowd, he gently wiped his face. Ah, this isn't my blood. His words reeked of gunpowder. These bastards, how dare they touch our cult leader? In an instant, his body glowed with a bright orange light. Tomorrow, you will surely have breakfast in hell. Kim Gun had to explain once more. It's not my blood. I forgot to ask, Dang Coat, could it be that you? Before he could finish, a loud noise erupted outside. Going alone? He swung his fist, crushing someone's face. How could that be? Without resting his other hand, he struck again. Then he slowly tightened his belt. Subordinates under Dang Coat, the shock specialists of the Tiger Mouth Squad. They shouted their names and marched in with a group. Fully assembled. Dang Coat laughed cheerfully and ordered his subordinates. Tiger Mouth Squad, hear my command. Everyone, assemble. Even Kim Gun had to praise his elder. It's been a long time since I've seen an action scene that satisfied me like this. That's right, the revenge is complete. Things had become boring here, and the cult leader wanted to stop everything. Let's end this. Dang Coat no longer listened to the cult leader. He was in the heat of battle, so he kept punching and kicking continuously. At the climax, the others stopped fighting and stood still. What are you looking at? Even if they didn't move, Dang Coat had no intention of sparing them. Don't plan on making a move? Without stopping him, Kim Gun just stood there watching. As expected, this team has real strength. After being silent the whole time, the great bald old man suddenly spoke up, shouting, Ha, wait! Behind him, an ignorant fool had charged forward. Cult, Cult leader. With a wave of his hand, the man immediately coughed up blood and fell. Only then did he notice Great Bald. What did you call me for? Ah, it's nothing. After a while of fighting, everyone gathered outside. Dangcoat's subordinates surrounded the Black Blood Gate members. Cult leader. How should we handle these remnants? With a temper like the fifth elder, he certainly wouldn't spare them. They are the ones who dared to draw swords against the cult leader. They shall be torn into 10,000 pieces. But Kim Gun was lost in thought. He wasn't sure if he should, but seeing them fight to the end, they seemed useful. Perhaps recruiting them would. Suddenly, he noticed something. Oh, what is that? Beside him, Dangcoat spoke until he was out of breath, then turned to look. Cult leader. Blocking the cult leader's path was a young boy with trembling hands holding a stick. It reminded him of his childhood, being abused by a group of bad friends. I told you to kneel and beg properly. You have to look more pathetic. Curly-haired one had a face full of rage. Or do I have to break one of your legs before you'll listen? You brat? He stammered in fear. I'll do it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. At this moment, the cult leader knelt down and asked kindly, Hey kid, are there any other children like you here? An ignorant fool jumped out and pointed a sword at the child. Is that so? You stupid bitch. Have you forgotten your place? Before he could finish his sentence, Kim Gun shut him down. Hurry up and draw your sword. After dealing with that man, he slowly said to the child, Hey kid, close your eyes from now on. Gripping his sword tightly, he shouted in annoyance. You animals, you even have the heart to force a child to hold a sword and kill? The cult leader's face was now filled with murderous intent. Are you people even human? Leading the boy to the elder to entrust him. Dangcoat, I'm taking this kid with me first. Then he ordered, Leave no one alive. As for those people, wipe them all out. Inside a carriage, Dangcoat smiled at the child and thought, I didn't expect the cult leader to have this side. Cold on the outside but so warm on the inside. Suddenly feeling unusually cheerful, he looked at the child with that face. Hey kid. He only asked for his identity, but he made such a scary face. What is your name? The kid whimpered and burst into tears. Kim Gun looked on helplessly. He looked fierce, but seeing a child cry made even the elder scared. I didn't do anything. Why is he crying like this? The cult leader spoke calmly to reassure him. Hey kid, he doesn't eat people. Don't be afraid. Yes. The child's limbs trembled as he tried to huddle together, fearfully speaking his mind. Thank you for saving my life, but I probably won't be of much help. Then he spoke up boldly as if programmed. But if there is anything you need me to do, I will certainly do my best. He didn't want to hear unnecessary words. Hey, do you think I'm so idle that I'd save a useless brat like you? The kid was surprised. Huh? So you. He thought he was being taken to a place like his old one to be played with. But then he turned his head toward the window gently. As for children, the intention of bringing them back is just so they can be comfortable. Just eating well and sleeping soundly is enough. After talking for a while, they arrived back at the cult. The three elders came out to greet them at the same time. Cult leader, you're back. Asking with kind concern. You aren't injured anywhere, are you? I'm fine.
Hoa Lan áp project, Abit Curio.
And this child is... I picked him up along the way. She stepped forward and praised him endlessly. Oh my, he looks so adorable. The cult leader spoke up to ask a favor. Third elder, I have something to ask of you. Entrusting the child to Hoa Lan's care. Yes, please say it. This child will stay here. Please arrange a place for him. Mongu, my dear, come here. Soon as he returned, he looked for the puppy. But strangely, today the puppy didn't run to the cult leader. Hey Mongu, why aren't you coming to daddy? Where are you running off to? Wagging his tail, he ran toward the boy. So cute. Seeing this incredibly adorable scene, even a cold-faced man like him had to break into a smile. It shocked the group of elders. What, cult leader? Did you just smile? Feeling embarrassed, he turned to go inside. He also gave a few instructions. Anyway, third elder, I'll leave that to you. I'm tired, going to rest. Oh, that's right. He had been back for a while but still didn't know the name. Kid, what is your name? The child answered helplessly. 121. I don't have a name. Everyone has always called me that. Hearing that, the cult leader's voice dropped significantly, and he immediately bestowed a name. Then from now on, you shall be called by a name like the evening sun. Let it be Iri. He instructed him carefully once more. From now on, your name is Iri. The boy's face was unusually joyful. Ri. Although he didn't express much emotion, somewhere inside he still hoped the child he picked up could. There's no special meaning. I just hope you'll be happy every day, without worries, and live a truly joyful life. Falling into a space of emotion. Thank you, cult leader. The boy burst into tears. I will definitely live a very happy life. The second elder spoke up, interrupting the emotional scene, holding out a scroll. By the way, cult leader, before you go to rest, perhaps you should look over this letter from the Minkai sect? After reading the letter, he immediately told the fifth elder to make arrangements. Coat, get ready. Yes, sir. Sitting on the chair, a mysterious smile on his lips. Is another battle coming? It seems we need to go on an adventure. Let's go find some teammates and cannon fodder. On the bed preparing to rest, Kim Gun pulled out the letter to read with the puppy. His face darkened as he read the words in the letter. Greetings, cult leader. I am Meng Qi, the branch chief of the Qinghai division of the Ha Vu sect. A man sat complaining while diligently writing. What a nuisance. To strengthen the blood evil cult, I think the first step should be to target the Black Forest 36 camps. What do you think? Bagua Circle appeared. The Black Forest 36 camps was originally an evil faction opposing the Martial Alliance. The letter described a rather aggressive and fierce sect with a large number of members. If recruited, they would be a great help to the blood evil cult. Especially the Grand Chief of the Black Forest 36 camps, Lu Tianyi. Not only is he among the top 100 experts, but he is also rumored to be someone who can rival the current 10 great experts. Reading this, the cult leader was quite surprised. A sect like that is ranked so high? The 10 great experts? Although not quite as good, compared to those people, he's probably only slightly behind. Tossing the letter aside, he lay down to calculate. If he joins our side, he would be a powerful assistant. After thinking for a while and getting tired, he decided to take a nap. Well, I'll think about that later. I'm going to sleep. Dang Coat entered the room and called out. Beside him was Eri. Cult leader, it's morning. Everything is ready. Please set out. Cult leader, good morning. He was excitedly hoping to go on the upcoming trip when Kim Gun slapped him back to reality. Hurry up, I don't want to hear it. I was so eager to accompany you that I tossed and turned all night without sleeping. Is there a day when even the cult leader is afraid? It's like a witch has appeared. He sat up, waiting for his soul to return. When he saw the boy there, he was a bit curious. Kid? No, Eri, why are you here? Actually, between the two of them, one was holding his face while the other didn't know what to say. I wanted you to admire my face right after waking up. Hearing that was enough to make anyone want to deck Dang Coat. Do you want to die? The three of them were as noisy as a market. But seriously, it's almost time to leave. Anyway, are you all prepared? Yes, everything is ready. But, to think the fifth elder of the evil cult would stand here skillfully picking out clothes for Kim Gun, showing off one outfit after another. What do you think of this one? Cult leader, try it on. Hey, it's early morning and you're making me wear this flowery outfit. On top of that, you want me to wear it to battle. Damn it, are we going to an amusement park? Why are we dressed so gaudily? This guy is crazy. Before he could tell him to put it away, Eri shouted. It's so beautiful. Dang Coat was about to put it back. But it seems the cult leader doesn't need to wear it. Remembering the boy's words, both of them got to admire a super handsome cult leader. Expected, fine clothes make the man. It suits you perfectly. Cult leader, you are truly radiant and handsome. Unable to listen to any more of this flattery, he let out a long sigh. Let's go. Eri called out after him. Cult leader, is it? Since the day he arrived, the boy had been very happy. This time, he promised to be good while the cult leader was away. I'll stay home and play quietly, so please travel with peace of mind. A smile bloomed on his lips again. That's good then. Like an older brother advising a younger one. Have fun playing. Reaching the carriage, they saw someone arranging luggage.
Hey, Giang Khoát.
Seeing this, Kim Gun casually asked the elder. Are you two going somewhere that requires carrying so much stuff? That is. Hoalan quickly ran over to greet the cult leader. She was quite eager to follow along. That luggage is mine. This trip might last for quite a while. So many things happening first thing in the morning. It's just one trip, yet so many people want to tag along. What, you're going to? Of course, what if something like that incident at the Kunlun sect happens again? After thinking for a moment, he decided to let her come. True, it's more reassuring to have the third elder along. But third elder? But in those clothes? Do you plan on going in that outfit? Isn't it a bit too flashy? He wasn't swayed, but he didn't let her wear it either. Ha ha ha, go change into something else. The readers would probably love it if they saw this. The way, where exactly are we going? On the way there, inside the carriage, Kim Gun realized he was traveling without knowing the destination. Since we can't go directly to Black Forest Camp to meet the Grandmaster, we'll go to Black Tiger Camp to meet the Vice Chief first. Even a cult leader like you doesn't know about this matter. Can't we just go straight to Black Forest Camp? Cult leader. The thing is,
Hoa Lang spoke up to Adline.
we have no way to contact the Grand Master directly, so we sent a letter to the Vice Chief to arrange a meeting. He wanted to know more about the person they were about to meet. I see, so what kind of person is this Vice Chief? The Vice Chief. The horse let out a whinny and then stopped, refusing to go any further. What's wrong? Forgive me, cult leader. It seems the horse is exhausted. Dangcoat suggested they should rest here for the day and continue tomorrow. We should also rest and have a meal. How about we camp here tonight? Let's do that. 3 of them sat outside the carriage, huddled around a small fire to eat. Cult leader, how do you find the food? While eating, there was a rustling sound coming from the bushes. It's decent enough. A person stepped out from the thicket, wanting to join the meal. Could I have a little bit of food? Turned out to be a girl. I haven't eaten for several days. Hoa Lan immediately became suspicious. The situation didn't seem right. She wanted to help, but it was strange for someone to suddenly appear in a place like this. It's only natural to give food to the hungry. However, she had no intention of letting that person stay. Judging by her behavior, she seemed to be pursued by someone. I'm sorry, that was my oversight. I cannot. Without letting her finish the sentence, Tong Lan interrupted. It's fine, I'll eat quickly and leave right away. She sat down and ate naturally as if nothing was wrong. Like a starving tiger. It's so delicious. In no time, there was nothing left on the ground for her to eat. It reached the point where the cult leader's eyes widened. Give her some more food. Is this girl crazy? After finishing most of it, the girl finally introduced herself. I was so focused on eating that I'm late with greetings. I am Tong Lan. Thank you for this delicious meal. I will surely repay you. From beginning to end, Kim Gun didn't say a word, leaving everything for the 3rd elder to handle. She wasn't impolite either as she gently saw the girl off. No need for formalities. If you've finished eating, you should stand up and go, young lady. As I said, our movements must remain secret. Tong Lan turned away sadly to leave. I'm sorry for bothering everyone. I'll take my leave then. At the moment he finally spoke. Make yourself at home. I want to waste food. Who else is going to eat all this leftover food anyway? Seeing this, Hoa Lan had no choice but to let the girl stay and host her on his behalf. Cult leader, I'll go get more rice. Please go inside the carriage to rest first. Then I'll trouble you. Just as he was about to open the door to the carriage to rest, a group of men on horseback came chasing after them, holding up a picture of a girl and asking, Hey, have you seen this woman anywhere? A thought suddenly crossed his mind. It seemed to be the girl from just now. As the leader of a cult, he was being spoken to insolently by this random nobody. And this bastard, how dare he speak to me in that tone? Hey! She calmed herself down to avoid wasting effort. Calm down, don't cause trouble. Just let it go. A little patience brings peace and quiet. As soon as she finished, the words that came out of his mouth were quite arrogant. I don't know. I'm tired. Now get out of my sight. Very good, alright, I've controlled myself. Hearing that, the man's face turned grim with rage. You dare speak to this official like that? Do you want to die? At this point, the cult leader didn't intend to endure it anymore. Hey, then do you know who I am? We haven't seen that woman. Then Hoa Lan appeared with the poise of an elder. She calmly reminded everyone to go their own way and not cause any more trouble. Officials do not enter the martial world, and the martial world does not offend officials. It was a bit annoying. There was no need for blood to be shed over such a small matter. Only when she spoke up to mediate did he fall silent, but he still refused to leave. Fine, but I need to check to be sure. Let me search the carriage. She didn't dare make the decision herself. The cult leader didn't even bother to pay attention anymore. He turned around to go inside. I already said she's not here. Are you delusional? As soon as he opened the door, he saw Tong Lan sitting comfortably in the carriage, eating and drinking. Why did you come in so early? I forgot to tell everyone. She even happily turned her head back to tease Kim Gun. I only said I would leave, I didn't say where I was going. She was happily talking about the meal. The food here is delicious and so fragrant. That annoyed expression returned to his face. Why did you crawl in there? Huh? What? Why did you enter here without permission? That old man had been observing this whole time. He was suspicious until they opened the carriage door and he became certain the girl was there. I told you so. Did you fools think I would believe you? This action of yours clearly violates the martial world. He shouted with great momentum, ordering his subordinates. What are you just standing there for? Don't just catch one, catch them all. Arrest them all for me. He pulled it out from inside his coat. Fine then, here I am. He took out a sharp knife with a cold face. He had never avoided a single battle. Hoa Lan spoke up to stop him. Cult leader, Please listen to me. Third elder, it's too late. It was the same every time. Before Kim Gun could act, Dang Coat had already snatched the chance. You bastards. How dare you? With one kick, that man fell off his horse and lay at the old man's feet. Who do you think you're drawing a sword against? Seeing this, Kim Gun also spoke up.
Giang Khoát.
Yes, cult leader. He didn't want to linger for long. Let's go. Yes, cult leader. Official's face went blank. Wait a minute. We're only taking that girl away. Seeing Dang Coat moving his hands and feet, he was terrified. These lunatics, if this keeps up, will all be dead. He immediately galloped away. I must escape and report this to everyone. The fifth elder was the person who hated abandoning comrades and leaving subordinates to flee alone the most. How cowardly. You must definitely die by my hand. While galloping away, he thought to himself. Stupid, when fighting you have to see who the opponent is.
Bang!
A gunshot rang out, and a bullet pierced through his head. Now I just need to report this to the higher-ups and it's over. It was Kim Gun who had fired the shot. However, Ho Alan didn't quite support this way of doing things. Cult leader, that action just now was far too reckless. As she spoke, she rubbed her head. I fear that messing with the government will involve the blood evil cult. What a headache, it might even involve the entire martial world. He turned back to look at her with a smirk. Third elder, what are you talking about? What did we do? He didn't hesitate to deny what he just did. As long as no one knows, it's as if nothing happened. Where I used to live, there's a saying, no witnesses, clean wipe, means no crime. Even as a cult leader, he was still very wary of trouble when clashing with the government. Although we are here, it's as if we aren't. That makes sense. After explaining his series of calculations, he also offered a good solution. Furthermore, I found a way to meet the Grand Master directly. He pointed toward a piece of paper that had fallen to the ground. Look at this paper. On the paper was written all the information regarding a girl's crimes. It was the person they had fed earlier. Criminal Tong Lan. Charge, intentional injury. Identifying features, daughter of the Grand Master of the 36 Black Forest camps. Just as he pointed for them to look at the paper, Tong Lan stepped out. What was that just now? Even though I clearly didn't see that notice back then. You mean that girl is the Grand Master's daughter? Only now did she realize those people earlier were looking for her. No wonder those soldiers suddenly appeared to chase me. Hey, do you have anything else to say? Suddenly she remembered she had been freeloading and hadn't thanked them before leaving. All right, thank you all very much. I will surely engrave this kindness in my heart and repay it later. Staring into her eyes, he acted as if there was no need for thanks. There's no need for any grand repayment. Then what do you want? What he needed was an appointment to meet her difficult father. Introduce your father to me. Her face went blank, thinking the guy liked her. Huh? Could it be that you like me? Do you want to die saying something like that? The group of them stood before the carriage. It seemed they had traveled a long way all night. She slowly guided them, appearing reluctant to return. From here, my people will lead the way for you. Kim Gun looked up and breathed in the atmosphere. He gave a silent compliment. I didn't expect this place to be so vast. While he was speaking, one or two men suddenly ran out from inside to fuss over her. Young lady, are you hurt anywhere? Why did you go out on your own without telling anyone? Seeing them, she happily waved and greeted them, explaining her reason for going out.
Song Nhi.
Long time no see, sorry about that. I just wanted to go out and experience the scenery a bit. After the greetings, one of the two asked about the people Tonglan had brought along. By the way, young lady, these two are... He calmly introduced them. This is my lifesaver. I see. Hearing that they were the ones who saved their good sister, the two of them immediately shook hands happily in thanks. On behalf of the young lady, we would like to send our thanks to the two benefactors. They asked about their intentions again. So the two benefactors wish to meet my father? Even though they were lifesavers, they couldn't just casually bring outsiders into the camp. However, even if they are the young lady's benefactors, if we bring outsiders in without permission and something happens, she calmly reassured her good friends. It's fine, I know what you're worried about. These two are good people. Since they were brought back by Tonglan, her father would surely meet them. As for other issues, she would bear the burden if they occurred. I'll take responsibility, just lead them to meet my father. After entering, a magnificent and grand scene made all three of them gape in surprise. They didn't expect it to be so grand. Please come this way. Reaching the door, Dang Coat couldn't help but shout. What a huge door! The three of them stepped inside. But no one was there. Only a deep, muffled voice echoed throughout the palace. Although you saved my daughter, I still want to know the reason you have come here. The three of them didn't understand anything. They just stood there frozen. What is this pressure? A large man who looked very imposing stood behind them. You want to see me? Even as a cult leader, Kim Gun felt afraid of this person. He's too big. What exactly is this mass of flesh? Quickly realizing, Ho Alan spoke up first to give a thorough introduction. It is an honor to meet the Grand Master. We are from the Blood Evil cult, and this is the leader of the Blood Evil cult. But without her introduction, he already knew their background. No need for introductions. I already know who you are. He spoke while stepping forward. Just keep it brief. What I want to know is your purpose for coming here. After sitting properly on his chair, he ordered them to get to the point without being long-winded. That aura made others feel a few parts more intimidated. Alright, if there's something, just state the reason directly. That's all it took. The cult leader didn't drag it out anymore and went straight to the main point of requesting cooperation. Then I'll speak plainly. We want to borrow. No, we want to invite you to join an alliance to fight against the Martial Alliance together. He spoke out his long-held desire. I have a dream of supremacy. I must unify the martial world. The old man let out a loud laugh. With that body and that aura, his inner energy was certainly not ordinary. Even against him alone, the three of them would find it hard to resist. Wow, this old man's inner energy is immense. The answer was quite a surprise. It's true that I hate the Martial Alliance, but no matter how much I dislike those people, without a convincing reason, why should I help? Why should I help a stranger like you? A subordinate stepped up beside him. Grand Master, please listen to me. The two of them leaned close to each other and whispered something. Kim Gun couldn't hear a thing from below. He was quite curious. What were they whispering about? Whatever. After hearing what his subordinate said, the man smiled slyly. So that was it. He suddenly stood up and walked toward Kim Gun. Even Kim Gun had to take a defensive stance. Is he planning a surprise attack on me? But no, the old man just touched his shoulder and asked clearly. If the Blood Evil cult leader wants to build a relationship, there must be a bond, right? He hesitated. If that's the case. Kim Gun froze. Even he didn't expect the man to say this. Marry my daughter. Call me... No, call me father-in-law. That single sentence left everyone stunned. Without giving them time to think, he pressured them for an answer. Why don't you answer? Could it be? Before receiving an answer, the camp master already assumed the worst about his daughter. Are you looking down on my daughter? The cult leader's face hardened, and he spoke slowly. My answer is... He raised his middle finger to signal his refusal. Here's my answer. Seeing this, the camp master misunderstood, thinking he wanted to marry his daughter. What are you trying to say? You agree. He was pissed. Before he could curse, Tran Hoalan covered his mouth and cut in. Are you crazy? Why should I marry your daughter? Grand Camp Master, please let us consult for a moment. She joked with him cheerfully. This wasn't an easy decision. The one regarded as the high and mighty cult leader was trying to say something quite childish. What, father? Do you want to know what filial impiety looks like? Finding her words persuasive, he thought for a moment. True. This is a major event for my daughter's life. He decided to let them meet. I'll give you 1 hour. Give me your answer then. In an empty room, the three of them sat around a round table. Dang Coat was trembling with fear at the current situation. Tran Hoa Lan asked without hesitation. Cult leader? What do you plan to do? Hey, what else? His disgusted face said enough. There was no need for words. Of course I refuse. Why should I marry a stranger? She thought about his intention. True, suddenly asking someone to marry was indeed too much. Though she was reluctant because this ally was strong and necessary for their mission, she couldn't sacrifice the cult leader's dignity. What a pity. It seems we can't borrow the strength of the Black Forest camp. Let me go talk some sense into him. The phone rang with a notification. Hey, what are you doing? This time, Kim Gun had to compromise whether he wanted to or not. The system announced I must accept to get the reward. Mission ally with the 36 Black Forest camps. Special reward for completion without killing. Base reward 230-round magazines. Damn it, why now? She slammed the table and stood up, eager to reject the marriage proposal. But before she could celebrate, he pulled her back. Cult leader, I'm going. Hey, third elder, stop. A bright idea struck him and he smiled wickedly. Right, there's still this way. He stood up. Third elder. He wanted to handle the problem himself. Let me go talk to him. All right. Blood evil cult leader, have you made your decision? I've decided. He flatly refused the man whose life he had saved without any fear. I will not marry your daughter. He was quite surprised by this decision. What? Is my daughter not worthy of you? Kim Gun quickly explained. It's not that. He offered a win-win solution for both sides. You're right, building a relationship requires a bond. So, Kim Gun's proposal was quite bold. One wrong move and they would die instantly. Become sworn brothers with me. He couldn't believe his ears. A man whom hundreds wanted to eliminate wanted to be his brother. You want to be sworn brothers with me? That's right, sworn brothers. I am willing to be your younger brother. He laughed until he cried at the somewhat foolish proposal. You really are an unpredictable fellow. After laughing for a while, he suddenly turned serious. But sworn brotherhood requires considering each other's status. What right do you have to swear an oath with me? Kim Gun scratched his head in frustration, having expected this question. I knew you'd say that. So, how about we make a bet? He cracked his knuckles to warm up. Are we going to fight? What kind of trick are you playing to entertain me now? Speak up. Unexpectedly, the cult leader's proposal this time was a game. We will play capture the flag. He calmly illustrated the rules. The rules are simple. Each side chooses 3 representatives. The Blood Evil Cult and the Green Forest. Within a circle, both sides just need to capture the flag without leaving the ring. Whoever captures the opponent's flag first wins. The final condition is either brotherhood or departure. If I win, you must become my sworn brother and help the Blood Evil Cult. If we lose, I will withdraw in silence. How about it? Simple, right? The camp master sneered in disdain. You want me to judge you based on this child's play? Seeing him not answering, the cult leader used a provocation tactic. Why are you stalling? Are you afraid? It actually worked, but the camp master wanted to add a condition. Fine, I agree, but this seems a bit unfair. He laughed mockingly. If I win, not only must you become my sworn brother, as if this match is to choose a husband for my daughter, but you must also become my son-in-law. What did you say earlier? At this moment, our cult leader seemed to have fallen into a passive position. Oh, are you scared now? On a mountain, 3 people stood tall, looking into the distance. The Blood Evil Cult. When he first made the proposal, he hadn't thought it would end like this. But to avoid marrying Songlan, he had to risk it. Grand Camp Master, I thought he was a panda, but he's an old fox. No matter what, we must win this. After calculating, he guessed the leader would definitely be very strong. The rule was to capture the flag, not protect it, so that Lu Tianyi would surely move to capture it himself. He turned to the 5th elder to check his strength. Dang coat! If you had to face Lu Tianyi, how long could you hold out? That! The 5th elder hesitated. Despite his combat power, he couldn't last an hour. If I fight to the death, I might hold out for 1 koku, 15 minutes. Hearing this, the cult leader was stunned. He didn't think the man was that powerful. Is Lu Tianyi really that strong? He began to calculate. So we must capture the flag within 15 minutes. He turned to instruct Tran Hoalan. 3rd elder. Yes. Cult leader. The flag is most important. You will take on this precious responsibility. Ignore everything and grab the flag. When I give the signal, run to the flag at your fastest speed. Avoid combat. If you encounter them, just keep running. He heroically gripped his gun. I'll handle those guys. The game began. He ordered. 3rd elder. Go. After Tran Hoalan ran off, he turned back to the 5th elder.
Yang Huat.
Yes. Cult leader. His instructions sounded like final words, making Dang Coat break into a sweat. I'm a believer in bachelorhood, so you must hold out. Yes, I understand. He ran desperately forward. It seemed he was almost there. When he arrived, not a single soul appeared. Why is no one here? Did we take the wrong path? Hiding behind a large tree, thought to himself. This must be the place. There are no guards. It seems all 3 of them have focused on our side. Seeing no one, the cult leader rushed for the flag. Good, now's the chance. While running, he felt something was wrong. Wait, the 3rd elder should have arrived before me. By now, Tran Hoalan should have taken the flag and left. Where is she? At the moment, the camp master stepped out from behind. Peek-a-boo. Without a word, he used a palm strike to blast him into the tree behind. I heard you use sorcery to control my daughter, so I was looking forward to your performance. But how disappointing, Blood Evil Cult leader. Is this all you've got? He sat slumped on the ground, fists clenched. Damn it! All by myself. He looked forward. The man stood tall like an unquenchable fire. Do I have to break through this wall? After striking the cult leader's chest with a palm, he looked bored. I don't think there's any more fun in this match. Oh, how boring. Didn't want to continue and turned to leave. Let's end this now. Hey, where do you think you're going, friend? Unwilling to accept defeat so easily, Kim Gun struggled to point his gun at him. The real fun hasn't even started yet. By now, one of his eyes was injured. Using a gun was easy, but at this moment it made him think. Without the gun, there was no way to take him down. But aiming was difficult because his eye was bleeding. Hearing the provocation, the man turned back and spoke sarcastically. Oh, so those are the martial arts of the Dream Dog cult leader? Fine, stand up and attack me. But this is the last time you'll be able to. While he was provoking him, Tran Hoalan suddenly rushed out and pointed her sword at the camp master. But she was no match for his speed. Just one move he could crush her face. I'm sure I gave you a chance before, didn't I? With such simple martial arts, you should have known you couldn't touch a single finger of mine. Perhaps she had tried to attack him once before and failed, yet she did it again. Attacking me? Then I'll have no choice but to take you down here. Seeing the situation, he struggled to stand while clutching his waist. Despite the pain, he had to save his comrade. My ribs were injured in the impact, but I need to get up quickly to save the third elder. If I don't act, she might die here. Before he could act, the fifth elder arrived. The man charged like a hungry tiger, boldly striking directly at the man's lower body. But he still couldn't knock him down even a little. Oh! Ho! It's been a long time since I've seen a martial artist with such majestic strength. He shouted loudly, Cult leader, is the third elder all right? Ignoring the fifth elder's question, he only wanted to know who was guarding the flag. Hey! But what about our flag? Only then did he realize that in his worry, he had abandoned the flag. Oh! The battle here made such a noise that I was worried for the leader. Hey! He shouted in anger. You crazy bastard. He felt a deep regret. All that effort and yet he was losing. Am I going to lose like this despite coming all this way? If I just shoot him, everything will be solved. Seeing his worry, the man laughed gleefully because he alone was enough to crush them. Don't worry, cult leader, your flag is still there. I don't need many people. I came to this match all by myself. Hearing this, his head spun. Impossible. What? He came alone? Does he mean he's confident he can take us all down by himself? Dang Coat couldn't stand such arrogance. No matter how strong you are, facing us alone is. Raised his fist and ran toward him. That is exactly why you will lose this match. The man curled his lips into a smirk. Whether it's bravery or not, he fiercely gathered his strength into a single fist. Judge it for yourself with your own power. The two rushed at each other and traded punches, a flash of light erupting. Let's settle this like men with our fists. He also smiled and replied, That's exactly what I wanted, Camp Master. Dang Coat put all his strength into a punch straight at the Camp Master. Even though he coughed up blood, it didn't diminish the man's strength. On the contrary, he was mocked. That punch was quite strong, but it's not enough to satisfy me. He swung his fist hard at the fifth elder. This is how you punch properly. Compared to his punching power, the man's internal energy was 10 times greater. Who would have thought he could make you vomit blood like that? What a terrifying kind of power. Despite possessing such ability, he still refused to acknowledge it. It's still not enough. After Dang Coat collapsed, he continued to mock him. With this speed and strength, you're still not enough to impress me. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. A hole had been blown through his leg by a bullet. The biggest mistake is underestimating an enemy with a gun. Kim Gun stood up with his gun and mocked back. Isn't it your fault for looking down on me? At this familiar sight, Dang Coat laughed gleefully because the cult leader's secret technique had appeared. The camp master's face darkened with anger. This was indeed a very mysterious martial art. Despite being shot, he still praised his talent for being able to attack from a distance and cause such pain. Only now did he fear losing the flag and having to accept defeat. If that's all you have, you can't take the flag. Hearing those arrogant words, he was fed up. He raised the gun to scratch his head and replied, If you're a monster, I still have a way to handle you. The cult leader spoke of his past as a stonemason, dealing with even the hardest rocks that seemed unbreakable. As long as you know how to apply force, everything will shatter. If you strike a weakness repeatedly, it must break. Whether it's a giant rock or how solid it is, it will eventually be subdued. After listening to Kim Gun for a while, he still didn't understand. I don't understand what you're trying to say. With that, he rushed forward. Then prove it with your own strength. Seeing him still foolishly charging, he pointed his gun forward and said, Let me put it simply. Another flash of light flickered. All it takes is hitting one spot with enough force. The camp chief suddenly slowed down, his eyes widening from the sharp pain in his leg. The bullet hit his leg, sending him crashing to the ground. Seeing this, Dang Coat rushed forward immediately. He was truly furious. To end up like this because of a moment's carelessness, he had clearly underestimated everyone. Just as Dang Coat was about to reach the flag, he lunged in front of him, swinging his arm high. But from now on, he slammed down, shattering the ground. I'll fight with everything I've got. With overwhelming momentum, the camp chief lunged forward, unleashing a barrage of strikes. To Dang Coat, he didn't have time to dodge and was hit by the consecutive blows. Well, was that punch enough to put you down for a rest? taking advantage of the camp chief being occupied with dang coat. Kim Gun quickly ran toward the flag. But unfortunately, he was blocked. Where do you think you're going in such a hurry? Knowing he was still being pursued, he thought to himself that this old man was still way too strong. Leaping high into the air, he mocked. You claimed you'd dominate the martial world, right? See by the end of this match if you were just bragging. Confident in your victory already? From where I'm standing, your side has already lost, Camp Chief. That moment, he recalled his time back at the cult. The system sent a notification for the 5th mission. Win without killing for a bonus reward. Mission complete. The leader receives a special reward of unknown use. Though he didn't know what it was, in this urgent moment he decided to give it a try. With that, he tossed a pitch-black object into the air, making the man look up. What the hell is that thing for? The camp chief wondered. How could an ancient man like him understand modern science? A blinding light flashed directly into his eyes. He immediately squeezed his eyes shut and screamed, "What did you do to my eyes?" He walked to the flag and smirked. This is pretty fun, isn't it? This is the greatness of science. Even if I used a trick, a win is still a win. Since I've won, the alliance is officially in effect. I'll be counting on you from now on, Camp Chief. Standing proudly on the flag platform, he looked down at the camp chief triumphantly. I've taken the flag. I win. Despite losing the flag capture match, he remained silent and indifferent. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Not convinced. Suddenly, the camp chief burst out laughing in praise. A fierce and exciting battle. Blood evil cult leader. You truly are a special one. Walking with the aura of a hero, he declared he would keep his promise. With the alliance established, he took on the air of an elder. From now on, consider me your big brother. Having said that, the two officially shook hands. The handshake was strange. He wouldn't let go. Hey, let go of my hand already. He wouldn't let go until he was called brother. This old fox was so annoying. Look at that face, he wants to be the big brother? Having no choice, the cult leader had to call him brother. Standing in an uncomfortable posture, he finally said, Fine, I'll leave it to you, brother. He gritted his teeth and called out, Big brother. After the gathering, everyone huddled around the campfire. The camp chief threw a feast to celebrate the alliance between the two sects. On one side was the majestic camp chief, and on the other the scheming cult leader, both raising their glasses to brotherhood. All the subordinates shouted in unison, Blood evil cult! Blood evil cult! Kim Gun didn't expect that after fighting just half a day ago, he'd be receiving such a warm welcome now. Suddenly remembering someone was missing, he asked Dang Coat where the third elder was. Who wouldn't feel bad for a girl beaten that badly? She was injured, so she went back to her room to rest. Recalling the sight of Tran Hoa Lan being tormented, his heart felt heavy. It made sense. Being hit like that must have been incredibly painful. Tran Hoa Lan stood dazed, staring out the window, her face filled with a sadness beyond words. She blamed herself for being useless. Was she really just a burden to the cult leader? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. It was Kim Gun coming to check on her. I am here, cult leader. He asked if she was feeling better, and she softly replied that she was fine. Despite being beaten mercilessly to a pulp, she didn't complain and even thought the camp chief had held back. Hearing that, Kim Gun prepared to leave so she could rest. That's good then. Get some sleep. Suddenly, she lowered her head. Cult leader, I apologize. What for? Even though they won, she still felt useless. He assured her it wasn't her fault. That guy was a monster from the start. She didn't need to blame herself. He explained kindly. Who in this world hasn't stumbled? What's wrong with falling down? Hearing those words, she looked at him intently. We've only stumbled temporarily. All we have to do is get back up. After speaking, he turned to leave. I'll have a rematch with him soon. Don't overthink things. She watched him leave with eyes full of respect. Yes, cult leader. After visiting Tran Hoa Lan, he was heading back to his room when he ran into two drunks. They had just been fighting, but now they were all smiles, demanding he join them for a drink. Running into these two, he just wanted to slip away and get some rest. Even though he was drunk, the big brother used a provocation. Don't tell me my little brother can't handle his liquor? The condescending tone annoyed him. It's not like you've seen me drink before, have you? So the three of them sat on the ground and raised their cups. The cult leader downed his in one go, and then, he was the first to collapse despite drinking very little. They drank through the night until they were half dead. The next morning, the camp chief cheerfully advised, If you need anything, little brother, just let me know. I'm always ready to fight for you. Suddenly remembering, he said his daughter had a gift she wanted to give him. The girl blushed shyly, saying this was something she intended for the one she loved. Seeing this, old 5 teased that the cult leader truly was the most charming man. Coldly reached out to accept the gift, but it turned out the gift wasn't for him. She gave the gift to Dang Coat, leaving old 5 frozen, not knowing what to do. She shyly added, "I made it myself, so it might be a bit hard to eat." Dang Coat awkwardly declined, not daring to accept a gift in front of the cult leader. He laughed triumphantly, saying food shouldn't be wasted, making the cult leader feel embarrassed for him. After spending some time away, he finally returned home. He hadn't been gone long, yet there was already a newcomer in the cult, and a little girl at that. The one he brought back now definitely looks rounder. "I am Eri." Quick voice cut in, explaining that Eri didn't know how to have fun. It was Lu Ba who had taught the kid a few tricks. Turns out he was the culprit. After a period of hard work, he could finally relax with his puppy. While lying down, a subordinate came in to announce that a guest had arrived to see him at this hour. He was startled. "What? At this hour? Let them in." Tong Lan ran in, panting, and apologized for disturbing the cult leader. Since her father forgot to deliver the letter, she brought it herself. That drunken old man. He wondered if she really risked her life just to deliver a letter. "Fine. Let me see it." Opening the letter, he gasped in shock. What? The Vagabond Association? At a bustling market, 2 people stopped at an inn to look for someone. The owner quickly greeted them and asked who they were looking for. They asked about a few people dressed in white staying there. The owner grumbled that they hadn't paid for their room and kept demanding wine and chasing women. The person tossed a bag of silver on the table, asserting that this was more than enough. This was a disciple of the Kunlun sect, Gu Joshuan, the future heir to the sect leader position. The owner led them to the room where 3 drunks were slumped over. Pushing the door open, the scene before them was of men in a drunken stupor, calling for more wine. One of them woke up groggily. "Oh, did senior brother come here to drink too?" Despite being immortals, they were still very interested in the wine, meat, and beauties of the mortal world. Joshuan frowned and angrily asked his subordinates if they had identified their targets yet. He ordered men to the neighboring towns to handle this matter immediately. Wanted posters were neatly pasted onto the walls of the local inns. The first was Old 5, charged with causing injury, followed by the beautiful 3rd elder. Someone in the crowd stepped forward, confirming they were definitely the culprits. The last one looked very strange and fierce, considered the most evil one who had framed the other 2. Having just returned, the cult leader summoned the elders to discuss Meng Ji's letter. The letter mentioned seeking help from the Vagabond Association. So what is that association? The 2nd elder explained it was a group in the underworld that provided martial artists for hire. They didn't belong to any faction. They worked only for money without asking for reasons or goals. Because they only cared about money, individuals in the association found it hard to bond with the group. They were often far from home and found it difficult to understand one another. However, it was a very powerful organization with excellent A-rank members. Their main profession was mercenary work, doing anything for wealth. Whichever power paid enough, they would work for them without question. The downside was their lack of loyalty. They could betray you at any moment. The 2nd elder reminded them to consider carefully, as they might turn if someone offered a higher price. His face was pensive as he thought about how they only worked for money. Tran Hoalan suggested they just needed to pay more, but he mentioned something more precious than money. That was their lives. He explained that you need to be alive to spend money. That was something that transcended all wealth. Nothing is more important than one's own life. He declared that when he dominated the martial world, he would eliminate all opposing factions. Many who value their lives wouldn't want to face us, even if they were hired at a high price. He would promise a great reward to tempt them. Who wouldn't want both money and their life? The 2nd elder agreed but worried that the cult didn't have much silver at the moment. He asserted that what was more precious than money was life. Using that would be enough. Great Bald asked with a grimace if the leader intended to use force to threaten them. Meeting ended. This time, Dang Coat and Tran Hoalan would accompany him. Suddenly, Tran Hoalan spoke up shyly, asking for permission not to go this time. Even he was surprised by her decision. She realized she was still weak after the last trip and wanted to stay behind to train more. He comforted her, saying that Camp Chief's strength was incredible, so her failure was understandable. She was determined to enter secluded cultivation to better support the cult leader in the future. He agreed to let her stay and train, waiting for the day she became stronger. He turned to ask the 2nd elder, but he also declined due to cult business. As the cult administrator, he couldn't leave while his work was unfinished. He pondered over who to choose as a replacement. Looking at the remaining 2, he had to choose Lu Ba, even though they seemed terrified. "Then you will follow me this time?" Lu Ba asked blankly. Me, your subordinate? Great Bald was overjoyed to have escaped the ordeal, shouting rowdily. This is just too lucky. He shook his head in exasperation because this bald old man only caused trouble when he followed. Inside the rolling carriage, Tong Lan also came along to help Dang Coat, which he found quite annoying. With Tong Lan there, Dang Coat acted tough, telling the cult leader not to worry. They finally arrived, and a subordinate informed the cult leader. Looking at this desolate and gloomy place, he didn't know what to say. Stepping out, he asked doubtfully if this was the right location. Dang Coat explained this was the place Meng Ji mentioned, but it seemed no one was there. From a tree, someone aimed a bow and arrow at them. Just as Lu Ba bent down, he was hit by an arrow in the butt. What the hell? That person mocked their strength as being too poor, making him feel disappointed. He jumped down. If you can't even dodge a simple arrow, what's there to talk about? These were people from the Vagabond Association. Contacting them was no different from seeking death. Having just arrived and already encountering a madman, the cult leader felt fed up with this martial world. He introduced himself as the contact person for the Vagabond Association. He believed they lacked strength and that going inside would only cost them their lives. The cult leader spoke up. So you're the guide. It's good that you showed up. But he also wanted to settle the score for him injuring Lu Ba. Seeing the cult leader's aura, he was a bit wary but still wanted to test their strength. Enter the Vagabond Association. Besides money, one must have martial arts to stay alive. At that moment, Lu Ba lay in a heap, weakly calling for help, but no one noticed. He presented a simple archery test to gauge their skill. The requirement was to hit the bullseye over there. But it wasn't the target in front of them, but the one far off in the distance. He pointed toward the distant target so they could see it clearly. He wondered if he had to shoot through the front bullseye to hit the one behind it. He demonstrated for them while Lu Ba continued to cry for help. With just one shot, the arrow pierced through the bullseye behind without damaging the one in front. See? Do that and you pass the trial. He handed the bow to the cult leader, but he scoffed and rejected that piece of junk. Using his familiar tool of the trade, he aimed his gun straight ahead to perform the test. The man stared wide-eyed at the strange weapon in his hand. Hearing the gunshot, he burst out laughing mockingly. I told you, you can't do it. He pretended to reassure him that this wasn't something just anyone could do. Angry, he aimed straight at the target and fired another shot. He felt annoyed by the constant chattering of the kid beside him. With a single fiery shot, he blew the target to pieces, leaving him stunned. He stammered, asking why he had to destroy the entire target like that. He mocked with a laugh. I never said I couldn't hit the target in front. After the test, he demanded that he lead the way to the association immediately. Feeling terrified, he suggested leaving tomorrow morning since it was already dark. A group of armed men approached the small house, suspecting the target was inside. The guide from earlier called out to ask what was happening. Seeing them walk in boldly, he said he hadn't heard any news of visitors. He took a stance, preparing to draw his bow, and asked who they were. Joxian stepped forward from behind to answer. He held out a wanted poster to confirm if those people were here. He glanced at the picture and commented that the lady in the drawing was quite beautiful. He realized they were the same guests from the inn earlier, and that ugly drawing was the one who had done that strange thing. Despite knowing there was a conflict, he didn't want to hand over his master's guests. He pressed him urgently, but he questioned back why he had to answer. Joxian grew furious at his arrogant and uncooperative attitude. He ordered them to leave, stating this was his territory and they must go at once. Joxian swung his sword, demanding that they hand them over. Just then, Kim Gun and Dang Coat stepped out, asking what the commotion was at midnight. Chu Zhao's face turned pale because he had tried to hide them but failed. Joxian ordered his subordinates to bring the wanted poster for comparison. Dang Coat immediately recognized that the person they were looking for was him. They showed the picture to the cult leader and asked if it was him. Looking at that ugly drawing, the cult leader's face darkened because it looked nothing like him. You bastard! Which part of this drawing looks like me? He realized these were the people from the inn the other day here for revenge. Joxian drew his sword, wanting to avenge his junior brothers whom he had severely injured. As the senior brother, he couldn't stand by and watch his subordinates be bullied. He mocked them, saying they were men who ran to their senior brother after losing one fight. With a punchable face, he asked if they still had the right to call themselves men. Joxian stammered, explaining that the sect's reputation would be ruined without revenge. They came here to settle the grudge and reclaim the honor of the Kunlun sect. He declared he would teach them an unforgettable lesson for daring to touch him. Joxian rushed to attack, declaring that begging for mercy would be useless. He swung his sword directly toward the group. One of them shouted, "Wait!" Dang Coat stepped forward and blocked that sword strike with ease. With just one punch, he sent Joxian flying several yards away. If you want to touch them, you'll have to go through me first. The Kunlun crowd rushed forward, shouting because he dared to strike their eldest senior brother. Boom! Another one fell to the ground. Kim Gun grew angry. This is men's business. Why is a woman interfering? The eldest senior brother furiously demanded a fair duel. Even with his martial arts, Joxian still couldn't manage to touch the cult leader. Being mocked by the fifth elder for having weak strength made him even more enraged. You bastard, you can still laugh? He used the Kunlun sect's secret technique to deal with them. The ultimate skill, light-splitting sword. Sword technique slightly injured the fifth elder, who praised him for having some talent. Feeling it was still not enough to subdue his opponent, snapped, I'll see how much longer you can keep laughing. The cult leader ran up from behind and called out, Hey! Where exactly are you looking? Though he dodged, his neck was still grazed. He was surprised he avoided that move. Then he pulled out his gun. How about this move? He cursed him for being a coward and playing dirty during a duel. He mocked him, asking how he was raised to talk about fair or dirty in a fight. Facing the barrel, he felt fear even though he didn't know what kind of weapon it was. As he prepared to pull the trigger, he started babbling about martial honor, which annoyed him. He introduced himself as an assassin, not someone from the Martial Alliance. His only mission was to fight and eliminate his enemies. The gun was aimed straight at him and cocked. See you in hell. Joxian still tried to rush forward, but the dry crack of a gunshot rang out. Stop talking nonsense. The bullet only hit his shoulder. He said he was still quite lucky. He didn't kill him because he still had a bit of humanity left. Looking at the fallen man, he left a final warning full of tolerance. If he came back for this again, next time there would be a hole in his head. He still refused to give up and continued to hurl curses. He turned to walk away while he kept muttering insults about him being a coward. Suddenly, the Kunlun sect master appeared, known as the Great Devil Ji Gue Gang. Joxian hurried to explain but received a sharp glare from his master. Who gave you permission to speak here? Kim Gun found it strange, wondering who this bearded old man was. He declared that he would decide this matter since his disciple had been crippled. Everything was now in his hands. He asked if he planned to take revenge by turning him into a cripple as well. He laughed loudly, saying there was no need for such trouble. Just taking his head would suffice. He held his gun and asked if he was capable of doing that. He was confident he had seen through all the flaws of that strange weapon. He observed and saw that his weapon could only attack in a single direction. Neither side backed down. He challenged him to try and block a bullet. Instead of shooting the talkative old man, he suddenly shot the one lying flat on the ground. You bastard! Why did you shoot me? He mocked that since the old man said he could block it, he wanted to see if he actually could. Joxian was speechless. Only a madman like him would dare to mess with the sect master. He pointed the gun straight at his head and asked if he could really block it. He spoke of the conservative fools who had died under his barrel before. Have a safe trip, old man. The gunshot rang out, tearing through the air. He simply gave a light swing of his sword and sliced the bullet in half with ease. To him, that was just a trivial matter. Dincoat was horrified to see that he had actually blocked the cult leader's attack. Even he couldn't believe his gun had become so useless. He wanted to try again, thinking it was just a random coincidence. He flew up and swung his sword. Now it's my turn, farewell. How dare you? Lu Ba stepped in to block that sword strike and complained about some bug making his hand itch. Dangcoat told Lu Ba to stay put and let him handle the rest. He charged forward and threw a powerful punch that sent the old man flying back. His dodging speed was too fast for Dangcoat to keep up with. Where exactly are you looking? Kim Gun was restless, wanting to help. Damn it, I really want to help, but he's moving too fast. It was very difficult to aim and hit the target in this situation. A loud explosion rang out, and everyone was dazed, not knowing what had just happened. It was Chu Xiao who had fired this powerful arrow. Could a single arrow really have such destructive power? It was hard for anyone to believe this was the force of a normal arrow. He shouted in a rage, asking who dared to ruin his great plan. Someone stepped out and criticized the sect master for interfering in children's business. He furiously declared that no one would leave here until this was over. Suddenly he stopped because the person who had just arrived looked very familiar. It wasn't Chu Xiao, but someone with a completely different aura. This was the Black Gold Dragon Bao God, whose archery skills shook the heavens. Kim Long stepped forward, gripping his bow firmly with a magnificent presence. Wei Gang asked in shock why the Bao God appeared in this place. Kim Long drew an arrow and said it seemed he had recognized who he was. He drew his bow and declared that if a decisive battle was needed to settle this, he was willing. His sharp gaze aimed straight at Gue Gang. I won't let you escape. Gue Gang gnashed his teeth, saying everyone thought he had died when he vanished from the world. Kim Long threatened that if he wanted to live, he should leave immediately. Gui Gang trembled with rage but declared he would let this matter go this time. He turned to leave in a huff. "Let's go!" He called his subordinates to retreat. Even as he left, Gui Gang still left behind a threatening warning. He declared that those who made an enemy of him would not have a good end. An image of a sea of fire appeared as proof of the consequences of opposing him. They would be hunted down and suffer a fate worse than death. He sneered, saying he was sparing his life today out of respect for the Bao God. Kim Gun silently watched Gui Gang's group depart. But his hand had already raised the gun, intending not to let the old man escape. Kim Long stopped him, advising him to let it go to avoid further trouble. He reminded him that if he killed him, the Kunlun sect would not leave him in peace. Kim Long quickly flew to his disciple's side. The student panicked and tried to explain, but he cut him off. He swung his bow, intending to strike. "Enough! Talking is useless." Kim Gun was surprised to realize a bow could also be used like a staff. After finishing his business, Kim Long asked Kim Gun what his purpose was in finding him. He answered frankly that he plotted to conquer the entire martial world. Therefore, he wanted to find more powerful allies for himself. Kim Long laughed loudly and asked if he was truly capable of doing that. He reminded him that Gui Gang was just a weakling in this martial world. To dominate the martial world, his strength had to be extremely powerful. However, he still respected his intention and promised to take him to the Wanderer Association. He told him to rest, and the whole group would set off together tomorrow morning. Night fell, and the surroundings sank into silence. Kim Gun lay on the wooden bed, tossing and turning in thought. He recalled Gui Gang's sword strike that had easily sliced his bullet in half. He was confused, wondering how much stronger the hidden masters could be. He realized he had relied too much on his gun and needed to become stronger. As the new day began, Kim Long urged everyone to prepare to leave. But Kim Gun suddenly refused to go any further. He told Dang Coat to go to the Wanderer Association himself to find more manpower. He knew what he needed to do to protect his cultists. Kim Long glanced at him and asked what he meant by that. He explained that he needed strength like his to face the top experts. He asked him to teach him how to obtain that extraordinary power. Kim Long looked at him like he was a fool and asked why he should teach him. His disciple also mocked him for being a weakling unworthy of being a student. Immediately, Kim Long smacked him on the head and told him to be quiet. He said he didn't want to be a student but wanted to become sworn brothers with him. Kim Long confirmed he was sworn brothers with the chief of the Green Forest camp. He immediately addressed him as Big Brother, leaving Kim Long utterly stunned. Third brother greets Big Brother. "I hope you will guide me further." He tactfully said that someone like him surely wouldn't fuss over such a small matter. Kim Long's disciple was furious, but he stopped him. He said in a deep voice that what he just said was truly crazy. A vision of brotherhood appeared in Kim Gun's mind. "You remind me of the legend of the three brothers in the peach garden." Finally, he agreed and gave him a map leading to the Wanderer Association. Kim Long handed over a token and instructed, "When you get there, show them this." He continued as Dang Coat looked on joyfully. "That way, everything will go as you wish." After receiving the token, Dang Coat looked at Kim Gun tearfully despite his disdain. "Leader, I'll be back soon." "Fine, just go." Watching the carriage drive away, Kim Long told Kim Gun, "Third brother, learning martial arts isn't hard, but I'll be very strict." He advised, "Think it over, if you're too poor during training." Kim Long stated firmly, but Kim Gun replied, "I won't teach you anything more. Do you agree?" "Of course I do." Hearing that, Kim Long decided to teach basic techniques first. The two stood on an empty plot of land. Facing Kim Gun, Kim Long explained, "For those of us who use weapons at a safe distance." Suddenly, his entire body seemed to blur. In just a flash, he stood far away from Kim Gun and said, "Lightness skill is the most important thing." He concluded, "Only when there's enough safe distance can we attack the enemy." As soon as he finished, Kim Long was standing behind him. "The enemy's blind spot is our target." Kim Gun wondered in confusion. How can he move so fast? Kim Long didn't know Kim Gun was admiring him and continued, "All right, pay attention. This is very important." He demonstrated the technique, quickly keeping his distance from the enemy and preparing himself. With each dodge and attack, Kim Long advised, "Observe weaknesses. Lead with defense then attack. Use continuous strikes." Finally, he summarized, "Those are the basics. Can you do it?" Kim Gun observed and felt it wasn't too hard, saying, "I remember what you did. Are there any more advanced moves?" Kim Long replied, "It looks easy, but mastering it in battle isn't simple." Kim Gun muttered, "That's just footwork. Do you have any more supreme moves?" He urged, If you say it's simple, then master it. First, practice it 100,000 times for me. Kim Gun was stunned. What? Inside a cave. A gloomy place filled with bats possessing glowing red eyes. They screeched piercingly and lunged toward Warren all at once. Her eyes watched them, flashing with a cold sharpness. She unleashed a strike, her technique swinging out with immense power. Every single bat was completely wiped out. Warren looked at the scene before her. She looked at her dagger and thought, I need to be even faster. Warren's eyes drifted into the distance as she wondered, I wonder how the cult leader is doing? Meanwhile, elsewhere, a rhythmic counting echoed, 8,694, 8,694, 8,695. Kim Gun practiced, drenched in sweat, thinking, this is exhausting, no joke. Going back to before, when Jiamryong said they'd continue at 11 a.m. tomorrow, Kim Gun stopped him. Wait a minute, he gasped. Do I really need to practice 100,000 times? How can I possibly do that? Jiamryong replied coldly. It seems my third brother still has much to learn. I'll show you right now. Kim Gun was startled, wondering what he meant. Watching Jiamryong flicker in and out of sight, he just wanted to wail. How can I ever do what he does? Jiamryong stopped and asked, all right, did you see that clearly? He encouraged. As long as you practice diligently, you'll be able to do exactly as I do. Back in the present, he practiced while cursing. That damn old man, how am I supposed to pull that off? Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a message. Kim Gun was surprised. Hello, I have good news for you. Hidden quest. Become the Bao God's disciple. Ha! A message appearing now is great news. From a distance, Jiamryong's disciple mocked. How stupid. Don't think you can do it just because Master taught you. It's not that simple. He watched Kim Gun run his 8,698th lap. Finally, he couldn't help but jump down and say, training like an idiot is ineffective. I'm dying of exhaustion, and you're standing there talking nonsense? Kim Gun replied, dripping with sweat. If you're so good, come here and show me, you bastard. His eyes widened as he was struck by the disciple's attack. Kim Gun immediately circled around to the back. He leaped close and shouted, do you want to die? Suddenly, he realized, it seems I reflexively used that move. If you train properly, you can dodge any opponent's strike. Jiamryong's disciple turned back and said, seems you've realized a few things. Keep it up. Kim Gun listened blankly to the lecture. Now pay attention and practice more. Honestly, everything has to be shown by hand. Before leaving, he reminded, train properly. Don't let my master down. In the early morning, the counting echoed steadily again, 22,021. With every punch thrown, Kim Gun shouted, 22,022. Jiamryong approached from afar and cleared his throat. Humph. He looked at Kim Gun and asked, it seems you haven't finished your 100,000 reps yet. Have you? Kim Gun gasped for air, looked up at him, and replied, how could I possibly do that? Then he sprawled out on the ground. I'm done for. I can't do anything else. Suddenly, Jiamryong praised him. But you've done very well. Kim Gun was surprised. What? This is considered good. Jiamryong agreed. Yes, I acknowledge your effort. He continued as Kim Gun stared in shock. This exercise was mainly to see how much perseverance you have. What? Ignoring his expression, Jiamryong went on. The important thing is the will to succeed, never surrendering to anything. Then he concluded, as long as you don't give up, even a single drop of water can wear away a boulder. Jiamryong turned to him and said, through this training, I see you have worked very hard. You make me very proud. But then he added, however, that alone isn't enough to learn all my martial arts. What do you mean by that, big brother? Jiamryong explained, your body has difficulty circulating inner energy, making martial arts harder to learn. Kim Gun asked, then what should I do? Jiamryong replied, nothing can be rushed. He sat cross-legged behind Kim Gun and placed his hands on his back. I will use my inner energy to clear your meridians. Try to endure it. Hearing that, Kim Gun said, wait, big brother, explain it more clearly. But then his eyes froze. Kim Gun screamed at the top of his lungs as a surge of energy rushed into his body. Jiamryong reminded, feel the current of energy I am transferring into you. He thought to himself, his body truly isn't suited for cultivating martial arts yet. The image of a chipped cup appeared in Jiamryong's mind, symbolizing Kim Gun's constitution. I didn't expect it to be this poor. Can he endure it? Both remained in that sitting position for a long time. Kim Gun's hands were soaked with sweat. At that moment, Kim Gun felt a burning heat in his lower abdomen. Jiamryong understood and said, That is your dantian. Seeing Kim Gun look at him, he explained. From now on, you can enhance both your body and spirit now that you have inner energy in your dantian. Then Jiam Ryong tossed an old book. This is a basic martial arts manual. Study it yourself. He threw one more item, which Kim Gun caught quickly. And this is a spiritual elixir. He looked at the elixir in his hand as Jiam Ryong said, with those two things, you will find everything easier to approach. Despite Kim Gun's skepticism, he warned, but next time will be many times more difficult. Jiam Ryong concluded, if you persevere, you will succeed. You will surely become a completely different person. He looked at Kim Gun and asked, can you persevere until the end? Kim Gun smirked and replied, fine, no matter what happens. With eyes full of determination, he said, I still have to move forward. Time passed. A few days later in a carriage, Dang Coat worried, I wonder how the leader is doing? Aren't you worried about him, brother? Luke Ba comforted him. He'll be fine. After all, Tong Lan added, he is very strong, so he will definitely be all right. Is that so? From afar, Jiam Ryong's disciple saw the carriage approaching. The carriage stopped, and Dang Coat called out loudly, Cult leader! He ran up to Jiam Ryong's disciple and asked, where is he? The moment the disciple pointed toward the waterfall, Dang Coat vanished. Overwhelmed with impatience, he ran at full speed to find Kim Gun, cult leader, at a place where the waterfall flowed violently. Dang Coat's voice echoed, Dang Coat has come to pick you up. Then, he froze, his eyes wide with shock. Huh? What is this? Seeing a figure within a blue aura, Dang Coat thought, such powerful inner energy. Is that where the leader is training? From within the falls, a pair of azure eyes opened. Hand reached out from the rushing water. Dang Coat gasped in amazement. Huh! Was so moved that tears fell. Oh! From behind, Luke Ba and Tong Lan also arrived. Cult leader, we're here. Footsteps stepped onto the stone ground. Kim Gun flicked his robe, revealing a terrifying tattoo on his back, and asked, so you've arrived? Tong Lan blushed at the sight, quickly covering her mouth to avoid being disrespectful. Before her was a Kim Gun with a completely different aura, greeting them, long time no see. Meanwhile, inside a restaurant, a subordinate was bowing his head in apology. A familiar voice rang out, so you were forced by them to help? He quickly explained, yes, my lord, I was truly wronged. Please spare my life. I swear loyalty to you. One side of his face was bruised. Blood flowed continuously from his nose and mouth as he kowtowed repeatedly. Gui Gang sat on a chair, muttering, blood evil cult. I didn't expect that man to be the leader. If I had just stayed quiet, it wouldn't have come to this. He asked himself angrily, are there really that many reasons to kill him? On the other side, Tong Lan felt shy seeing Kim Gun step majestically from the waterfall. Dang Coat noticed her expression. His face slumped with self-pity. Kim Gun's voice rang out, hey Dang Coat, why are you alone? He slowly walked over and asked, how did things go over there? Dang Coat replied happily, oh right, that's how it was. A few days ago, the trio of Dang Coat, Tong Lan, and Luke Ba had gone to the Wanderers Association. A voice inside asked, what business do you have here? Dang Coat held out Jiam Ryong's token and said confidently, I want to hire those who are truly strong. The recruiter asked further, yes, and what is your reason for hiring? Dang Coat didn't answer but lunged forward threateningly. Do I have to tell you people that too? The recruiter was terrified. Huh? We have our own regulations. He suggested. Perhaps you should speak with the people who come here yourself? Dang Coat clenched his fist and shouted, too late. Then he poured out a string of confusing words. The leader is in a desolate place. I must hurry to protect him. The recruiter shrank back to avoid his spitting. He kept blustering. If anything happens to the leader, can you take responsibility? Behind him, Luke Ba thought dejectedly. He's my junior brother, but he's a total idiot. After shouting, Dang Coat suddenly fell silent and thought, oh right, there's this way. Hey, give me paper and a brush. Receiving the items, Dang Coat worked hard writing and drawing something. Once finished, he demanded, post this paper on the wall for everyone to see. The recruiter was curious about what it was. Finally, he had to reluctantly post the paper according to Dang Coat's unreasonable request. After posting it, he walked away in disgust. Damn it, I should probably quit this job. The paper had a few mocking lines. Anyone stronger than our cult leader, feel free to come here. Of course, there isn't anyone. Haha, scared yet? Dang Coat was happily bragging. This way, the strong will seek out the blood evil cult themselves. Immediately, he received a punch to the face from Kim Gun. He cursed, this guy is crazy. You should have used sweet words to recruit people. Despite the cursing, Kim Gun thought this was a good opportunity. Whatever, I should test how strong I've become anyway. By afternoon, the moment of parting arrived. Jiam Ryong asked, "Are you planning to return to the blood evil cult? It's late. Why not stay the night and leave tomorrow?" Kim Gun was decisive. "I've been here long enough. It's time to go back." Seeing he couldn't stop him, Jiam Ryong advised, "If you need help, just tell me. Oh, and take my disciple with you." Jiam Ryong entrusted him. It's time for him to go out and be tempered. The disciple's face slumped. Jiam Ryong was confident. "He's my disciple after all. He won't be bullied. Follow my junior brother." The disciple didn't agree easily and tried to argue. "Hey, don't get cocky. I don't want to go either." In the end, he couldn't say another word because Jiam Ryong punched him in the head. Meanwhile, outside the Dream Dog cult, a few strangers whispered, "Is this the lair of that cult leader? I heard it was in decline. Yet they're putting on airs." Two arrogant, shifty-looking men said, "I'll use this chance to show the world my big brother's strength. It's time for the black flame dragon to emerge." Another person walking by bumped into one of the two men. The man who was bumped snapped, "What was that for?" Fierce man with a scar glared back, "Who do you think you are?" Outside, the crowd grew larger, and shouts rang out, "Where is the cult leader? Come out and show us how strong you are." The scarred man was still questioning the person he bumped into. Du Cheat broke into a sweat witnessing the scene. "What kind of trick is that damn cult leader playing now?" From the gate, a shout rang out to clear the crowd. "Everyone, out of the way!" Kim Gun and the others entered, and Dang Coat shouted, "The cult leader has arrived." The shifty man from before seized the moment. "The chance is here. I have to make a strong impression on everyone." Acting on his thought, he stepped forward with a challenging tone. "I wonder which fool you are?" He approached Kim Gun and said, "If you're the leader, then fight me." Immediately, he received a slap from Kim Gun. Kim Gun looked down in contempt. "What? This guy?" He raised his head to challenge the crowd. "Listen up, you small fry. Whoever loses must join the blood evil cult and swear absolute loyalty to me." Those present smirked in disdain upon hearing this. Kim Gun continued, "But if anyone manages to defeat me," he declared loudly, "I will hand over the position of blood evil cult leader." Kim Gun placed a hand on Dang Coat's shoulder and announced, "Wait, one cannot fight just anyone for the position of cult leader." Dang Coat stepped forward as he continued, "Only if you defeat my subordinate will I fight you. Anyone who wants the throne, get on the stage." The first person to step onto the stage was a large, fat man. Dang Coat slapped his own face in challenge. "All right, I'll let you strike first." The fat man's blood boiled. This elder is truly arrogant. He threw a punch. "You brought this on yourself, so don't blame me." Dang Coat's eyes suddenly flew wide open. He threw a powerful punch that broke his opponent's nose, sending blood spraying everywhere. The fat man was sent flying, clutching his nose in bewilderment. He complained, "Didn't you say I could attack first?"
Yang Huat interrupt, "Hey."
He happily threw another punch. "Are you really being that formal in a fight?" Kim Gun stood by and smirked, satisfied to see that Dang Coat had learned his dirty style. After taking down the first opponent, Dang Coat said confidently, "All right, hurry up. Next." Yet another opponent was taken down. Next. Another man was knocked unconscious. Next. Another one couldn't withstand his punch. Next. In the middle of his winning streak, a hand suddenly went up. "I object. There's no rule saying we have to fight him." One man pointed at the person next to Kim Gun and demanded, "I want to fight that guy standing next to the leader." Kim Gun looked over. That person was the disciple of the Bao God, Jiam Ryong. The disciple grew angry. "You've underestimated me too much. Want a taste of defeat? Get on the stage." Both of them stepped onto the martial arts stage. The challenger laughed slyly. "You dare use a bow in this cramped space? The position of cult leader is about to be mine." A voice rang out, "If you won't speak up." The disciple drew his bow and aimed 3 arrows at once. "Then let me go up there." The other man looked at the bow in confusion. 3 arrows. He charged forward regardless. "Humph, stupid. Do you think quantity can change the outcome?" Suddenly, the 3 arrows shot out in 3 arcs, all aiming straight for him at once. He froze in fear. These arrows, it's like they're alive. The 3 arrows thudded into the challenger's body simultaneously. Disciple looked down and asked, "Anyone else want to try?" From afar, a familiar laugh echoed. "Ha-ha, what's all this fun about?" Kim Gun recognized the approaching voice. "I only came here as a precaution. I didn't expect to see such a lively show." Wei Gang approached the stands. I'll take this chance to both seize the cult leader's throne and settle an old grudge, he said excitedly. Truly, killing two birds with one stone. The disciple, Jinlong, shooed him away. Hey old man, if you're not fighting, go ramble somewhere else. He grew impatient. If you want to fight, get on the stage. Kim Gun spoke up. No. Only then did he stand up. I want to give it a try too, and settle the score with that old man while I'm at it. His face was full of murderous intent. It's my turn now. The two clashed again, and Kim Gun said excitedly, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. He scratched his head and asked, what was your name again? I don't remember.
Tai Tong, Tai Gong.
Right. It's Eunuch, isn't it? But he was actually Shi Gue Gu, the sect master of the Kunlun sect. The crowd whispered about the name Eunuch. Oh my god, has it come to this? Does that thing stop working when you get old? Even fruit withers, let alone people. Disciple Jinlong also called him Eunuch. Hey Eunuch, if you want to fight, then hurry up and attack. Gue Gang was insulted but tried to act composed. Haha. Truly a bunch of people who don't know the height of the heavens or the depth of the earth. I see no shred of education in any of you. Those words stirred the crowd. Hey old man, being a eunuch is pitiful enough, but you should at least be polite. There's no special treatment here. Gue Gang muttered as the insults continued to rain down. This crazy old man. Gue Gang didn't say much. He just waved his hand. A sharp object flew out, slicing the bodies of those speaking in half, blood spraying like a waterfall before everyone's eyes. Gue Gang coldly sheathed his sword. Humph. It's quiet now. Witnessing this, Kim Gun called out, Hey old man. Kim Gun stepped down from the stands. Don't take your anger out on others like that. He beckoned Gue Gang over. If you're so tough, come at me. The disciple stopped him. Wait. I'm not done warming up yet. Let me handle this match. Kim Gun reminded him. Before you talk about that, why don't you look behind you? Just as he finished, Gue Gang appeared behind the disciple. He swung his sword powerfully, but the disciple managed to block it with his bow. However, he was still sent flying by Gue Gang's strength. From the debris, 3 arrows were fired simultaneously, aimed straight at Gue Gang. He nimbly deflected the arrows. The disciple shouted, I know why you became a eunuch now. He mocked from right above Gue Gang's head. You dare play the sneak attack game with me? Gue Gang replied calmly. Regrettably, I must tell you. He leaped close. Attacking when the enemy isn't paying attention is also a skill. The disciple was overwhelmed. What is this? How is he so fast? He swung his sword. Once again, he knocked his opponent out of the air. The disciple Jinlong slammed hard into the ground. He still managed to stand up, thinking, damn it, as expected of the Kunlun sect master. Kim Gun saw it was time to act. All right, come back here. Kim Gun held his gun confidently. I'll deal with him now. Seeing this, Gue Gang mocked. Haha, I don't know if you're dim-witted or just stupid, Gue Gang said with contempt. You know full well that thing has no effect on me. But Kim Gun was full of courage. That was then. Things are different now. Let's see if you can resist this time. He remembered Jinlong's words. Third brother, although I don't understand how your weapon attacks. Proving its destructive power is just like with a bow and arrow. Jinlong demonstrated for him. For example, if you only use a bow and arrow to attack in one direction, an arrow was fired. It wasn't an ordinary arrow. Its power was enough to shatter an entire tree trunk. As the tree collapsed, Jinlong explained, that kind of destructive power is only enough to knock down a single tree. Kim Gun was stunned and cursed inwardly. Only? Is he crazy? That's incredibly strong. Jinlong showed how to increase the power. If you channel internal energy from your dantian into the arrow, the bow will carry this much immense power. The adjusted internal energy was channeled into just a single finger. The shot created a shockwave that pushed Kim Gun back. The arrow, shrouded in power, shot out like a bolt of lightning. It flew in a strange trajectory, and upon hitting the target, it created a massive explosion, sending dust and smoke everywhere. The surrounding trees were pulverized. Jinlong turned and asked, see that? They're worlds apart, aren't they? Jinlong wanted to teach him. I will teach you this technique to make you stronger. Well, do you think you can do it? Kim Gun gave a strained smile, and then his phone notified him, hidden mission complete. Become a disciple of the Bow God. Reward, Bow God technique, 2 magazines of 30 rounds. Back to the present. Kim Gun's gun was shrouded in power. Of course I can. But the first shot didn't hit Gue Gang, who darted behind him. If anything is different, it's this. What's the point if you can't hit anything? Gue Gang swung his sword, thinking Kim Gun would be as easy to beat as last time. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. Kim Gun quickly dodged, hovering arrogantly in the air. That's not the only thing that's changed. He pointed his finger in response. You're going to get it this time. The muzzle vibrated, and a bullet was fired. Gue Gang intended to slice the bullet as before. Relying on that pathetic attack again? He said confidently. I'll finish you right now, you'll regret this. Shouting, his face darkened. Huh, what? Just a moment ago. He remembered the old bullet being as weak as a passing goat, so why now? But now, the bullet was like a ferocious buffalo charging at him. What kind of beast has it turned into? The bullet coldly embedded itself straight into Gue Gang's chest. He was sent flying, and Kim Gun followed up with a few more rounds. Witnessing this, Dang Coat marveled. I knew the cult leader had changed, but I didn't expect him to become this strong in such a short time. Gue Gang spat out a large mouthful of blood. His body was battered. No strength left. Must stand up, but where did my sword fly off to? Kim Gun walked over to humiliate him. What's wrong? You said you could block that move, so I accidentally shot a bit too hard. Gue Gang said angrily. You bastard! He gasped for air and questioned. What trick did you use? How did you change so much in such a short time? I've never seen a technique like that. Kim Gun replied. You must be frustrated, but don't blame me, he asserted. Before the match even started, I was already the winner. With overwhelming murderous intent, he rested his gun on the man's shoulder and provoked him. Because I'm the protagonist of this game. Rest in peace, old man. A voice rang out. Forgive me, cult leader. You cheat how appeared from afar. Please think carefully. If you kill him, we won't be able to avoid a war with the entire Murim. As if catching a glimmer of hope, Gue Gang said, That's right. Think carefully. If you kill me, a great war will break out in Murim immediately. Kim Gun turned back to do cheat how. What are you talking about? The war started a long time ago. Taking that moment, Gue Gang tried to launch a sneak attack. Kim Gun's gun muzzle was raised again. He said softly. From the moment this old man came looking for us, Gue Gang looked down at his body in a daze. Kim Gun explained. Alright, you said it's your first time seeing this kind of martial art, right? This is the strongest martial art in the world. It's the divine gun technique. As he spoke, the bullet created a large hole in Gue Gang's body. The old man collapsed without a chance for final words. Kim Gun looked coldly at him lying in a pool of blood. That's how it is, he said with contempt. Of course, dead men can't talk. Having finished, Kim Gun turned to the crowd of challengers. All right, who's next? He smirked. Anyone else want me to explain this martial art to them? Still gripping his gun, he said. No need to be shy. Just step out here and I'll send you on your way. Witnessing Kim Gun's power, the whole crowd was terrified, and no one dared to step onto the stage. One man suddenly knelt down. If I can't be the dragon's head. The cunning man was the first to submit. I am willing to be a loyal subordinate. He thought to himself that being the dragon's claws would be fine too. He ordered the scarred man. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and kneel before the cult leader. The man looked dazed. Then the scarred man said angrily, What did you say? Am I your subordinate? Are you my parent? Kim Gun's voice rang in his ear. He threw a punch straight into the scarred man's face, not letting him continue. The scarred man tumbled over, clutching his cheek and looking on in a daze. Kim Gun glanced at him. What are you looking at? He threatened. Aren't you going to kneel? The scarred man said in fear. Yes, sir. He turned to look at the others, making them jump. Without being told, the entire group of challengers instinctively knelt. They all showed respect simultaneously before Kim Gun's power. Once finished, Kim Gun stood high above and announced, Congratulations to you all. From now on, you are warriors of the blood evil cult. A few who were forced into it lamented inwardly. Damn it, I want to go home to my mom. Kim Gun said fiercely. Together, we will make history and unify Murim, something no one has ever done. But I won't force you. This statement surprised everyone. Kim Gun continued. Anyone who wants to run, run now. However, he emphasized every word. If I catch you, there will only be death. Every word seemed to block their path to survival. Mom, I'm coming to see you soon. Kim Gun thought. Now I need someone to lead this army. He hesitated over who would be suitable. The cunning man thought he would be chosen. Kim Gun decided. All right. He pointed toward Jean Long's junior brother. You do it. He was surprised. What? Why me? I was about to leave. Kim Gun reminded him. If you want to leave, you have to pay your debt to me first. The cunning man froze. He was utterly disappointed, his face falling. The scarred man provoked him. You flattered him so much, and the result is no different from mine? He threatened. Things are going to get very interesting from now on. Kim Gun continued. Also, you will lead this army along with him. He pointed at the cunning man. That's you. The scarred man fell silent, drenched in sweat. He panicked when he saw the person next to him turn around. Huh? What? Suddenly, a large glob of spit was spat directly into the scarred man's face. At the same time, an announcement came. Cult leader, the elder of the Kunlun sect is dead. Du Cheat-hao warned that this news would soon reach the Kunlun sect and all of Murim. In the meeting room, Kim Gun asked, Humph? Dang Coat, have you investigated thoroughly? Dang Coat reported, yes, cult leader. The scene shows he came here alone. He felt relieved. Very well. Then there's nothing to worry about for now. Kim Gun said coldly. Burn his body. Dang Coat obeyed. Yes, this subordinate obeys. Du Cheat-hao tried to stop him. Cult leader. A life is a life after all. We must. Kim Gun interrupted. Hey! He questioned. Do you want to get my subordinates killed for the sake of your so-called morality? Kim Gun lectured. Morality means putting your own life first. Du Cheat-hao had no further comments. Yes, cult leader. He suddenly remembered. By the way, that elder knew our exact location. Is there something suspicious going on? Dang Coat explained. As I see it, no one besides him knows your true identity. Kim Gun agreed. I think so too. He's the only one. At that moment, Hanko was called in. He wondered, oh, why did the cult leader? Without letting him understand, Kim Gun delivered a thunderous punch. Sitting in his chair, he asked, Man Kai, what did you say we were to each other? Hanko clicked his tongue. Tiske. We're friends. He was beaten bloody and felt aggrieved. I'm not a punching bag you can just hit whenever you want. Kim Gun didn't let up. Friends must know how to sacrifice for each other. He looked at his gun. But you sacrificed me for your own sake. He threatened. This time, I'll show you what a friend is. Dang Coat was also ready to act, and Hanko panicked. Wait, he pleaded. They threatened my family. I really had no other choice. It won't happen again. Kim Gun was skeptical. How can I trust you? A traitor is always a traitor. Hanko swore. No, please give me a chance. I'm willing to be your loyal hound. Kim Gun thought to himself. Humph, you really want to be a dog? The door opened, and a woman with a smoking hot body walked in. Where's that sound of a dog barking coming from? Hanko's face twisted. Is that the camp chief? The subordinates were shocked. Sect master. Is Chun Yuer the master of the lower 5 gates? Kim Gun wondered. Is that woman the leader? Yuer stepped on Hanko's head. I didn't expect you to have a day like this. Kim Gun wondered. Why is that guy acting so strangely? Kim Gun stared at her from head to toe. Yuer spoke up. If the branch chief has made a mistake, I apologize on his behalf. Perhaps we should speak privately. Kim Gun accepted. Yuer sat on Hanko's back and apologized. How careless of us. We've made a serious mistake. He blamed her. Because of this, we almost suffered heavy losses. She clarified. But cult leader, as far as I know, this transaction. She explained. It was a one-way transaction, not two-sided. We didn't receive any benefits either. Yuer's words made him think. She countered. So why should we be held responsible for this? Kim Gun secretly agreed. Humph, you have a point. Yuer continued. But I didn't come here to blame you. Gently placed her hand on Kim Gun's hand. Noyet Ni stood up and made a request. I came here because I need your help. She said softly. If you agree to help me, I will give you the whole world. The statement left Kim Gun feeling puzzled. She looked him straight in the eye. I heard you want to unify the Murim, but given the current situation, that is nothing but a pipe dream. Kim Gun lost his patience. What? She soothed him. It's true that with your current strength, it is impossible. But if I help you, the dream of unifying the Murim will no longer be far-fetched. You can probably guess why I'm doing this, because my request is very dangerous. It might even cost you your life. Kim Gun's expression shifted. What? Noyet Ni presented the reward. But if you complete it, then... Her next action left Kim Gun stunned. She stepped forward and climbed onto him, her face flushing red. Hanko suddenly shouted. Ha! Wait a minute, sect master. Noyet Ni leaned close to Kim Gun's face. The world, the Murim, and... She whispered. I will offer even this body of mine to you. A man like Kim Gun, those words were incredibly provocative. He turned red and didn't respond. Hanko trembled with rage. Damn it! How dare you touch our sect master? Noyet Ni asked gently. What do you think, my lord? She smiled expectantly. Can you grant my request? Kim Gun asked shyly. Wait, if it could cost me my life, at least tell me what it is first. Noyetni replied as she walked. You're right. My request is simple. Please, help me find my younger sister. She explained. She went to gather information for a mission and ended up at a mysterious place called the Southern Barbarian Beast Palace. It is an isolated place that doesn't interact with the outside world. It belongs to a foreign power, so information is very scarce. Rumor has it that humans live in harmony with wild beasts there. The reason for the lack of information is they are extremely hostile toward outsiders, especially those from the Central Plains Murim. Their power is fierce, and they are usually accompanied by wild beasts. Many sects have tried to win them over as allies, but the fate of those who trespass into that territory is always the same. Kim Gun questioned. But why did you let your sister go to a place like that? Noyetni sat back down on Hanko's back. I tried to stop her but was powerless, because the one who commissioned the information was the Martial Alliance. The name made Kim Gun feel uneasy. She continued. Because it was too dangerous, I refused, but they started applying pressure. They even went as far as threatening our entire organization. After hearing the story, he fell silent for a moment. Finally, Kim Gun agreed. Fine. Tomorrow I will set out to find the sect master's sister. Du Cheat Hao tried to stop him. Cult leader, you can't. That place is a forbidden zone for the orthodox sections. Gribald also intervened. That's right, cult leader. This subordinate feels this action is too dangerous. Kim Gun asked hesitantly. Well, what do you think, third elder? All eyes turned toward a petite girl who had just entered. She was a rare beauty to behold. Dang Coat wondered. How long has she been here? I didn't sense her presence at all. He looked at Kim Gun again. And how did the cult leader know she had arrived? Hoa Lan bowed. It has been a long time, cult leader. You have changed quite a bit. Kim Gun smiled. I haven't just been playing around. What's your take? She walked to the table. My opinion is the same as the other elders, but I understand Sect Master Ha Vu's feelings. All of us have lost loved ones because of the Martial Alliance. She analyzed. We understand that pain better than anyone. How can we just ignore it? She agreed. Therefore, I want to help Sect Master Ha Vu this time. Du Cheat Hao was still worried. But I heard that place is full of dangerous beasts. Kim Gun interrupted. Hey! He asserted. No one who loves animals is a bad person. Great Bald raised his hand. But cult leader. He tried to refute. There are still wicked people among those who love animals. Kim Gun slapped him across the face. He reaffirmed. No one who loves animals is a bad person. Great Bald clutched his face in resentment, cursing inwardly. Damn it! It seems you're the most wicked one here. Kim Gun hugged Mongu while sleeping soundly. Mongu, I've been so busy lately, you must be very sad, right? Talk to the dog. But I have to go on a business trip again. Be a good boy at home. Mongu the dog clearly looked dejected. Kim Gun comforted him. I'll buy you lots of presents when I get back. Suddenly, a female voice rang out. Oh, hello! Mongu escaped from his arms. He happily rushed over to act cute with Hoa Lan. Kim Gun felt helpless. Raising them really is for nothing. The next morning, Kim Gun set out with Hoa Lan, Dang Coat, and Luke Ba as requested by Noyetni. After walking for a while, Kim Gun asked tiredly, Hey, do we absolutely have to walk like this? Hoa Lan explained. The Southern Barbarian Beast Palace has very sharp senses thanks to their animals. A carriage would be easily detected. Dang Coat noticed. The further we go, the hotter it seems to get. Luke Ba collapsed on the road. Cult leader, I can't go on. I'd rather you just finish me off. Kim Gun agreed immediately. Fine, I'll kill you. Dang Coat spotted an ideal resting place. Huh. He looked toward the river. Cult leader, why don't we rest over there for a bit? Kim Gun took off his shirt and dipped his face into the stream. He stood up refreshed. That feels great. So cool. Hoa Lan blushed as she looked at his physique, thinking, since when did the cult leader's body become like that? Dang Coat called out, Third elder, you should bathe too. Hoa Lan refused. I can't do that. Dang Coat persuaded her. We're all family, what's there to be shy about? Kim Gun also said, he's right. It's so hot. Just go ahead and bathe. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Hoa Lan agreed. All right, I understand. Hoa Lan took off her outer garments. She sat on a rock wearing only her thin inner clothes. Something darted through the bushes. The sound caught Hoa Lan's attention. She drew her knife in defense. Everyone, be careful. Kim Gun, who was still bathing, called back. What is it? Is something wrong? Kim Gun looked closely at the object and was surprised. A fox! A small fox stepped out from the forest. Following behind was a group of hunters with wicked grins. Finally caught you! A spirit beast is still just an animal. The fox approached Kim Gun, seeking help. Snuggled up and lay on his leg. Kim Gun recalled his past life as Kim Gun, walking home on a rainy night. He had a cigarette in his mouth and looked down at his feet. He had met Mongu when the dog was shivering from the cold. In the present, the hunter warned, "You'd better not touch it. We worked very hard to catch that thing." Kim Gun muttered, "What do you want with such a weak animal anyway, you bastards?" Stubborn hunter rushed forward. "Whether I want to boil it or sell it is my business. It has nothing to do with you." He grabbed the little fox. "Stop caring and just go your own way. We'll go ours." Meanwhile, Kim Gun grabbed the man's head. While the leader still didn't understand what was happening, Kim Gun tensed up in anger. He took a stance, preparing to unleash a move. A direct kick to the face of the hunter knocked him unconscious instantly. Kim Gun gritted his teeth. "I don't feel like it. Got a problem with that, you bastards." Seeing their boss being bullied, the hunters behind him rushed forward together. "You damn bastard." Kim Gun just stood there silently, watching them act. As the hunters drew closer, he suddenly widened his eyes. Kim Gun charged straight at them. He gave each of them a thunderous punch. Kim Gun interrogated one of them whose eye was swollen shut. "So what you're saying is?" The hunters sat as obediently as puppies. Not one dared to make a sound. Kim Gun continued, "The Martial Alliance sent you to catch this fox?" The leader replied, "Yes, that's correct." Kim Gun asked further, "What do you plan to do with this tiny animal?" The leader replied honestly, "Actually, we don't know what they plan to use it for." He flashed an innocent smile. "We did it because they promised a large sum of money." Kim Gun's voice dropped. "Ah, so." His face darkened. "You did this to such a small animal without even knowing the reason?" The men panicked. "We're sorry." He decided to let them go. "I get it. Now get out of my sight." The leader still wouldn't leave. He timidly pleaded, "Could you please return the fox to us? We suffered for months just to catch it." Kim Gun looked at the fox curled up and sleeping soundly. "Oh, right. I almost forgot." Hearing that, the leader was overjoyed. "Thank you, sir." But in response, he received a knee to the gut from Kim Gun. He was sent flying, blood gushing from his nose. Kim Gun said, "I almost forgot to give you a few more beatings." By nightfall, the four of them gathered around the fire. Beside Kim Gun was the spirit fox he had just rescued. Kim Gun was worried seeing it still fast asleep. "It hasn't woken up yet. Is it seriously injured?" Hoa Lan reassured him, "You don't need to worry too much. It isn't seriously hurt. I've treated it, so it should wake up soon." Cult leader, "We will enter their territory tomorrow morning. From now on, we must be even more cautious." Kim Gun pondered, "But we don't have much information on Sect Master Ha Vu's sister. How do you plan to find her?" Hoa Lan explained, "First, we will search the surrounding areas, then narrow down the scope." Ang Code agreed. "I will search the vicinity with senior sister." Kim Gun hesitated. "Let's do that, but..." He looked to his side with contempt. At that moment, Luke Ba was still eating nonstop. Kim Gun's cursing rang in his ears. "Are you that hungry? Did you come here just to eat?" He scolded him relentlessly. "If you're going to eat, do it quietly. Did you toss your manners into your rice and shove them down your throat?" Luke Ba's fat face slumped pitifully. A moment later, Kim Gun suddenly noticed something behind Dang Coat's back. A pair of animal legs was slowly creeping closer. Kim Gun noticed something strange. A wolf? But the wolf was twice the size of Dang Coat. He wondered suspiciously, "Is that really the size of a wolf?" All three of them jumped up. Hoa Lan said confidently, "Cult leader, please stay there." Dang Coat also stepped forward. "We'll handle it." Unexpectedly, Kim Gun ordered, "Hey, don't overdo it." He smirked slightly. "You can tell just by looking that it's lost. There are no bad animals in this world, only wretched humans." Dang Coat turned back hesitantly. "But cult leader, it looks very dangerous." Kim Gun said calmly, "Is that so? Then you, failure, you have work to do." Luke Ba was stunned. Today was truly a crazy day for him. He thought, "It doesn't look lost at all." The wolf was still growling and baring its teeth in front of him. Luke Ba thought to himself, "It seems to know exactly where it's going." He turned back and stammered, "Cult leader, it seems it's so hungry that it came here for food. It's drooling." Kim Gun still insisted, "I told you it's lost. Don't worry. Just treat it sincerely, and it will understand your true feelings." Luke Ba's lips were tightly pressed together, and finally he had to believe him. "That's right. Since the cult leader said so, I don't need to hesitate anymore." Luke Ba reached his hand forward, trembling. There, good boy. I won't hurt you. His hand was about to touch the wolf's nose. He was delighted. It's true, just as the cult leader said. It understands my heart. Why did I think so poorly of it? Then the wolf opened its maw and bit straight down on Luke Ba's head. He was dazed for a moment, then began struggling and flailing wildly. Luke Ba's scream rang out. Help me! Only then did Kim Gun stroke his chin. Was I wrong? The spirit fox finally woke up after a long sleep. It hopped onto Kim Gun's shoulder and stood there proudly. The wolf stared blankly at the spirit fox for a moment. Finally, it let go of Luke Ba. He fell heavily to the ground. The wolf let out a howl, its fur bursting into flames. Everyone panicked. Please leave it to us, cult leader. This time it really won't work. The wolf was slowly approaching. Kim Gun remained calm. Hey, that's enough. Back off. He stepped forward nonchalantly. It just hasn't been trained yet. Why are you all overreacting? Hoa Lan looked in horror as Kim Gun acted recklessly. Cult leader, wait. Dang Coat's arm stopped her. He trusted Kim Gun. Senior sister. Trust the cult leader. Hoa Lan was still skeptical. No. But, by now, Kim Gun was standing in front of the wolf. Now, be good. Sit down. The wolf still charged aggressively. He was patient. Hey, I said sit. If you keep this up, I'm going to get angry. He pulled out his gun. Sit down now. Kim Gun's eyes widened as he saw the wolf's claws extend. The wolf lunged quickly toward Kim Gun and the spirit fox. Everyone was astonished by the scene before them. At that moment, Kim Gun flashed a satisfied smile. As I thought, the ferocious wolf had become a big, cute puppy, lying obediently on its back. He was pleased. You really do understand me. Kim Gun leaned down to pet it. Do you like that? Feels good. Doesn't it? Dang Coat marveled. Cult leader, you are truly amazing. Hoa Lan noticed something unusual. That's not right. That wolf clearly intended to attack the cult leader. The reason it suddenly stopped its attack was probably because it sensed something from that fox. Even if only for a brief moment, I also felt an indescribable chill down my spine. Kim Gun turned back. See? I told you there are no bad animals. He started teasing Luke Ba. Maybe it thought that guy was a pig. That's why it was so fierce. Luke Ba's head was still bleeding profusely as he cursed silently in self-pity. Kim Gun spoke up. Oh right, Dang Coat. Give me the belongings of sect master Ha Vu's sister. Dang Coat obeyed. Yes, cult leader. He held the handkerchief out to the wolf. Can you find a place that smells like this? The wolf immediately led the way. Kim Gun marveled. Looks like we just need to follow it. Hoa Lan fixed her hair and announced. Cult leader, it seems we have some uninvited guests. After adjusting her outfit, Hoa Lan looked toward the lurkers, her eyes burning with rage. Hoa Lan quickly lunged forward to attack, leaving the strangers no time to react. After the lightning-fast battle, those struck by Hoa Lan fell like rain. Kim Gun praised her. Hard training finally paid off, didn't it? However, the four were surrounded by a strange tribe. He remarked, there are more honored guests than I thought. Kim Gun didn't panic. He pulled out his gun. These numbers are nothing. What are you staring at? Aren't you going to fight? Suddenly, Dang Coat kept calling out, Cult leader, cult leader. Kim Gun turned back irritably. Damn it, why are you calling me so much? When he realized what was behind him, he blurted out, Holy crap! A young man riding a giant elephant stood tall before Kim Gun. He was overwhelmed. This world is truly beyond imagination. Kim Gun was stunned. Bringing an elephant here is a bit unfair, isn't it? The other shouted. This is Nanman Beast territory. How dare you act so recklessly? The pressure he radiated was incredibly strong. Stepping onto our territory without permission was your first mistake, Kim Gun suggested annoyedly. My neck is getting tired from looking up. Can you get off the elephant and talk? Lani cursed but still complied. How insolent! Fine. I'll come down and speak with you. From atop the elephant, the young man lightly kicked off and vanished. Kim Gun looked up as the boy spoke from midair. Consider this your honor. Lani landed on the ground. I will make you submit completely. Suddenly, his ankle joint twisted as he landed. The unexpected accident caused his majestic aura to vanish instantly. Kim Gun watched the spectacle with disdain. Huh? What the hell was that? Lani stood up sheepishly. It seems you're a martial artist too. The Nanman Beast Palace doesn't welcome Central Plains martial artists. He snapped. I'm sure you know that, right? Kim Gun replied. I get it since you put it that way. He explained. But we only came here to find a woman. We have no intention of starting a war. Just let us pass, and I won't bother you. Lani denied it. You've come here in vain. No one has set foot here in a long time. Kim Gun didn't believe him. How can I trust your word? I have to see it for myself to believe it. Seeing the request, Lani agreed. Fine. Then he drew a sword from behind his back. The entire Nanman tribe also entered a combat stance. Lani stepped forward with his elephant. In that case, there's only one thing left to do. Lan looked at Kim Gun and mused. If we fight here, both sides will suffer unnecessary losses. Even if we win, our strength will be affected. She suggested, Cult leader, perhaps we should retreat and plan later. Confronting them now will only lead to casualties. Luke Ba agreed. That's right, cult leader. She's saying exactly what I'm thinking. However, Kim Gun thought differently. I've never had the concept of retreating in my life. What's the point of planning a retreat before even starting? How can I conquer the Murim like that? Luke Ba chimed in. But retreating to plan is also good. Cult leader. Kim Gun brushed him off. You're thinking too simply. Dang Coat. What's your take? Dang Coat turned back and affirmed. Whatever the cult leader does, this subordinate shall follow. Luke Ba, seeing Dang Coat being so compliant, exclaimed. Just like that. Kim Gun turned back to question him. What did you say? He panicked. I meant I feel the same as Dang Coat. Lani interrupted. Are you finished discussing? Can we start now? Kim Gun provoked them. Go ahead and attack. You'll only regret it. Provoked, a man riding a wolf lunged forward. A braggart like you? I'm enough to handle you alone. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. Lani covered his ears and looked around. Huh? Where did that thunder come from? Man charging forward was also startled by the loud blast. Kim Gun warned. This is the first and last time I'm warning you. If you keep charging, you're dead. He was still aiming his gun. Are you confident your speed is faster than my hidden weapon? Kim Gun's gun caught Lani's eye. He panicked. He's just an ordinary martial artist. How can his hidden weapon attack so powerfully and quickly? The power was truly destructive, causing an ancient tree to snap and fall. But if I back down and surrender now, how can I face the people of Nanman? Suddenly, he noticed something strange. Huh? Wait a minute. Everyone, stop. He looked at the spirit fox on Kim Gun's shoulder. Shadow Fox? Why are you with him? Kim Gun wondered. Huh? You mean this fox? Kim Gun replied. I helped it once, so it just followed me. Lani marveled. You truly are no ordinary martial artist. He lowered his sword. Since the Shadow Fox has chosen to follow you, Lani said sincerely, then the Nanman Beast Palace shall also consider you a friend. The next morning, Lani led the four of them forward. Entering Lani's territory, Kim Gun admired. Coming here, I can see they've truly tamed many kinds of beasts. He asked, how much longer? Lani replied, not long. Immediately after, he introduced, we've arrived at our domain. Before Kim Gun lay a fertile land filled with all sorts of beasts. Lani led the way. Welcome. Suddenly, the spirit fox poked its head out from inside Kim Gun's shirt. It looked around. Lani's voice rang out. It must feel strange visiting for the first time, right? Animals live alongside humans here. Something you probably don't see often. Kim Gun replied. I understand what you mean. As he walked past, Kim Gun noticed the tribespeople's eyes fixed on them. He wondered, but why is everyone looking at us? With such strange looks? Lani explained. Perhaps it's because the Shadow Fox is following you, and they rarely see strangers here. Suddenly, Kim Gun stopped and looked up at the sky. Huh? He grimaced, confused. What now? A giant creature streaked past Kim Gun's head. Emotuk and his fierce tiger lunged forward, right in front of the group. The presence of both him and the tiger was no joke. The person who just appeared was the palace master of the Nanman Beast Palace, to Emotuk. Kim Gun looked at the creatures before him and thought, they're massive. Even that tiger. Emotuk patted the tiger's head, and it immediately became gentle. He marveled at the spirit fox. The shadow fox rarely follows strangers, yet it follows you. Unbelievable. Emotuk gave a sincere smile. This alone makes you worthy of being a friend to the Nanman Beast Palace. He approached the spirit fox. Up close. This fox really is adorable. Emotuk stood up and asked, I heard you're looking for a woman? Actually, no one has ventured here in a long time. Kim Gun sighed. If she's not here, we'll have to keep looking. We only followed the scent to this place. The guide wolf wagged its tail happily. Lani discussed with Emotuk. Earlier, a group of people approached this area and then vanished. That woman might be with them. He mused. You have a point. Kim Gun spoke up. Who are those people? Emotuk explained. Besides us, there's another group here that we don't recognize as tribespeople. He said they were savage, with a custom of hanging people alive and surrounding them like a delicious meal. The person hanging would be dipped into a pot of boiling water before the entire tribe. They are a cannibalistic tribe. He continued. They believe that by eating someone, they gain the remaining lifespan of that person. It seems the woman you're looking for has been captured by them. Hearing this, Kim Gun frowned. That's hard to believe. His phone displayed a notification. This is Kim Mi-young. Noticing your progress is quite slow. We are providing a subquest to increase the excitement of conquering the Murim. New mission. Eradicate the cannibal tribe. Reward, 2 magazines of 30 rounds each. Along with that is a penalty. Be prepared. Kim Gun's face turned dark and panicked when he saw the final notification. Penalty for failure. Mongu will lose his life. He asked angrily, where are those cannibal bastards now? He grabbed his gun, aggressively demanding a fight. I'll teach them a lesson. Suddenly, the internal components of the gun fell scattered onto the ground. Emotuk was deeply grateful. Thank you for helping us solve this difficult problem. Kim Gun looked at the broken gun in horror. Without a gun, I'm finished. At this moment, Emotuk was extremely appreciative. I shall thank you for helping resolve this trouble. He rejoiced. I say this as the palace master of the Nanman Beast Palace. Kim Gun tried to take back his words in a panic. Wait, hold on. Emotuk continued to thank him. You've helped handle our troubles. He gave a sincere smile to the brave man who helped solve their problem. He decided, let's have a feast. The entire tribe responded joyfully. Meanwhile, Kim Gun fell into a predicament. Damn it! Lani, Lukba, and Dangkot were dead drunk. How long are we going to do this shoulder dance? Kim Gun was in no mood to join the fun. He kept tapping his feet anxiously. Kim Gun bit his nails and blamed himself. Damn it! Why didn't I think of this? Handguns have a certain durability too. He recalled the times he overused the gun. I should have been careful when channeling inner energy into the gun. The output might have exceeded its durability. Hoa Lan saw Kim Gun's worry and came to ask, Cult leader, are you worried about something? Her face was kind. You don't look very well. Kim Gun hid it. It's nothing. When did you change your clothes? He reminded her. Go to your job. Don't worry about me. Hoa Lan had to leave. All right, then I'll take my leave. Kim Gun returned to his anxious state, his legs shaking incessantly. Another voice rang out. Cult leader, are you worried about something? But this time it was Luke Ba's chubby face. Your expression doesn't look too good. You look like you've lost your secret weapon. Before he could finish, he took a full punch from Kim Gun. He looked down at Luke Ba in anger. Lost what? I'm still using it to hit people right now. Kim Gun looked at the gun's grip and thought, it's more useful than I imagined. Emotuk approached after seeing Kim Gun punch Luke Ba. Why so hot-tempered? He invited him. I know a place with a beautiful view. Want to come along? He was about to refuse. I don't want to. But then both of them sat on a cliff, watching the moon and the sea. Emotuk asked happily, well, isn't it beautiful? Kim Gun had to admit, it is. His face was gloomy, and Emotuk noticed, asking, are you worried about something? Is it because of the cannibal tribe? Kim Gun denied it. No, it's not that. Emotuk mused. I think our reputation in the Murim isn't very good. Kim Gun brushed it off. I didn't ask. He continued. Those rumors didn't start with us. Kim Gun didn't want to hear it. I'm not curious. But Emotuk kept rambling. Of course, we're wary of strangers too. Kim Gun grumbled. So annoying. He still said, but we don't harm people without cause, unlike them. He hypothesized. If a stranger came to their area and said, I've brought a small gift for peace, just a small token of sincerity, I hope you'll accept it. Emotuk affirmed. Regardless of the reason or who the person is, they kill without mercy. But they look very similar to us in appearance and clothing, so many people misunderstand the Nanman Beast Palace. It would be better if the misunderstanding just stayed a misunderstanding. But I worry that the flames in the Murim will one day become a great disaster for us. Kim Gun wondered. If they're such trash, wouldn't it be best to just kill them all? Emotuk replied. I want to, but it's not that easy. He explained. We are the largest tribe here, but there are many other ethnic groups. Even if they don't harm us, if we attack them, the surrounding minority tribes will live in fear and be wary of us. Emotuk said sadly. Even so, I always hope everyone can live in peace. Then he cheered up. So hearing you say you'll handle them, though it's a bit cowardly of me, I'm very happy. Seeing Emotuk's sincerity, Kim Gun suddenly went silent. He made a decision. Fine, let us handle it. But we don't work for free. He proposed. In the future, if I need help, regardless of the reason, you must come to assist at least once. Well, is it a deal? Emotuk replied happily. As many times as you want. Kim Gun was about to leave. Old man, I'm heading out. Suddenly, the spirit fox crawled out from his shirt. Emotuk was delighted. The spirit fox is here too? If I'd known, I would have shown you sooner. Seeing the spirit fox, Kim Gun wondered, when did it get in there? He asked curiously. What exactly is this fox that everyone is making such a fuss about? He stood up and explained. It's no exaggeration to say that. He said seriously. The Nanman Beast Palace was actually created thanks to it. In the past, when everything was in chaos, everyone had to shed blood every day for survival. But our ancestor, who was also the first palace master, pacified this region and established a new order. However, there was a hidden contribution behind that achievement. That mysterious contributor was the ancestor of the spirit fox. Kim Gun chimed in. But why enlarge the sword like that? Actually, the spirit fox isn't a fox. Its true identity is a legendary sword. Cleaving the seas, splitting the heavens and earth. Hearing Emotuk's words, he asked in shock. What? This is a legendary sword. Emotuk turned away. I've never seen that form, but according to legend, it's the truth. Left alone with the spirit fox, he lifted it up in a daze. Is this really a legendary sword? He turned and asked. How do I turn it into a sword? He pondered. I don't know the specifics. If you can achieve spiritual communion, Lin Ho will turn into a sword according to your will. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight shone upon the Nam Man tribe. Kim Gun was still bothered by Emotuk's words. He looked at Lin Ho. What exactly is the problem? Lin Ho stared blankly as Kim Gun muttered. Do you know how much telepathy I've sent? You only know how to be cute. Emotuk stepped out to advise. Don't be like that. Why don't you try to get close to Lin Ho first? He explained. Right now, you two only have a normal relationship. How could it open up to you like that? Don't you also have a precious relationship you want to share? Kim Gun was stunned. A precious relationship? He remembered bringing Mongu home, wondering, why did I bring it home in the first place? He looked at the dog playing around and asked, Hey, dog shit, what's your name? Seeing it didn't react, he prompted, Hey, you have to answer when called. Chan Chan. Baduk. Suddenly, when Kim Gun called, Mongu, the dog stopped messing around and wagged its tail excitedly. He wondered, What? You like the name Mongu? Back to the present, he looked at Lin Ho. Should I give you a name? All right. A name that sounds strong. How about Quach Thiet Long? Lin Ho clearly showed disgust, and Kim Gun realized, You don't like it? Continued thinking of names. Gwyn Tat Zong? Gashtoba? Hong Ich Fan. Emotuk was speechless. I don't know how to name it anymore. Why don't you just use a name that pops into your head? Hearing that, he paused to think. He and Lin Ho stared at each other. A moment later, he looked at it and asked, Fong. Hearing that name, Lin Ho excitedly climbed onto his shoulder, nuzzled its head against him affectionately. Kim Gun was happy. What? You like it? He picked Lin Ho up and cuddled it. All right, it's hard to get close right away, but help me out when we're closer. Suddenly, Lin Ho emitted a strange light. Emotuk opened his eyes wide, witnessing this rare sight. Kim Gun was stunned. Is this the legendary sword? Kim Gun looked down at the ground, stammering. This is... Lin Ho transformed into a giant sword. Kim Gun was skeptical. This is the legendary sword? The dark arbiter of the otherworld. He held the sword in awe. Could this be... Surely not the sword someone is looking for? But when I hold it... The sword radiated energy that made him excited. Why is this power surging? With this, I don't fear anyone. He turned back with a scary expression. Hey, is this the legendary sword? Holding it makes me want to fight immediately. Emotuk stood watching Kim Gun, speechless. He looked dazed. I don't know. What's going on? It's terrifying. A while later, Lani and Emotuk saw the four off. He advised, It will be very difficult, but I hope you all can help. You aren't familiar with the terrain there. Emotuk suggested, Take my youngest son with you. He's good with a blade, so he'll be very helpful. Tu Vulani was the youngest son of the Nam Man Beast Palace. Kim Gun was surprised. Damn, is that a real name? Emotuk still worriedly advised. Regardless, you shouldn't underestimate them, because they specialize in hunting humans. Said seriously, I don't know what tricks they will use. Kim Gun joked. You don't need to worry. I'm also very confident in that regard. He confidently looked at Lin Ho. And you know, Lin Ho transformed into a sword. He affirmed, I have the legendary sword here. Now I'm changing my profession from gunman to swordsman. Kim Gun led the group. Looks like we're almost there, right? He saw two people ahead. Look at them eating in public. He swung the sword in his hand, aiming at the two people. The sword was launched, flying as fast as an arrow. It grazed past the two guys in front, startling them. The sword slammed into a tree, knocking over their pot of food. Kim Gun stepped forward angrily. These bastards are eating human meat so openly. He questioned one of them. Is human meat that delicious? The guy was panicked and confused, explaining, it's lamb. The other three were embarrassed. Kim Gun remained stubborn. So what? Damn it. He argued back. Is eating lamb okay? Sheep are so cute. Do you want to die? La Ni looked at Kim Gun in awe. What a lunatic. The native felt wronged and held out a piece of meat. This is really delicious. The piece of meat in his hand was plump and looked very appetizing. Without hesitation, Luke Ba grabbed 2 pieces and devoured them. Delicious. The sauce is truly art. Kim Gun agreed. It really looks delicious. He looked at the meat hesitantly. Should I try a piece? Kim Gun also decided to put a piece in his mouth to try. After eating, he exclaimed, Wow, so good. He asked, Hey, I heard there's a cannibal tribe nearby. Why don't I see them? One guy wondered, Cannibal tribe? Why are you asking about that? Kim Gun scowled. Why what? Of course I want to wipe them out, those animals. The native pointed the way. I know that tribe well, try going over there. Kim Gun was happy. Really? Which direction? He pointed at himself and provoked. This way. Kim Gun immediately grasped the current situation. Native charged forward to attack crazily. Die! He quickly leaned to the side to dodge one of his blows. Kim Gun whispered. Don't think I'm helpless just because I don't have a gun. He slashed with his sword, cutting the native in half. Kim Gun was arrogant. I am a second-grade Dong High swordsman. Thanks a lot. The 4 were surrounded before they knew it. Kim Gun was excited. They even came to greet me personally. He ordered. We should return the favor. Hoa Lan's feet moved nimbly. She launched a series of darts, making the attackers fall. One guy pointed at Hoa Lan and ordered, Catch her from behind so she can't use hidden weapons. From above, Dang Coat's voice rang out. Who do you think you're catching? He dove down, causing a huge explosion and knocking back the crowd. Kim Gun stood leisurely watching. What? Nothing special. Suddenly he turned to the side. But Luke Ba? He questioned. Why are you just standing there watching them? Did you get fat? Luke Ba retorted. I saw the leader watching them too. Kim Gun suddenly remembered. This is the reason why. His body swayed. I shouldn't have eaten food from strangers. Then he passed out. When he opened his eyes, Kim Gun exclaimed, What the hell? He was tied tightly with a large rope. Kim Gun was confused. What is this situation? Outside, the natives were still keeping watch. There were natives bowing to a statue of a person being roasted on a fire. Kim Gun looked at Luke Ba with contempt. But what did you smear on yourself? He was also tied up, his clothes stripped off. Probably the lamb seasoning from earlier, the chef is quite skilled. Kim Gun was annoyed. These bastards eat well. He planned. For now, only you and I are captured, right? Luke Ba agreed. Right, I don't see the others. He reassured. But leader, you don't need to worry. Kim Gun didn't understand Luke Ba's meaning. Huh? Why? He suddenly tensed up, radiating energy. This? Just by my strength. Kim Gun seemed to see hope of escape. Could it be? But not as he thought. Luke Ba quickly gave up. It's no use. He was depressed. You'd better not waste your energy. From afar, the priest said, just by smelling the musk smoke, they won't be able to use internal energy for an hour. Kim Gun looked at the candle. Is he talking about the smoke? The priest asked, why is death scary? He laughed weirdly. Even in death, we will live together in one body. The one speaking was Toa Nai Kai.
Kim Gun spat, scum, D.
The native reminded, this is Toa Nai Kai. Watch your mouth. Nai Kai asked, is the ritual over? The other replied, yes, priest. Now only the cooking remained. At this moment, the giant pot of water was boiling furiously. Kim Gun tried to escape. If this keeps up, I'll be eaten by these lunatics. Right, where is Fong? He saw the sword held by another guy. Why are you with that idiot? He called. Fong, can you hear me? Come here. Seeing it didn't work, he called Luke Ba. Hey, you do something too. Don't just sit there. He no longer had the strength to resist. Kim Gun cursed. Oh damn it. Just wait to die. A native held a sword to Kim Gun's neck. Get up and move forward. Another grabbed the rope tying Luke Ba. This guy is unconscious. Another ordered. Drag him over here. Standing before the boiling pot, Kim Gun worried. Damn it, is there no other way? If this keeps up, I'll really think, Kim Gun, there must be a way. While he was using his brain, a native stepped forward, reached out to push his neck down. Kim Gun was in a life-or-death situation. Wait a minute. Kim Gun was pulled up high. He cursed. Damn it, am I going to die like this? At the same time, Hoa Lan and Dangcoat had finished off a group of natives. Hoa Lan intended to leave. These guys are tougher than I thought. Suddenly there was a call. Senior sister. Dangcoat panicked. I don't see the leader and brother Luke Ba anywhere. Hoa Lan was stunned. What? Dangcoat analyzed. It seems they played tricks in the lamb meat. She pondered. Acting so carelessly in front of the enemy? She looked at Lani and asked, You said you knew where they were, right? Lani replied, Yes, that place isn't far from here. Hoa Lan hurried. Then lead us there quickly. Take the fastest route possible. Kim Gun closed his eyes. Am I going to die so stupidly again? But he didn't feel hot, so he opened his eyes to check. To find the answer to his question. Suddenly Kim Gun realized he didn't fall into the pot thanks to a net catching him. He quickly rolled to the edge of the net. Kim Gun jumped out, escaping death by a hair's breadth. He looked at the pot and wondered. But a large net had sealed the mouth of the pot. He asked himself, where did this come from? From inside the pot, a stream of light spilled out. Lin Ho appeared from inside the pot to Kim Gun's surprise. Fong! Lin Ho jumped onto his shoulder. He was surprised. You can turn into other things too? Suddenly a scream rang out. Leader! Kim Gun looked up. Luke Ba was tied up and calling for help. Save me! He asked Lin Ho. Fong, untie me quickly. Lin Ho immediately raised its small hand with sharp claws. It unleashed a few basic but extremely effective moves. The ropes were instantly cut. You bastards! Thinking you could mess with me and get away with it. He rushed forward angrily. Kim Gun launched into the air, gathering momentum. Kim Gun kicked hard at the boiling pot. The pot tipped over, red water spilled out. The natives panicked. What's happening? Run away. Kim Gun praised. Not bad, you lunatics. The priest stepped out, excited. Truly a magical spirit beast. I want it too, Kim Gun provoked. If you want it, come and get it. He smiled with contempt. Round 2 begins. As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Gun grabbed the sword and slashed at a burly native. Panted. I've never used such a big sword. It's really hard without internal energy. Natives kept coming, making Kim Gun worry. They keep appearing like this. The priest sneered. You look exhausted. Why don't you just give up? He taunted. I'll grant you mercy on the condition. Kim Gun grimaced as if he misheard. He made a demand. You must leave the spirit beast and that fat guy behind. Naikai asked again. What? Isn't that a good proposal? Kim Gun lost patience. Hey, enough with the nonsense. Just come at me. Even if I die, I won't do that. Luke Ba was moved to tears. Leader! Suddenly he changed his mind. But, is it okay to just leave that fat guy behind? Naikai admitted. Actually, I don't need that fat guy. Luke Ba was hurt. Then let me go, you lunatic. Kim Gun put the sword down. Then negotiations are over. Fong, take a rest. He reached into his pocket. Sure enough, I have to use what I'm used to. Kim Gun took out a small knife, challenging. Come on, you lunatics. Naikai laughed vilely. All right, I'm bored too. He went into battle directly. I will fight you myself. Naikai channeled his energy, mysterious energy radiating around him. Kim Gun attacked suddenly. You idiot, don't you know the basics of fighting? He swung his hand to strike. You have to strike first. The blow aimed straight at Naikai's face but was suddenly stopped. Kim Gun's face showed disgust. Damn it! He used his teeth to bite the knife, giving him goosebumps. How dirty can you be? Without saying much, he continued to strike at his stomach. Around the fighting area, dirt and rocks flew everywhere. Kim Gun continued to slash a few more times at Naikai. When he finished the move, blood also splattered from his back. He turned suspiciously. Did this bastard dodge every blow by a hair's breadth? Even though he was hit by many moves, he still laughed crazily. Kim Gun realized he was enjoying it. Naikai laughed radiantly. Now I'm hungry, should I eat something? As he spoke, he disappeared. Naikai rushed quickly to the prey. Kim Gun could only admire. So fast! He counterattacked with a slash, but Naikai dodged it. He looked down, his face showing clear disgust. Naikai was biting his arm tightly like a dog. The bite wound was bleeding. Kim Gun punches Naikai right in the face. The punch sends Naikai flying, but he doesn't fall to the ground. Despite the bloody nose, he still looks amused. Kim Gun studies the shaman. Unlike his appearance, his stamina and speed are truly astonishing. He looks down at the bite mark and then, taking advantage of his opening, Nikai lunges. Where are you looking? He channels internal energy into his hand and punches Kim Gun in the stomach. The powerful punch sends Kim Gun flying back. Kim Gun sits leaning against the wall, covered in blood. This damn world. Why are there so many monsters? Nikai approaches. Still, this is quite fun. He intends to finish him off. I'll kill you with one painless blow. Kim Gun regrets. Damn it, I should have brought another gun. There must be a way. Just then, Lin Ho rushes in front. Kim Gun is stunned. Hey, why are you here? Suddenly he gets an idea. Wait, come to think of it, you can transform into other things. He looks at Lin Ho and demands, can you turn into a gun? If not, we're all dead. Meanwhile, Nikai lunges. I'm going to have a delicious meal. He stops when he hears Kim Gun say, I was planning to save this. Kim Gun regains his composure, confidently challenging. Come and try if you want to die. He hesitates. What? What's with this sudden confidence? Kim Gun's face turns terrifying. I'll show you real hell. As soon as he finishes, Kim Gun vanishes, leaving Nikai stunned. The scene in front becomes empty in the blink of an eye. Nikai realizes. So it was just a trick to escape. But here, if I don't allow it. He lunges madly. Then no one is allowed to leave. Nikai enters Kim Gun's hiding spot. Looking around. Come out, you rat. But he still finds nothing. An eye peeks out from inside a water jar. Nikai laughs. Where are you hiding that so thorough? He smashes the jar. I can't even find him. Water splashes all over him. Nikai is smug. Hiding so poorly. Maybe I should let it slide. But in front of him isn't Kim Gun, but someone tied up tightly. At this moment, a hand reaches out from the straw pile. Nikai looks around confused. What? Where did he actually hide? Kim Gun appears behind him without a sound. To defeat a psycho like you. He pulls out the stun gun and points it at Nikai's back. You can't go without this. Earlier the system notified. Mission ally with the Green Forest 36 camps. Bonus if no killing. Base reward, 2 magazines of 30 rounds. Additional reward, random. The gun pins tightly against Nikai. Electricity begins to discharge. The electric current runs straight into him, making him convulse. Kim Gun is bewildered by the stun gun side effect. What is this? He is being shocked and burning fiercely. He suspects. Why is he burning? See, this is the end for your chieftain. Kim Gun looks over, discovering the broken jar was full of alcohol. 2 tribesmen outside are confused, not understanding what's happening, until Kim Gun slowly walks out of the house. In his hand is Nikai's charred corpse. He announces, see, this is the end for the cannibal chieftain. He throws the corpse out with a warning. This is your future. Kim Gun raises the stun gun. You messed with the wrong guy. Seeing his terrifying power, the tribesmen immediately kneel. All of them bow to him like a supreme being. Kim Gun smiles to himself. The alcohol here is strong, but I didn't expect it to bring such luck. A tribesman says fearfully, please forgive us. We won't eat people anymore. Please spare our lives. Kim Gun thinks for a moment. Fine, then first. Meanwhile, in a dark room, Noyet Ni's younger sister is being held captive. She slowly opens her eyes. A voice rings in her ear. I think I guessed right. The first thing she sees is Luke Ba's massive face. You're the younger sister of the lower 5 gates master, right? He is still talking. When she wakes up, she immediately slaps him in the face. She shrinks back in fear. I don't like it. Go away, you dirty animal. Luke Ba hurriedly clarifies. I came to save you. She still doesn't believe him and insults him. Trying to trick who? Just looking at your face I know. You dirty monster. Luke Ba sheds a tear of misery. At this moment, the 3 of them, Dang Coat, Hoalan, and Lani, are rushing to Kim Gun. Dang Coat says while panting, Senior sister, I think we've arrived. Hoalan looks around, confused. But what's the situation now? In front of them is the image of the tribesman kneeling. Sitting majestically on a chair is Kim Gun. Next to him are Luke Ba and Hoa Lin, the missing person. Kim Gun smiles in greeting. Hey, just arriving now? Why so late? You weren't waiting for me to die before coming. Were you? Both look toward Lani, he is still gaping at the scene in front. Lani hesitates to explain. Actually, Kim Gun interrupts. The trait of this madman Lani is being directionally challenged. Kim Gun looks to the side. Anyway, I guess we found the younger sister of the lower 5 gates master.
Hoa Linh Silly, hello.
Kim Gun announces. Time to go home. Hoalan looks around, wondering, then what about these guys? How to handle them? The tribesmen hear their names mentioned and tremble in fear. Kim Gun thinks for a moment, his face showing contemplation. Finally he orders, burn it all down. Cannibalism is already crossing the line. All four leave, leaving a sea of fire behind. After walking a distance, Kim Gun turns back to ask, hey, why aren't you going home? Why follow me? Lani hesitates. I don't know the way. Kim Gun sighs. What a hassle. At this moment, Hoa Lan approaches Luke Ba and calls, hey. She sincerely apologizes to him. I apologize for what happened earlier. I didn't know if you were a benefactor or not. Luke Ba replies, don't take it to heart, miss. Gently brushes it off. Everyone makes mistakes.
Hoa Linh S. Gemli Garafun.
Thank you. But when she looks up at Luke Ba's ugly face, she still exclaims, so ugly. He gets angry. Damn it. Returning home, the chirping of the two sisters rings out. Hoa Lin. Sister. Hoa Lin and Noyet Ni hug each other. Thank goodness you're safe. Truly so lucky. Noyet Ni asks worriedly, are you hurt anywhere? Hoa Lin reassures, I'm fine, don't worry. Noyet Ni is moved. If something happened to you, I would surely. Speaking halfway, she suddenly stops. Seeing Kim Gun approach, she quickly moves toward him. Noyet Ni happily thanks him. Truly thank you, cult leader. I will never forget this favor and will repay it. Kim Gun doesn't pay attention. He rubs his neck. No need to thank me. I didn't do it for free either. Noyet Ni lowers her voice. That is true. She requests. I have something to discuss with the cult leader. Can everyone step out for a moment? In the room now, only Kim Gun and Noyet Ni stand facing each other. Kim Gun wonders. What is it? Why suddenly ask everyone to go out? She replies. Because a promise. Suddenly, Noyet Ni started taking off her clothes. Kim Gun panicked. Wait, what are you doing? Don't you remember the promise from before? What promise? Noyet Ni didn't stop. She approached. Her face leaned close to Kim Gun. I already made it clear to you back then. Before him was a girl with a hot body. I will give you everything I have. She stepped forward. Actually, this is my first time too. Kim Gun reflexively backed away. Wait a minute. I think there's some misunderstanding. He blushed, his face becoming awkward. That's not what I want. She gently stroked his face. It seems this is the first time for both of us. She comforted him. Don't be so tense, Virgin Kim Gun. Chiu Jie was sitting when he heard a knock on the door. Come in. You say this person knows the last place Elder Shi Guiqiang went to? The disciple answered briefly. Yes, that's right. But from start to finish, he refused to open his mouth. Xingji shouted. How annoying! Why am I the only one who is so desperate? Chiu Jie slowly stood up. Then what are you afraid of? He stepped gradually toward that side. Xingji looked up, full of confusion. Chiu Jie continued to project his pressure onto the other person. You still won't open your mouth? The guy stared blankly at him. The feeling of oppression from a sect leader was no joke. But why? I'm 10 times more afraid of that guy. Xingji knelt down on the ground. Please save this lowly one, my lord. This lowly one is being threatened. If I open my mouth, my whole family will be in danger. I beg for your mercy, my lord. Chiu Jie looked down at him. Very well. The identity of those people is the Dream Dog cult, right? Xingji was bewildered. Huh. He looked at his expression and guessed. Looking at your expression, I know I'm right. Don't worry. I already know the situation clearly. I've already guessed part of it. Nothing can hurt you. With this, we now have a reason to go to the Dream Dog cult. Please don't drag the Kunlun sect into the Martial Alliance's problems anymore. Ms. Bai replied indifferently. I know, I don't want that either. But isn't that the order of the Martial Alliance leader? Meanwhile, on Kim Gun's side, wait, you're taking that off too. Please, I'm not mentally prepared yet. Noyet Ni continued. Leader, don't avoid it. Look straight at me. He blushed and turned back. Really? But the image before his eyes shocked him. His playful expression instantly vanished. A tattoo sketching a map. What is this? Noyet Ni turned around to explain. Actually, this? A stranger placed a money bag on the table and begged, please. She looked at the bag and asked, but, what is this? The other person continued, this is everything I have. I heard that you treat promises to clients like your own lives. I can't explain who I am, but, if someone wants to conquer the Murim, tell them to come here. Saying that, he handed over a pre-marked map. And this was the tattoo on Noyet Ni's back. She started putting her clothes back on. I don't know what's here, But there's one thing I'm sure of. If you can reach this place, you will have the power to control the entire world. To prevent bad guys from getting it, I carved the location onto my body so no one else could see it. Kim Gun was shocked. But why me? Noyet Ni calmly said, I don't know, but if it's the leader, even if you obtain that power, you will still use it correctly. I believe that. He froze, thinking to himself, I'm an assassin. Noyet Ni continued, but please promise me one thing. If you really don't believe it, then please don't reveal the location of this place. Kim Gun started moving by carriage. He held the map in his hand. Drew it roughly, but where is this? Even if I drew it well, would I be able to find it? Kim Gun looked up at the others in the carriage. Luke Ba complained of hunger, while Ho Alan looked outside. Dang Coat perceptively noticed. Does the leader need something? Kim Gun hesitated. It's a bit off topic, but do you guys trust me? The whole group turned to look at him. Huh. He turned his face away. No, I was just saying. Dang Coat said. Leader, saying that makes me sad. Right now, the leader is someone indispensable in my life. And currently are we family? He lowered his head, lost in thought, remembering old memories. He used to be an orphan raised at the Sky Orphanage. That director looked gentle, but he was a devil in human skin. He constantly beat him brutally. Does this damn brat not understand what I'm saying? I told you not to call me dad. It's just a facade to look like a family. Kim Gun, with a bruised face, lay on the ground, whispering, I'm sorry, director. Ho Alan looked at him. That's right. If we fight together, eat and sleep together, then we're family. Luke Ba continued. That's right. You've eaten so many meals with us. Kim Gun muttered. Right, family? Then do you guys know where this place is? He held up the map he had just sketched, and all three thought about it. Ho Alan judged. From what I see, it looks like the Northern Sea Ice Palace. Kim Gun asked, Is it far from here? She explained, Yes, it's quite far. The situation there is completely different from here. He looked up, thinking, in such an unfamiliar place, I can't go there carelessly. Could quickly turn into a gun. And Hua Jinlong threw the book hard at Kim Gun. Take it, third brother. He startled and caught it. He continued, I see your weakness is that your attack method is too simple. If you practice according to this book. He drew an arrow and aimed his bow at him. Kim Gun hurriedly waved his hand. Hey, wait, what is it this time? Jinlong released his hand. The arrow immediately flew away with blue light surrounding it. He hurriedly put up his hands to defend. The arrow grazed his face in surprise and created a huge explosion behind him. He leaned back and continued. Then you can freely change your attack direction. Kim Gun thought, if I want to conquer this place and deal with monsters later, I must become stronger. Thinking of this, he glanced to the side. Hey, why don't you go home? La Air sat cowering in the corner with a blank expression. I don't know the way. Kim Gun exclaimed. That's crazy. The disciple driving the carriage started calling. Leader, leader. He gradually woke up. What? Are we there? The carriage driver said anxiously. We're here, but everyone should get out quickly. All 5 of them stepped out. What is this? The sect now looked like it had just gone through a fierce battle. Buildings were ruined. Disciples lay everywhere. Blood flowed across the ground. Coat quickly supported someone. Hey, what happened here? The person tried to open their eyes. I don't know the reason, but the Martial Alliance suddenly launched a surprise attack. Kim Gun's face darkened. Wait, if that's the case, then my Mongu. He rushed forward, shouting loudly, Mongu!
Kim Mongu.
Mongu, where are you? A small sound was made. Kim Gun turned his face back. A sobbing sound rang out. Leah! Leader! The child hugged Mongu tightly. Mongu is hurt. It must be in a lot of pain. He clenched his fists. Rage flared up. Those damn Martial Alliance bastards. I will destroy all of you. Killing intent rose, making Not startle. Kim Gun quickly adjusted his breathing and emotions. Gently stepped forward and knelt down in front of the kid. Are you hurt anywhere? The child cried and replied. I'm fine, but Mongu. Kim Gun looked at the wound on the girl's knee. Now give Mongu to me. Before the wound gets worse, go get treated quickly. He turned to order Dang Coat and Ho Alan. Call the best physician here right now. Also, call the lower 5 gates master here.
Hoa Lang Riplit, Understo, Inau.
The child had been taken to a bed to rest and recover. Physician presented. Both are in life-threatening condition, but Mongu's case will need some time. Kim Gun interrupted. No matter what, you must make it healthy again. If when I return it's still like this, I will peel the skin off your face. The physician hurriedly agreed. Hoalan spoke up. Leader, the lower 5 gates master has arrived. Noyet Ni stepped forward and cupped her hands. Greetings, leader. Kim Gun looked at the child, then turned to her. You've come at the right time. Take Not and Mongu to the safest place. I understand, but where is the leader planning to go? He stepped forward and pulled the drawer open, grabbed the gun lying inside. Kim Gun called Dang Coat. He was a bit confused. Yes. He looked serious. Where is the Martial Alliance's location? Dang Coat stammered. Leader, are you planning to go there? Kim Gun interrupted. Do you want me to say it a second time? I asked where. Hoalan standing nearby spoke up. Forgive me, leader, but I have something to say. The Martial Alliance is not simple. They are the force that controls the entire Murim. From the past until now, the fate of those who oppose them has always been very tragic. Currently, there is no plan if you go there. Kim Gun said coldly. Third Elder, if your family was destroyed and the enemy was too strong, would you back down? If that is your belief, then hide here and prolong your life. He stepped toward her angrily. As for me, if my family is harmed, I will take revenge 100,000 times over to be satisfied. Hoalan was confused. But that's not it, leader. Wait a moment. Kim Gun walked away decisively. But if you guys were in trouble, I would also act the same way. All three walked. Dang Coat stopped. We're here, leader. Kim Gun stood observing. This place is the Martial Alliance. The 3 of them walked to the front gate. A guard blocked them. Who's that? What's the business? Kim Gun said loudly. Open the gate. The guy was angry. Brat, do you think this is where you can do that? Get lost. A thunderous blow struck him straight in the face. He told the other one to open the gate. He trembled. But I can't do that. The second blow continued to land. Kim Gun looked behind. Dang Coat, open the gate. He stepped forward. Yes, leader. Dang Coat turned his body, focused power into his hand, used Tiger Mouth Fist to shatter the gate. All 3 continued to move inside. The Martial Alliance disciples one by one brought weapons out to form a formation preparing to fight. Kim Gun looked at them. Fine. Whoever wants to die, just stand in front of me. A voice rang out. That's enough. He immediately used the blade in his hand to slash toward the direction the voice came from. Bai Tian, left guardian of the Martial Alliance, grabbed his hand. Greetings, leader. Alliance leader is waiting. Please come with me. You are the Alliance leader's guest. Kim Gun was surprised. When did this guy appear without any signs? Bai Tian ordered. Everyone move aside. Immediately, everyone moved to the sides to create a path. He led the way for the 3 people following behind. We're here. Please come inside. Bai Tian blocked Dang Coat. Stop. Only the leader is allowed to enter to meet the Alliance leader. Dang Coat was annoyed. Hey, what nonsense are you talking? What kind of nonsense are you planning to pull now? He was calm. I have made it clear only the leader is allowed to enter. Dang Coat was extremely angry, gritting his teeth. I also made it clear, I cannot let the leader go in alone. They glared at each other. The atmosphere was tense as if it were about to explode. Kim Gun interrupted. Enough, Dang Coat. Me going alone is enough. Bai Tian took him inside, cupped his hands. Alliance leader. The subordinate has brought the person here. Dongfang Ing sat imposingly on the chair. Very pleased to meet you. The long journey here must have been tiring. I am the Martial Alliance leader, Dongfang Ing. Kim Gun was full of killing intent. Before you die, tell me one thing. Why did you suddenly attack my cult? He slowly stood up. I think there is a misunderstanding. I only told the Supervision Hall Master to go and warn you. I never thought things would turn out like this. What do you think if we sit down and talk?
Kim Gun laugang grilly. Ah.
Regarding Mongu's injury, you have no fault. A sword was pressed against his neck. Keep your manners in front of the Alliance leader. If you keep talking nonsense, then I will tear your mouth apart. Dongfang Ing stopped him. Alright, goodbye, stop. He withdrew his sword but was still mocking. Anyway, are you satisfied with my gift? Kim Gun looked at him coldly. Ah, so it was you. The one who made Mongu end up like this.
Goodbye, wonder. Mongu.
Before he finished, Kim Gun fired a shot right into the middle of his head. Bai Tian and the disciple immediately rushed up to protect Dongfang Ing. Kim Gun still held the gun firmly. You guys attacked by surprise, so I'll try it back. He turned the gun pointing straight at them. Don't worry, because now it's your turn. Dongfang Ing exclaimed. Martial arts are truly miraculous. Just lifting a finger made the Supervision Hall Master lose his life. He raised a finger. Did you do it like this? As soon as he finished speaking, A sword immediately appeared. He continued to point his finger toward him. Sword stabbed into the painting behind. If I startled you, I apologize, I didn't intend to. Anyway, you have come a long way. Sit down and talk slowly. He interrupted. Hey, I didn't come here to joke around with you. Tion gripped his blade, started closing his eyes to sense.
Kim Gun fired. D.
He immediately opened his eyes wide. A decisive slash caused the bullet to be cut in half, flying to both sides. The scene fell into silence. The remaining guardian spoke up. It seems things are not going as smoothly as planned, huh? Sit down. This is the Alliance leader's order. Kim Gun pointed the gun at him. Fine, then I will send you off before him. He pouted and rushed forward. It's clearly useless. Why do you keep doing such stupid things? A bang rang out. He smiled. Didn't I say it was useless against me? As soon as he finished, the bullet went straight through his stomach. Kim Gun gripped the gun. Now it's your turn to pay for your crimes. Bye. Tion immediately rushed up to approach him. Another bullet was fired and went through the middle of his head. On the other side, a guy with the exact same face as Tion rushed up to attack. He hit Kim Gun, making him fly backwards, breaking the wall. He coughed blood. Cough! You bastard! 3 of them. Kim Gun continued to use the gun to shoot at one. It was just a clone, so it disappeared. The other 2 still rushed up. The gun in his hand suddenly shattered. Kim Gun looked at the gun in his hand in surprise. Tion was already standing in front and struck a blow straight at his body. Kim Gun continued to cough blood, his injuries getting worse. He lay motionless on the ground, blood flowing all over the floor. Tion looked at Dongfang Ying. Alliance leader, how should we deal with this guy? He rested his chin. That's difficult. Because of a misunderstanding, he killed the Supervision Hall Master and the Right Guardian. Though it's a pity, he cannot be allowed to live. Tion raised his sword. Yes, Alliance leader. He stabbed straight down. However, the wall broke. Dang Coat rushed straight inside. He threw a punch toward Tion. He immediately used his sword to block that attack. The powerful punch made him slide backward. Tion looked at him. I said only those invited can enter here. Dang Coat glared. I already said, I don't know what you guys are planning, so I had to come in. Dongfang Ying observed. The Dream Dog cult leader has good subordinates, proving he is very capable. But that doesn't mean I can let him live. Dang Coat moved toward him. Wait, before that, listen to me. Tion intended to step forward, but Dongfang Ying stopped him. All right, Left Guardian. Just listen to what he has to say. What do you want to say? Dang Coat knelt down and begged. Please spare the leader's life. If you let the leader live, I promise I will never step out into the outside world again. Dongfang Ying looked at him. If I let him live, he might threaten me again. So what do I have as collateral? Dang Coat replied. I am not begging for his life without conditions. Although this is nothing, please accept this and spare the leader. As he spoke, he cut off his own right arm. Dongfang Ying sighed. I didn't expect you to do that. What an unexpected situation. Fine, I will spare his life. Dang Coat looked up. Really? Tion intended to say something, but he stopped him. I will trust you and spare him this time. So keep that promise. Dang Coat bandaged the wound and carried Kim Gun away. He was extremely angry, veins bulging all over his face. So angry he coughed blood. Tion asked, Alliance leader, is it okay to let them go like that? He lowered his face. Tion, could you cut off your arm for me like that guy? He answered firmly. Of course, not just my arm but this life as well. Dongfang Ying interrupted. I knew you would say that. He is someone who makes many people willing to sacrifice for him. Therefore, this matter cannot end simply like this. Cutting weeds must be done at the root to be wise. Hoalan widened her eyes looking at the scene ahead. Her tears fell. Dang Coat also couldn't control his anger. The whole sect was submerged in a sea of fire. As of today, the Dream Dog cult has been wiped out. From above, 3 people jumped down to attack Kim Gun. By reflex, he raised his gun to aim at them. Suddenly, a masked guy rushed over with extremely fast speed. He was startled, eyes wide with surprise at the unexpected situation. Kim Gun jumped up, his whole body tense, shouting, Die! Turned out it was just a dream after days of being hunted. He looked dreamily at his empty hands. A feeling of emptiness flashed by. Where is the gun? Halan stood by the bed worriedly. Leader, are you awake? He looked at her confused. Third Elder. He looked around the strange room. His expression turned serious. Why am I here? Where is this place? Her expression darkened slightly, but she still calmly explained. Unfortunately, with the current situation, We probably have to take refuge in the Green Forest for a while. Hearing Green Forest, Kim Gun was confused. What? Green Forest? Why are we suddenly here? A familiar voice rang out. Awake, little brother? It was Kim Long, he said dissatisfiedly. You did a very stupid thing. You couldn't even defeat the Kunlun sect elder. Yet you dared to attack the Martial Alliance. A laugh rang out, breaking the atmosphere. The campmaster laughed gleefully. If it wasn't the third brother of these three crazy brothers, who would dare to do that? Kim Long retorted. Brat, what do you mean 3 crazy brothers? His face turned red. We are the Right Hall Masters, what do you want to say? Ho Lan didn't pay attention. She asked him, Leader, are you in pain anywhere? He replied, No, I'm fine. But immediately after, killing intent appeared clearly on his face. I will kill those bastards again. He looked around searching, then called out loudly, Where is Dang Coat? Ho Lan advised seriously, Leader, please stop. She suppressed her emotions and said straight, Because of your arbitrary actions, do you know how much the little ones had to suffer? Kim Gun was stunned. She continued, Dang Coat had to lose another arm. Are you satisfied now? He asked back in surprise. What? What do you mean by that? Right at that moment, a familiar voice rang out from the door. Oh, Leader, you're awake? Dang Coat and Noyet Ni walked in. Kim Gun froze when he saw Dang Coat's arm was gone. Hey, why did your arm end up like this? Dang Coat tried to appear calm. I accidentally fell. Is the leader's body okay? Kim Gun frowned. Damn it, what kind of fall cuts off an entire arm? Don't you want to confess to me? Ho Lan stood up calmly. Leader, please calm down. I will explain everything that happened. After listening to her recount the entire event, Kim Gun's complexion turned cold. Those dogs dare to stab me in the back? Then what about the others? Ho Lan replied. Fortunately, some disciples and elders are safe. They are hiding in the secret bunker, but the remaining disciples could not be evacuated. Kim Gun gritted his teeth and slammed the floor. Those bastards! Lin Ho timidly approached his clenched hand. Kim Gun gradually regained his composure. Kim Long asked, Third brother, what do you plan to do now? Kim Gun did not answer immediately because he didn't know what to do either. Noyet Ni said seriously, Leader, what do you think about going to the place I mentioned? Although I don't know what's there, there's definitely something that can turn the tide. He remembered the tattoo on her back. Right, if it's that place. Suddenly remembered. Wait, how is Mongu? Noyet Ni replied. He is resting in a safe place. Kim Gun breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Really thank goodness. He asked Ho Lan. Do you remember the location on the map I pointed out? Ho Lan nodded. Yes, I remember. Kim Gun stood up. I will get even with that old man. Although I don't know what's there. But I can't just sit here. Let's go check it out. He walked up to Dang Coat. Kim Gun said in a low voice, Sorry, Dang Coat. He was confused. Huh. He swore. I promise you, I will smash their heads in to avenge your arm. In the snow-covered forest, the 3 of them were walking slowly. Kim Gun asked, Ho Lan, is this the right place? Ho Lan replied, Yes, it's definitely around here. Lin Ho in his chest was shivering violently. He scolded. I told you not to follow if it's cold, but you were stubborn. Leader, Ho Lan stood before the cave entrance. I think we've arrived. Upon entering, Kim Gun was still suspicious. Are you sure this is the place? Ho Lan confirmed according to the map. He complained to the 2 torchbearers. We've been walking forever and there's no end in sight. Dang Coat spotted something. Leader, there's something drawn up ahead. The 2 of them shone their torches on it. Strange drawings appeared. Ho Lan speculated. Perhaps the owner of this place left it to announce something. A suspicious thought arose. Why are the objects in the picture looking like phones and guns? Dang Coat said, Leader, this is a dead end. Kim Gun nodded. Yeah, I think we've arrived. Inside, a skeleton sat neatly next to a chest. The skeleton remained sitting there. Kim Gun silently prayed. I don't know why you died here, but I hope you go to a better place. I'll make good use of this. He reached for the chest. Soon as he touched it, the skeleton's hand suddenly placed itself on his. Terrified, he screamed, Damn it! You scared me. He punched, shattering the skeleton. The skeleton broke into pieces. Kim Gun's expression was terrifying. The dead shouldn't speak. The 2 beside him were also stunned by the scene. Kim Gun sat down. Well then, I'll open the box. He immediately reached out and opened it. His eyes widened in surprise. He thought smugly, Sure enough, there's someone else besides me. Meanwhile, at the North Sea Ice Palace, a loud shout rang out. I'm not done talking yet. The The nursemaid spoke up. Oh my, young lady, why are you leaving like this? Tien Thuong Ni replied. Honestly, Nanny, how many more times do I have to say it? Thuong Ni was determined. I will marry who I like. The nursemaid stopped her. You can't do as you please, young lady. She still walked away decisively. I don't care. I'm going out directly now. And find my husband. A moment ago she was aggressive, now she was suffering from the cold. She shivered when she saw a cave. It's freezing, anywhere will do. Even though she went inside, the cold didn't decrease at all. Suddenly a voice said, Where did you come from? Thuong Ni was stunned. Who's there? The person replied, If you don't want to answer then. A cold voice, Die. She was startled. Sure enough, someone else had been here besides her. Kim Gun looked at the old chest, an indescribable feeling rising in his heart. What is this? A letter. When he opened it to read, the lines of text pulled him into a cruel truth. If you are reading this letter, then it means I am no longer in this world. I used to be an arms dealer, specializing in developing and selling various types of weapons. One day I woke up in this Murim and was instructed that I must conquer this place to return to Earth. But this world is completely different from what I know. Surviving is hard enough, let alone conquering. So I left behind my collection of items from Earth and my techniques to help those who come after. Hope you can return home. P.S. The skull is just for decoration. He thought, is he crazy? Kim Gun looked at the things in the chest, his eyes freezing. What is this? Picked up an item, feeling both familiar and strange. Bulletproof vest? Then a book. And this, a collection of techniques? He focused on flipping through the pages to understand. It was a detailed blueprint on how to assemble and manufacture guns, not sloppy at all. He calculated silently. So all I got is a gun blueprint? He cursed in frustration. Damn it! Where am I supposed to buy materials to make this here? Dang Coat and Hoa Lan stood behind, watching him helplessly. Dang Coat whispered. It seems this isn't what the leader wanted. What should we do? Kim Gun was silent, then considered. No, since I have the blueprint, it can be done. He stood up full of determination. Dang Coat! Hoa Lan! His face brightened. From now on, we're going to manufacture guns. The two behind him were stunned. Huh! After a long time of draining their strength, they all became haggard. Kim Gun knelt on the ground, shouting joyfully, Success! Though tired, he still shouted, We've made a pistol with our own hands. But in just a moment, he threw the gun he just made away without hesitation. He gripped the book tightly, his voice cold. Damn it! It's over. He tore the book apart. Am I going to rot away the rest of my life in this place? Despair was evident on his face. Pieces of paper fluttered down to the ground. Kim Gun gritted his teeth. Those bastards from the Martial Alliance must all die. While lying there screaming, he was suddenly surprised. Huh! Lin Ho was sitting on the pile of scrap paper with an innocent look. Kim Gun said softly, All right, just sit there. Suddenly a light flashed, making his eyes widen. Everyone was surprised by the scene. Kim Gun sat up abruptly. Fangs? Then it transformed into a pistol identical to the blueprint. Then in an instant it returned to its old form. It excitedly pounced into Kim Gun's arms. He hugged it happily. Wait, you can turn into a pistol now? He hurriedly rummaged for the blueprint. He grabbed the AK-47 blueprint. He asked Lin Ho, Do you want to try turning into this? It was the AK-47 blueprint. It looked at the blueprint for a moment as if memorizing it. Then it slowly changed shape. A blinding light flashed. Kim Gun understood the problem, laughing creepily. So you couldn't transform because you didn't know its structure. His eyes were aggressive. Those bastards are dead for sure. Outside, the nursemaid was anxiously looking for Thuong Ni. Young lady, where are you? He asked the servant urgently. Are you sure the young lady is here? Hurry and find traces. Suddenly they heard a noise. A familiar scream rang out. The two quickly ran to where the sound came from. They took a defensive stance. He called out loudly, Young lady, then ran towards her. Supported Thuong Ni and asked urgently, Are you okay? What happened? She whispered, Nanny. Her legs were covered in blood. He panicked and looked up vigilantly. Where did these guys come from? The servant was also surprised. What is that? He drew his sword. What kind of freak is that? Kim Gun stepped out coldly. That young lady is strange. Why didn't she answer when I asked? He was wearing his combat gear, coldly repeating, I asked who you are. The nursemaid hugged the young lady tightly. Are you the one who harmed my young lady? Thuong Ni stopped her. It's not him, Nanny. He stood up, his voice icy. You are the culprit behind this. His face was full of murderous intent. The punishment for this crime is death. Thanks for watching the video. Angkot and Hoalan realized, a master. Kim Gun gripped his gun, preparing to load. What is this old hag talking about? He calmly aimed. I'll let you hear the sound of an AK. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Neither side yielded. Thuong Ni quickly stopped them. Both of you stop. Step by step, she walked up to him. Because from today, you will be. She hugged his arms sweetly. My husband, leaving everyone stunned. The nursemaid was startled. Young lady, what are you saying? Kim Gun frowned in disgust. Hey, what crazy talk is this? Thuong Ni was amused. I told Nanny. I went to find my husband. The nursemaid was angry. That guy harmed you? Don't you know the palace master's personality? Thuong Ni snuggled into Kim Gun. No, Nanny misunderstood. She pointed to the rubble. Don't you see those rocks? She explained. If it weren't for him, I would have been reunited with my ancestors, not just bruised. Kim Gun said coldly. Something's wrong. Why am I your husband? She looked regretful. The nursemaid said to Kim Gun. Thank you for saving our young lady. Thuong Ni replied. Nanny is going to say I'm a precious flower, right? She respectfully invited him to the North Sea Ice Palace to repay him. Hoalan was startled. North Sea Ice Palace? Then this young lady. Thuong Ni smiled radiantly. I am the daughter of the North Sea Ice Palace master. Before Kim Gun could react, Hoalan said, we will accept that favor. Kim Gun looked at Hoalan, stunned. Huh. Hoalan transmitted her voice. Leader, just listen. Don't answer. Huh. Don't answer. Hoalan explained. The North Sea Ice Palace is a very powerful force. They mainly attack with cold energy. Their slashes freeze opponents instantly. They freeze even the last breath of their enemies. If we can ally with them, we'll have more power than the Green Forest. Kim Gun looked serious. No need for that. He looked terrifying. Right now, just me is enough. Hoalan paused. But leader. Kim Gun brushed Thuong Ni's hand away. All right, don't say anything else. Oh, I haven't said anything yet. Kim Gun coldly told the nursemaid. Take this girl back. Thank you. He walked away. I still have to go destroy those Martial Alliance bastards. A voice rang out from behind. Did you just say you want to destroy the Martial Alliance? She said seriously like an invitation. I don't want to hinder your path, but if you have a problem with the Martial Alliance, I hope you will come to the North Sea Ice Palace. Kim Gun was startled into silence, his expression full of shock. Ice and snow-covered architecture made the space cold. Inside the room, two people and Kim Gun were having tea. Kim Gun looked at Hoalan and shared. Hoalan, I really trust you. That's why I came here to try once. Thank you, leader. You won't regret it. The door opened. The nursemaid stood in front to lead the way. The palace master is waiting. Please follow me. They immediately followed the nursemaid to another room. At that moment, an arm gently slipped into Kim Gun's arm. Thuong Ni looked up at Kim Gun beautifully, but he showed disgust. Even if my husband hates me, I won't give up. He rubbed his neck, frowning in confusion. You don't even know who I am. What do you believe in that makes you cling to me? Gentle atmosphere surrounded them. Thuong Ni replied calmly. Yes, I don't know anything about you, but I know one thing for sure. Her eyes widened, recalling a horrific memory. If it wasn't for you. From above, a giant rock plummeted down, making Thuong Ni gasp. A bullet instantly shattered the rock. Space seemed to freeze. She tripped amidst the rubble. Kim Gun appeared with an annoyed look from afar. Thuong Ni's eyes were filled with love. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? She covered her face shyly, suppressing her emotions. You saved me so wonderfully. How could you not be my husband? Kim Gun was stunned, asking coldly. What nonsense are you talking about? A solemn closed room appeared. The nursemaid introduced. The palace master is behind that door. Please come in with me. She spread her arms to stop Tien Ni. What is it, Nanny? She placed her hand on Tien Ni's shoulder seriously. Young lady, please wait outside for a moment. We intend to discuss important matters. Inside, 2 rows of guards and a person sitting in the center. The nursemaid and Kim Gun entered. I have brought the person to the palace master. A voice rang down from above. So that guy saved my princess? Yes, that's right, palace master. The white beard, the voice said bluntly. And also stole my daughter's heart. Yes, that's right. One Kwang thought slowly on the dragon throne. That guy saved and stole my daughter's heart. He looked serious, pointing his finger to decide. All right, I have decided. An angry shout rang out. Death! Jung Won Kwang, palace master of the North Sea Ice Palace. The guards immediately took a stance. The circle closed in, sword tips pointed straight at him. Kim Gun transformed his weapon, cursing silently. Damn it! He gripped his gun tightly, frowning in disgust. That's why I say, you shouldn't follow strangers. Kwang roared the order angrily. What are you doing? Quickly take that brat's head. A voice rang out from afar. Father! Shang and I rushed over in a panic. Are you crazy? What are you doing? Kwang frowned. I heard someone stole your heart. I find it uncomfortable. Shang and I shouted. Father! She sat down and hugged herself. Why do you keep doing this? I really want to marry him. Kwang panicked and waved his hand. No, father will solve it, because the princess needs someone better. Shang and I asserted. I want to marry the person I like. Kwang's face darkened. You will be unhappy for life because of father. I hate you so much. I apologize. She looked up, radiant because she got her wish. I will stop. The conversation continued. Really? But I have a condition. Kwang stepped down from the platform and made a demand. The man the princess meets must be verified by father to see if he is decent before I approve. He looked sternly at Kim Jian. Hey young man. Tell me 100 things about what you like about my daughter. His face leaned in scarily. And why do you like her like that? Kim Jian was confused. Damn it. What are you saying? Kim Jian said bluntly. That's not happening. I hate your daughter. The air froze. Kwang trembled. Ah? You said you don't like my daughter? Two gazes met tensely. This won't do. I must teach you a lesson. Do you have the ability to do that? Cold energy flared up around Kwang. Come here, you bastard. Kim Jian gritted his teeth, killing intent surging. I'm looking forward to that too. Behind the two, Shang and I hurriedly ran over to stop them. Father, why are you like this? You said you would stop. Behind, a palace attendant in the clan wasn't very afraid, standing timidly watching the show. Princess, sometimes men talk better with their bodies than with words. Seeing his most cherished daughter stopping him, the palace master decided. Go outside. Then I will teach you a lesson. Why bother?
Kim Jeon replied.
He arrogantly replied to Kwang. It'll be over quickly anyway. Why not just do it here? Humph. Truly an arrogant guy. He seemed sure of his victory. All right, let's see how long that attitude can last. The sword was quickly drawn by him, a stream of cold energy winding around the sword and his body. Kim Jian also silently assessed in his heart. The cold energy is really strong. The subordinate scrambled to speak to gain merit. Palace Master, you don't need to fight this guy yourself. We subordinates can use the strength of more than 10 people. 3 burly subordinates stretched their bodies and stepped out. The 3 brothers of the 10-man strength will handle this. Before letting those 3 approach, a barrage of bullets unexpectedly flew out at incredible speed, firing straight at them. Before understanding what happened, the palace master was shocked to see the 3 guards lying on the ground, breathless. He broke into a cold sweat. A thought flashed. What happened? The 10-man strength brothers were supposed to have the power of 10 people. Kim Jian glanced suspiciously. What? Not attacking? Kwang was still spinning with calculations. That kid must be a hidden expert, but I can't retreat in front of my daughter. After saying that, he focused his spirit to prepare for battle. All right, let's fight. Suddenly from the main door, a force was thrown out. Kim Jian and his disciples glanced at a figure standing towering there. The person who just appeared was Go Dujiai, the second young master of the Martial Heaven Trade Group, also the fiancé of Shang and I. He came to interrogate. Explain quickly, has my woman disappeared? He glanced around the great hall. Eyes touched Shang and I. He used a lustful tone. Oh my love, so you are here, thank goodness. With an expression like he was about to drool, he excitedly said, I was really panicked when I knew you disappeared. Do you know how worried I was? The guy had an ugly appearance. Every sentence had a perverted tone. Now come and greet my father. Shang and I replied with disgust. No, I'm not going. Then she ran over and hugged Kim Jian's arm tightly. This person is now my husband. She resolutely refused the useless second young master. I won't marry you. You are terribly ugly, you stinking-mouthed guy. He went crazy after Shang Ni's criticism, using strong force to slap her straight in the face. Go Dujiai immediately darkened his face, changing his attitude in a flash. This bitch truly blind. Do I look like I'm begging you? The Northern Sea Palace Master, Shang Ni's father, finally exploded with emotion. That damn bastard dares to hit my daughter. I will definitely destroy you. The second young master hadn't sensed the danger, still rambling. Don't you know what conditions this engagement was decided by? He acted superior. Have you forgotten that all the necessary supplies were transported here by me from far away? She stopped, lowering her head to think for the whole clan, not daring to act selfishly, just thinking of herself. Ah, that's not it. But before Shang and I could finish her sentence, Go Duji slid his squinty eyes over Kim Jian, assessing him from top to bottom with contempt. Looking at the way he dresses, I know what his background is. I don't understand what's good about this guy. He shouted at Kim Jian. Hey kid, don't you know who I am? Not fast or slow, he assessed. I don't know where you got these things from, but Kim Jian didn't care about the nonsense. The gun barrel aimed straight at his head and fired continuously. After dealing with the shameless idiot, he just dropped a line. You crazy bastard. Why hit someone's daughter? Do you know who I am? Wen Kuang trembled. Before he could calculate anything, he had already dealt with that second young master. You? Do you know what you just did? He knew which way the scale was tilting, so he shouted. He deserved to die. Well done. He thought to himself. It seems I just changed my lines. The palace attendants were scared, not knowing how to handle it. Palace master? What is this situation? Afar, from the bedchamber, a figure glided out, making the palace master fearfully explain. Wait, I didn't do this. A woman wearing a matching outfit with him used internal energy, throwing a perfect kick straight at Wen Kuang's head. He couldn't defend in time, suffering a kick force straight to the head. Palace master lay on the ground, clutching his head before the gaze of Kim Jian and the newly appeared woman. That woman was Cheon Okeran, his wife, the one who held real power in the Northern Sea Ice Palace. She quickly ordered, Don't let any incidents happen. At the meeting table, the palace master interrupted. In the end, it was all his doing, so destroy him right now. He shouted as if to avenge his own humiliation. Death penalty. His wife was much more sensible. She dealt a thunderous slap to her foolish husband. Unable to stand his nonsense, Nak Lan shouted, Shut your mouth. Wen Kuang clutched his face, aggrieved like a little wife. Hick, every day you only know how to do that to me. She continued the conversation with Kim Jian. The Northern Sea Ice Palace is an isolated area, a very important trading hub. Do you not know who you just killed? That person is the second son of the Martial Heaven Trade Group, the place that currently has a monopoly on trade here with the Martial Alliance. Because you killed that person at the Northern Sea Ice Palace, we will have to bear all the damages. He seriously presented the gravity of the situation. Excuse me, but I would like to say a word. An elder in the palace spoke up. It's time to break this unfair trade chain. Otherwise, we will suffer losses indefinitely. I heard they are preparing for war with the Martial Alliance, if we can help weaken their power. He got straight to the point. Then other merchants can trade freely as before. Nanny, have you forgotten what the Martial Alliance is like?
Ngok Lang wonder.
In a situation where we don't know how that person is, how can we act so recklessly? Kim Gun bluntly stated his view. It's nothing special. Isn't it just a matter of sending the supplies here? She asked him. If you say so, is there a way to fix this? Kim Gun set a condition. First of all, if I solve this problem, you must help me in return. She didn't hesitate. If it's about help, as you've heard, we are thinking of fighting the Martial Alliance soon. Now that they were like-minded, Kim Gun invited, Stand on my side and destroy the Martial Alliance. While she hesitated, her nephew advised, If this continues, the tyranny of the Martial Alliance will never end. He affirmed Kim Gun's proposal. If full-scale war is difficult, I will also step up to help this person. Thoughts swirled in her head. I know I must break this closed circle with the Martial Alliance to ensure the future of the North Sea. Nak Lan thought in silence. Suddenly her daughter Thuong Ni spoke up. Oh mother! This person! The girl jumped out from behind Kim Gun, surprising him. This is the benefactor who saved my life. So mother, please help him. This matter was too important. She still had to clarify. Are you confident you will win the war against the Martial Alliance? Kim Gun calmly committed. Of course, no matter what happens, I will win. The negotiation ended. They formed an alliance. All right, if you solve this problem, the North Sea Ice Palace will be your strength. Kim Gun slapped the table in approval. All right, it's decided. Wait for my good news. She still didn't fully trust him. But what method do you plan to use? Now that his son is dead, maintaining the original relationship must be difficult. Why do you think it's hard? Turned back with an absolutely confident look. Don't worry, I'm an expert in this field. On a cool, breezy moonlit night, the captain of the Vo Tien Trade Guild was fast asleep. A clanging sound in the yard made him jolt awake. He threw the door open. What's all this noise? Who's there? In the yard, Kim Gun stood covered in blood before a pile of disciples. You are the captain of the Vo Tien Trade Guild, right? Who are you? From now on. Kim Gun smirked. This place is mine. The man who had just woken up was full of questions. But excuse me, this is not the Vo Tien Trade Guild. Looking at the guards lying scattered. This is the Vu Tien Trade Guild. Ah, it's not the Vo Tien Trade Guild? Yes. The man stood silently looking down. Hey! Kim Gun's anger flared. So what? Damn it. Hurry up and give me everything you have. The next day, a servant reported urgently to Nok Lan. Madam, perhaps you should go out for a moment. She was surprised. What is this? What is happening? The representative of the group presented solemnly. I am Man Wusung of the Vu Tien Trade Guild. I send my greetings to you, madam. She replied politely. Yes. Wusung relayed the message directly. The new Trade Guild Master has ordered that from now on, we must conduct trade with the North Sea Ice Palace. Nok Lan was still stunned. New Trade Guild Master? Where is he right now? As far as I know, he has currently gone to the Vo Tien Trade Guild. This time he had arrived at the exact location that needed settling. Kim Gun checked carefully. I think I've come to the right place this time. Guards blocked him. Who are you? Kim Gun replied coldly. Don't bother. Just do your work. He decisively ordered Ling Hu. Fong. Get ready quickly. The guard shouted. Hey, who are you? Ling Hu turned into a gun. Kim Gun threatened. I said don't bother. Just do your work. Without delay, he gathered power from the gun, preparing to fire. Kim Gun blew the main door open with a single shot. The guards rushed over to surround him. Who is it? Stepping out from the dust, Kim Gun said sharply. Do these guys know who I am to dare speak so rudely? I am the one who will become your master from today on. A guard attacked furiously. Nonsense. Finish him off right now. Facing them, Kim Gun coldly took aim. Worthy of the name number 1 assassin, he hit every shot, each bullet taking down one person. Kim Gun agilely saw through their movements. He lightly dodged the sneak attacker. When that guy realized it, it was too late. Kim Gun decisively activated his ultimate copper bullet skill. With Ling Hu's power, he easily took down the target. Immediately after, another guard approached from behind. Kim Gun's cold gaze swept straight at the enemy. He raised his pistol, finishing that guy off with a precise shot. The hot blood in Kim Gun's body seemed to be boiling to the peak. He swept through them alone, cleaning up this place, showing no mercy to anyone. In the end, he even casually commented, You guys! They mobilized all their manpower to surround Kim Gun. More guys than I thought. He lifted the pistol slightly, starting to change his combat style. Ling Hu turned into a sniper rifle. Must wipe them out in one go, because the magazine was endless. So Kim Gun slaughtered to his heart's content. The guards died like grass, with no way to escape. At that moment, major matters were being discussed. Guild Master, please don't worry. The North Sea joining the Martial Alliance is just a matter of time. This was Go Dangri, master of the Vo Tien Trade Guild. He assured, Before long, my son will return from the North Sea with his wife. A deep voice spoke up. I am very happy to hear that, but it seems a bit noisy outside. Shouldn't you go check it out? Dangri had to leave. Please forgive me, distinguished guest. I am being rude. He angrily threw the door open and rushed out to investigate the situation. Dangri irritably questioned the servant. What's all the noise? The subordinate reported honestly. A madman suddenly broke in and took over the trade guild. Dangri heard this and shouted in shock. What? Heading towards Kim Gun. He roared in fury. Stop! Do you know where this is? This is the Vo Tien Trade Guild, protected by the Martial Alliance. Kim Gun had locked onto the final target. Oh, you're the one in charge here? Immediately after, he ordered Ling Hu to transform according to his thoughts. Kim Gun equips a long-range sniper rifle. Detailed with a high-end scope, Dangri stares with wide eyes, muttering, What is that? The servant accidentally walks into the line of fire. Step back a little. Before he can finish, Kim Gun takes him down instantly. Dangri is paralyzed with fear, falling backward and screaming loudly. Suddenly, a deep voice echoes from behind. Looks like you're in trouble. Can I help? Dangri grabs at the lifeline. Hall Master, please help me. A madman is trying to take over my trade guild. The man steps forward and makes a deal. That's a big deal. How about this? I will save the Vo Tien Trade Guild, and in return, the position of Guild Master will be. It is Kwok Chong Song, Hall Master of the Martial Alliance, who sinisterly concludes, Mine. Dangri helplessly exclaims. Hall Master, what are you saying? You mean you want to steal my position? Chong Song turns away, acting fake. Steal? You hurt my feelings saying that. If I had intended to steal the Vo Tien Trade Guild long ago, then right now, would the Guild Master's head still be on his shoulders? If you can't protect the guild yourself, are you worthy of being guild master? Dangri still tries to resist. But Hall Master, this is the guild I built with my own hands. If I hand it to you now. Chongsong coldly cuts him off. I can at least guarantee your life, but if you can't let go, then think about your own future. As for Kim Gun, he is also calculating, almost done. Time to end this now. Chongsong's arrogant voice rings out. Hey stranger, I don't know who you are, but first I want to say thanks. He summons the fierce wind sword unit to take down Kim Gun. Thanks to you, I have a reason to become the owner of the Vo Tien Trade Guild. A cold gunshot rings out, and all sound seems to cease. With superior martial arts, Chongsong uses his sword to block the bullet. Kim Gun looks annoyed. Why can everyone here block my bullets? Chongsong arrogantly shows off. I've seen through your simple attack pattern. Facing him, Kim Gun calmly nods. Oh, you saw it all? Chongsong gets even more smug, thinking he's won. That's right. No matter how hard you try, it won't work on me. No sooner does he finish speaking than his expression changes. Lin Ho transforms into a special cannon. Is that so? Then try blocking this. Kim Gun is calm, as if he knew the outcome. Taste this attack of mine. The cannon fires with intense firepower, ready to incinerate everything. Faced with modern weaponry, Chongsong fails to react in time, freezing for a beat. He stands stunned, falling into a state of disbelief. What is that? Being a hall master of the Martial Alliance, he immediately uses his sword to block the attack. His eyes widen in fear. Too dangerous. I absolutely cannot block this head-on. Chongsong uses his strength to deflect the shell elsewhere. I have to send it somewhere else. The shell explodes, causing a massive blast that destroys part of the Vo Tien Trade Guild. Faced with the terrifying destructive power, he cannot hide his horror. Wait, could this be a Jade Thunder Bomb? Chongsong turns to question him, but Kim Gun mocks him. This guy dares to use a Jade Thunder Bomb? I didn't expect you to block it. Kim Gun shoulders the cannon, wearing a smile that seems friendly. Then let's go one more time. Chongsong immediately orders his subordinates to attack. Fierce Wind Sword Unit. Everyone immediately uses movement techniques to fly toward Kim Gun. Wind Annihilation Formation. The cannon on his shoulder is lowered, his face still maintaining an indifferent look. Chongsong looks at him with contempt. Daring to use a Jade Thunder Bomb here, that very stupidity will lead to your death. Form up. His subordinates move extremely fast, forming a circle around Kim Gun, who remains unimpressed. Kim Gun smirks with disdain. Chongsong just asks, what? Is that all? Playing a game of holding hands. Before he can finish, the footsteps of the black-clad figures accelerate. It seems there is no sound. Around Kim Gun, only shadows cover the area. You should look closer. Kim Gun becomes more serious, raising his vigilance to look around. The number of people surrounding him increases significantly, surprising him. What? The number of enemies just increased. Chongsong laughs gleefully. Don't know which one is real and which is fake, do you? He is smug. If you can't find the main body, you won't be able to break this formation. Kim Gun calmly replies. Damn it. Why do I need to distinguish real from fake? Holding the large gun in his left hand, he chooses the simplest way. Just shoot them all dead. Faced with this unexpected move, Chongsong is stunned. What? A barrage of bullets is released. Whether real or clones, it's hard to defend, and bodies are riddled with holes. The real people are shot, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Faced with fatal wounds, the clones all vanish before Kim Gun's eyes. Looking at the corpses of the subordinates at his feet, he calmly says, So that one was real, huh? Kim Gun points his gun at the remaining ones. Then among you, which one is? Smiles gleefully at the subordinates. The real deal. Chongsong is drenched in sweat, unable to believe it. Impossible, my wind annihilation formation. Looking at the subordinates lying scattered, blood spreading. He is shocked. In such a short time. Kim Gun is still clean without a scratch, staring at him. What on earth is that weird weapon? Kim Gun reloads, not wanting to drag this out. Looks like everything is over. He loses patience and asks, Do you have anything else to try? Chongsong steps down the stairs. Yes, I admit you are strong. Even so, he is still stubborn. But I can't rest easy yet. His face grimaces with envy. The position of Hall Master isn't just about debate skills. Chongsong swings his sword, exploding with power. You can't take that position. Seeing him burst with killing intent, he silently laments. Why are there so many monsters here? Kim Gun raises the gun barrel to aim, then finish him in one shot. As he prepares to fire, the figure suddenly vanishes. What? Where did he go? He quickly turns to the back to defend. Behind me. However, behind him are only corpses. Not there. He frowns uncomfortably, feeling a bad premonition. Where on earth is he? Kim Gun immediately looks up. Don't tell me. Chong Song holds his sword, rushing down from the air to slash straight at his head. Fortunately, thanks to quick reflexes, he dodges in time, causing the sword to slash and crack the ground. He has to struggle to keep his balance before the shockwave of that slash. Chong Song looks arrogantly at his sword. Don't know who you learned from to dodge like a rat. He is sweating, and the old man continues. There is still a lot of work to do to rebuild the guild. Chong Song rushes quickly toward Kim Gun and shouts, let's end this. He moves extremely fast, sliding behind Kim Gun's back. At this moment he cannot react in time, his eyes wide. He helplessly watches the sword pierce through him with an incredulous look. Chong Song is smug. Fool, you brought death upon yourself with your useless greed. Suddenly, his face changes color, shocked by what he just saw. Kim Gun's body transforms. Lin Ho has helped him once again. Remembering the past, Kim Gun doesn't stop praising. Myo Ho, you are truly amazing. He glances down. Blueprints of the gun's construction appear. Kim Gun seriously asks Lin Ho, can you do it? Sure enough, it transformed into his body to trick Chong Song. Kim Gun appears behind him, pressing the gun to his neck. Fool! Gun is loaded. He repeats the man's words. It's you. Chong Song is drenched in sweat, trying to recover. Wait! What is this? Kim Gun fires a bullet through his skull. You brought death upon yourself. Just like that, he falls down miserably. A trembling voice full of fear rings out, catching Kim Gun's attention. He looks toward the terrified guild master. All right, what about you? Angry begs. Hero, wait. If you spare my life, I will listen to any request. He steps onto the stone steps. Really? The guild master falls, continuously backing away. Any request? Wait. Something is not right. His gaze becomes terrifying like a demon. You will listen to everything, right? This is really not okay. A while later at the Martial Alliance, Baek Cheon enters the study to report. Leader, the Vo Tien Guildmaster is here to offer a gift. Really? Let him in. The study door opens once again. Bang Young asks, work must be very busy. Why did you travel all the way here? My hardship is nothing compared to the leaders. Bang Young frowns slightly and strokes his beard. All right, but why are you suddenly offering a gift? Suddenly asked, he is a bit awkward, not knowing what to say. Bang Ri looks at the gift box, sweat pouring like rain, stammering, that. Waiting a long time without an answer, Bang Young loses patience. He orders Baek Cheon. Go see what that is. Yes, leader. As Baek Cheon's hands are about to touch the box, Dang Ri panics and swallows, his heart beating incredibly fast. He slowly opens the lid, eyes squinting to look inside. Baek Cheon cannot hide his shock. Immediately, his sword is at Dang Ri's neck, making him not dare to move. Bang Young curiously asks, what's the matter? Baek Cheon stammers. Leader, this is... Inside is Chong Song's head with a bullet wound through it. The Hall Master's head. He cannot believe his eyes. What? Dang Ri kneels in fear. Leader, please listen to me. He hurriedly explains. This wasn't done by me. I was threatened by the Dream Dog cult leader. Bang Young turns away. You just mentioned the Dream Dog cult leader? Yes, that's right, that villain. Dang Ri recounts. He took over the trade guild and threatened my life, forcing me to do this. Bang Young turns his head to look. He sent that and also sent you here? Yes, he also sent. Dang Ri timidly produces a letter. A challenge letter to the leader. A loud laugh rings out. He sent a challenge letter to me? Truly an unpredictable guy. He steps forward. So the duel he mentioned. Dang Ri looks up tensely. At an extremely crowded and bustling tavern. In the quiet space, Ho Alan anxiously asks Kim Gun. Is it okay not to prepare anything like this? She looks at him cautiously. He orders food before replying. Don't worry, I have a plan. Give me meat, soup, and alcohol. Ho Alan is still worried. Leader, you cannot underestimate the Martial Alliance leader. He is a very experienced man. He is the #1 person under heaven. Suddenly Dang Guang slams the table, startling Ho Alan. What are you saying, sister? He shouts. How can you say he is the #1 under heaven when our leader is here? Are you crazy? Ho Alan is not angry but calls his name. Dang Guang. She glares in warning. I'm not the crazy one, you are. Then she beats him up. Kim Gun speaks up. Don't say that. You are misunderstanding me. He smirks, asserting. When did I say I would fight the Martial Alliance leader? Both stop. Confused. Huh? But didn't you send a challenge letter? Suddenly, the wind chimes outside ring a few times. The men in the tavern suddenly blush. Noyetni enters, stealing everyone's hearts. She walks toward Kim Gun. Leader. They have arrived at the meeting point. He calmly wipes his mouth. I see. Then let's get started. Kim Gun stands up and puts his hand on her shoulder. You worked hard. Noyetni is surprised, shyly replying. It's nothing. This is what I naturally have to do. This situation leaves Hoalan and Dangguang not knowing what to say. Immediately after, Noyetni notices her presence. She smirks sarcastically, looking at Hoalan provocatively. Hoalan is furious but tries to hold back. What? What's with that smile? Kim Gun walks outside, urging, Hey, what are you guys still doing? Not going. He laughs loudly with anticipation. Time for revenge. At the empty lot, Bang Young and Baek Cheon are present. Is this the place he arranged? Yes, that's right. He stands firmly with arms crossed. But why don't I see him? And instead there's a stranger here? Heng Ji is stunned by that question, secretly harboring the intention to take revenge on Kim Gun. First time meeting the Martial Alliance leader. Heng Ji kneels. This really wasn't my idea, but that villain threatened me, so I had to pass on his words. Bang Young is stunned. Please be generous and understanding. What? Heng Ji coughs then continues. Now I will pass on the words of the Dream Dog cult leader. He recites the letter. To the Martial Alliance leader. You thought that stabbing me in the back meant you could live comfortably? Thanks to you, I have to live homeless. On this occasion, I will let you taste that feeling. Heng Ji peeks. So I sent a surprise gift to the Martial Alliance. Do you like it? Stop. Around Bang Young, killing intent radiates to the sky, as if a blue dragon has appeared. That guy feels the heavy pressure. Daring to mess with me? Interesting. Bang Young quickly orders. Heavenly Army. Return to the Martial Alliance immediately. A series of people quickly return according to the order. Baek Cheon asks, Leader, how should we deal with this guy? Isn't it too obvious? He waves his hand. 2 slashes fly straight toward the kneeling Heng Ji. Yet that guy still thinks it was just a normal wave of the hand. Only when a loud commotion erupted behind him did Heng Ji realize he had just narrowly escaped death. Bang Young stepped forward. Killing you right now isn't enough, but I need someone to pass on a message. Tell him that the Martial Alliance is officially, he snapped, declaring everyone associated with the Dream Dog cult a common enemy. This war won't end until you all disappear. With that, Bang Young and Baek Cheon flew away in a flash. Heng Ji remained kneeling in silence, his feet already soaked from fear. That guy looked down at the paper. How should I decorate the Martial Alliance? From a vantage point, Kim Gun rested his gun on his shoulder. Target was in his sights. That damn old man. The gunshot rang out in the quiet space, shaking the entire area. A large bullet was fired, heading straight for the target. At the Martial Alliance, everyone was still unaware of the horror to come. In an instant, a part of the Martial Alliance was hit. A massive fire broke out, and everyone scrambled to put it out. Enemy attack! Where is he attacking from? King Long looked at the mask thoughtfully. A sneak attack isn't my style. I am the dignified Gung Shin. The camp chief took the mask and laughed. That's why I brought the disguise. TCH, fine then. The gun transformed back into Lin Ho, and he looked toward the Martial Alliance. Well, that's the social greeting done. Everyone put on their masks. Now, everyone get ready to fight. They advanced toward him, and Kim Gun resolved. Stay firm in my creed. Repay kindness in full, and take revenge thoroughly. He had a fierce belief in this revenge. Villains move out. Meanwhile, in the forest where Bang Young met Heng Ji, he and Baek Cheon flew rapidly through the trees. Bang Young led the way with the boy following closely behind. By the time they returned, the fire had already caused catastrophic damage. Baek Cheon looked at the raging fire before him, frowning slightly. What is this? The entire massive Martial Alliance was already engulfed in a sea of flames. Bang Young rushed inside, with Baek Cheon following. Get in there first! As soon as they stepped inside, they witnessed a scene of scattered corpses. He gritted his teeth at the tragic sight. Leader! The great commander of the Heavenly Army reported. When this subordinate arrived at the Martial Alliance, it was already like this. This subordinate thinks the leader should take a look. He glared, confused. Huh! Bang Young gritted his teeth in fury, unable to speak. They looked at the ruins before them. 1 month later in Xinjiang. All right, if you really want to die. He radiated oppressive power. His patience had run out. Then I'll send you to hell. Elsewhere, silence blanketed the green forest camp area. Dang Coat crawled along with only one arm, panting with exhaustion. It's just one arm. He lay back on the ground in shame. Am I really this helpless? He thought to himself. Because my center of gravity is off, I can't channel my strength. If this keeps up, Kim Gun approached and saw Dang Coat agonizing. So he asked, why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? Lying here like that? He jumped up, startled, and gave a wry smile. Leader, what are you doing at this hour? He stepped forward. I have something I want to confirm with you.
Giang Khoát wonder, Hiếu?
What is it? Suddenly, Kim Gun swung a fist at Dang Coat. He quickly reacted and dodged the attack. Dang Coat asked, confused, why did the leader suddenly attack me? Kim Gun said nothing, following up with another punch that landed squarely on him. The powerful attack made Dang Coat vomit blood immediately. Kim Gun appeared behind him and scolded, Dang Coat, you've gotten weak. You just died by my hand. The sharp dagger in Kim Gun's hand was pressed against Dang Coat's throat. He complained, Leader, that's only because I was caught off guard.
Giang Khoát.
A smile appeared on his lips. Right, I understand your heart now. The camp chief approached with a wooden mace. He said to do whatever it takes, so I'll try teaching him myself. Kim Gun looked at Dang Coat and smiled lightly. From now on, the general camp chief will be your master. He swung a powerful punch that the boy couldn't dodge. Your endurance is too poor. A voice called out incessantly from somewhere. Leader, leader. As soon as he looked up, he saw Waran and Wooly standing opposite him. Kim Gun was confused. What's this? Why did you both come together? She turned to him brightly and replied, I have good news for the leader. Kim Gun responded awkwardly. Oh, is that so? But Waran's expression beside her had soured. She didn't dare look him in the eye. Well, I have some not-so-good news. Wooly glanced at her melancholy expression. Sensing the gaze, Waran quickly turned and saw that contemptuous smile. Being mocked like that, she was extremely dissatisfied. Why does she always... Kim Gun looked at her. All right, so what's the good news? Wooly said excitedly. You'll love it, she announced happily. Mongu has fully recovered and will be here with Haru tomorrow. I just received the news. Upon hearing this, Kim Gun was overjoyed. Really? Is it true? What time will they arrive tomorrow? Wooly replied. They are expected to arrive tomorrow afternoon. Really? Mongu, I finally get to see you. Waran stammered. Yes. While moving the remaining elders of the Dream Dog cult to a safe place, they were attacked. She calmly recounted the details. During the attack, to protect the disciples, Yukpa threw himself in front. Waran finished her sentence, and Kim Gun was stunned as if struck by lightning. As a result, Yukpa was captured by the Jongnam sect. What? Kim Gun picked his ear, confused. But why is that bad news? Waran was flustered. Huh? Well, Yukpa was captured. Kim Gun didn't get angry but just turned and walked away. Waran looked at his back, wanting to say something. But, leader, before Waran could finish, Kim Gun interrupted. Hey Waran, does that Jongnam sect also belong to the Wanderers Association? She replied. Yes, that's right. Getting his answer, a smile gradually appeared on his lips. Is that so? Then that's good. Kim Gun changed his attitude. I'm going on a trip. Waran didn't understand where he was going. What do you mean, where are you going? She was worried and restless. He glanced over and replied calmly. Where else? To the Jongnam sect, of course. Wait, leader, don't tell me you're going alone? I have to test it. His brows furrowed slightly, and he looked back at Waran with a smirk. The new technique that Gungshin taught me. With that, she immediately ran to Kim Gun's side. Wait, even though I don't know what that technique is, since it's the first time you're testing it, having a guard would be safer. So, Kim Gun's face flushed slightly. Yeah, that's true. This comment of his left Wooly stunned. She instinctively became angry and gritted her teeth. Damn it! Waran peeked out from behind Kim Gun's sturdy shoulder. She looked at Wooly from behind his shoulder and gave a satisfied smile. Heh! Kim Gun's footsteps slowly came to a halt. All right, this is... He looked toward the bustling area, with Yunho on his shoulder also looking obediently. The Jongnam sect, right? The two girls behind him answered simultaneously, putting Kim Gun under pressure. Yes, that's right. Behind him, Waran and Wooly took the opportunity to glare at each other. Kim Gun glanced back nervously, wondering to himself. Why did they both follow me? She stepped forward to ask. Leader, do you have a plan? When facing many enemies, you only need to take down one. Yunho gradually transformed into a gun in Kim Gun's hand. Leader, just aim at that one and it's endgame. She asked in surprise. Leader, what do you mean? Kim Gun knelt on one knee, and the gun began its performance. Just watch and you'll see. He began to raise the gun to his shoulder and prepared to aim. Kim Gun looked at the gun in front of him and pondered. Suddenly, he closed his eyes. Old memories surfaced. Jim Ryong held a bow. Hey little brother. For those of us who specialize in long-range attacks, what's the most important thing? Do you know? Kim Gun asked back. Distance. Jim Ryong continued to explain. That's true too. But the most important thing is to quickly identify the enemy's position. When we use our eyes to identify the enemy's position, also means probability that the enemy also discovers our position is very high. Therefore, we cannot just use our eyes to detect the enemy. Saying that, he closed his eyes to feel. Even without looking with your eyes, you can feel what is there. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Hey, do you see anyone ahead? Kim Gun turned. What? It's just trees, right? Jim Ryong pulled an arrow and prepared to draw his bow. No, look closely. The arrow flew away rapidly, pierced through the tree branches, and created a massive explosion. He placed a hand on his shoulder. Look, ahead there isn't just trees, but also my lovely disciple taking a dump. He's really going at it. The other person gritted his teeth and looked back at him. Damn it, is that really a master? Kim Gun wondered. No, how could? There are so many trees, I didn't see anything. Jim Ryong explained. All living things, big or small, possess qi. If you can read the flow of qi, you can detect even things that cannot be seen. Kim Gun turned to ask him. What? So how do you read qi? Jim Ryong explained in more detail. Sixth sense. It's not a normal feeling, but a supernatural sense. If you can develop your sixth sense, you'll be able to read the flow of qi. He listened intently. So how do I do that? His gaze became sharper. Become sharp. Kim Gun was surprised. What? He walked toward Kim Gun to train his sixth sense. From now on, anytime or anywhere, I will attack. Try your best to survive. He looked at the large man with a murderous expression. No, wait. Survive? What do you mean? Ending the memory, Kim Gun returned to reality. He pursed his lips, feeling. Thinking back on that makes me angry. Humph. Whatever, focus. He began to increase his range of perception. Second floor, 3 people. First floor, 2 people. And over there. Finally, he reached his limit. Is this as far as it goes? Waran and Wooly both walked toward him. Leader? Could it be? Is there anything I can help with? The words were directed at Kim Gun, but the two glared at each other with sparks flying. He glanced over. What's wrong with them? Suddenly he realized something. Wait, that's right. There's still you guys. Waran returned after scouting the area to report. I found out, leader. Kim Gun sat on the ground, petting Yun Ho. Good. Tell me. She began to summarize the situation. Currently, the Jongnam sect leader is about 10 li ahead of our position. It's confirmed he's in the study on the 5th floor of the ancestral hall. The specific location, as the leader instructed, has been marked on the wall of the ancestral hall. Kim Gun smiled. Very good, very good. I never thought I'd get to do something I only see in movies with my own hands. He shouldered his gun into a firing stance. The effective range of a sniper rifle is about 1.5 kilometers. 5 kilometers is too far for an assassination. If you add inner energy, it's a different story. He began to focus his inner energy and pulled the trigger. The bullet, full of firepower, flew through the wind and headed toward the Jongnam sect. 2 disciples were chatting happily. So I said, when? Tisk. Suddenly, the bullet pierced through the door behind them, straight through their faces. Then it continued to pierce through many more layers of doors. The Jongnam sect leader was still unaware of anything. He was still focused on writing. The bullet flew in and shattered the cup beside him. Only then was he startled. Vo Dan immediately stood up and shouted, Tisk! Before he could finish, the next bullet flew straight into his head, blood splattering everywhere. He collapsed to the ground. Vo Dan, the Jongnam sect leader, was dead. Kim Gun smiled with satisfaction. Must have hit one. Lee also returned to report, Leader, the location of the underground dungeon has been identified. He closed his eyes and sighed. I've killed pigs and chickens my whole life. But this is the first time I've gone to rescue a pig. Yukpa was covered in wounds. His hands were tied and he was hung upside down. Cho gave a savage smile. Hee, when will he get here? The whole sect started to panic. Elder Truong Van is in danger. Quickly find the assassin. Kim Gun walked happily. Looks like that's taken care of. Waran and Wooly called out at the same time. Leader! This way. He looked around but didn't see anyone. The call came again. Leader! Over here! Over here! Only then did Kim Gun look up. He was startled, eyes widening. Both urged him more. Leader! Hurry up and come up here. The two girls looked at him, puzzled. Why haven't you come up yet? What are you doing? Kim Gun looked bewildered. No. How am I supposed to get up there? Warren asked back. What's wrong, leader? Looked at the wall in front of him. And he used the cannon to blow it up. Kim Gun walked through blatantly. If there's no way, just make one. The two girls stood above, looking down, not knowing what to say. Lee led everyone toward a basement. Leader, Yukpa is down there. There are quite a few dungeon guards down there. We must be vigilant from now on. Kim Gun began to walk down. He looked around and let out a ha. All the guards were lying flat on the ground, covered in blood. Kim Gun walked to a cell. Hey, did you see a fat guy come in here? The person inside laughed insanely. He's already here. No one can survive and get out of here. You'll all die just as miserably as them. Before he could finish, a bullet was lodged straight into his shoulder. Damn it, answer what I ask. Did you see any fat guy? The guy kept laughing. The madman clutched his wound, still laughing. Yes, go straight ahead, turn left at the fork, then go straight and you will see the torture room. The person you are looking for is probably there. Kim Gun looked at him. Then from now on you, free. As soon as he finished speaking, the lock on the prison door shattered. Run and jump freely. The guy immediately rushed out, jumping as he went. I will show this Jongnam sect hell. He approached a door ahead. It must be here, right? Kim Gun opened the door to observe inside. Warren ran quickly from behind him to the front and shouted. 6x, you bastards! How can you treat people like this? Yukpa, despite being tied up, still tried to smile. Senior sister, long time no see. Socho suddenly appeared behind Kim Gun. Oh, what a touching reunion. He immediately turned and slashed. Siocho hurriedly dodged to the side. He quickly circled behind Kim Gun. Oh wait, perhaps you misunderstood something. Kim Gun didn't listen to a word. He pulled out his gun. If it's a misunderstanding, go to hell and say it. Yukpa suddenly shouted. Wait, cult leader. That person is the benefactor who helped me. Hero handled all the bastards who were torturing me here. Kim Gun asked in surprise. What? Siocho clasped his hands. Sorry for the late introduction. I am Siocho. Wooly pondered. Wait, that name sounds familiar. The martial world often calls me the four great evils, Siocho. Hearing this, she hurriedly warned. Cult leader, don't lower your guard. He is one of the four great evils. Not following the righteous path and having committed countless crimes in the martial world. Among the evil ones, they are the most evil. Cho crossed his arms and laughed. It depends on the perspective. But today I came to help you, not as an evil person. Because you guys were so noisy earlier, they will surely come soon. The Jongnam sect disciples started moving deep inside to search. Search thoroughly. This area has traces of an explosion. Siocho walked towards them. Then let me prove my loyalty to the cult leader. By helping out a little. Kim Gun still didn't understand what he was saying. What? Siocho immediately focused his inner energy into his hands. He rushed extremely fast with slashes as sharp as blades. The enemies immediately fell to the ground, covered in blood. Please spare me. He looked at the prey trembling in front of him. How should I handle this? His hand pierced through the guy's body. The guy only had time to let out an then collapsed. Siocho gave a grotesque smile. But it's too late. So that the cult leader can walk comfortably, I will clear the path first. About me, we will continue talking when we meet again on the third floor of Bak Noyet Lao. Saying that, he suddenly disappeared. Bastard. Benefactor, what are you talking about? Let's quickly take Yukpa away. All four of them successfully escaped outside and were strolling on the street. Child running on the street bumped into Kim Gun. He frowned at the boy. Huh? The child looked at him, sweating nervously. I'm sorry. Warren observed the situation and said, Cult leader, those two words. Kim Gun interrupted her. Hey, little kid, is that how you act? A man shouldn't be so petty. If you're going to steal everything. Take it and eat comfortably. Saying that, he threw another bag of money on the ground. Warren glanced at him. Cult leader, that amount of silver is equal to a commoner's living expenses for a year. Kim Gun said calmly. Oh, I didn't know. Let me go ask Brother Gungshin. She asked back. But we don't have money to eat now. He continued walking. That four great evils guy will cover it. The child looked at him blankly. At a dilapidated house. So, what do you think of cult leader Mongu? The child from earlier hurriedly replied. Yes, that was beyond expectations. He is very kind, even gave a lot of silver to go eat good food. As he spoke, he devoured the cake in his mouth. The person asking clicked his tongue. TSK. Truly poor. He turned to ask the person next to him. Now that the situation is like this, what should we do? Gicheonbaek, branch leader of the beggar sect, replied slowly. A hero? Us try to find out a little. All four of them arrived at Bak Noyet Lao and were moving upstairs. Siocho was already waiting with an extremely lavish feast. The cult leader has arrived. I've been waiting here, Everyone sat at the table, preparing to enjoy the food. Yukpa held a rice ball in his right hand and a chicken leg in his left, biting back and forth deliciously. Damn it, because he was injured, he couldn't fight. Cult leader, do you know why I helped you? Kim Gun replied immediately. Don't know, how would I know? He glared at him. Keep it short. Siocho raised his hands in truce. Then I will explain as briefly as possible. I want to avenge my mother. I want to erase the existence of the Martial Alliance. In the past, my mother sacrificed herself under the oppression of the Martial Alliance. After that, when I picked up my blade to take revenge on the Martial Alliance, I was naturally called one of the four great evils. So when I heard the news of the conflict between the Mongu cult and the Martial Alliance, I ran here immediately to help the cult leader. Kim Gun didn't think much. Yeah, if that's the case, Warren turned to look at him. No, cult leader. Currently, it has not been verified whether the words of the four great evils are true or not. If we use his power right now, it's too dangerous. Siocho turned to her and explained. You have a point. But if I wanted to harm the cult leader, I wouldn't have touched the Jongnam sect, one of the 9 great sects of the Martial Alliance. You understand the significance of touching them. And among the people here, is there anyone who can guarantee they will never betray the cult leader? Wen shouted angrily. Why are you saying such absurd things? Kim Gun with a calm expression. Currently, I need a meat shield. Socho stared at him in a daze. A meat shield? He continued. And if you want to betray me, just try it. But I can't guarantee what will happen after that. Siocho smiled with satisfaction. He stood up and reached forward to shake hands. You are truly as open-minded as I thought. Please take care of me from now on. Kim Gun also reached out his hand towards him. But suddenly he pulled his hand back. Wait. But before that, actually I also have something I want to check. Kim Gun was surprised. What? Siocho walked to the railing and looked downstairs. It must be time soon. Ah, they're here. The Jongnam sect disciples started rushing into Bak Noyet Lao to check. The place that Guy mentioned is here. Search thoroughly. Siocho turned around and continued. I know the cult leader here is very strong, but I need to verify it myself. So I borrowed the cult leader's name to challenge the Jongnam sect people. Now, let the Jongnam sect crowd coming to arrest the cult leader down there. See the cult leader's power for yourself. As soon as he finished, he shifted his face to look like Kim Gun. Kim Gun suddenly stood up and laughed. Ha ha! How interesting. The more I learn about this place, the more surprised I am. Fine, this time I'll do as you say. But if you act on your own like this again, I will kill you. Continued to threaten. And change back to your original face? It's annoying.
Sao cho loget aquadili. Ahaha. Andai thang.
Warren also left the table and ran after him. Cult leader, I'll go too. Kim Gun refused. No, I'm enough on my own. Siocho wore a cunning smile, his face full of curiosity. I wonder what the rumored cult leader of the Dream Dog cult is like? He even asked Baek Chun nearby. Aren't you curious, old beggar? We came here today for the same purpose, didn't we? So why don't we sign a temporary peace treaty? Baek Chun frowned but agreed. Fine, if we fight here, it will drag in innocent people. Wooly recognized the man. Is this person from the beggar sect? Baek Chun also turned toward the railing where Siocho stood. But even if I can ignore your presence, I cannot turn a blind eye to seeing the Jongnam sect, allies of the Martial Alliance. We are being attacked. Siocho continued to smile slyly. Perhaps, but let's see who the real villain in this fight is. Kim Gun already had his gun in hand. Hey, you can fight however you want, but go outside to do it. You claim to be the righteous faction. There's a child here, it's not a good look. One of them pointed his sword at him. Don't say such nonsense. How dare you say such shameless things while showing that face? Kim Gun looked straight at him and said to the young waiter over there, Hey kid, close your eyes. The child immediately squeezed his eyes shut. The Jongnam sect members were filled with rage. This bastard dares to be insolent in front of us. The bullet pierced right through his head. Immediately after, dozens of rounds were fired continuously and in a flash. The scene was filled with smoke and the smell of gunpowder, along with the constant booming sounds. One of the Jongnam sect members shouted, Stop, you bastard! He grabbed someone in the inn and held his sword to the man's throat. If anyone moves, this guy is dead. Socho stood on the balcony watching. What do you think, old beggar? As he spoke, he turned to look at Baek Chun. Who is the real villain? And who is the righteous one? He was furious. What is happening here? I will deal with them severely. Kim Gun stood below and replied coldly, Kill him. The two men in front of him froze. What? Kim Gun continued nonchalantly. Why are you pretending you didn't hear me? I said kill him. He's lived long enough, so he has to die. Siocho and Baekshun stood above, lost in thought. Baekshun looked at him threateningly. You're still thinking like that at a time like this? Hey, look into my eyes. Siocho immediately averted his gaze. The Jongnam sect disciple continued to hold his sword to the young waiter from earlier. How about this? This kid hasn't lived long. If you move, I'll kill him. So be good. A bullet instantly pierced straight through his head without waiting. Kim Gun's anger flared. All you bystanders, get out of here. As soon as he finished, everyone in the inn started running in a panic. Kim Gun brazenly walked toward guy who had just been shot. He looked at him and then fired another shot. The disciples were terrified and backed away. Kim Gun turned to look at the others. This bastard dared to point a sword at a child? None of you are getting out of here today. Screams rang out. Run! Save me! A voice cut through the chaos. Stop! Baekshun used his staff to block Kim Gun's gun. He lowered his head. Stop it right here. That's enough, isn't it? He coldly cut him off. Hey! I'll be the one to decide that. Baekshun slowly lowered his staff. That is right, but can't you see? They have all died already. The old man turned to leave. Why won't you just let me go in peace? Hearing this, Kim Gun finally lowered his gun. Hey, who are you to keep interfering like this? Baekshun explained briefly. I was just passing through. Don't mind me. Kim Gun looked at him thoughtfully. Hey, you old beggar. He turned back and let out a huh. He tossed the man a coin. You look like you can't afford food, so take this and go get a bowl of noodles. I gave all my silver to that kid already. Baekshun stared at him with a blank expression.
Isudan libur stowed lauging. Ah.
He leaned down to pick up the coin. At my age, I never expected to receive charity. Regardless, I shall use it wisely. With that, he vanished as fast as a bolt of lightning. Kim Gun scratched his head in confusion. Even an old beggar is that powerful? Siocho then walked down from upstairs. The cult leader truly lives up to his name. Now on, I wish to serve you. Kim Gun glanced at him. What are you talking about? Then, he returned to his usual expression. Man, I'm starving. Give me a bowl of noodles.
Sao cho flashek a mistios mai.
A moment later, at the Jade Forest White Tiger Camp, Jim Ryong stepped out to greet him warmly. You're back, brother. It must have been hard on you. Are you injured? Kim Gun replied cheerfully. How could I get hurt just taking care of business? He turned his head and looked around. But, he asked further, what are you looking for? Small dog came running from behind. Mongu rushed toward him. Kim Gun's eyes welled with tears. Mongu! He held it tightly in his arms. The dog happily licked his face to welcome its master home. He lifted Mongu up high. Are you still in pain? You're not hurting anymore, right? Mongu! I can't live without you. Suddenly, Mongu's expression changed. Why the face? Is something wrong? It jumped down from him and ran off. Kim Gun turned to watch it. Where are you going, Mongu? Little dog ran up to Yunho. Its eyes turned into hearts, showing clear affection for him. Kim Gun watched, speechless. Raising you was truly a waste. Mongu circled around Yunho. But the moment it looked at a place it wasn't supposed to see, Yunho angrily gave it a kick. Mongu sat there dejectedly, his eyes welling with tears. A painful experience of his first love. Kim Gun bit his hand in anguish. A father's heart shatters seeing his child heartbroken. Mongu. Jim Ryong stepped forward and said with a look of concern. I'm glad you reunited with Mongu. But immediately after, he suddenly turned serious. But there is something important. Let's go outside. He walked out to the nearby forest with the camp chief and Kim Jian. The three of them stood facing each other with serious expressions. Jim Ryong started. Do you know anything about the Murim alliance leader? He immediately replied, generally, he's the number one under heaven. He crossed his arms and continued. Right, he is called the number one under heaven. What do you think your win rate is against this guy? Kim Jian raised his gun. Can't know until we fight. But after all, he's human, so he can be beaten. Jim Ryong tilted his head seriously. True, if you fight without preparation, this is an extremely dangerous weapon. But you don't seem to understand anything about the Murim alliance leader. If you fought one of us too, what would your win rate be? He asked in surprise. What? The camp chief and Jim Ryong began to gather their internal energy. Look closely. Kim Jian felt it suddenly. Oh, what is this? Both of them released immense pressure like a roaring demon. Do you think you can win against us right now? He looked at the flow of power in front of him in surprise. These people are already this strong. Both of them gradually released that pressure. Jiamryong explained, "Hey, this is reality. There will surely be those who mistakenly think they can beat us." The camp chief continued, "That's right. Hey, don't flinch. We are extremely strong." Jiamryong stepped closer to him. "As you can see, even though we are this strong, even if we teamed up, we still couldn't guarantee victory. He is the Murim Alliance leader, Dongfang Ing. Now, do you feel the gap clearly? If you can't beat one of us, how can you beat the Murim Alliance leader?"
Kim Jeon scolded.
The camp chief laughed loudly. "Haha, are you scared?" A bullet pierced straight through his thigh. The camp chief was confused. "Huh?" He held his gun and smiled mockingly. "Hey guys, I already said it. With just this thing, I can beat anyone." Jiamryong looked at him helplessly. "No, hey, even against me?"
No, E.
The camp chief put his hand to his forehead and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Only you could do something this crazy. But he still doesn't understand reality, right, big brother?" Jiamryong nodded. That's right, he doesn't get it yet." The camp chief continued, "No other way. As your brothers? Oh, we have to show you what reality is." Saying that, he gathered power into his fist and charged, while Jiamryong drew his bow and fired several arrows at Kim Jeon. Kim Jeon was surprised. Wait. A moment later, the battle stopped. The smoke began to clear. His bruised face gradually appeared. Jiamryong crossed his arms and asked, "Third brother, how is it? Do you understand reality now?" He looked up and complained. "No, so what do you want me to do? I have to fight him in a few days." Jiamryong frowned. It's not like there's no way." Kim Jeon stood up hurriedly. "What is that way?" Third brother just needs to be able to use two abilities. The first ability is to be able to, in one strike, defeat the alliance leader. Kim Jeon raised his gun. "If so, I have a gun here." He immediately interrupted. "No, I know that weapon is very strong, but it's not enough. Just that alone isn't enough to defeat the alliance leader in one strike. You need a stronger strike." He took an arrow and prepared to draw his bow. "And the second ability, you'll understand faster if you see it with your own eyes. I showed you a bit before, but look closely, this is the second thing you must do." He released his hand. The arrow immediately flew through Kim Jeon. He looked at their flight path in surprise. "What kind of arrow is this? It's like it has a life of its own. But why is it turning this way?" The arrows turned back toward him, but they continued to graze past and slammed straight into the ground, creating a large explosion. Jiamryong explained in detail, "You must have free attack capability like this to catch up with his movements. From now on, I plan to teach you these two things. If you don't follow my instructions, the chance to defeat the Murim Alliance leader is 0.
Kim Jeon scolded.
He continued to advise, "Third brother, it's not too late yet. Go ask for a truce." He interrupted him. "I learn it, is it possible? Then what's there to worry about? I have to shoot that bastard dead." He looked down at the phone in his hand. A message appeared on the screen. "Hello, this is Team Leader Kim Mi-young. I am touched to see you. A fool, quickly approaching the world of Murim conquest. So I will give you a suitable mission. Mission transfer. Master the 2 training skills of the Divine Bow. Reward details." Kim Jeon smiled satisfactorily. "Haven't heard that name in a while." Waran entered the forest to search. She looked around. They said around here. A boom sounded. She rushed forward. This sound, leader. Waran's eyes widened. She looked at the scene in front of her in surprise. What is this? The solid rock mountains were dented in many places. Kim Jeon stepped forward and asked, "What? Why did you come here? Is there something wrong?" Waran blushed, looking at his six-pack. She stammered, No, it's just that I wanted to know if you were okay, so I..." Kim Jeon approached calmly. "I'm fine, but are you training well?" She said and thought deeply about earlier. Waran knelt on the ground panting. Wooly looked at her with disdain. "Thinking that with just the skill level you want to stand beside the leader, you should be ashamed of yourself. Just going home to rest would be helpful." Waran was furious. "That bitch." She suppressed her anger, gritted her teeth and replied, "Yes, I am training very well." Kim Jeon wondered, "What's wrong? Your expression is strange?" He continued to ask, "Anyway, how are the training results of the others?" She focused on reporting the situation. Through the special guidance of the chief, Dangcoat is finding his old self. But Kim Jeon turned back curiously. "But?" Yukpa was panting, pale. Xiuqiu looked at him with contempt. "Hey, seriously? Can you not break that?" Yukpa sweated and justified, anyway, it seems like a tree that succeeds in increasing strength. Siocho interrupted. Shut up. This is martial arts. Yukpa continued to beg. Can't we rest for a while? I'm so tired. He put his hand on his shoulder and threatened. No, you can't even break a branch and you want to rest? Kim Jian watched from afar. Waran, it seems he has a separate training method suited for Yukpa. She turned and asked. Huh, what do you mean? Called out loudly. Hey Yukpa, come here. He turned unexpectedly. Oh, leader. Yukpa called out while running really fast toward him. I'm really happy to see the leader like this. Kim Jian raised his gun and fired a shot to Waran's surprise. Oh huh? Yukpa immediately raised his hand to defend, but the bullet pierced his right arm. Blood began to flow. It hurts. Why did the leader do that to me? Kim Jian stepped forward and asked. You got shot and only feel pain? Yukpa, I have an important mission for you. Yukpa knelt on the ground and looked up. Huh? What mission did the leader suddenly give me? Kim Jian told him to look down. Only then did he realize. Huh? What is this? Yukpa now had bulletproof armor, and Kim Jian had the long-range shooter function. He smiled satisfactorily. Can't beat the combination of a shooter and a tank. He turned back and called Waran. Have you contacted the others? She smiled and replied. Yes, I have, leader. Nam and Palace Master. Ailshik held the letter in his hand. Our brother needs help. Let's go out. North Sea Ice Palace Master. Wonkwang frowned. I'm not very interested. Do we really have to go? His wife, Naklan, began to advise. Stop nagging. Let's move. If we want to arrive on time, then we must leave right now. Waran continued. By now, everyone must have left. Kijian picked up his gun. Really? Then let's head there slowly, shall we? Let's go conquer Murim. In Kim Jian's arms, Yunho's eyes shot disgusted lightning at Mongu. While Mongu didn't care at all, still looking at Yunho adoringly. Even though he was holding two pets, he was always thinking of a countermeasure. If I can kill the Murim Alliance leader quickly, life in this hellhole will end. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Waran entered and bowed respectfully. Leader, everyone has gathered. Kim Jian broke out of his thoughts. Good. I'm coming right out. Behind the door, his face gradually appeared. Jim Ryong greeted. Third brother is here? The camp chief also didn't lose out. Teasing. The legend of our three brothers is finally about to begin. Elsewhere, Wu Li and Dang Coat's group bowed in greeting. Everyone looked toward the young man moving forward. Kim Jian looked at the crowd below in surprise. Oh, everyone is gathered here? Before leaving, I want to say one thing. There is an old saying in my country like this. If you want to live, you will die. If you want to die, you will live. So if everyone fights like they will die, everyone will definitely survive. But I can understand everyone's feelings. Everyone is afraid of death. Stopping, he said coldly. People like that, tell me in advance, I will let everyone leave comfortably. Below, everyone was buzzing. The sound of chatter echoed everywhere. An arm raised high, leader, he stammered. Actually, I'm a bit afraid of death. On that face was shock that he couldn't believe what had just happened. The bullet had flown straight and spiraled deep into his arm. Blood splattered everywhere. Kim Jian said blandly. To let everyone leave. In his hand, he raised his pistol pointing straight ahead. His face showing the smile of a devil from hell. Looking at the crowd below sweating in fear, not daring to speak, he was very satisfied. Oh, looks like everyone is no longer afraid of death? Then everyone move forward. Cheer loudly. As soon as he finished, no one dared to disobey, but instead raised their hands in response, cheering with full momentum. The person who was just shot didn't dare to be silent, trying to endure the pain while cheering with everyone in the heated atmosphere. Kim Jian smiled satisfactorily. Very good. Now, the leaders behind were very excited when Kim Jian signaled. Let's go. The sunset shone all over the high hills. Wonkwang looked confused. What the hell? Aren't those guys cold? Why are they taking off all their clothes? In Ailshik's eyes, suspicion appeared. Aren't they hot? What are they wearing? Kim Jian stepped toward the crowd, his tone satisfied. Everyone arrived on time. A girl's voice behind him rang out. General! Sang-yi hugged him, her small face rubbing against Kim Jian. Waran's face darkened, her eyes widened in anger. That damn bitch is doing that to the leader again? Woolie's face showed annoyance. Who is she? Kim Jian's hand didn't stop pushing Sang-yi's face away. He chased her off. Hey! I'm busy. Go play somewhere else. Kwang's face flushed with anger, muttering to himself. That bastard dares to touch my daughter's face? Kim Jian looked at the crowd, not paying attention to Sang-yi, and smiled. Now everyone seems to have gathered. Everyone, let's move to the big tent. Let's talk. In the tent, everyone looked at him seriously. Ailshik asked first. So brother, what is this attack plan? Kim Jeon replied casually. I don't have any big plan. He simply raised his pistol to indicate. I just intend to use this to put a hole in the Murim Alliance leader's head. A hearty laugh rang out. Truly clear and wonderful. The camp chief's group was overjoyed. As expected, our third brother is truly smart. Truly our brother. One Kwang criticized in his heart. These savages. But what he actually said was, hey, are you sure you will defeat the Murim Alliance leader? Kim Jeon comforted the old man, smiling confidently. You don't need to worry. I'll handle that. You just need to defeat the rest. Ailshik smiled proudly. That's my brother. So heroic. Conversely, One Kwang's face flushed with anger, trembling. What? Handle the rest? Kim Jeon turned to Wu Li to inquire. And has the lower 5 gates master finished what I ordered? She was startled and replied. Ah yes, leader. Wu Li smiled with momentum. Now our side is waiting for orders. Kim Jeon praised. A demonic smile appeared on his face again. Well done, and now surely they have arrived too. Outside, the armies lined up neatly on one side, the army under the patrol hall Fujian Dragon Chasing Team. Patrol Hall Master, Mount Hua Elder, Woon Chunhan. On the other side, the army under the Punishment Hall Asura Sword Team. Punishment Enforcer Wudong Elder, Mak Chundu. The army under the Murim Alliance leader Heavenly Army. Heavenly Army Commander, head of the Murim Alliance.
Murim Alliance leader Dongfang Ying.
Kim Ryong commented calmly. It seems there are quite a few dangerous people out there. The camp chief was excited. That's right, big brother. It's been a while since I've been this excited. Kim Gun couldn't help but exclaim. Plenty of guys came here to die. He shouted to the army. Hey old man, you gathered this many people just to catch me? Just shouting, he added a provocation. I guess you didn't like the gift I gave you earlier, huh? Peng Yang let out a cold laugh. Let's see how long that arrogant attitude lasts. He looked on with a fake smile like a nobleman welcoming a guest. And it's been a long time since I last met. Both men stared straight ahead at his greeting. Bao God Jiam Ryong, Green Forest 6 Heavenly Evils. Peng Yang exclaimed in a tone like old friends. I think you two live somewhere in the mountains, right? Your 3 brothers are called this in the world, right? He spoke in a polite tone, but the cruelty hidden behind every word made the listeners' spines chill. 3 crazy brothers. Immediately, veins popped on Jiam Ryong's forehead. He frowned and replied with heavy words. You crazy bastard? No, we. Kim Gun stood nearby and stopped him. Brother Kung, let it go. Why get upset over this? Right? He glanced at him, suddenly remembering something fun. Oh right, I also prepared a special gift for you. His eyebrows furrowed when he heard Kim Gun speak. Peng Yang wondered. A gift? He replied firmly. Yes, this time you'll like it. Kim Gun ordered. Lower 5 gates master. She nodded in understanding, holding the signal flare in her hand and firing it high up. Kim Gun ordered the lower 5 gate star master. She nodded in understanding, holding the signal flare in her hand and firing it high up. In the forest, Heng Jiai sweated in fear, looking at what he was holding. Damn it, why do I have to do this? When will the signal come? A call from behind made him jump. What is it? Who are you? A soldier holding a sword interrogated. Are you from the Dream Dog cult? Heng Jiai hurriedly denied. No, not at all. I'm just running errands for someone. Not letting him continue, brilliant fireworks suddenly appeared in the sky. The soldier didn't believe Heng Jiai, loudly pressing. Tell the truth. What are you doing here? Seeing the signal, Heng Jiai's face changed 180 degrees, breaking into a fierce smile. Who? You bastard. It's the evil faction. Who else? Finishing, he squeezed the object in his hand. Seeing nothing happen, Peng Yang was confused. What trick are you pulling again? I won't be fooled this time. Kim Gun laughed leisurely. What nonsense? I told you it's a gift. He spoke slowly as if teaching. There is one thing that any Korean man cannot fail to know. That is life. A notification box appeared, mission transfer. Master 2 of the Bao God's training skills. He smiled looking at the detailed reward text. M18A1. A giant stream of fire from the explosion erupted powerfully, throwing many people away. Inside was horror with screams echoing everywhere. Many explosions rang out at the same time. Those nearby were blown up, burned black to charcoal. Kim Gun asked with interest. How is it? Do you like this gift? Now we have to take advantage of this chaos to fish in troubled waters. He laughed arrogantly, just like a villain. His army received the order, immediately rushing up like a storm. On the opposite side, the Martial Alliance side also drew their swords and rushed up without hesitation. The battlefield immediately sank into chaos as two armies of over 1,000 people clashed violently. Blood and sweat splattered amidst countless strikes. A martial alliance soldier quickly dodged a spear tip and immediately swung his sword. A clean slash cut across the opponent's head. His face was full of smugness. "You barbarians, you are nothing." A creature suddenly rushed to attack. He hadn't finished his sentence before being bitten to death by a tiger. Someone laughed gleefully at the scene. "Our baby is hungry, right? Chew carefully." One Guang frowned with contempt. Truly the mindset of the barbarians. An opponent from behind rushed in with a sword in hand. Thanks for watching the video. A group of guards also simultaneously rushed in to ambush One Guang. He drew his sword with a cold face. "You bastards, do you know who I am?" Power poured into the sword, creating a powerful pressure. Ice-white sword technique. The slash tore through the air as if to split the sky in two. One Guang sighed to himself. "Annoying. I should be attacking someone of the same level." A pair of feet calmly approached. "So how about me?" The pressure from the Mount Hua elder made the air heavier. "I think my level is suitable for you." Van Tianhan, elder of the Mount Hua sect. One Guang paused. Someone mocked. "Who is that guy? If you feel overwhelmed, let me fight instead." A voice rang out from behind. "No need." A powerful sword was drawn from its sheath. "Let me handle it." Mak Tian Dao, Great Punishment Elder, Wudong Sect Elder. The duels began to form. Amidst the blood-soaked battlefield. Outside, the life and death battle continued fiercely. Die! The martial alliance is nothing special either. Provoked, the martial alliance became more chaotic and panicked. "Damn it! They are too many. Let's retreat and join the allies." A fiery fist rushed to block their path. "Who said you could retreat?" The masked man threw a punch that swept through an area, not distinguishing friend or foe. The mask hid his cold face. "Those who run away will die by my hand first." A shout from above rang down. "Who dares to touch my subordinates?" The camp master descended from the sky with terrible power. "Do me a favor." He smiled radiantly, full of arrogance. "Don't die after just one blow." The punch exploded on the ground, making everything shake. However, the masked man still stood firm. He could take it. Not letting the opponent react in time, the camp master rushed in again. The masked man didn't flinch, ready to confront. Kim Gun observed the battle before him in amazement. "Fighting quite well." Dankwa stood nearby and spoke. "Aye, leader." Kim Gun nodded slightly. "Act." Dankwa immediately left his position. He moved extremely fast, appearing right in front of the opponent. Baek Cheon frowned when he saw him. "Going to battle with only one arm?" Dank smiled confidently. "Just one arm is enough to deal with someone like you." Baek Cheon laughed coldly. "Don't know how long that confidence will last." Just as the words ended, the momentum changed. Fast as lightning, Dankwa threw the first punch. Baek Cheon immediately reacted, eyes tracking the attack direction. Seizing the opportunity, he punched hard into Dankwa's waist. Anger flared up. "You cunning brat!" Dankwa suddenly paused. He was surrounded by 3 clones of the opponent. Rapid attacks rushed in as if to crush him. Dankwa could only defend. "Damn it! In this situation I can't do anything. Must keep distance." He channeled power, unleashing a strong move, stomping the ground. 1,000-pound hammer. Dirt and rocks splattered, forcing Baek Cheon to stop. Dankwa immediately rushed to counterattack. "Caught you, brat!" Baek Cheon's face twisted when he took the full punch. His body was knocked far away, creating a large explosion. But from the dust, he rushed out again. His power was as fierce as a wild black wolf confronting the king of the striped tigers.
Dankwa shouted, "Die!"
Their fists collided, making the ground crack open. An arm was suddenly forming, growing out from Dankwa. Baek Cheon screamed madly. "How can I be defeated by a one-armed cripple?" Dankwa darkened. "Who is a cripple?" A hand made of chi suddenly gripped his hand. "You say I'm a cripple?" Dankwa smiled triumphantly. "Master created a new arm for me." His punches rained down continuously, making Baek Cheon bleed profusely. The rapid attacks brought the match to an end. Baek Cheon couldn't defend. Dankwa clenched his fist, each blow stronger. Baek Cheon collapsed before his imposing stance. "Now it's over." He clasped his hands as if making a final decision. Blood from Baek Cheon sprayed like rain after the finishing blow. Dankwa snorted coldly, closing his eyes. "Nothing special." He turned back because he sensed something. Kim Gun smiled, raising a finger in praise. Dankwa laughed when recognized. Kim Gun raised his rifle. "All right, now let's finish this slowly." The crosshair locked onto the target, making the air seem to stop. The alliance leader's subordinates shuddered at the killing intent. This killing intent is terrifying. He shouted the order, "Heavenly Army." The army immediately formed a defensive formation, Heavenly Dragon Defense Formation. Kim Gun was indifferent. It's too late. The bullet fired as fast as lightning. In a blink, all guards were taken down. Another rushed up to shield the alliance leader. Before he could blink, his head exploded. Blood splattered all over the alliance leader's face, making him tremble. Kim Gun looked at the scene and just laughed regretfully. Too bad. He pulled the trigger. I tried to finish it in just one blow. He reloaded. Then let's do it again. A sword from behind suddenly rushed in. Who gave you permission to end it? Dong Bangyong hadn't even acted before being attacked by a force from behind. The power was so terrible that he felt like his bones were shattering. Though not dead, his face was deformed and covered in blood. What does the third brother usually say at times like this? Ah, right. A man standing nearby aimed his bow. Too bad. Bow God. Are you senile because you're old? Forgot. Dong Bangyong immediately went mad. That bow and arrow can't take me down. Kim Gun smirked. Haven't you forgotten? Your opponent is me. The gun barrel loaded and bang, aimed accurately at him. Even such a simple attack, he shouted, doesn't affect me at all. Then used his body to dodge the bullet's path. He thought for a moment. I clearly intended to aim at his head. Then sighed, truly not easy to deal with. He laughed mockingly. Hehehe, you brat always use tricks like that. He was annoyed. Damn it. The gun barrel didn't hit him, because he quickly dodged and jumped behind him. An arrow shot out, blocking his attack force, making him confused. He broke into a mocking smile. Dong Bangyong aimed at the archer from before. Caught you! That man kicked him in the stomach. The force of that kick was enough to make him fly a meter away. When the man calmed down, his face became worried. And Dong Bangyong was still arrogant. Where are you looking, Black Golden Dragon? Slashes pierced through that man's body. He hadn't understood what was happening yet. Then the body shattered before Dong Bangyong's power. Kim Gun, furious and lost his cool. You bastard! A stream of power surrounded him. The power was so terrifying that his whole body wanted to be thrown away. But luckily his feet held ground. 100 heavenly lightning steps. Then he disappeared into that stream of power. He jumped into the air and aimed straight at Kim Gun. He started and turned back. The attack power was enough to make a whole city collapse. Just then, someone appeared standing in front of Kim Gun. He was surprised. Luke Ba! He appeared just in time. Leader, don't worry about behind you. I will protect you. He became even more arrogant. Oh ho! Looks like you have the diamond body? Dong Bangyong swung his sword to the sky. A series of lightning bolts appeared. Let's see if you can block this blow. They formed a straight line and prepared to aim straight at Kim Gun. The lightning bolts made nearby houses and land explode sky high. Luke Ba had to die by his hand. Dong Bangyong looked in another direction. Kim Gun had run away from that place. He put his hand on his head and sighed. Abandoning subordinates to run like that? Fine, run as far as you want. But inside he was full of arrogance. You won't escape my palm either. Kim Gun ran with all his might. He was following closely beside. He used power from the sword to blow Kim Gun away. His body flew straight into the nearby cliff. He arrogantly said, just for a worm like this, what a waste of time. He raised his sword, preparing the finishing blow. End it here.
But Kim Gun smiled confusingly. Ah, Balkuma.
The devilish gaze stared at him. Welcome to hell. Dong Bangyong looked confused. What? In front of him were 3 devices of unknown nature. I prepared a few special things for you. They were arranged horizontally in order. He said the final words, goodbye. Both his hands pressed the switch. Dong Bangyong asked gently, already ran away and now still babbling? Give up. He hadn't finished the next sentence before being surrounded by a stream of light. An explosion from his devices created a tremor more violent than before. He witnessed him being blown up. Kim Gun sighed. Phew, truly an old man as tough as a leech. Still wasn't dead. Feet stepping out from the fire. Still not. Although his clothes were burned off, he was still alive. Ending it isn't that easy. He was like a devil one time, and again he didn't die under dangerous impacts. Kim Gun's expression was extremely terrified. He still survived that horrific explosion? Third brother. The camp master appeared, blocking in front of him. Run! I can't hold on for long. He lunged at Dong Bangyong to fight. He screamed in horror. Brother Luke! A hand appeared behind his back. Leader, please listen carefully. That's Copio. From now on, I will transfer everything about my life to the cult leader. He turned his back. What are you saying? Why are you doing this? Seopyo urged. Please, kill the Martial Alliance leader. He transferred his internal energy to Kim Gun. No. Hey, wait a second. What is this? Deep internal energy made him feel pain. Arg! Just then, a rainstorm arrived. Kim Gun's face was dazed after receiving the internal energy. Seopyo's face was pale. Cult leader, you've worked hard, everything from now on, and said one last word. Is left to you. He affirmed. Understood. Then he solemnly picked up his gun. Leave it to me. A blue beam of light fired from the gun, flying hundreds of meters. The chief camp leader was still determined to block his path. Dong Bang Yang said contemptuously, Still don't get it? He wore a cruel smile. You are no match for me. Voice rang out from afar. Hey, don't bother my brother. He was bewildered when he saw something. Kim Gun appeared with a gun in his hand. Now die! The blast of power from the gun appeared before him, leaving him unable to understand what was happening. The beam of light pierced directly through him. Arg, arg. After that shot, the rain became heavier. Ah! Finally, he died at his hands. Under the heavy rain, everything returned to silence. He whispered, This battle. And he laughed loudly. We won. The people below cheered in unison. Peace returned to the sect. A hand grabbed a broken string of prayer beads. It was a master sitting under a Buddha statue, watching the beads roll on the floor. That master was the Shaolin abbot. He panicked. Could the Martial Alliance leader have lost? His body flew away nimbly. No, I must stop this. On this side, Kim Gun thought to himself, Finally, it's time to go. A message was sent to his phone. Hello Kim Jian. I am team leader Kim Young. He continued reading. Kim Jian is the first person to reach this stage. Kim Jian has successfully defeated the Martial Alliance leader. Don't think you have successfully conquered the Murim yet. His face was panicked. What? A notification appeared. Chapter 1, Final Mission. Defeat the Martial Alliance leader, complete. An image of a coffin wrapped in countless chains and talismans. From now on, Chapter 1 ends. The talismans were suddenly burned. Chapter 2 begins. A beam of light struck directly down onto a sect temple. The people there did not understand what was happening. A figure appeared on the roof of the Murim building amidst the thick smoke. The strongest and most evil person in Murim history had descended. The man raised his sword to catch the power from the lightning. That sword absorbed all the energy in heaven and earth. They gathered in one place. Then it exploded throughout the surrounding houses. The man hovered in the air, looking down. That is the heavenly demon cult. He, with eyes red as a demon, was waiting for orders. Heavenly demon, kill that person. He received the order. Kill the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon sensed something. Huh. He thought to himself. Are they all gathering in one place? Then he flew away. He ran nimbly to find something. Saves the trouble of searching. Kim Gun had read the entire message, his hands trembling, unable to stay calm. He was frustrated. No, this is crazy. What the hell is this? The Alliance leader is dead, right? I've conquered Murim, haven't I? Who the hell is this heavenly demon? Hearing everyone call, he turned back by reflex. Oh, Alliance leader. Supyo knelt respectfully. It's all over. The world will turn into hell. He looked surprised. He pointed the sword straight at his own neck. Live well in hell. Blood from his neck artery sprayed everywhere. Manhwa approached him. What is this situation? I think he was shocked that the master he served died. Chief camp leader spoke. Third brother, are you here? He and the archer approached. Brother, something is wrong. I sense an unusual aura. Both their hands, feet, and bodies were stained with blood. Kim Gun ordered Noyetni. Sect Master Havu, help me treat those dying old men. She bowed respectfully. Yes, as you command, cult leader. He judged. Now I have to think about how to handle them. Corpses lay everywhere after the battle. Suddenly a voice interrupted. It's not over yet. Van Tianhan and his disciples blocked his path. As long as we are here, the war will never end. He raised his gun in warning. Is that so? Then whoever wants to die first, step out here. Suddenly he stopped when he saw something. Reflectively looking behind him, something was rushing toward them. A figure appeared from the sky, falling down. What is that? That is a pair of feet landing on the ground gently. But the force from the landing caused the disciples nearby to be blown away. Even Kim Gun found it hard to resist. Now is not the time for you to be fighting like this. The master spoke. Listen here. Everyone return to your sects and quickly report this incident. He declared in panic. The heavenly demon has awakened. He was surprised by that declaration. Heavenly demon? A wounded disciple asked. Why did the abbot come all the way here? And what does heavenly demon mean? The master couldn't keep his calm. Didn't he die 2,000 years ago? There's no time to explain. The disciple's expression was stunned. Ah, abbot! The master hadn't finished his sentence when his head was sliced off by a sharp object. Quickly prepare to deal with the heavenly demon. At this moment, the disciple completely couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the master's head fall. Then he screamed, Abbot! A voice nearby spoke up. How noisy! That was the disciple's turn to be sliced across the head by the heavenly demon. Damn you! Do you know who he is? The heavenly demon appeared, standing before everyone, even as his comrades lay dead. Using words before swords again. Truly a bunch of trash. The remaining disciples were bewildered when witnessing such a scene. The heavenly demon officially reincarnated. Arrogant. You dare to call yourselves martial artists? Van Tianhan was helpless. I don't know if you are the real heavenly demon, but you are very strong. We are the Martial Alliance, the gathering place of the righteous sects. Hand gripped the sword tightly. Martial Alliance, listen. If you are true martial artists, if you still have the strength to hold a sword. He stood up and called out. Then join me in punishing that scoundrel. All the disciples rushed toward the heavenly demon with enthusiastic spirit. When the disciples got close, he said, I take back my words. You are not martial artists. He said in an arrogant voice. But moths to a flame. Those who rushed in were all defeated by the heavenly demon's extremely fast strikes. Red beams like lasers tore through space. The image of those people being decapitated was truly terrifying. The entire battlefield was just a scene of absolute destruction. He wore a cruel smile. Just throwing yourselves into the fire like moths. Kim Gun, nearby, swallowed hard. His expression was bewildered and fearful. Is that guy the heavenly demon? The man with the bow and arrow said. Third brother, if he really is the heavenly demon, we must quickly escape from here. The camp leader agreed. That's right, big brother is right. Even if the three of us joined forces to fight him. The disciples were slashed to death everywhere one after another, creating a heavy, tragic image. We will only meet a tragic death. He thought to himself, I know that. If we rush in, we'll only die tragically. But I must catch him. Suddenly his hand trembled. The chief camp leader, witnessing this, said sadly, Third brother. On this side, the heavenly demon continued to slaughter the disciples without any mercy. Suddenly, his cold eyes looked in another direction. Huh! Kim Gun and Lin Ho were standing dazed. Suddenly, an aura appeared from them. The heavenly demon sensed that aura and judged. Someone is emitting an interesting aura, aren't they? The chief camp leader advised. Third brother, no matter why you intend to confront him, nothing is more precious than your life. Escape from here quickly. His face became tense. Reflectively looking behind. Wait, this aura is... The heavenly demon was getting closer. The power on him was like eyes staring at them. Since when was he there? He was like a 1,000-year-old demon laughing contemptuously. The camp leader and the swordsman moved to protect Kim Gun. Third brother, we will buy time. Take the subordinates and escape from here. Kim Gun was still hesitant. No, wait, I will also. But two subordinates didn't allow it. Hurry, we can't hold out for long. Then both of them rushed toward the heavenly demon to buy time. He easily escaped and flew into the sky. There are a few decent ones. Then he raised his sword to the sky to absorb spiritual energy. All the light rays gathered on the sword and struck directly down at the chief camp leader and the archer. Even so, they are just lowly trash. Kim Gun witnessed his two confidants being defeated, becoming shocked and speechless. In his hand, he prepared his gun. That bastard dares to. He angrily aimed at the heavenly demon. He stood nearby, not moving. The bullet was getting closer. Then he turned his back and wore a cunning smile. The bullet's path was enough to hit him, creating a loud explosion. Sighed. Did it hit? The heavenly demon had appeared behind Kim Gun. Mysterious martial arts. I have never seen this strange type of martial art. His expression was horrified to see that he wasn't dead. He was arrogant. You have a type of martial art that I don't know, how interesting. A pale hand pointed straight at him. However, it's a pity. He made a gesture as if aiming at his head. He couldn't move either. Arg. Suddenly his whole body distorted. What is this? The next second, his whole body was crushed. Blood splattered everywhere. Ah, this is bad. His body was blown into hundreds of pieces under his one-finger attack. He revealed his face blatantly. That's as far as you go. Kim Gun woke up as if just escaping an illusion. His pupils contracted. Ah, this is bad. The camp leader standing next to him looked at him and spoke. That's right, third brother. Big brother is right. Even if the three of us join forces. Kim Gun admitted. That's right. He turned and said decisively. We must escape from here immediately. Kim Gun looked behind, under the surprised eyes of everyone. Everyone listen clearly. The battle is over. Use all your strength to run. The elders and disciples opened their eyes wide in tension, cold sweat pouring out as if they understood. Everyone screamed and ran fast in one direction. Run! The noise attracted the heavenly demon. He glanced over. He was contemptuous while his hands didn't stop slaughtering. Humph! There's a bunch that isn't even equal to insects. Power from within the heavenly demon exploded with a blinding red light. The ground cracked. He was annoyed. While I'm bored. His foot stomped hard, making the ground sink. The heavenly demon rushed up like a black arrow tearing through the air, eyes red with killing intent. The powerful jump created a column of red light, like a lightning bolt striking down. The whole ground shook from the powerful force. Dust and sand flew everywhere. On the side, Kim Gun and Dankwa rushed away like flying, so fast that on the ground one could only see the force bouncing up. Behind Kim Gun, a beam of light suddenly shone, making him look back in surprise. The heavenly demon held his sword, pointing straight at the accumulating demonic power. Kim Gun was stunned and cursed inwardly. That's crazy. What is that? The heavenly demon stood in the air, looking down with a cold, soulless face. Kim Gun stopped suddenly, his feet scraping the ground, leaving a long trail. Even if I don't know what it is. His face tense, he looked up and determined. But when it strikes down, everyone will die. A large cannon appeared in Kim Gun's hand from the air. Just a little bit is enough. The cannon was fired, creating an extremely strong recoil. Must create a chance to escape. The cannonball flew toward him. The heavenly demon remained motionless. Under his sword blade, he accumulated a giant, glowing red orb. As the cannonball rushed toward him, he frowned slightly and looked. His hand immediately emitted energy to block it. The heavenly demon, with eyes showing a hint of curiosity, muttered, "What is he using this for?" Suddenly the cannonball exploded, the blinding fire blowing his hair back. His face stiffened in shock. The target exploded into a fireball above. Kim Gun immediately turned and rushed away. Good! He looked back, silently confirming. This level is only enough to buy time. Suddenly his eyes widened in horror. A moment of suffocating silence passed over his pale face. The heavenly demon didn't even have a scratch, standing ominously above with killing intent. A terrifyingly evil smile accompanied by smoke exhaled, eyes glowing red with killing intent, as if wanting to tear apart the person in front of him. Kim Gun turned and ran faster, panicked, gritting his teeth and cursing inwardly. Damn it! He's completely unharmed? The heavenly demon smirked sarcastically. Interesting martial arts, but that's all. Try surviving like an insect. Finishing his words, his face darkened, only his eyes burning with fire as he threw the energy orb down. The orb touched the ground and flashed, the intense friction causing the ground to be torn by a sharp wind. Massive energy radiated over a wide area. The ring of light diffused into a shocking explosion. Behind the forest, blinding light dyed the whole sky white. Kim Gun used all his strength to run headlong. The dirt, rocks, and dust behind were blown up by the powerful force, rushing toward him. Kim Gun's face twisted in panic as the dust and debris behind him were about to collapse and bury him. A moment later, he panted in exhaustion, his face covered in wounds and cold sweat. Kim Gun collapsed to the ground, his whole body limp after escaping death. Damn! That was close. Eyes wide and mouth agape. He frowned and looked up, cursing under his breath. What the hell was that monster? With the surrounding dust still thick, he wondered, how the hell did the system make me go catch a monster like that? Black Kim Long, battered and bloodied behind him, warned, Third brother, it's a good thing we escaped safely. But listen to me. If he really is the heavenly demon I know, we are facing the most evil person in Murim history. The heavenly demon cult from 200 years ago, a crazed religion that operated solely on the logic of power. The leader of that cult was the godlike entity we just saw. The heavenly demon cult appeared and immediately burned everything to the ground, without distinguishing between righteous or evil factions. It even reached the pillars of the country, the imperial palace. The reason was the overwhelming power of the heavenly demon himself. So, to stop him, Murim joined hands with the government for the first time in history. And just like that, the righteous, the evil, and the imperial court joined forces. Only then could they cut off the heavenly demon's head, at least according to the legends. Black Kim Long mused, But how could someone who died 200 years ago appear again? I don't know either. Kim Gun clenched his fists, trembling with anger. Damn it! It was hard enough taking down the alliance leader. And now you're telling me to catch a monster even worse than that. He shouted. Kim you bastard. Say something. How am I supposed to catch a monster like that? Kim Gun suddenly cursing made Hoalan and Dankwa standing nearby stare in confusion. Suddenly, his intuition kicked in, and he spun around. His face focused with killing intent, his hand holding the pistol pointed at the target. A small hand raised in panic. Wait, it's me. The boy stood in the distance with both arms raised in surrender. Only then did Kim Gun lower his gun and ask, What is it? Is it that beggar kid from the other day? He said nonchalantly, We don't have any money right now. The kid glanced around and muttered, No, I didn't come here for that. Kim Gun instinctively looked around. He was startled as a group of people with sticks walked straight toward him from behind. There were also guys waiting in the trees, ready to surround the six of them. Kim Gun gritted his teeth in irritation. Huh? Do these lowlifes want to die today? A man stepped out from the bushes to reassure him. Calm down. I didn't come here to cause trouble. Tian Bok slammed his staff onto the ground and said, I know a way to kill the heavenly demon. Kim Gun turned his head and asked, What? Lin Ho jumped onto his shoulder, and he asked urgently, What way? Are you sure? Tell me. Tian Bok replied, Calm down. That method isn't from me, but taught by the beggar sect leader. He asked him, So, will you come with me to the beggar sect? He agreed. Fine, but before that. Then he instructed, You guys go home and treat your wounds. Black Kim Long asked, Why? He explained, You seniors are getting on in age, and you've taken countless sword strikes. Go home and rest. Black Kim Long said sadly, What do you take us for? We're still strong. The camp chief interrupted, Big brother. He smiled and said, In our current state, we'll only be a burden to third brother. Let's go get treated first and come back to help him. Hearing the reasonable analysis, Black Kim Long agreed. Right, second brother is right. I'll go get treated and come back immediately. Black Kim Long instructed, Don't do anything dangerous and take care. He replied, Thank you, brothers. Then he tilted his head slightly and said, By the way, how much longer do you plan to hide there? Like a rat. Seopyo was startled when called out. He walked over with a fake laugh. Ha ha. I was just going to say hello, but I don't look very presentable. He glanced at Seopyo and walked closer. Honestly, I don't completely trust you. He put his hand on his shoulder and said, But thank you, leaving him stunned. He said seriously, If not for you, it would have been very hard to defeat the alliance leader. I will never forget this favor. Seopyo teared up. I wouldn't dare, cult leader. Thanks to you, I finally fulfilled my long-held wish. I don't know when, but I will definitely. He looked at Seopyo and thought to himself, Too deep. Kim Gun instructed. Yeah, you've all worked hard. See you again soon. Beggar Sect Kaifeng Branch Headquarters. The three of them, including Kim Gun, Dankwa, and Tian Bok, entered. After observing for a moment, Kim Gun spoke up. This is where your leader lives? Why is it so dirty and shabby? Tian Bok replied. Of course, even if it's called a beggar's den, it's just a place for beggars to gather. He opened the door and invited them in. All right, we're here. Come in. He signaled to Kim Gun. The leader is waiting. He walked in, pinching his nose. Ugh. The smell of burnt fire. Clean up a bit. A voice rang out. You've arrived, nameless wanderer? He glanced toward where the voice came from. Huh. Old man sat cross-legged, looking at him. I've been waiting for you. Kim Gun thought to himself. Is he the beggar sect leader? He looked at the old man radiating yellow energy and speculated. He really is different from the other beggars. Before anything else, Tian Bok stepped forward and scolded. Hey, you senile old man. This is the leader's spot. Get lost. His expression changed, and he cursed silently. Nearby, there was coughing and sneezing. Tian Bok turned around. Oh really? Is the leader sleeping here again? Ngubin Sam sat curled up, hugging his knees. Oh, it's so cold. Light a fire. Ngubin Sam sipped hot tea. So the one who killed the Murim alliance leader now wants to know how to kill the heavenly demon? Ngubin Sam said seriously. It's too late to put on an act. Kim Gun replied. I have to kill him to return. But first, you know that the heavenly demon awakened because of you? Kim Gun asked back in surprise. What? Ngubin Sam leisurely enjoyed his tea. This is top secret information only passed down to leaders, but now I think the cult leader should know. 200 years ago, the factions joined forces to stop the heavenly demon, but ultimately failed to kill him. They had to seal him with talismans, iron chains, and a black flame in the center, and sealed his soul into a divine artifact shaped like a vase. That artifact was passed down to generations of Murim Alliance leaders, using their lives to maintain the seal. However, the cult leader killing the Alliance leader weakened that seal. The heavenly demon's soul escaped, entered his old body, and resurrected him. After hearing this, Kim Gun said, "So, just having that artifact is enough to kill the heavenly demon?" Gubin Sam replied, "That's right. Then why didn't you kill him and just let him be until now?" Gubin Sam said seriously, "To seal the heavenly demon with the artifact and kill him, it requires sacrificing the soul of a supreme master in Murim. The true nature of the Murim Alliance, which was supposed to be created for righteousness, is actually just an organization established to pursue personal interests. So in the end, no one was willing to sacrifice themselves, and they could only seal the heavenly demon. But only the Alliance leader knew the location of the artifact, so I don't know where it is either." Gun interrupted, pointing his gun at Ngubin Sam. "You called me here and now you're telling me you don't know?" Tin Bok shouted. "You are so rude." Ngubin Sam signaled, "Calm down, there's still a way. Go to a sect with close ties to the Murim Alliance. You will surely find information." Kim Gun asked, "Where is that?" Ngubin Sam suggested, "First, try going to the Manhwa sect. That place produced many Alliance leaders from the beginning, so it surely has a lot of ancient information." Ngubin Sam continued, "But even if you find the artifact, will anyone be willing to sacrifice themselves?" Luke Ba stood behind Kim Gun. The two were serious, but after hearing that, Kim Gun glanced at Luke Ba with a cunning look. Luke Ba felt the gaze and trembled, sweat pouring down like rain. Dankwa spoke up, "Cult leader, are we preparing to go to the Mount Hua sect right away?" Kim Gun replied, "No. Need to stop by one more place before that." The scene shifts to a place full of ice and snow. The heavenly demon walked under the falling snow. "This place has changed so much." The heavenly demon walked to an abyss and looked for a while. Then he lifted his foot and stepped down. The heavenly demon dove powerfully into the bottomless abyss, falling forever without seeing the bottom. A while later, the heavenly demon finally landed. As the heavenly demon landed gently, a massive power erupted. Then the heavenly demon spoke, "All of you, long time no see." Things like wooden pieces emerged from the stone. "My disciples!" The heavenly demon channeled power into his palm. "Now is the time." The heavenly demon shouted, "Awaken!" The heavenly demon channeled power into those wooden blocks. Black streams of energy radiated from the cracks. The heavenly demon clasped his hands together. "Open the gate!" Those things shattered. A strong, powerful foot touched the ground. Chant rang out, "Long live! Long live!" The heavenly demon replied, "It's a joy to see my beloved disciples again." Behind the heavenly demon were disciples of all shapes and sizes. The heavenly demon walked to the top ice step, where his throne was placed. The heavenly demon sat on it and said cruelly, "Now, let's paint this world red once again." In town, a customer walked into the shop, making the bell ring. The shop owner cleaning up didn't turn around. "Welcome. How many are in your party? Thanks for watching the video." Great Bald saw that the person entering was Kim Gun, and he teared up. Cult leader." He called out excitedly, "Cult leader!" And he called out, "Mongu." Kim Gun ran over to play with Mongu. Cheat Hao walked over and said, "Long time no see, cult leader." He asked respectfully, "Have you eaten yet?" Cheat Hao recounted, "After the Dream Dog cult collapsed, we had to open this tavern to survive." Great Bald continued, "That's right, but now that the cult leader has returned, we can rebuild the cult." Kim Gun interrupted, "What are you talking about?" "No, I still have things to do." He was surprised to hear that. "Then what should we do?" Kim Gun said nonchalantly, "Just keep living as you are." Cheat Hao spoke up, "Cult leader, actually we have many people, but we don't have a proper place to stay, so we have to live scattered everywhere." Kim Gun was still hesitating when the table next to them conveyed a conversation that caught his attention. One guy asked, "Hey, have you heard the news?" The other replied excitedly, "What news?" "I heard that since the Murim Alliance was destroyed, the demonic sects have started operating again." "That's the Murim Alliance's business. What does it have to do with us?" The other retorted, "Hey, you don't know anything about the Jianghu. Don't you know why we're called a demonic cult?" A group of 3 people rushed in from somewhere. The red-haired leader shouted, "Where's the boss? Haven't you heard of our reputation?" He approached the table of the 2 guys from before. "Hey, still not done eating?" That person was bewildered. "Yes." The red-haired guy angrily kicked the table and shouted, "Then eat faster." Dishes shattered everywhere. "Hey, if you don't want a corpse in the shop, you'd better." The red-haired guy from the Imperial Gate said sinisterly, "Hand over the protection money." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a punch right to the chin. Danqua threw a punch that sent the red-haired guy flying to the ceiling. The two guys with him were bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Danqua circled behind those two. "These guys dare to make noise here?" He was about to strike again when a voice called out, "Danqua!" Danqua stopped and replied, "Yes, let one of them go." Kim Gun with a dangerous look, "I just had a good idea." At the Imperial Gate, the gatemaster was surprised. "What? Danak was taken down at a tavern?" Danak is a master, yet he was taken down in such a mundane place? The guy who was released trembled. "He's waiting for the gate master there. If you're dissatisfied, go find him." The gate master heard this and laughed loudly. "What an interesting guy. But hey." He stood in front of the messenger. "While the others were taken down, why are you the only one who survived and returned?" The guy stammered, "Well, the thing is." The gate master's large hand grabbed the guy's head. One move and he ended his life. Gate master Lu Tai-min said angrily, "I must go meet that guy in person." Lu Tai-min walked down the street. Everyone who saw him was terrified. Lu Tai-min walked to the front of the tavern. Lu Tai-min walked into the tavern. His massive frame caused Lu Tai-min to break the door frame as he entered. Lu Tai-min walked in with murderous intent after breaking the door. Veins bulging on his forehead. He shouted, "Who is Kim Gun?" But Lu Tai-min was astonished looking at what was in front of him. Kim Gun with a sniper rifle ready. "Looking for me?" Fired a shot that hit Lu right in the stomach. Tai-min making him fall backward. He walked closer nonchalantly. "I know you're not dead. Come out now." From inside the broken wall, Lu Tai-min's voice came out. "I understand why Danak died now." However, the ground cracked. A loud boom echoed from the building. Lu Tai-min stepped out with a purple aura of power. "With just that level, you can't defeat me." Danqua assessed silently. Thought he was just an old man. Didn't expect his level to be this formidable. Danqua spoke up, "Cult leader, let me handle him." Kim Gun refused. "No, I need to check a few things." Lu Tai-min asked, "I've never seen you in this area." Kim Gun picked his ear and replied, "Doing a background check? Let me ask you back. Do you have a lot of money? Do you have a house?" Lu Tai-ming replied, "Why ask such an obvious question? I possess the best things in the world. High-class residence, countless riches. All of it is mine." Kim Gun heard this and said, "Is that so? How lucky." He leaped up and attacked. "Now it will all be mine." Kim Gun suddenly threw a kick at Lu Tai-ming's face. He thought the old man wouldn't be able to dodge, but suddenly froze. Lu Tai-ming had caught Kim Gun's leg. "Thanks for watching the video." Lu Tai-ming said viciously, "Didn't I tell you already?" He laughed excitedly. "That level won't beat me." Kim Gun was thrown by Lu Tai-ming, falling into the house opposite, creating a loud explosion. Lu Tai-ming looked at Kim Gun. "How about it? Have you seen the gap between us yet?" "Thanks for watching the video." Kim Gun retorted. "The opposite is true. I needed an opponent to warm up my body." Lin Ho saw this and worried. Kim Gun comforted it. "All right, Mi Ho. Dealing with this guy doesn't require a gun." He took out a knife and spun it in his hand. "Haven't used this in a while. Time to show off my old skills." Traditional Philippine martial arts. Kali Arnis. Killing intent surrounded Kim Gun. White-haired old man was surprised. "Humph. Use strange weapons." He stroked his long beard. He flexed his muscles. "But with just those puny weapons." He grinned mysteriously. "You can't even leave a scratch on me." Before Lu Tai-ming finished speaking, Kim Gun appeared behind him. A dagger blade slashed past unexpectedly. Lu Tai-ming stood still, unaffected. Kim Gun was somewhat surprised to see that. He suddenly turned around. He touched the slash spot mockingly. "Humph. Like a mosquito bite. So itchy. Try changing to a different weapon." Lu Tai-ming was extremely smug. "If this match ends too boringly," stuck out his tongue, looking at Kim Gun with a strange gaze. "Then I'll have to find somewhere else to play." Then he lunged forward at dizzying speed. "Now, let's end this quickly." Kim Gun hadn't reacted in time. "Huh." Lu Tai-ming's large hand was already closing in. The impact caused the ground to cave in. He sneered. "How can you beat me if you only know how to run?" His fist kept flying forward. Kim Gun analyzed. The destructive power is no less than Luke Tnac, but he's not as fast as the second brother. Lu Tai-ming swung another punch. Fortunately, Kim Gun dodged it. He swung his blade to counter. Lu Tai-ming quickly raised his hand to block. Face stunned. sweat pouring down his forehead. Damn it! He looked up anxiously. What kind of body is this? 9 power overlord fist. Then Lu Taiming gathered all his energy and swung a massive wave of power towards him. His body was thrown far away. He tried to stand up, blood already flowing on his head. Damn it! Normal attacks can't leave a scratch on him. Kim Gun felt the win rate was extremely low. Must gather inner energy like when using a gun? But can I take him down? Lu Taiming's voice rang out. What? Who is this brat? He looked over. Huh? Lu Taiming glared fiercely at the kid below to interrogate him. Do you know whose path you're blocking? The kid was terrified and trembling. This seat is the Emperor Sect Master. He tried to focus. Not the time for nonsense.
Liu Taiming shouted. It's Liu Taiming.
On this side, Kim Gun gathered all his strength. Must move forward. Rage. He stomped his foot aggressively. In the blink of an eye, he was close to him. Lu Taiming only then realized something unusual. Huh? Wait. Something is dangerous. Kim Gun slashed down. He raised his hand to block in front of his chest. Blood splattered everywhere. But while Lu Taiming wasn't paying attention, Kim Gun shouted, Ho Alan! Ho Alan rushed over to grab the child and move away. He was surprised to see a scratch on his hand. He frowned, veins bulging on his forehead. Lu Taiming gritted his teeth in anger and swung his hand. You bastard! He punched crazily at him, but he dodged them all. He dodged all the attacks. He quickly circled behind his back. Immediately, he launched an attack from behind. Lu Taiming turned his head, roaring angrily. You cowardly bastard! Ding Coat was amazed by his ability. I knew the leader had gotten stronger, but I didn't expect it to reach this level. Kim Gun continued to attack. Lu Taiming also fought back, but didn't land a single hit. Lu Taiming felt truly confused. Strange, clearly I am attacking, but the one getting injured is me. Damn it, this isn't good. Lu Taiming smashed the ground. Kim Gun reminded him from behind with an expressionless face. You really are a hopeless idiot. And he sneak attacked, leaving him unable to react in time. He bit his lip, unwilling to accept it, and yelled. This guy, where did someone with such monstrous strength appear from? He glanced and asked Kim Gun. Who exactly are you? Kim Gun launched the finishing blow, coldly uttering. You don't need to know, you're about to meet your maker. Lu Taiming's body collapsed. He breathed a sigh of relief. He thought while wiping the bloodstains off his face. After the fight with the Martial Alliance leader, my body is completely different. For someone like him, this is enough. His gaze looked forward. Someone else broke into a sweat. Humph, that gaze looking at me like a monster. Then he turned his head and stopped looking. So familiar. Behind him, there was suddenly cheering. Everyone cheered. Finally, Lu Taiming is dead. The noble person has appeared. He looked at them confusedly. What the hell? Are you all crazy? A voice replied. That's because they are grateful to you. Ho Alan stepped out from behind and gently said. You destroyed the person who was always bullying them. The kid ran over from afar. Leader, thank you. He looked at the boy in front of him in surprise. His face was full of joy, eyes tearing up looking at him. You saved me, and you punished the villain who was always bullying my father. Thank you so much. Kim Gun blushed, embarrassed and flustered by the thanks. What, wait. There's some misunderstanding. I only did it for my own benefit. As for you guys, a voice replied. You are a hero. Everyone happily shouted. Thanks to you, our families can be at peace. That's right. Thank you very much. He turned bright red, stuttering. No, actually, what the hell are you talking about? Shyly turned to ask the other three. Hey, what are you standing there for? Not leaving? Still have to go occupy the house.
Hoa Lang smiled.
All three said in unison. Yes, we are willing to follow you anywhere. Looked down in surprise. Holding the phone in his hand, a notification sound rang out. Hello, this is Kim Myung. Unifying Murim is also to find peace again. Because time you helped bring peace to this place, here is a gift for you.
Ting 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 ting.
Kim Gun smiled when looking at the reward. Basic blueprints. He clenched his fist. Alright, must have these things to be able to deal with that damn heavenly demon. He called his little pet's name, Miho. It heard him call and rushed into his arms. Kim Gun pointed to the screen and said, Try turning into this. His body glowed. He looked at Miho in surprise. Huh? What is this? Sunset fell. The sky was bright red. Someone was diligently sweeping. Suddenly that person looked in one direction. Huh? Is someone approaching? That person asked in surprise. Excuse me? What are you here for? His face looked down. Extremely terrifying. Me? He stuck out his strange tongue and replied. Came to play. Sunlight shone down on Kim Gun's large estate. Inside the courtyard, Yahello was still playing with Mangu and smiling brightly. Mangu, now we get to live in a nice house. Kim Gun smiled slightly, his expression calm as he looked around with interest. Afar, Seol Ho slowly walked over with a questioning tone. Will you depart immediately? He quickly replied, yes, let's go, time is tight. Kim Gun looked up, cast his eyes back to ask his assistants. Hey, are you ready? Their expressions were excited, shouting in unison. Yes, leader. From afar, a voice echoed calling his name, catching his attention. Leader. He quickly turned back with a suspicious expression. Behind him were the radiant faces of the disciples he had helped. They smiled, wishing him luck. Please return safely. Kim Gun coldly, in a low voice, replied to everyone's affection. I won't lose easily to anyone. Just stay here and eat well and have fun. Kim Gun's confident and determined expression made everything seem to brighten. I will be back soon. Scene changed to a large carriage with Kim Gun's group moving through the busy streets. Kim Gun covered his mouth with his hand, seemingly thinking about something important. Below, Lin Ho was still curled up sleeping by his thigh calmly. What exactly is going on? The blue energy flow surrounding it in Kim Gun's old memory made him hesitate. With a surprised expression, he exclaimed, Huh? His eyes opened wide along with Lin Ho's appearance just like before, making him confused. What is this? Why is Miho still the same? Kim Gun slumped down with a bored expression, one hand propping up his chin looking at it. What's wrong, Miho? Is there something wrong with your body? Lin Ho yawned slightly, showing indifference with squinted eyes, even cuter. Suddenly worried, Kim Gun broke into a sweat, helplessly realizing the problem. Miho, please, I need you to be able to shred that heavenly demon. He looked up at the sky, whistling, calculating. Damn it, thought everything would be a bit easier. Suddenly there was a call. Leader. In front of him was a massive gate closed tight with guards standing tall. Arrived at Huashan sect. Kim Gun's face suddenly sank, his eyebrows raised at the scene. Truly a prestigious sect, the aura is different. But what is this smell? Don't they clean up? Two guards quickly approached their group to inquire. What business do you have at Huashan sect? Kim Gun looked up, his face expressionless, stating the issue directly. I want to meet your sect master to ask about the location of the divine object. He wondered. Meet the sect master? The conversation didn't stop. He quickly asked. I wonder if you have an appointment with the sect master? Kim Gun crossed his arms. A smirk appeared. What? Have to make an appointment? Two guards, after hearing the answer, immediately turned to face. His expression changed immediately, his brows furrowed in annoyance. Don't know where you came from to think our sect master is your friend? Better go back and sleep. From inside the Huashan hall, a powerful voice rang out. Must maintain etiquette. Before the tension at the gate, the soldiers drew their swords preparing to attack. They were just doing their duty, no ill intent. From afar, a middle-aged man hurried over to explain. I have heard from the beggar sect. A gaunt man appeared, leading the way for Kim Gun. I will take you to meet the sect master. The person who just spoke was senior brother Jang Cheon. Kim Gun and his group quickly followed Jang Cheon inside. The door was slowly opening. Inside, man stood with his hands behind his back, his voice resonant. Very honored to meet you, Dream Dog cult leader. The man with a stern, cold expression introduced himself. I am Cheongang. Everyone sat down to discuss. Cheongang opened. Heard you are looking for the divine object to seal the heavenly demon. Kim Gun confirmed, straight to the point. That's right. Do you know where it is? Jang Cheon frowned and shouted. Must maintain etiquette before the sect master. Cheongang was calm. Stop it. This is not the time for formalities. Cheongang sipped his tea, full of thought. I only have one question. You said you are looking for the divine object to catch the heavenly demon. Kim Gun listened seriously. Cheongang continued. But you, the leader, are the one who resurrected the heavenly demon, right? Cheongang's voice was slow. When hearing the news that the heavenly demon was resurrected by the leader, the teacup in his hand suddenly shattered, contrasting with his voice. I could hardly control my anger. The teacup shattered. Tea spilled all over the floor. Sunlight shone through the door, creating a calm space. But because we need the power of the leader, who defeated the Martial Alliance leader, Cheongang looked deep into Kim Gun's eyes. So the Huashan sect decided to cooperate with you. He stood up, hands on the table. Therefore, the divine object you are looking for to seal the heavenly demon. Kim Gun's expression was briefly stunned when hearing, I will give it to you. Cheongang told Kim Gun. Follow me. Kim Gun's group quickly followed Cheongang to a secret place. His expression was suddenly surprised, his brows furrowed. Yeah. He glanced around slightly, seeing Yukpa's bewildered expression. Kim Gun wondered, Hey sect master, are we going the right way? Cheongang remained silent and kept walking. Suddenly he stopped. We're here. In front of them was a towering, mysterious tower. Cheongang announced, I will bring the divine object out. Please wait a moment. Kim Gun replied, Okay. Under the sunset, Dongwal and Yukpa were happy. So lucky. Finding the divine object is easier than predicted. That's right. Congratulations, leader. Hoa Lan smiled and asked Kim Gun. Now only need to find the location of the heavenly demon. Kim Gun's eyes suddenly darkened. He watched, coming out really fast. From afar, Cheongang carried a large box and slowly walked down. The wooden box was closed tight, unclear what was inside. Cheongang explained, This divine object has been secretly kept by generations of Hua Shan sect masters. He held the box forward. So please definitely seal the heavenly demon to help us. Kim Gun coldly took it. Don't worry. I will definitely seal the heavenly demon. Suddenly changed his expression, radiating angry aura. You think I would say that? Cheongang was furious. Bastard. I gave you the divine object, yet. He pointed his gun. How dare you be so insolent? The gunshot rang out. Cheongang fell backward. Blood splattered everywhere. Dongwal and Yukpa widened their eyes, shocked to realize the situation around them. Warren rushed over. No, leader, what is this? His voice dropped. Hey, still not awake? The box fell and shattered. A head identical to Cheongang rolled out. Everyone started, watching the terrifying scene that just unfolded. Kim Gun said sternly, Look around again. Noticing something unusual. Warren gasped, Huh! In the courtyard, corpses lay scattered in pools of blood, making the scene extremely gruesome. The fake corpse suddenly moved. Having fun, but have to stop. What a pity. A creepy voice echoed. But my illusions are perfect. His face, deformed with a bullet hole through the head, asked, How did you figure it out? He smiled powerfully. Perfect? There's a smell I've been sick of since I was a kid. That is. Kim Gun's expression became fearsome. The smell of blood. He gloated. With such a thick smell of blood, how could I not recognize it? His body rose with grotesque bone masses. You are truly interesting. A tall figure loomed over Kim Gun, surprising him. A sigh echoed. Kwok Chusam revealed his true form with a long tongue and sharp, black hands. This form is still the most comfortable. Kim Gun startled. Realizing the truth, he shouted a warning. Hey, everyone wake up. Prepare to fight. Huh? Behind him was empty. Everyone had vanished. Only corpses lay scattered. Under Kim Gun's feet, a pool of deep red blood suddenly appeared and slowly spread. Sweat poured like rain. His eyes full of fear. Huh, wait. Why suddenly? The surrounding scene suddenly turned blood-colored. Even the moon. What the hell is happening? Chusam slowly advanced toward Kim Gun on the sea of blood. Right. Let's see if you can guess this time. He swung his terrifying, sharp black claws. Is it real? Or is it fake? Blood tentacles rose, bewildering Kim Gun. Who are you? Why set up this bastard game? Sharp spikes quickly formed and shot straight toward Kim Gun. Kim Gun quickly dodged to the side, his expression serious. Too dangerous. Blood needles flew at dizzying speed, forcing Kim Gun into a tight spot. Kim Gun jumped back, full of tension. Chusam still teased. Truly sharp. Thousands of tentacles rose around him again. But just being sharp won't help you survive. Kim Gun already had a wound on his face. He frowned, thinking, I can't guess what trick he used at all. Chusam smiled lewdly. Forgot to introduce myself. I am from the heavenly demon cult, the peak of this world. With murderous eyes and a long tongue, he looked truly terrifying. A disciple of the heavenly demon, Kwok Chusam is who I am. A slash swept across Kim Gun's cheek, making red blood flow down. He frowned, looking at his palm. Damn it, could it all be real? Where on earth did my subordinates go? Chusam opened his mouth craftily. No time left to think nonsense. Kim Gun's pupils contracted in surprise. He pressed his heel hard into the sea of blood. Kim Gun leaped, avoiding his attack. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, just dodging like this is hopeless. Veins popped on his face. He landed with difficulty. Surely this isn't all real. I must find a way. Kim Gun widened his eyes in surprise, looking up. He froze seeing the lunar eclipse overhead. But is the moon supposed to be this close? Suddenly the crimson moon was sliced in half. From the gap appeared a large eye. Kim Gun frowned, sweating bullets. What the hell is that? Why did it suddenly turn into an eye? His face darkened. his hand holding the gun and his whole body erupted in flames. The eye on the moon looked down at Kim Gun's burning body. He painfully tilted his head back and screamed violently. Chu-sam watched him writhing on the ground, then held his face, giggling. Pitch black now, burning nicely, huh? He curled his lips with amusement. Now stop struggling and just die. Kim Gun rushed to attack, but he dodged. You're burned, yet you still have strength? He was exhausted, fell to his knees. Damn it! Chu-sam stood behind him watching. This is truly absurd. Kim Gun looked around blankly. Everywhere had become a sea of blood. The glowing red pupil on the eclipse observed him intently. The moon had turned into an eye. Kim Gun gritted his teeth until they bled. Even if it's far from reality, this is absolutely not real. At times like this, one must trust. His hand flared. He shouted, "Trust in myself." In a flash, a cannon appeared on his shoulder. He decisively opened fire. Screw it all! Chu-sam grinned with amusement. Firepower erupted, creating a violent explosion. Dry branches burned under the sunset. Kim Gun stood silently in the courtyard. Back again. He looked down at his body. Body still intact. Kim Gun frowned, looking around. What about the others? Chu-sam clung to the wall, squatting behind his back. Thought you only had good intuition. Turns out your spirit is quite strong too. He clenched his fist, shook it slightly. Then try guessing this. His body faded like an illusion. Kim Gun was surrounded by a crowd of Chu-sams. Which one is the real one? His eyes turned pitch black. He gritted his teeth. Guessing these is easy. Kim Gun frowned, raised his gun. Shoot them all down and there's no need to guess anything. He arched his back, pointed the gun at the sky. The bullet spun at high speed and fired. 5 Chu-sams were shot down by him. The bodies of the fake Chu-sams gradually faded. He looked up at the empty sky, full of suspicion. Huh? Why not? His pupils contracted. Terrified, he turned back. Could it be? Kim Gun cautiously raised his gun. Looking back. Huh? Chu-sam laughed with amusement, rising from the ground. Here, caught you. Kim Gun used his gun to block in front of his chest but was still knocked away. Kim Gun painfully coughed up a mouthful of blood. Damn it! What kind of power is this?
Chu-sam leaped.
He raised his hand, rushing toward him. He powerfully knocked Kim Gun away. He fell backward. His body slammed hard into the wall. Chu-sam laughed gleefully, landing lightly. I really like that look on your face. Kim Gun gritted his teeth, painfully leaning on his gun to sit up. Need some advice? Chu-sam illusions appeared again, surrounding him. Give up. That way you'll die more peacefully. Chu-sam frowned coldly. Now let's start over. A Chu-sam head poked out from behind. The real one. He rolled his eyes, laughing eerily. Who is it? Kim Gun frowned, face covered in blood. Give up? Don't dream. But if it keeps going like this, I'll die. Must stay calm. His lips curled slightly. Don't just rely on what you see. Kim Gun closed his eyes tightly. Must focus all my senses. The space around him began to change. Kim Gun sensed Chu-sam rushing at him from behind. He pursed his lips, face darkening. Chu-sam flashed by. Another appeared. He stood still. Not yet, a little more. Kim Gun pursed his lips, sensing 2 currents approaching. A little more. He suddenly widened his eyes. There! He turned his head. Chu-sam was already close and raised his hand to attack. The cold silver muzzle pointed straight at his face, making him stunned. Huh! Kim Gun's eyes lit up behind the sight. Die, you bastard monster! Bullet fired, sending Chu-sam flying backward. He lowered his gun, looking toward where he fell. Kim Gun frowned and exhaled. That was really dangerous. Can't let my guard down until the end. He walked forward slowly. Once again, he pointed the muzzle at Chu-sam's head. His face was pitch black and smoking, a round hole in the middle of his forehead. Kim Gun's pupils constricted. Huh! Chu-sam opened his mouth, lying motionless on the ground. Kim Gun glared, face darkening. Why are you there? The person lying on the ground suddenly changed shape into Yukpa. Chu-sam covered his mouth and laughed loudly. Your expression is truly wonderful. He appeared suddenly right behind him. Now I'm even more excited. His eyes lit up, his long tongue lolling out. What kind of expression will you make next time? Kim Gun gritted his teeth, spinning around. You bastard! Chu-sam raised his hand with long, sharp claws. He lunged to attack, forcing him to jump back in surprise. The wall behind him was shattered. Chu-sam covered his face with his hand, blocking the bullet Kim Gun just fired. Through the gaps between his fingers, his eyes revealed a wicked look. In a flash, Chu-sam was right up against him. Kim Gun hurriedly leaned to dodge the blow. Landing hastily caused his ankle to twist to one side. Kim Gun gritted his teeth in worry. Damn it, my center of gravity. Sam laughed gleefully, raising his claws high. He taunted playfully. Don't worry. I'll send your subordinates to join you soon enough. Dunwell gritted his teeth. Who gave you permission? He clenched his fist tight, then lunged straight at Chusam. He narrowed his eyes smugly. Oh, broke the illusion to escape? Not bad. Chusam turned to attack, but the result won't change. Blink, he aimed for Dungwell's head. Chusam frowned at his palm. Something strange. He turned back suspiciously. I definitely slashed him. Surprised. The image of Dungwell behind him suddenly turned into flames. Kim Gun smirked, the gun barrel smoking. You're not the only one who knows illusions. Chusam laughed loudly, leaping forward. You really are interesting, show me more. Kim Gun's body radiated blue energy. He pointed his gun at him. Fine. I'll make you even happier. 2 bullets fired from 2 directions. Chusam leaned, twisting his neck. His arm also twisted in a bizarre way. Chusam crouched, flicking his hand to avoid the 2 bullets. He gritted his teeth and smirked. That won't work. Kim Gun frowned and pursed his lips, face darkening. He smirked. You think so? Another bullet was fired. The bullet flew in an arc, gliding perfectly around the tree trunk. Kim Long's eyes widened in delight. Oh, you can do this in such a short time? Truly my third brother. Kim Gun turned. But this Bao God technique can be applied differently. He asked suspiciously. What do you mean? He crouched, firing another shot. I'm not even sure if it'll work. Kim Long grimaced. Huh? Doesn't look much different. The bullet grazed his cheek, making him stunned, pupils constricting in horror. Kim Gun smirked. Just change the internal energy property when pouring it into the gun. Didn't expect it to actually work. He curled his lip, brows furrowed. Hey third brother, what's the name of this move? It's inspired by billiards. The ball hits the rail and bounces. The bullet hit the tree trunk hard and flew back. A ball hitting the table rail, also known as a bank shot. The bullet bounced off the door frame and shot back out. Also called, the bullet hit the roof tiles again. Chusam's body was hit. Uramishi. He opened his mouth and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Kim Gun squatted. Yuck pa. Take a break. I'll handle him. Chusam's hand curled. It hurts. Not fun anymore. He screamed, leaping forward. Now I'll finish you. Kim Gun raised his gun, aiming through the sight. If you can do it, go ahead and try. Chusam's 2 hands dug deep into the ground. His face bled. He laughed gleefully. It's been a long time since I was this badly hurt, right? His legs and chest were pierced by 2 spikes rising up. You're not doing much better either. Kim Gun gritted his teeth in pain. You? Are you even human? Pitch-black fingernails grew large. Why are the nails rising up to pierce the ground like this? Chusam pulled his hand up. If you're surprised by this, it's still too early. Besides me, there are disciples even stronger than the heavenly demon. Kim Gun frowned, full of suspicion. Chusam arched his back and laughed smugly. There are 3 more. Kim Gun sat down. That monster has disciples too? Do you monsters consider each other comrades? Chusam grimaced. What a weird question. Why would we need comrades? That's only for the weak. His face darkened. Right, I used to think that too. Before, I was always arrogant, only liking to be alone. Under the sunset, he mused. But strangely, since coming here, I've gradually changed my way of thinking. Kim Gun remembered the time Dungwell glared and shouted. The image of the young lady with a gentle smile. Or when Yukpa was captured. Because beside him, there were always comrades standing by his side. The image of his teammates appeared, making things that seemed impossible become possible. Chusam laughed playfully. Why are you muttering to yourself? Going crazy because you're about to die? Kim Gun was confident. No, just a passing thought, that I always have comrades by my side. Dungwell gritted his teeth, lunging from behind with a fist. Truly a reassuring feeling. Chusam narrowed his eyes. This pathetic illusion trick, you think I'll fall for it again? A powerful fist slammed straight into his face. Dungwell swung his fist, sending Chusam flying. He slid across the ground. Was this one real? Warren somersaulted in the air. What was that? From his position, an explosion erupted. Chusam lay motionless, body twisted. You said you didn't need comrades? Dungwell and Warren landed. No one in this world lives alone. Come out, those I trust. The 3 of them stood side by side under the sunlight. Oh, my comrades. The ruined wall collapsed onto Chusam. Comrades? How funny. His muscles suddenly bulged. I already said, that nonsense is only for the weak. To me. Another explosion occurred. They're just a burden. Kim Gun's pupils constricted. Crazy? Are you even human? Chu-sam stepped forward, his thin body now twice as large with bulging muscles. Kim Gun sat up. Even so, you won't change anything. He pointed forward. Advance. As soon as his words were spoken, the red-haired man beside him quickly lunged. Dungwell. He gritted his teeth, fist burning. Tiger claw fist. A powerful punch slammed straight into the middle of Chu-sam's face. He didn't budge, frowning with contempt. Is that all? Dungwell grimaced, coughing up blood. That's not all. Chu-sam raised his leg and kicked him into the air. Dungwell flew helplessly high up. As soon as he landed, Chu-sam leaped toward him. Chu-sam glanced at Waran behind him. 2 shots fired. Huh. Muscles on his body went limp when hit by the bullets. Chu-sam smirked. In a flash he was right next to Waran. Whoops! She was punched in the stomach by him until she flipped backward. Waran flew from the sky. Down. Dung. While jumped backward. Waran widened her eyes looking up.
Chu-sam frowned, pouting unhappily. Huh?
Dungwell stood straight, catching Waran. Cheeks flushed. Dungwell, thanks to you I'm alive. He looked away, sister, saying that a bit early. I don't know why but... Chu-sam radiated burning killing intent. Looks like he's even angrier now. He spoke in a low, angry voice. You dare to mock me? From his armpits grew 2 centipede legs. Waran and Dungwell looked up in astonishment. The lower half of Chu-sam's body turned into a centipede, rising from the ground. He gritted his teeth, face full of black streaks. Right in front of me? Dungwell looked at her worriedly. Sister, this isn't good. The 2 split into 2 directions to avoid his attack. Must escape. Chu-sam laughed playfully. Just said you were comrades and now you're running away? As expected, comrades are only worth that much. He wriggled his centipede body and lunged. Just a nuisance. Waran pursed her lips, turning to run straight. Damn it! Chu-sam's centipede body slithered on the ground chasing her. Has he caught up? Waran glanced back worriedly. She turned to actively attack. Chu-sam raised his hand to block. Not happening. And... He leaned, reaching out to grab Dungwell's face. This too. Waran widened her eyes, mouth agape in surprise. His body was thrown hard toward her. The 2 fell hard to the ground, dust rising thick. Chu-sam looked at the 2 lying defeated. You think I'll fall for the trap a second time? His pitch-black eyes widened. I'll finish both of you at once for fun. Dungwell smirked. Harder than imagined. Sister, looks like we've held him long enough. She looked up. Yeah. Chu-sam slithered on the ground smugly. What? Only realizing it when you're about to die. His pupils constricted in suspicion. Chu-sam was surprised when a blue flame erupted from behind him. He opened his mouth in surprise, hurriedly turning around. Blue flames rose from behind the mountain. Kim Gun narrowed his eyes looking through the sniper scope. Faster than I thought. He tilted his head to track. Need a little more time. Chu-sam was furious. These damn rats keep making insidious moves. He glared and shouted. Time to end this joke. His body surged into the sky. Suddenly he stood still in midair. Chu-sam glanced back suspiciously. His centipede tail was hugged tightly by a large pair of arms. If you don't have my permission, Yukpa, face bruised, shouted. Then you can't move even a step. He used his strength to pull Chu-sam's whole body down. Heavenly 1,000-pound hammer. Kim Gun lay on the ground tracking through the scope. Good job, Yukpa. He slowly pulled the trigger. Now go to the underworld. The powerful bullet fired. You pervert! Chu-sam screamed without knowing the bullet had been fired. Are you letting go or not? Damn it! He frowned and froze. Damn it! The bullet slammed straight into Chu-sam's face. Yukpa hugged his centipede tail tightly, dust rising thick. His body trembled, sweating bullets. From now on I won't put on an act anymore. Yukpa sat on the ground, hands holding the severed centipede tail. 3 walls behind were pierced by firepower. Elsewhere. Thanks for watching the video. In the ice mountain, a man was strangled by a pale arm until his eyes rolled back. That person sat on the throne, gripping the armrest as he lifted the guy up. He pursed his lips, face darkening, coldly dropping the corpse to the ground. He moved his lips, eyes glowing red. That person wearily covered his eyes. Little brother is dead. He tilted his head back and laughed out loud. He gripped the armrest tight, eyes wide with madness. He glared. Interesting. There's still someone who makes me interested. Make me happier. So next. A large man in yellow robes turned his back on the pile of corpses. Who will go out to stir things up? The corpses lay with wide eyes piled on top of each other. The man in yellow robes picked up a human arm. Little brother is dead. His eyes opened wide, tearing up. No! Little brother. I should have handled him. Whoever killed little brother. I will eat him. Kim Gun walked back toward the three. He asked worriedly, Are you guys okay? Any injuries? Waran replied, We're fine. Dong Wal widened his eyes. Master, are you okay? He turned. I'm fine, Yukpa too. Yukpa was startled. Yes. Kim Gun gently patted his shoulder. He praised softly. Well done. Yukpa was moved. I wouldn't dare, leader. It's all for you. No matter how dangerous, I will. Kim Gun turned away. Anyway, I see things more clearly now. Above all, what we need is information. The mansion was ruined and desolate. Looking at the situation of the Manhwa sect, the heavenly demon's disciple is rampaging throughout the martial world. The centipede body was shattered. We might have to face stronger ones before finding the divine object. Kim Gun narrowed his eyes. Therefore, we need quick and accurate information about the current situation and the divine object. Waran asked suspiciously. Then leader, should we ask for help from the Havu sect master?
No.
Dongwell also spoke up. Then how about contacting the beggar sect's branch leader?
No.
Kim Gun frowned at the two. Call both. Both were surprised. But the beggar sect and Havu sect are hostile. Calling both might only bring trouble. Kim Gun frowned. Is this the time to be picky? If they can't distinguish right from wrong, I don't want to deal with them either. He lowered his voice to Waran. If you understand, contact them quickly and pick a location. Yes. His ears twitched slightly. Yes, leader. Kim Gun frowned and turned back. Leader? What leader? We're past that. Just relax. Dongwal grimaced in surprise. Call me brother. By the way, how old are you? I am 18. Kim Gun frowned. That young? Fine. Just call me leader. Dongwal pursed his lips, looking completely confused. A sparrow with a note tied to its leg landed on Waran's hand. It might be difficult, but regardless. She flicked her hand, and the bird quickly flapped its wings and flew off. Fly safely. The sparrow soared into the sky. It flew over the camp, gliding past the vast mansions. The sparrow landed on Cheonbaek's shoulder, then perched on Woo-hee's hand. Both of them opened the paper to read it simultaneously. Cheonbaek grimaced. It's time to teach those cowardly rats a lesson. Woo-hee frowned. Let those filthy beggars see my true skill. Inside the spacious wooden house, people walked back and forth, chatting happily. Waran looked toward the door. He has arrived. Cheonbaek laughed. My stomach is sticking to my spine. Bring the food out quickly. He rubbed his nose. Looks tasty. So, the leader of the rats is coming too. Kim Gun rested his hands. Yes, because I need accurate information. Cheonbaek sat opposite him. What a guy who doesn't keep time. He smoothed his lapel. There's no need to rely on those rats. The beggar sect alone is enough. Leader, take a look. Kim Gun crossed his arms. But why does the beggar sect hate the Havu sect so much? Cheonbaek grimaced. What a stupid question. Do you know how those cowardly rats developed to this point? The Inyang Circle divided the evil and orthodox factions. When the Great Orthodox Evil War took place in the past, a man raised his cup and shouted, For the peace of Murim! The Orthodox faction had victory in their grasp back then. The image of everyone seemed to freeze. But the rats planted spies within the Orthodox ranks. The waiter smiled slyly, his eyes changing. Important information fell into the hands of the evil faction, and the result was corpses piled up, blood stained the floor red. Many young descendants of the Orthodox faction were sacrificed. Cheonbaek angrily slammed the table. Facing such a common enemy of the Orthodox faction, how could I not hate them? Waran pursed her lips, looking at him. As expected, meeting both of them wasn't a good choice. The doorbell rang, signaling a customer entering the shop. Sorry for being late. The beautiful Woo-hee walked in, attracting the attention of all the men in the shop. Cheonbaek stood up. Speak of the rat and the rat appears. No matter what, I won't sit with the enemy. He clenched his fists. I must witness this outcome. Waran watched him go. As expected, I knew it would be like this. She hurriedly raised her hand to call him back. Hey, branch leader, please wait a moment. Cheonbaek knelt on one knee and reached out toward Woo, leaving her stunned. Huh! She frowned in disgust. What is this? Cheonbaek's face flushed red, grinning lecherously. I fell in love with you at first sight. Woo-hee raised her hand and poked Cheonbaek in the eye. Let's forget the past and start over together. Kim Gun said contemptuously. There are people here who can't distinguish right from wrong. Do you know why I called you here? Wool, he took out a scroll. Yes. First let me summarize the information. She opened the map. For now, we need to monitor further. But currently the disciples of the heavenly demon. Map was divided into many areas, scattered in 4 directions from the major sections. However, their exact target remains a mystery. Wool he continued. Since Mount Hua has fallen, the only way to know the location of the divine object is to go to the Wudong sect. A tall mansion in the mist. Wudong and Shaolin are the 2 great sects of Murim. Around Yin-Yang table. The Wudong sect has a secret sensing technique called the Heavenly Heart Dao Sensing Art. This technique can find any hidden master or divine object in Murim. Wool he explained. However, this technique consumes a lot of internal energy. Kim Gun pondered. Regardless, we can figure it out on the way to Wudong. He asked suddenly, startling Cheonbaek. Hey beggar, did you bring any information? He coughed. The content is similar to what the Ha Vu sect master said. This guy didn't prepare anything at all. Kim Gun frowned. Anyway, get ready to leave. Leader, there is one more issue. He asked. What issue? Wool he replied. Currently, the Wudong sect is having a headache regarding the succession of the sect leader position. Cheongak and Xianchun are confronting each other. Cheongak should have succeeded, but Elder Yun Xianchun opposes it. Disciples on both sides are fighting constantly. The Wudong sect is currently divided into 2 factions, Cheongak and Yun Xianchun. He asked, so what? Wool he frowned. If the sect leader situation is like that, she worried. Leader won't get any help. I thought it was something else. Just solving that problem for them is fine. Wool he was bewildered. What? Kim Gun rested his hands on the table. Nothing to worry about. He stood up abruptly. Solving their problem isn't a big deal. Kim Gun raised his gun, smiling viciously. We already have a universal problem solver here. Waran and Dungwal's faces darkened, sweating. Trouble is coming again. The carriage moved slowly along the road. Kim Gun sat in the carriage, pursing his lips in thought. In his hand was a wooden token and a box. Wool he handed him a Millennium Fleeceflower root. I prepared this hoping it will help the leader's journey. Waran was astonished. Leader, this is an extremely rare medicinal herb that greatly enhances internal energy. Kim Gun accepted it. Thanks, I will use it carefully. Wool he smiled and stepped closer. But I have a request. She whispered. Please don't give it to anyone else. The leader must use it himself. I worked very hard to find it. Wool he narrowed her eyes. The leader also knows how my heart is directed toward you. Warren bit her lip in anger. Really? That woman is making my eyes itch again. Cheonbaek gripped his wooden staff tightly, his whole body trembling. His eyes bulged. Damn it, bastard. What a shallow visual worshipper. Kim Gun said calmly. Hey beggar, what are you planning to give me? He stammered. Honestly, I don't want to give anything at all. Cheonbaek sadly handed over the token. This is the beggar sect branch leader's token. It will guarantee your identity. Damn it. Suddenly there was a loud laugh. That means today we'll catch a big haul. Ha! A group of bandits holding swords blocked the road. A man wearing a conical hat stood in the middle of the carriage path. Turns out there are more people caught in the trap than I thought. The leader laughed lecherously. Hey, if you want to pass through here peacefully, you must show some sincerity. Someone threw a gold bar onto the ground. The man in the conical hat bowed his head. This is all I have. Is that enough sincerity? Let us pass quietly. The leader picked up the gold bar. A gold bar? This is enough to ransom your life. He sneered. Fine. Get lost. The person in the conical hat brushed past. Many thanks. The leader added. But a single gold bar isn't enough to ransom the lot behind you. He raised his sword with a lewd grin. If you hand over that sword on your back, maybe I'll reconsider. The other dropped his conical hat to the ground. If that's the case, come and take it. He drew the massive sword from his back. The sword tip slammed deep into the ground with force. Mayong gripped the hilt tight. Though, it's a bit heavy. Kim Gun stepped up from behind, twisting the leader's neck. No, that won't be necessary. Another bandit with an axe charged. Who the hell are you? Kim Gun grabbed a long throwing dart, stabbing it into his neck. The bandits backed away in fear. If you still value your lives. Kim Gun frowned, eyes full of killing intent. Get lost before I change my mind. Mayong slung his sword over his shoulder. Thanks. I owe you one. He stepped forward. No problem. I was going to deal with them anyway. Kim Gun advised. No need to bow to scum. The more you yield, the more they push. Mayong turned to leave. Thanks for the advice. I'll be going now. Kim Gun pursed his lips, saying nothing more. He watched the man leaving, wondering, "Hey, where are you headed?" Mayong turned back. "My destination is Shaolin Temple," he offered. "Then get in the carriage. I'll drop you off halfway." Waran's eyes widened in suspicion. "Leader, what's going on?" Mayong rested his sword on his shoulder, sitting in the carriage with his eyes closed. Kim Gun crossed his arms, watching him. "I don't know why, but I feel a strange sense of kinship. Leader, it's late, we should make camp here." The campfire was lit, crackling brightly. 5 people sat gathered around the fire. Kim Gun spoke up, causing Mayong to look up suspiciously. "Hey!" He frowned, curling his lip into a sneer. "You?" The question startled Mayong and Dungwell. "Don't have any friends, do you?" He broke into a cold sweat, laughing it off. "Leader, you really like to joke." Mayong's eyes widened in confusion. "How did you know?" Kim Gun crossed his arms, eyes smug. "I knew I was right." Expressionless face, a scar, quiet, low self-esteem. Who would want to get close to that? "I wouldn't either." Mayong frowned, stroking his chin, thinking seriously. "Is that so? I have no family or friends around me, so I got used to loneliness before I knew it, and ended up like this." Kim Gun flustered. "Hey, I didn't ask about your family. Besides, I don't have parents either." Mayong calmly. "Is that so? Then you're an orphan like me." He felt helpless. This guy's way of expressing himself was really... He raised an eyebrow, sneering. "Don't know if that's lucky or unlucky. Even without blood ties, there's someone I feel is like a father." "What about you?" Kim Gun narrowed his eyes. "A father? Why did I suddenly think of him?" The fierce man's face appeared in his mind again. Kim Gun continued. "I have someone like that too." Mayong exclaimed. "Really? That's great, we're both orphans." He gritted his teeth, face turning red with anger. "Thanks a lot. This guy really has a talent for pissing people off." The fire crackled. Coat was fast asleep, drooling and muttering, "Leader!" Mayong slept with his arms crossed, leaning against a tree. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked up. The full moon shone in the night sky. "Are you sure they're heading this way?" A man with parted hair and a thick beard whispered. "Yes, that's right. Looking at how they flashed gold, there must be something even more valuable." "Indeed." A large, one-eyed man carrying an axe stepped forward. "Then lead the way." AC Dao Tien, sect master of the mountain music sect. Mayong appeared, sword equipped, facing him. "If you're looking for me, you don't need to go any further." The bandit pointed at him and shouted, "Boss, that's him." "Is that so?" Dao Tien laughed loudly. "Then there's no need to waste time." Mayong's face darkened. "It's late. Keep your voice down." Dao Tien pointed his blade at him. "A dead man talking so much." Before he could finish, Mayong's sword flashed. "I'll spare your life based on what you do." "Huh!" His sword was lightning fast, red blood spraying everywhere. Mayong lowered his head, voice deep. "My benefactor is sleeping." His eyes burned with killing intent. "So I will finish you off quietly." Mayong slung his sword back on his back and left. Kim Gun crossed his arms, hiding behind a nearby tree, smirking with amusement. Kim Gun's eyes relaxed, face darkening. Truly, Mayong's pupils turned purple under the moonlight. An interesting guy, isn't he? The wind swept through the lush green leaves. The sky was high, clouds drifting silently. Wooden wheels rumbled along the dusty road. The carriage driver wore dark clothes, holding a whip. Inside the carriage, 2 sword sect disciples sat opposite each other, eyes meeting, but neither spoke. The 2 disciples sat silently, each secretly speculating. His expression hasn't been good since this morning. Is he worried about something? "Hey!" Kim Gun's disciple took a risk and spoke, startling the mysterious swordsman. "I saw everything yesterday." The cultists all had their own thoughts about this sudden statement. "Yesterday? Was it the unusual aura I felt at dawn?" The young man gripped his sword hilt, guarding against danger. "You have such strength, yet you hid it?" Breaking the silence, Kim Gun spoke up. "Hey you!" Everyone's eyes turned toward Kim Gun and the strange young man. The young man's eyes darkened. Cult leader Kim's voice rang like a bell. "Come under my command." The statement made even the mysterious swordsman widen his eyes in shock. The disciples around them buzzed at the leader's invitation. Ho Alan spoke up. "Regardless, taking in an outsider of unknown origin is still a hasty decision." The wandering swordsman curled his lips slightly. "I appreciate your kindness. It's been a long time since anyone offered me that." The disciples around them buzzed at the leader's invitation. Ho Alan spoke up. "Regardless, taking in an outsider of unknown origin is still a hasty decision." The wandering swordsman curled his lips slightly. "I appreciate your kindness. It's been a long time since anyone offered me that. Amidst the scrutinizing gazes, he lowered his eyes, continuing in a low voice. But for now, I'm afraid it's difficult, as I still have things to do. Kim Gun seemed to have expected it, everything clear in his eyes. I guessed as much, but it's still a pity. Just then, the carriage driver's voice called out, "Leader, we've reached the crossroads." The evening wind swirled golden dust. The driver waited for a response from inside, adding, "If you want to go to Shaolin Temple, you must get off here." The young man spoke politely first, and Kim Gun replied courteously, "Thanks for the ride." "No problem, we were going the same way anyway." Before the swordsman got off, the cult leader added in a somber tone, "Maybe I shouldn't meddle, but causing so many innocent people to bleed isn't good. No matter how sharp the sword, it will break one day." He looked up, eyes wide, as the leader continued, "My path is set, but if you keep going like this, you'll end up in hell too. Anyway, take care." After speaking, the carriage carrying Kim Gun and his disciples turned and left. Only the young man stood silently on the road. He clenched his fists, trembling. He shouted at Kim Gun, "Wait a moment." The leader turned back, puzzled. "What is it? Do you have something to say?" Due to my special circumstances, becoming a disciple is difficult. I only invited you to join my ranks." He bowed slightly, his voice plain. First let me introduce myself. My name is Mayong. Did I ask?" Kim Gun looked at the young man, losing patience. "Sigh. What are you that you keep holding me up? I'm very busy." He gathered all his courage, looking at the leader with expectant eyes. "Could you become my first friend?" Hearing that, the leader was stunned, his eyes full of suspicion. Seeing Kim Gun's strange expression, Mayong broke into a sweat, explaining timidly, "I thought if it were you, we could have a good relationship in the future. This crazy guy, is he confessing to a girl?" The air in the forest suddenly froze, the two facing each other in silence, neither saying another word. The wandering swordsman Mayong took a breath and continued to break the tension. "Maybe I said something meaningless. The road is long. I'll be going." The leader seemed to be thinking about something, remaining silent. Then he ended the brief meeting. "Fine." He scratched his ear shyly, face turning red. "Friend or comrade, call it whatever." The two shook hands, becoming friends, witnessing the start of a new chapter in the martial world. Mayong couldn't hide his joy at meeting someone compatible on his journey. "Really? Thank you, friend." The two chatted for a few moments, then went their separate ways. "I'll treat you well. Do whatever you want." The disciples in the carriage widened their eyes at the scene. Some tried to suppress a shout. Others left their mouths hanging open. Ho Alan flushed red, thinking more and more about things she shouldn't. "Oh, it seems the genre is wrong." Beside her, another disciple stiffened, swallowing nervously. The genre has become a bit twisted." Inside the carriage, vibrating with the rhythm of the horses, Kim Gun leaned against the window frame, eyes looking out silently, deeply thoughtful. Is this what a friend is supposed to be?" The sound of hooves remained steady. He frowned as if disgusted. "It feels terrible." Kim Gun felt this way because he had never had a friend before. The temple bell rang deep, the sound blending into the mountain wind. Shaolin Temple was covered in a somber color. The sky was blood red. A booming voice echoed from the main hall. "The abbot has passed away." Litian Han, great protector of Shaolin Temple, was furious, veins bulging on his forehead. He slammed the table and stood up. "And yet you just stand there and watch?" Kim Lin, hall master of the Arhat Hall, stroked his beard and said leisurely, "Of course, the abbot's passing is a great tragedy. But if we suffer unnecessary sacrifices, the lineage of Shaolin Temple could be severed." The other protectors couldn't keep their cool, standing up and arguing heatedly. "No, if we just stand by, we will be a sect in name only." Then, "Great Protector, I have one question." The hall master's face turned stern. Speaking so, everyone realized the gravity. "Are you confident you can capture the heavenly demon, who is both a great villain and a rare powerhouse of this era?" The Great Protector's words died in his throat, only muttering, "No, but still." Before he could finish, a young monk rushed in to report an unexpected matter. "Elders, forgive me for rushing in, but the situation is urgent." Tian Han's voice rang like an iron bell, brow furrowed as he shouted at the disciple. "What is all this noise about?" He didn't dare delay a second, announcing immediately, "He has arrived at Shaolin Temple." As soon as the report ended, the space seemed struck by lightning and fell silent. The elders rushed out of the main hall, robes fluttering in the wind. Disciples silently retreated, readying themselves for battle. The elder looked down at Mayong's figure in the sunset. "The person standing there is..." In the courtyard, he stood alone, his sword drawn, emitting an overwhelming demonic killing intent. Expressionless, eyes cold. No one answered the Great Protector's question. A disciple of the heavenly demon? The ground beneath his feet shook with a boom, dust flying everywhere. Mayong stabbed his sword straight into the cold stone floor, looking directly at the main hall. His aura was as powerful as a storm. I will convey the holy decree of the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon wishes to complete the task of becoming emperor that he could not achieve in the past. The high steps, the elders frowned in unison, eyes sharp and cold, their demeanor no longer calm. What? He stood straight, at ease in the mountain wind, not arrogant but shining with the confidence of the strong. Therefore Shaolin Temple must submit to the heavenly demon cult. By his order, contribute to the grand plan. The elders couldn't suppress their frustration as Mayong's words violated the unspoken rules. The government and the martial world do not interfere with each other. You scoundrel, don't you know the government and martial world are separate? What nonsense are you spouting? His eyes turned blood red, enunciating every word so the Shaolin people understood this was a notice, not a request. If you do not follow the heavenly demon's decree, there is only one outcome for you: annihilation. In the history of the temple, many heroes and demons had passed through, but none dared to demand Shaolin's submission. The great elder frowned, face darkening. I have never seen anyone as shameless as you. Tianhan's anger reached its peak, deciding to fight to the death. However, other elders remained somewhat calm. Coming here alone is too strange, let's listen. No, Great Protector, wait a moment to negotiate. The hall master's attempts to stop him were lost in the wind. Tianhan's angry voice still screamed, 108 Arhat formation, activate. After that decisive shout, all the disciples flew straight toward the heavenly demon's disciple. Mayong was surrounded, creating a circle trapping him in the middle. The presiding elder stepped forward, tone mocking. This is the Shaolin formation that no one has ever broken. You are just a disciple, not the heavenly demon, to dare discuss Shaolin's existence. He maintained his rule of not saying unnecessary words, listening to the elder's words with disdain. I will punish you right here. Memories of his new friend flooded back, along with the advice echoing in Kim Gun's head. Don't be a busybody, but causing too much innocent bloodshed won't end well. He whispered in reply, but friend, in this Murim, isn't this the place where bloodshed is required to achieve hegemony? It was like a reply to himself. After speaking, his blade traced a long arc through the air, his eyes filled with layers of heavy killing intent. The elder hadn't yet recovered from Kim Gun's lightning-fast strike. A single demonic sword energy move swept through the encirclement he was confident no one could break. All the elite disciples at the front were left as puddles of blood. Tianhan went mad. The Shaolin Temple's network was severely crippled after just one move. He channeled his chi and flew down to confront Kim Gun directly. He channeled internal energy, his aura exploding like fire, his cassock flapping. He took a firm stance and launched a heaven-step divine fist at Kim Gun. His strike tore through the air, smashing straight toward where he stood. The ground was plowed up by the impact. After the dangerous blow, the elder continued, Arrogant brat, you're just a kid. Yet you think you can destroy this Shaolin temple? From the desolate ruins, Kim Gun emerged as a dark figure, holding his long sword without a hint of weakness. Stepping out, I am simply following the orders of the heavenly demon. His sword shimmered with red killing intent, as if bathed in the fresh blood of 10,000 enemies. The other elders not directly fighting, upon seeing the long sword, simultaneously sent word back. A sword? What kind of terrifying sword is that? Quickly evacuate the others. The longsword's aura flared red with Kim Gun's movements, emitting an unmatched pressure. His figure glided across the Shaolin temple floor. With every step, the released power tore up the stone tiles. Kim Gun sprang like a tiger from a cage, sword chopping down at the sect leader, who still hadn't realized his true power. I just simply want to destroy everything. Fine, just try it. Tianhan's eyes flashed, his aura exploding as he channeled his internal energy to the peak, launching the diamond indestructible divine art. In the middle of the Shaolin Temple Hall, the youth chopped his sword straight toward the elder. Beam of energy between him and Tianhan exploded in the air. The Shaolin Temple, once a place respected by all, was now nothing but desolate ruins after the battle. Within a 100-meter radius of Kim Gun lay the lifeless remains of the unlucky disciples. Tianhan, who had been majestic earlier, now had a face turned purple. He sat leaning against the wall, struggling with his last breath. Looking up at Kim Gun approaching, You will definitely go to hell. Not bothering to waste words, he swung his long sword, finishing off the talkative man. Kim Gun sheathed his blood-stained sword. He looked up at the bright moon, whispering Tianhan's last words. Hell? Huh? His eyes were red like a madman's, or perhaps like someone too talented, destined for a lonely life. Not bad, at least I won't be lonely, right? The trembling disciple asked Kim Gun. Hey, who exactly are you to dare do this? He laughed gleefully. Me? I am King Yama. In this life, friend, Kim Gun is determined to go to hell. In the inn, laughter filled the air as customers bustled about. At the table, Kim Gun and the cultists were eating and discussing the journey. Leader, just past this village is the Wudong sect. Really? We're almost there. Ho Alan calculated the travel time and suggested to Kim Gun. Leader, we don't know what lies ahead. Do you want to use the spiritual medicine from the from the Havu sect master from earlier? He surprisingly repeated her unfinished sentence. Madman? Just kidding. If the leader goes to the room to rest. Ho Alan looked at Dangcoat and continued. Then Dangcoat and I will guard you. After you take the spiritual medicine, please calmly channel your internal energy. Kim Gun entered the room, with my host staring intently at his hand. Kim Gun looked at the strange object in his hand, thinking, is this like Korean ginseng? He brought the strange root to his mouth, intending to eat it. It was good for the body, after all. Before he could take a bite, little My-ho lunged from the ground and snatched it. My-ho held the root in its mouth, turning back to stare at Kim Gun. He panicked and said softly to My-ho, My-ho, that's not for eating. Give it here. Little My-ho pretended not to hear him, turned away, and swallowed the precious item whole. Outside the door, the two guarding elders only heard a desperate scream. No, echoing from the room. He kicked the door open, looked inside, and asked, what happened? But before Kim Gun could explain, the scene before him made him freeze for a second. What is this? The two guards also stood frozen, unable to act. Little My-ho, from a tiny fox, had leveled up into a majestic fox, golden aura radiating from every strand of fur. Afternoon set over the Wudong sect, twilight dyeing the curved roof tiles gold as the Taoist temple stretched out. On the ironwood bed, the Wudong sect leader lay quietly, his life drifting away with time. The Wudong sect's great senior brother placed his hand on the sect leader. Please, quickly recover your energy. How long do you intend to lie there? Tianjiak looked up at the person speaking. How long do you intend to just stand there and watch?
Dai en tang suan.
The Wudong sect elder continued. It's time to send off the sect leader. Tianjiak angrily questioned the elder. Saying that again. No, it's too early to give up. Do you know how big a problem the sect leader's absence is right now? Dain Tianxian didn't give Tianjiak a chance to delay, revealing his plot. If the sect leader dies now, you could become the successor. You think no one knows you're deliberately delaying? The great elder stared hard at Tianjiak and made his final decision. If you truly care for the Wudong sect, you must know we need to appoint a new leader soon. Today I will hold a meeting with the elders. Tianjiak understood what he was saying, and decided, Dain Tan will be the successor. No longer the great senior brother, that cannot happen. Dain Tianxian turned and walked out of the main hall. I have indulged you too much. If you continue to act like a child. He finally turned back to glance, speaking as if confiding, yet threatening. Then the Wudong sect will reconsider your existence. In the great disciple's eyes, there was only extreme hatred. Veins bulged on his forehead, his face twisted with bone-deep resentment. Amidst the twilight, he walked aggressively down the main path. He arrived before his fellow disciple. Tianjiak stopped. Oh, great senior brother. Dain Tianxian's nephew, Dain Tan, asked, where are you going at this hour? He stopped and asked the other disciples. I was just enjoying the breeze and then you guys, looking at their flushed faces, Tianjiak asked, have you been drinking? Dain Tan politely clasped his hands. Sorry, great senior brother. The situation has been difficult lately, and the junior brothers were tired, so I took them out for a good meal.
Ah, damnite.
The great senior brother looked down, sternly lecturing the other disciples. That is too much. This is precisely the time to focus on training. He sneered at Dain Tan's cowardly expression. And you want to be sect leader? Tianjiak strode past, leaving Dain Tianxian's nephew with a dark expression. Having hit a sore spot. Don't get lost. Go straight to your room. Like a cat with its tail stepped on. Dain Tan turned back and shouted to save face. What's the use of training? You're the one who's afraid to show your face. Tianjiak turned back, his eyes darkening with killing intent. What did you say? The kid clenched his fists, the smell of alcohol still heavy on his breath. If I become the sect master, the Wudong sect will fight the heavenly demon. The two argued fiercely. Isn't that something that was already decided? No. Isn't that just the great senior brother's arbitrary opinion? Dain Tan clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. I won't be like you, a coward. Even if I die on the battlefield, I will live my life as a true martial artist. The great senior brother spoke the truth, a slap to the face of the spirited young man. In our current state, fighting the heavenly demon is like an egg hitting a rock. Not only will you die, but the entire Wudong sect will be destroyed. Dain Tan, still unafraid, arrogantly replied, "Then run away." He spoke words he thought were the righteousness of the Murim world. The Wudong sect would rather die majestically than run away. The great senior brother walked forward and, without a word, grabbed the collar of the kid who was used to living under protection. Gritting out every word, prioritizing the big picture. If you want to die like that, go die alone. Don't incite the other disciples and drag them to their deaths with you. The disciples flattering Dain Tan ran out to intervene. Great senior brother, please let go and let's talk. Oh, what a mess. Kim Gun, with his guards, walked in leisurely with his hands in his pockets. Just by looking, I know you're Tianjiak and Dain Tan. Tianjiak, the person just mentioned, turned to ask, "Who's that?" A disciple clasped his hands and announced, "The guest from the beggar sect I mentioned earlier." Kim Gun, his expression unchanged, took the opportunity to pour more oil on the fire. "Men, yet so much talk. Whoever is strong should be sect leader. Since I'm here, I'll judge it for you," he offered. "You too, have a duel." Tianjiak didn't respect leader Kim, loudly scolding, "Rude. Even if you're a guest invited by the beggar sect, if you cross the line, you won't get anything good." Dain Tan blocked Tianjiak's rogue words. "As I see it, the great senior brother's attitude is even ruder. This is a distinguished guest invited by the beggar sect to visit Wudong." The kid, his face still red, looked politely toward Kim Gun. "I apologize to you on behalf of the great senior brother for his rudeness." He avoided the earlier provocation and turned to the disciples. "It's late, I'll take you to your room first." "Hey, didn't you hear me?" The leader raised his chin to the Wudong disciples and said, "Duel." Dain Tan avoided the issue Kim Gun mentioned. "Haha, you're joking. Inside the Wudong sect, it's forbidden to duel without official permission. Besides, how can one randomly fight the great senior brother? That won't work," he said, drawing his gun, the shiny barrel pointed straight at the two disciples. "Then both of you die and I'll be sect leader." Dain Tan's eyes flashed with the red light reflected from the gun. In a flash, seeing the item Kim Gun held, the great senior brother quickly drew his long blade. Tianjiak held his sword, blocking the gun barrel to protect the disciples behind him, determined to protect the sect and disciples. "I warned you clearly that if you cross the line, you won't get anything good." Cowardly Dain Tan hid behind others, his mouth still running provocatively. "Great senior brother, this is clearly a hostile act against the Wudong sect. Show him the terror of the Wudong sect." Kim Gun didn't want to answer these two talkative disciples anymore. Smirking. "Indeed, physiognomy is a science." He pointed at them and agreed to negotiate. "So rude. Lower your weapons and talk to me." In a guest reception room at the Wudong sect. "If your words are true, then for the peace of the Murim." Kim Gun placed his hand on the table, leisurely dialoguing with the elder. "I really want to use the heavenly god Dao decision to help, but because the absence of the sect leader, that martial art cannot be approved. I knew that, which is why I came here," said, looking straight into Tianjiak's eyes. "Great senior brother of the Wudong sect, you have the real ability, but you lack the solid support to be appointed sect leader. That's not easy."
Ah, okay.
Kim Gun's eyes were cold, his smile suggesting he knew his strength and winning odds. "I've already calculated everything. Just let me handle it." New day with clear skies and white clouds began. Before the main hall door, the disciples lined up neatly. No one could focus on their tasks. Today is a very important day. Will the elders announce the successor sect leader today? Yes, I thought it would be the great senior brother, but it turns out not. The remaining disciple was also surprised by the leaked information, but quickly explained. Perhaps with the sect leader absent, considering the great senior brother's status. The crowd looked at Tianjiak standing straight on the platform in the distance, secretly regretting a talent with ability but lacking luck. They exclaimed. Considering his family background, the great senior brother really lacks support. The sound of fateful footsteps echoed before the meeting room door. The main hall door swung open. The elders stepped out majestically amidst the disciples' shouts. The elders are stepping out, announcing important news that would change the Wudong sect's situation. Very good, the disciples have gathered. As announced, today I will announce the successor sect leader, the person who will lead the Wudong sect from now on. This is the decision made after much deliberation by the elders and seniors. I hope everyone will support the new sect leader. At the crucial moment when Wudong sect elder Dain Tianxian intended to announce the new sect leader then the successor sect leader is, just as all the disciples predicted, the name Dain Tan was called out, echoing through the main hall. Tianjiak broke into a sweat, looking toward Kim Gun, thinking, what is this? You said you had calculated everything. So, is sitting still like this okay? He had seen the fake acting of the sex in the martial world, arguing about reason and sentiment for too long. He sighed in boredom. So boring. Dain Tianxian waved his hand, calling his grandson to the middle of the courtyard. Tan, come here. For a moment, there was still silence from the back with no response. He turned his head, calling a few more times. Tan. Great Elder seemed to realize something, thinking to himself, wait a minute. Remembering the strange conversation between himself and cult leader Kim last night. So what can I do to help? No need to do anything. But Kim Gun didn't ask Tianjiak to do anything, just asked one very strange question. Where's that Dain Tan's room? He was startled involuntarily, turning sharply toward Dain Tan's room. Cult leader Kim didn't say much, his hand behind his back giving an okay sign, implicitly confirming Tianjiak's thoughts. Could it be that Tan has, his eyes, bright as stars, confirmed the elder's thoughts about himself? That bastard. Amidst a light cough, he slowly reported. It seems there is a small misunderstanding. Tianjiak stood stunned at the announcement, eyes wide. I will announce it again next time. Not letting him recover, the sect master turned around and ordered decisively. Everyone disperse. Hurrying to find Kim Gun, Tianjiak rushed over with a hasty voice. What did you just do? Their eyes met. Making his anxiety surge, he stammered. Could it be Dain Tan? Kim Gun's smirk was like a confirmation. In a dark corner, the tied-up man trembled hearing the loud call echoing in. Dain Tan. Kim Gun glanced at the scene before him with leisure. Really, it could have been solved simply. Meanwhile, Tianjiak rushed to Dain Tan's side, panicked. Hey, are you okay? I'll untie you right away. Anger and dissatisfaction filled his face when seeing his fellow disciple harmed. No, who would want to become sect master this way? The words were like a slap in the face, making Dain Tan explode in anger. What is the great senior brother doing? Did you play tricks to become sect master? His voice grew louder, adding to the tension. When I return, I will judge this matter strictly. Realizing he had slipped up, Tianjiak trembled, trying to correct. No, junior brother, it's not like that. Dain Tan's face suddenly turned pale, lips white as his gaze shifted forward. It was unclear when Kim Gun had a red-hot gun in his hand. Ready to fire? His eyes darkening. See? I told you to just solve it simply. In a moment of surprise, Tianjiak lunged to shield Dain Tan, kneeling to block the gun barrel. Stop! As long as I am here, you won't. As his words ended, a sharp gunshot rang out in the air. Touch a hair on my junior brother. Dain Tan ran away in a panic, screaming as if chased by a ghost, as if he had just witnessed the most terrifying thing. Grandfather! He rushed into the room, shoved the door open, and shouted. Grandfather! Lino jumped up, looking at his grandson with a confused face. Tan, where have you been until now? Have you forgotten what day it is today? Seeing his disheveled appearance, he immediately spoke sternly. What happened to you? Dain Tan replied tremblingly. Grandfather, Tianjiak, that guy has... His savage smile made the air thick. That's right, he did that. Lino's cold, confident face added to the eerie feeling. Tan, this matter seems like it will be solved more easily now. Outside, Kim Gun's group heard the shrill scream echoing. Lino's authoritative leading momentum, with disciples following behind, flared up fiercely. Tianjiak, you! Kim Gun didn't seem to care, just glanced with contempt. This old man brought quite a few people. Lino's disciples immediately surrounded Kim Gun's group, swords pointed straight at them. In front was Lino walking and shouting, followed by Dain Tan. Do you know what you just did? Sweat ran down Tianjiak's face. He waved his hand to explain. Elder, please listen to me. There is a misunderstanding here. Before he finished, he was cut off. No need to listen. Lino's resolute expression was like a seal on his words. You want to become sect master but intend to harm your junior brother? You have violated the unwritten rules of the Wudong sect. You are no longer qualified to stay here. The space seemed to freeze. Tianjiak, you, like a bolt from the blue. Tianjiak turned pale. Will be expelled. Lino stepped past Tianjiak, leaving him to face the verdict. Even beheading immediately is not enough. But because of our past relationship, I will let it go at this level. Pack your things and leave here immediately. Dain Tan's malicious smile was evident as he witnessed the scene. From behind, Kim Gun spoke up. Hey, old man. No one could guess Kim Gun's emotions at this moment. It seems you are having a serious misunderstanding. Kim Gun's eyes widened, brows furrowed. What right do you have to expel him? Lino turned sharply with a raised eyebrow. What did you say? Gazes of both sides clashed as if a fire was burning from within. Kim Gun emphasized each word. As the successor sect master. Lino's face darkened, anger gathering in his gaze. I intended to kick both you and Tianjiak out, but I am tolerating it because of the relationship with the beggar sect. Veins on Kim Gun's face made the air tenser. He gritted his teeth. Hey old man, don't play such blatant tricks. I don't respect the elderly. I will attack the elderly too. He pointed straight at Dain Tan standing behind, expressing his thoughts. Furthermore, after kidnapping this guy, I realized, before Lino could recover, Kim Gun blurted out. This guy is absolutely not a talent who can become the sect master of the Wudong sect. The more he spoke, the more excited he got. Kim Gun didn't care about anyone, his face scornful. Look, he hides behind you and doesn't dare to say anything. Yet you think he is qualified to represent Wudong? Guilty. Lino retorted to regain the initiative. Shut up. This is not a matter for outsiders to interfere with. The thing you are requesting now cannot be decided, so be quiet and wait to go. Kim Gun cut him off. No. As if stating the obvious, Kim Gun's face was full of confidence, pointing at Tianjiak. If he becomes sect master, he can give it to me right away. Why do I have to wait? Dain Tan interrupted, dissatisfied with Kim Gun's actions. If I become sect master, I can also give you what you want. I let it slide last time, so you should withdraw from this. Angry sound. Shut up. Kim Gun growled. I can't listen to fools like you. At this moment, he pouted with a disgusted face, speaking bluntly. What? Why aim at me? His angry face and disdainful gaze were full of fury. But I will absolutely not listen to those who use poison. Unable to keep his cool, Lino stepped forward, hurriedly justifying. This guy, in the end, still. This is a matter decided by the Council of Elders. Are you saying we are going back on our word? Kim Gun faced his gaze without fear, confronting him. Your world is different from my Earth. Whoever is strong makes the rules, right? So let whoever is stronger between the two of us decide. Tianjiak and Dain Tan paused at Kim Gun's echoing voice. Wudong sect master. No one could guess his emotions at this moment, along with the sharing from deep within. At least I felt it after coming here, the back of a leader. The heroic figure of the whole team with Kim Gun at the lead made the atmosphere overwhelming. Must always stand in front of subordinates in every situation. Not allowed to stand behind subordinates. Kim Gun turned to look at Lino's disciples who had been standing there since earlier. What do you guys think? Do you think what I said is wrong? One of them was silent, lost in thought. Image of the past, Tianjiak standing in front of the disciples when facing. The barrel of Kim Gun's gun flooded back. To support everything about to come, Tianjiak's back seemed to carry the light of salvation. Meanwhile, the current Dain Tan was timidly hiding behind, using disciples as shields. He swallowed, voice stammering amidst his thoughts. Lino immediately interrupted, shouting angrily, Nonsense! This is Wudong. The internal energy from him made anyone weak retreat. The whole space shook and crumbled around. Kim Gun covered his face from the dust and smoke, his angry eyes looking at Lino's actions. Oh, the old man made the dust fly away. He still didn't stop. The disciples were terrified, faces pale. Who here thinks this guy's words are true? The strong aura surrounding Lino made the air heavier. Then step out in front of me right now. Kim Gun was bewildered as the focus shifted to him. You petty old man, clearly knowing what the truth is but intending to use force to suppress? Contempt was evident in Lino's words. Pathetic, leading a sect but still don't understand the rules of the martial world? Lino's thoughtless words made the space fall into silence. The rules of the martial world. In the end, whoever has strength, truth, order, and law are all in that person's hands. Kim Gun's face darkened. Tension covered the screen. Lino spoke sternly. This is the last time. If something like this happens again, you will have to pay with your life. Lino turned to Dain Tan. Let's go. Prepare the succession ceremony again. It will probably be very rushed. He trembled as if he couldn't speak. Grandfather. Drowning in fear, Dain Tan screamed in panic. Behind you. The sound went straight into Lino's ears, making him confused. The ancients once said this. Facing him was the gun, loaded, defying all of Kim Gun's challenges. What is this? His face full of triumph almost went crazy. But it is the survivor who is strong. The gunshot rang out, tearing through the space, the shot piercing straight through Lino's head. Fast as the blink of an eye, only Dain Tan's terrified face remained. Father. The warm sunlight shone down on the main gate with two sturdy pillars. There were two disciples standing guard outside. On the gate hung a sign. Wudong sect. One person standing guard yawned as if standing for too long. Suddenly he called out. Huh? Then turned to ask the person next to him. Does Wudong have visitors today? The other hesitated to answer. No, not today. A large shadow blocked the light. They saw it and stood stunned. A body almost as big as a house stood towering before their eyes. He spoke. This is Wudong territory. If you don't have an invitation, come back early tomorrow morning. Before he could finish, he was sent to the afterlife. The person next to him witnessed his fellow disciple sent to the afterlife, mouth agape, very shocked. Then the large mouth of that guy, dripping with plasma, opened to swallow the remaining person. Red liquid splattered on the ground. He curled his lips, teeth full of dark red residue, saying two terrible words. So hungry. Face frozen, face pale as a sheet. Sound calling out intermittently. The copper bullet grazed his ear. The panicked scream called, "Grandfather!" He yelled, "You bastard!" Kim Gun's face, extremely provocative, said, "Making such a fuss, I held back because there were many people here, otherwise I would have killed you." Lino heard this and raised his voice. "You hateful guy, I will make you regret today's actions." His voice was a bit excited. "Oh, is that so? Should have said that sooner." Kim Gun aimed the truth straight at him, voice threatening. "If you want to leave this world early." The disciple standing in the middle stepped out to stop them. "Wait, you two shouldn't do that." Then he added, "Grandfather, they have crossed the line. Chase them away immediately." Seeing that, his face bulged with veins, mood gloomy, thinking, should have killed that guy. Suddenly Kim Gun paused as if realizing something. He turned back slightly, thinking more, what is this? This uncomfortable aura. Kim Gun turned back to say to Lino, "Hey old man, do you feel it too?" He replied anxiously, "That's right, it seems an uninvited guest has arrived." Disciples from inside the courtyard rushed out, shouting, "There is an intruder." Then holding swords and rushing straight at him, they continued, "Absolutely do not let him enter. Stop him at all costs." One person quickly gripped his sword and rushed forward. He said, "Go to hell." Then a strike plunged the sword straight into the intruder's body. His voice was contemptuous. "Ugh, someone with nothing, yet so confident?" Before he could finish, Mongdong's large mouth opened. Just like that, a disciple was handled by him. Archers standing on the roof aimed straight at Mongdong. They shouted, "Don't get close, attack from afar." He remained silent, not moving, despite the arrows flying toward him. The cold arrows just stuck deep into Mongdong's body, causing plasma to spray out. Despite the arrows stuck in his body, he muttered, so hungry, and he used his strength to make the arrows fly back.
Mong dong rau, I'm hungry.
A few disciples standing nearby were hit by the rebounding arrows. They started to retreat in fear. Stunned, face sweating, surprised, they blurted out, "What is that?" Then he sat down in the middle of the ground, where some people in the sect had fallen. Mongdong didn't hesitate, his voice rising, terrifying. "There you are," then slowly stood up with his massive body. His whole body seemed to emit a dense black aura, moving toward Kim Gun. Smiling a demonic smile, he said, "The one who killed our youngest brother, the third brother of the heavenly demon, Mongdong." Lino looked at him, thinking to himself, this guy is very dangerous, don't know where he appeared from, but at least he is at the elder level, maybe equal to a sect master. Worried for the disciples, he shouted orders. "Everyone listen. He is not an opponent you can face. Disperse to safe places." Hearing that, their faces were full of worry, voices stammering. "No way, is the elder intending to stay alone?" "That's right, we also want to sacrifice ourselves on the battlefield." Li Wu saw their stubbornness and shouted angrily, "Do you intend to disobey? Get out of here before you all ascend to heaven." He turned back and said coldly, "That's right, having you here is just a hindrance. Follow the elder's words and run." Disciples heard this, clasped their hands, bowed their heads and said, "May the elder and senior brother be safe." Then they all ran away like the wind. He closed his eyes, his voice tinged with bitterness. "My words include you too, Tien Jiak." But it seemed he remained determined to stay. Seeing this, Li Wu said, "Do you intend to disobey?" He replied, "I have dedicated everything to Wudong for 30 years. With a firm voice, he continued, "I was taught not to turn my back on enemies threatening Wudong. Besides, even those outsiders are acting for Wudong's sake." Kim Gun remained calm with his hands in his pockets, with 3 others behind him. Tien Jiak's voice rang out, "Are you going to run away?" He suddenly spoke up, "No, what? It's not like I'm acting for you guys. Anyway, I don't know why, but it seems that fat guy is looking for me." Kim Gun looked at him and asked, "Right?" Mongdong laughed and replied, "Exactly." He continued to ask, "So you are also a disciple of the heavenly demon, right?" Hearing this, Li Wu was slightly startled and blurted out, "What?" placed his hand on his stomach and muttered, "So hungry. I need to eat my fill first." Then Mong Dong exerted his strength, causing the stone courtyard below to shatter. Then with one leap, he vanished, leaving behind a gap and dust. He lunged over his head, causing Mong Dong to be slightly surprised. Tianjiak saw the situation was not good and turned sharply backward. "No, I can't. The junior brothers are still over there." The fellow disciples were trying to run as fast as they could, unaware that the gates of death were about to welcome them. That massive shadow seemed capable of blotting out the sun. Mong Dong landed straight down, and one unlucky disciple was unfortunately flattened under his feet. Then the others were not lucky either, all targeted by his terrifying strength. The ground cracked open, his voice full of fake regret. "I should have controlled my strength. They're all dead." A scene no one wanted to see occurred. All the disciples were done for. Tianjiak lunged from afar, his voice angry. "You bastard!" He immediately used sword technique. Mysterious soul, soul-snatching sword. The swift slashes only appeared as a few streaks of light. And Tianjiak moved to the rear. The sharp, graceful sword strikes cut through Mong Dong's body. Still holding that same sword stance, crimson fluids sprayed out from behind. Tianjiak stood up and turned slightly. Suddenly he realized a horrifying truth. Although his body was covered in wounds, he still lunged forward with great speed. That left Tianjiak unable to escape in time. Blood flowed from his mouth. Mong Dong tightened his grip on his body, making him unable to move. Terrifying voice. "You're strong. You must be delicious." Tianjiak broke into a cold sweat and thought, "This monster." The wounds he had slashed were already showing signs of healing. Seeing this, Tianjiak was terrified. His body is automatically regenerating. The cells reconnected as if they had never been separated. Mong Dong opened his mouth, larger than a head, and said, "Then I'll enjoy my meal." Behind, Li Wu's cold voice rang out. "Wudong sect secret technique, Tai Ching sword art." Powerful sword strikes lunged from behind like giant slashes. Pain hit, causing Mong Dong to scream. Then he let go, allowing Tianjiak to escape. He turned back and asked, "Are you okay?" Still covered in cold sweat, he replied, "Yes, thank you, elder." Pain made him clutch his head, his face grimacing. From afar, Kim Gun rushed up and praised, "Well fought, old man." Then he aimed his weapon at Mong Dong, his voice cold. "I'm going to shoot you dead." He spread his arms and channeled energy. Kim Gun was stunned and thought, "Wait, what is that?" Mong Dong's provocative tone rang out. "What is it?" Even though the lead candy was fired, he was completely unharmed, still smiling and saying, "So delicious." He was briefly shocked. Is he absorbing the bullets? Kim Gun hesitated and said, "Fine, if it's delicious then." Then he fired continuously at Mong Dong, shouting loudly, "Keep eating this." Streams of plasma flowed down, staining the ground red. He was still able to keep moving. His feet stood firmly as he faced him. Kim Gun frowned slightly, sweat dripping, and muttered, "Ha! Really?" Kim Gun frowned slightly, sweat dripping, and muttered, "Ha! Really?" A terrifying face with a wide-open mouth. He said he had caught someone. Witnessing this, he silently exclaimed how crazy it was. Mong Dong unleashed a palm strike with immense power, sending Kim Gun flying several meters away. Dust and smoke filled the air. The ground cracked. Suddenly a voice called out from behind, "Hey, you fat guy." He continued, compared to the skinny cult leader, his face and chubby body looked like a piece of fresh, delicious meat. Luke Ba asked, "So I'm much more delicious, right?" He licked his lips, his voice full of craving. Perfect. A balanced combination of fat and muscle, this is." Mong Dong's face showed clear pleasure as he lunged forward, his voice delighted. "The perfect feast I've been searching for all this time." Luke Ba stood still and continued, "All right, just come here and eat to your heart's content." However, before that, from behind, Hoa Lan and Dang Coat rushed forward like the wind. Learn how to behave at the dinner table before coming. She held dual blades in her hands, her gaze cold and sharp, fastest single sword slash. 2 red slashes streaked across Mong Dong's obese body. His face was full of anger, his hands quickly blocking the attack. Just after taking Hoa Lan's attack, his attack followed. Ancient Tiger Fist first move, Tiger Opening. Powerful punch landed on Mong Dong, causing him to deform. Dang Coat stepped back a few paces, then continued to rush forward to attack. Ancient Tiger Fist second move. That powerful technique caused Mong Dong's plasma to splatter everywhere. Tiger Ascending. His entire massive body was punched into the air. And he looked up at the sky and added, and then, the final move. With a horrified expression, His words became broken. 10,000 swallows! From above, he prepared to counterattack. A strike straight to Dang Coat's face, causing him to fall hard to the ground. Dirt and rocks splattered everywhere. Seeing his comrade losing ground, Hoa Lan rushed over. She anxiously called his name. Dang Coat! Large bumps suddenly appeared on Mong Dong's body. The unexpected phenomenon made her freeze, eyes wide, and she blurted out, "Ah!" The large bumps on his back shot out at extreme speed, leaving her unable to resist. Mong Dong froze and cried out, "Huh!" He looked into the empty space where Luke Ba had been standing, his voice confused. "Where is it?" "My feast." Mong Dong's face turned red, grinding his teeth. His legs swelled, his clothes were torn to shreds, and he muttered, "Where is it?" "My meat." Mong Dong launched himself high into the air, roaring, "Give it back! My meat!" Tianjiak's face was still stained with blood. Panicked. "Where did that guy run off to again?" Li Wu stood nearby and frowned. "They are in danger, we must quickly chase after him." Without hesitation, they rushed in the direction Mong Dong was chasing. In the distance, Kim Gun's voice rang out, full of worry. "Dang Coat!"
Hoa Lan.
He quickly rushed over to hold her as she lay on the ground, reassuring her. "Try to hold on. I will take you to a safe place." Her voice was weak. "Leah, leader." Behind Kim Gun, dirt and rocks suddenly flew into the air, creating a massive noise. He turned around, shocked, thinking, "Damn it, is he a human or a cannon?" Mong Dong launched from the ground straight into the sky, leaving only a streak of light. High above, his face was full of anger, preparing to unleash a technique. Falling meteor thunder. Mong Dong chose the library as his landing spot. A horrifying explosion occurred, smoke and fire erupting violently. On Kim Gun's side, he quickly found a place to set the two down and said, "All right, at least this place is safe." Kim Gun's face couldn't hide his surprise, thinking, "This tragedy is truly horrific." The entire magnificent library was gradually perishing in the massive fire. He aimed his gun at Mong Dong, silently calculating, "This pig is too fast. I can't hit him." Looking through the scope, the devastated scene appeared clearer. Kim Gun thought further. The problem is that even hitting him is useless. Suddenly, he lunged straight at the gun barrel without any fear. He was surprised, his eyes wide. Luke Ba rushed over again to intercept Mong Dong's path. Dirt and rocks exploded. Dust and smoke filled the air due to the strong collision. Kim Gun leaned against the wall, frowning slightly due to his injury, secretly relieved. "Luckily my bones are still intact," he asked with concern. "Ling Hu, are you okay?" Suddenly Luke Ba's voice rang out. "Leader, are you okay?" Kim Gun looked up with a bewildered face, and blurted out, "Huh!" From afar, behind the smoke and dust, his voice rang out. "It seems this is the end." Luke Ba smiled lightly. "I am very happy to have met the leader all this time." Behind him was Mong Dong's mouth, ready to swallow him whole. He cried out in pain, "Luke Ba!" A sharp sword radiated blue energy. Tian Jiak's voice slowly rang out. "I am truly sorry for letting our honored guest bear so much." A black circle appeared, creating a curve that divided the two poles of yin and yang. He radiated a powerful aura. Tian Jiak unleashed his move. The final ultimate technique of the Wudong sect. Taiji sword system. 8 slashes cut through Mong Dong's body. Then 8 more caused plasma to splatter everywhere. Smoke erupted from Mong Dong's body in many directions. He roared in pain. "So hot!" His eyes were cold and sharp. A sword circle rotated through Mong Dong's body. His face was split in two by that sword strike. Tian Jiak gently sheathed his sword. His entire body began to disintegrate. Kim Gun stood up and said, "I didn't see you. I thought you were done for. Turns out you're still alive?" He replied apologetically, "Once again, I apologize. I had to evacuate the injured disciples, so I arrived late." He frowned and wondered, "But with such a powerful skill, why didn't you use it sooner?" Tian Jiak replied, "Because it is not yet a complete skill." He added, "If used recklessly, the internal energy will twist, causing fatal wounds to the body." Before he could finish speaking, Tian Jiak spat out a mouthful of red blood. He knelt down, thinking to himself, "As expected, at my current level it's still too much. I must quickly circulate my energy to recover." In the distance, Mong Dong was showing signs of recovery. Li Wu rushed over, calling out loudly, "Tian Jiak!" He looked up and stammered, "Elder," he said anxiously, "who told you to throw yourself into sacrifice like that?" Li Wu's eyes were full of heartache. "I already told you. Run away with the other disciples. Why didn't you listen?" Tian Jiak was flustered. "I'm sorry, but..." He bowed his head slightly and continued, The Wudong sect is my everything. Kim Gun worriedly cursed to himself. You idiots! Keep that rambling for after the battle ends. If that pig revives now, then... Suddenly it spat an object out of its mouth. He wondered, Ling Hu, what's going on? The object fell to the ground. Kim Gun exclaimed in surprise, a phone! Mong Dong adjusted his head, his voice mocking, hee. This time it was a bit dangerous. He looked at Li Wu. You're old? The taste probably isn't good, but it seems the nutritional value is high. Luke Ba was currently unconscious, lying flat on the ground. Mong Dong said leisurely, so before eating the delicious dish, with a vicious expression looking at him, he said in a condescending tone, let's stimulate the taste buds a little, shall we? Suddenly he spoke up. Hey, how can you be full from eating an old man? I've prepared a hearty feast for you. His voice rang out triumphantly, holding a gun. Eat to your heart's content. Is this your first time having a buffet? Mong Dong bared his yellow teeth with meat scraps stuck in them, laughing like he'd won the lottery. Is that delicious? Hurry up and give it to me. Kim Gun didn't let him say more, excitedly replying, all right, eat to your heart's content. The machine gun barrel rotated, preparing to start. A powerful force pushed backward. He gripped the gun barrel tightly. The surrounding air was stirred by powerful energy. Open your mouth. Here comes the ammo. Bullets sparked from the gun barrel. The fat guy contentedly spread his chubby body. Suddenly he looked back at Kim Gun and was terrified. Dozens of bullets with terrifying speed and power pierced through his body. His face revealed unexpected panic. Wait a minute. Stop. Even 1,000 pounds of weight couldn't resist the power of the ammunition. The fat guy's footing retreated a few steps. The continuous stream of bullets gave him no time to prepare. He retreated further away, dirt and sand flying up in chunks. Before he could recover, from above, the Wudong sect elder flew up. Where do you think you're escaping to? A flowing cloud sword strike landed straight down on Mong Dong, pushing him back in front of Kim Gun. He didn't change his expression. The gun barrel turned toward the fat guy. The guest is back, huh? He was now only fearful, with no arrogance left. His face covered in dirt. Hey wait, stop! Kim Gun didn't care at all. The gun continued to start up. Bullets flew straight into the exhausted Mong Dong. Come on, let's start round 2. Please subscribe to the Gimigo channel so you don't miss any exciting videos. His face was so mangled his features were indistinguishable, roaring with jumbled teeth and lips. Full. He used all his remaining strength, hurling his soul-like body toward Kim Gun. Cult leader Kim curled his lip in disdain. As expected, bottomless greed. The gun fired straight into Mong Dong, shattering him into 100 pieces of slime. Kim Gun prayed silently. Greed only brings disaster. He radiated a golden aura as if absorbing the enemy's life force. If you're satisfied, then even in hell. He smiled, eyes sparkling. Be sure to leave a 5-star review and a comment. Kim Gun walked to the corner of the courtyard where Tianju was meditating, asking, Hey, are you okay? Saying that, he reached out to pull him up. Tianju replied softly, Many thanks. He was sincerely grateful to Kim Gun. If not for you, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Tianju bowed with hands clasped. On behalf of the Wudong sect, I express my sincere gratitude. Two were talking when Dian Tianxian rushed out. That's enough. Tianju, are you alright? The two, covered in dust after the chaotic battle, asked each other. Yes, the chi reversal has stabilized. Are you okay, elder? The elder's next words surprised him. Tianju, I'm sorry. Pardon. The elder bowed his head, eyes downcast. I now know who is truly worthy of leading Wudong. As an elder, I was only concerned with personal desire and failed to see the truth. I apologize. Kim Gun didn't hold back. Living to such an old age and your judgment is still this clouded? Indeed, you are right, Dian Tianxian admitted. He also sincerely thanked him. I truly thank you. Despite the heavy losses, if not for you, many Wudong disciples were heavily wounded, being helped away by others. Some sacrificed themselves, others survived. The elder understood right from wrong, thanking Kim Gun because otherwise, Wudong would not have escaped annihilation. He replied calmly. All right, he was someone I had to face anyway. Quickly announced the new sect leader. Dian Tianxian glanced at the disciples behind him. I was just about to say that. In the middle of the courtyard, before all the disciples, he declared loudly, Once again, I announce it right here. Everyone's eyes were serious. Surely you all feel the same. Who is the person you truly trust and follow? The elder turned around. Stepping back, he placed a hand on Tianju's shoulder and introduced him solemnly. The new sect leader is? He widened his eyes, seemingly unable to believe his ears. Tianju, it is you. The disciples knelt in unison, hands clasped in a ritual greeting. Amidst the sunset, the sound echoed through the air. Respects to the new sect leader. Tianju was startled by this scene and blurted out, "Huh!" Seeing him frozen, Kim Gun reminded him, "Hey, why are you standing there like an idiot? Go greet the disciples." He signaled with a smile. Tianju was shy. "Ah, right?" He cleared his throat and began to speak. "Although I am still lacking in many ways, I will try my best not to bring shame to the sect." He clasped his hands in the Wudong style. "I ask for everyone's support in the future." In the distance, Dain Tian Xian's nephew did not appear, just standing silently behind a wall. A week later, around the Bagua circle, the elders sat cross-legged, chatting. This technique requires too much preparation. Tianju, now carrying the demeanor of a sect leader, apologized to Kim Gun. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." A golden sword was placed in the middle of the Bagua circle. "I will use the item the former sect leader received from the Martial Alliance to find the trace of the divine object you need." He turned to the elders of the sect, nodding. The elder received the signal from Tianju. Concentrating energy, he chanted a secret mantra. All the Wudong experts chanted the mantra, energy fluctuating powerfully around them. The golden sword absorbed the energy, vibrating violently. It flew up, pointing straight into the air. Energy continued to pour into the sword. Done! The sword flew out of the circle, heading in another direction. The fat man mistakenly thought the sword was aimed at him and panicked. The sword grazed his ear, embedding itself straight into the map of sects behind him. Tianju looked over. "Is that the Amei sect?" Suddenly, another disciple's sword vibrated and flew out in surprise. "Huh, wait!" This time the fat man was even more panicked, the sword still flying toward him. However, the sword embedded itself in a different spot on the map. The fat man trembled, sweat pouring down, and a warm liquid flowed between his legs. The surrounding disciples looked at each other, confused and embarrassed for the fat man. Also embarrassed because there wasn't just one location on the map. Kim Gun quickly asked, "What? Why is it like that? So where is that place? Do we have to go to both?" Tianju was also surprised by the strange result. "No, one place is not somewhere you can just go to casually. Above the map, two swords were embedded in two different locations. One of those places," he turned back, expression serious, "is the Imperial Palace." Kim Gun's eyes were full of suspicion. "The Imperial Palace? So what?" "As you know, according to the Guanwu Non-Aggression Pact, balance between the government and the martial world has existed for a long time, with a pact that the two sides will not confront each other. The contrast was clear as guards stood outside the capital. A darker, sharper blade. But if you, someone from the martial world, go to the Imperial Palace, even a small mistake could violate the pact and lead to a confrontation between the government and the martial world. A chest containing power appeared. Even if you sneak in, that item is definitely in a secret chamber. The dangers Kim Gun must face are unavoidable. The secret chamber will have hundreds of traps. Just one wrong step. That mistake could lead to uncontrollable consequences. You won't be able to avoid death. Losing patience, Kim Gun snapped. "So what is it in short? Stop beating around the bush. Just say it straight." Tianju was serious. "If the item you are looking for is not at the Amei sect but at the Imperial Palace, then finding it." Disappointment hit Kim Gun after the answer. "Is completely impossible." Kim Gun sighed blankly. "Ha! Damn it! Finally made it this far. And yet." Suddenly the phone pinged with a message. "Dear customer, this is Kim Mi-young. Since you have protected the peace of the martial world, I am giving you a gift." Kim Gun was stunned. "Huh." The message with a list of rewards appeared densely. Basic reward list. Blueprint. Not believing his eyes, he confirmed. "Wait, are you really giving me this? I've always wanted to use it once." Unable to contain his excitement, his face became cunning. "Maybe with this it will be possible, right?" Kim Gun turned to report. "All right, we will reorganize and set off for the Amei sect tomorrow." Everyone said in unison, "Yes, cult leader." The moonlight shone. Under the villa by the lotus pond, a figure was glimpsed with a jar of wine beside him. Ain Tan was silently sipping wine when he saw someone approaching from afar. Tianju slowly approached where Dain Tan was sitting. Ain Tan's concerned voice made the atmosphere settle. "Senior brother, you are still busy with construction. Why come to this lowly place?" Tianju replied lightly, "Junior brother, give me a cup." The cup was quickly filled. Tianju enjoyed the taste of the wine in the quiet night. A thought crossed his mind, making his words carry hidden meaning. Why is the wine so bitter today? Looking up at the night sky, Tianju was lost in thought. Dain Tan, do you know why I tried to become sect leader? Why? Naturally, it's for the ambition of high office. Tianju said sadly. Junior brother. You know, I was an orphan with no family. Memories of joining the sect flooded back. Someone like me followed the former sect leader to Wudong. For the first time I felt the bright smiles of fellow disciples were the most precious moments. Senior brother, how is this gathering? Do people think you're ugly? That time gave me the answer to what family is. A satisfied smile flashed on his lips. You brats! From deep in his heart, he whispered. And now, everyone in Wudong is my family. Dain Tan was stunned. Of course, even you, Dain Tan, are a very precious member to me. Tianju mused. To me, someone who never had a family, the disciples have become my relatives, so I don't want to lose anyone. That's why I must become sect leader more than anyone else. His hand tightened on the wine cup. As sect leader, I will always stand in front to protect the disciples. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will protect everyone. Dain Tan jumped up angrily. If you say nonsense like that, why be sect leader? Better to just leave everything alone. The lake was as still as a mirror, reflecting the moonlight and the glowing lanterns. Dain Tan choked out. Things are already like this. Please be sect leader for a long time. The sudden action surprised Tianju. Dain Tan. A teasing smile broke out. Are you crying? Ha ha ha. In the quiet night, their voices echoed softly. Who's crying? No way. From afar, a cold crosshair aimed straight at Dain Tan's head. Kim Gun sat nonchalantly on the roof, holding a rifle, his eyes complex. Looks like there's no chance to use it. Damn it. The next morning, Tianju generously offered a glowing golden pill. This is a reward for saving Wudong. Please accept it. Kim Gun was confused. What is it? Tianju replied. Infinite golden pill. A legendary divine medicine of the Wudong sect. It is said that taking it can overcome the gates of death. Kim Gun reached out to take it. Oh, if you're giving it to me, then thanks. Tianju smiled. Thank you again. I hope this divine medicine will help your adventure. His words suddenly stopped. Huh. The pill was tossed by Kim Gun and swallowed by the spirit fox. His form was being improved. Kim Gun's eyes lit up with interest. Tasty, Lin Ho? Thinking about the spirit fox's evolution reward made him excited. Thanks to this transformation of Lin Ho, I've confirmed. Spirit fox's tail wagged happily. Lin Ho must mature to be able to transform into more difficult blueprints. Kim Gun turned to say goodbye. Well, everything is done. I'm leaving now. Tianju was trembling with dissatisfaction. That madman actually gave such a precious divine medicine to a beast to eat. Switching to Kim Gun's group on the journey, he asked briefly, whoever knows anything about the Amay sect, explain it briefly to me.
Hoa Lang Viplit, let me lie.
She presented. The Amay sect is located on Mount Amay, a sect consisting entirely of nuns. Because it's all nuns, to maintain the precepts, they have their own principles. They are quite wary of men approaching. Hoa Lan concluded. I'm afraid it will be difficult to approach the Amay sect from the outside. Her eyes swept over her all-male team. But if I go to Amay alone, it will also be a bit difficult. Hearing this, Kim Gun scratched his head in confusion. Ha! Nothing is easy at all. He asked further, Hoa Lan, if it's not one person but two, would there be a chance? Hoa Lan nodded slightly. It would be easier. A calculation became clear in Kim Gun's mind, making him pause. Luke Ba was flustered with a confused expression, his chubby body sweating. His thick layers of fat caught his attention. Kim Gun's lips curled dangerously. Then let's do that. Heh heh. Luke Ba shuddered at that smile, his face turning pale. No, what is it again? I'm so uneasy. White snow fell in the cold, dark mountainous region. A crowd knelt, shouting in unison. 10,000 years, 10,000 years. Above, a figure was glimpsed. 10,000 years, 10,000 years. Cold killing intent radiated from that man. 10,000 years, 10,000 years. He reached out, creating a red flame. The flame coiled under everyone's fearful gaze. Instantly, their bodies shriveled as if their vitality was sucked away. Red eyes and violent energy proved the cruel killing intent of the heavenly demon. He frowned with magic power swirling around his hand. Still not enough. Dulan sat gracefully with her arms crossed beside her subordinates when she heard her name called. Dulan! She left the meat cushion, her eyes coquettish. The cult leader is truly a greedy person. Her eyes sharpened. Huh! The subordinates trembled in the gloomy atmosphere. Just a snap of her fingers, their bodies distorted in a terrifying way. They all exploded, spraying blood and darkening the space. Mulan glared uncomfortably. I absolutely hate ugly people. Her hot body turned after the loud noise. The female subordinates lined up opposite. After all, nothing beats beauty, right? A delicate face stood out. Subscribe to the channel. Let me go so you don't miss any attractive videos. There's no toy as beautiful as this one. Mulan approached the controlled beauty. Live a long life with me. Face full of confidence. Oh my, it fits really well. Striking the eye were squinted eyes with long eyelashes attached, along with 2 side locks of hair. The dress had a slit revealing the thigh. With his chubby body, Luke Ba stood stiff in the female attire, his expression bewildered and blank. His face was sweating like a shower. Cult leader? Is there really no other way? Kim Gun replied. So you intend to let Hoa Lan go there alone? Luke Ba stammered. That's not it, but... Not letting Luke Ba refuse, Kim Gun continued. Anyway, we just need to confirm if the divine object we are looking for is there or not. Kim Gun ordered the 2 subordinates. We will wait nearby. Hoa Lan and Luke Ba, go and return safely. Suddenly a figure appeared behind them, asking gently, What business do you have at the Amay sect? Was the delicate face of Hong Lin, a senior nun of the Amay sect. Hoa Lan and Luke Ba clasped their hands in greeting. Nice to meet you. We are from the demonic cult. Hong Lin's eyebrows furrowed slightly, her eyes sinking. Demonic cult? She changed her expression. Voice cold. What business do you from the demonic cult have here? Hoa Lan quickly replied. It seems you already have an inkling of the situation. She smiled and shared bluntly. So I'll speak plainly. Through the Wudong's heavenly heart Dao sensing art, we know that at Amay. Hong Ling's face darkened. There is a divine object that can seal the heavenly demon, so we came here. Steps moved quietly. Hong Ling turned, voice dry. This place is not suitable for discussing this. The door opened. Hong Ling gestured. Please come inside. Both looked at each other in surprise, not expecting to get in so easily. The city was immersed in night, lanterns illuminating the streets. In the tavern, Kim Gun and Dang Coat were enjoying their meal. At the table behind, a stranger was intently watching Kim Gun in an unusual way. Kim Gun lay on the bed, everything immersed in darkness. The sound of the door opening gently. The stranger snuck into the room, silently reaching toward Kim Gun. Suddenly Kim Gun opened his glowing red eyes, speaking, making him panic. Who are you? In Kim Gun's hand was a sharp knife, making him jump back. Wait, leader. He reached up to remove the mask from his face. His voice trembling, he explained. I'm Man Kai from the Havu sect. Long time no see. Leader, he. Kim Gun nonchalantly. I know you're Man Kentucky. Kim Gun coldly. So is there any reason for me to spare the life of someone sneaking in here? He quickly waved his hands. Wait, leader, it's not like that. A surprising piece of news. The Havu sect master has been kidnapped. Kim Gun frowned in surprise. What? The story became tense. Kim Gun serious. All right, tell me. Man Kai gently expressed. Yes, leader, it's like this. The heavenly demon spread his arms as if to grasp everything. After the heavenly demon reincarnated, a place called the Heavenly Demon Cult appeared. The dark gates of the Heavenly Demon Cult. To gather information, our disciples snuck in, but whoever went in lost contact, so finally the Havu sect master personally snuck into the Heavenly Demon Cult. Man Kai's eyes welled up. But now even the sect master has lost contact. Finally, I came to the leader to ask for help. Kim Gun wondered. But why did you sneak here? Man Kai continued. Because there are signs the Heavenly Demon Cult is watching, so I had to wear a mask. Kim Gun propped his chin, thinking, the Havu sect master. He recalled her coquettish look when she gazed at him, along with the landscape tattoo on her back, and her sincere expression when presenting the gift. Kim Gun slammed his hand on the table, startling Man Kai. He ordered, lead the way. Man Kai hurriedly, thank you, leader. Cut to the massive architecture of the Heavenly Demon Cult, with crowds gathering since early morning. Kim Gun looked up at the scene before him. Is this the place of that cult? Man Kai said, yes, it seems to be the place with the most new recruits recently. Kim Gun sarcastically, is this place raking in money from a scam cult? Looking at the long line of people, Man Kai considered, leader, we should also line up before it's too late. The 3 of them went inside. In his thoughts, Kim Gun was stunned. I understand what kind of place this is. Before him stood a massive heavenly demon statue, towering several meters high. I understand what kind of place this is. A hand suddenly wrapped around Kim Gun's arm. A woman appeared, surprising Kim Gun. Please come in. A lavish feast has been prepared inside for you. Kim Gun's face flushed with shyness. Ah, all right. Please, let me know. From afar, the silhouettes of two people talking caught his attention. Silver-haired man welled up. My son lost contact months ago after entering here. The desperate plea. Please, let me see him just once. The person opposite quickly waved to call an ally. He gestured to the old man. All right, go this way. I'll lead the way. The old man was overjoyed. Oh, really? Thank you. That action made Kim Gun pause to think. The lady beside him waved. Let's go inside too. He and Dang Coat were left bewildered by the beauty's voice. Ah, yes, all right. The door opened slightly. A light shone into their eyes, stunning all three. Welcome to the heavenly demon cult. The magnificent scene inside, with a group of women happily dancing. The dancers performed skillfully, making the space even more overwhelming. Tables were filled with all kinds of delicious food and wine. Their radiant smiles left Kim Gun bewildered. Please, take the empty seats. He and Dang Coat took their seats. This is quite different from what I imagined, being treated like this. Looking at the scene around him, Kim Gun thought, doesn't look much like a scam cult. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, accompanied by a muscular man. Everyone who joins the cult is welcome. I am the vice leader of the heavenly demon cult, Ko Dung Tien. Gestured inside. Now the leader is about to appear. Please clap enthusiastically. A drooping beard and chubby cheeks appeared. Very happy to meet you all. A chubby face appeared with a black circle in the middle of the forehead. I am the leader of the heavenly demon cult, Luke Howdon. Kim Gun pouted, his eyebrows knitting tight. Damn it, I can tell just by looking at him. He looked disgusted. 100% a scam cult. Meanwhile, tragedy struck. His face covered in blood and panic, the old man pleaded. Let me see my son just once. Quickly, a sword slashed through his neck, his eyes widening in resentment. He replied nonchalantly. Rest assured, you'll meet your son soon. A small bird spread its wings in the sky. Below lay the massive architecture of the heavenly demon sect. Dang Coat was confused. Leader, this place is a bit different from what we imagined. Kim Gun was calm. Didn't you see that leader's face? A face that cunning is definitely a demonic cult. Physiognomy is a science. Kim Gun continued. But no matter how I think about it, I still can't understand. Dang Coat agreed. This subordinate as well. From behind the dancers, a drunken face appeared. Why is that beggar bastard here? Kim Gun asked. Have you ever taught me what's called sound transmission? Dang Coat quickly explained how to use internal force. The beggar suddenly heard a voice. Hey, you beggar! Kim Gun pointed his finger straight at him. What are you doing here? He immediately recognized him. Demonic leader, truly inviting the enemy into the house. He opened his mouth in panic. Ah, no, why are you here? Kim Gun said coldly. Answer my question first. The beggar stuttered. Ah, I came here to find my first love, the Ha Vu sect master. Kim Gun dismissed it. Doesn't look like first love at all. How could I lie about love? Kim Gun replied. All right, just don't cause any trouble. Behind them, rows of soldiers caught Kim Gun's attention. The sharp swords stunned Kim Gun. Just looking at this place, I can see quite a few armed men. From afar, the leader and vice leader sat majestically. That vice leader standing up there, if he were a normal person, his body is already not normal. But what's stranger is that even though he tries to hide it, his scary expression and dark aura made the space cold. He still can't hide that aura. Kim Gun confirmed his suspicion. Clearly, there's something about him. Suddenly, the doors slammed shut, along with rows of guards blocking the way. The gorgeous dancers also gradually left. Everyone was immediately startled, and the space fell into silence. Dung Tian's face became even scarier. You don't need to be surprised. Today, a distinguished guest is visiting, and I want to introduce them to you. One who has made the greatest contribution to the heavenly demon cult, possessing powerful martial arts and gorgeous beauty. And furthermore, Kim Gun was surprised. It's the third disciple of the heavenly demon. What? The space filled with pink, and a woman stepped out. Meeting his disciple here again? She tucked her hair gently. So that person is also a monster like the ones before? She glided towards everyone with a seductive air. Welcome, everyone. Everyone around blushed, eyes widening at that beauty. Kim Gun also smelled that terrifying pink air. His face flushed with a hard-to-hide smile. But this woman is perhaps a bit different. Dang Coat sank into serious thought. He concluded, what is this? I've clearly smelled the scent somewhere before. While Kim Gun was still enjoying watching the beauty. Suddenly, his eyes shifted. Huh! He slammed the table. questioning, "Hey, beggar, where are you going?" Beggar was moving forward. "Didn't you hear that's the disciple of the heavenly demon?" Dulan's expression, with a frown. "Huh." The beggar's face darkened as he approached her. "Hey, you woman!" His angry fist clenched, veins bulging. "I'll only ask once." Suddenly, he knelt down. "I've loved you at first sight. Let's become husband and wife." He appeared sincere with a radiant smile. "Will you agree to be my wife?" Immediately, her 2 fingers stabbed straight into the beggar's eyes, making him bleed. The beggar screamed in pain, kneeling and shouting. "Ah! Is this what blind love is?" A hand touched his chest lightly. "Hey, beggar, the thing I hate most in the world is..." At that moment, a huge force threw the beggar away. Ugly things! The force was so strong that he flew past Kim Gun in a split second. The door collapsed, and the beggar fell into the tragic mess. Kim Gun nonchalantly. "That guy wasn't ordinary, yet just one blow, but I don't feel sorry at all." Julan nonchalantly turned towards the main hall. Howdon respectfully. "Come. Please sit here, Lady Julan." She glided over. Suddenly, Julan paused before the appearance of that leader. Julan looked up, her smile becoming dangerous. Howdon trembled, his face turning pale. "Wait, please, Lady Julan. Please be lenient. I'll lose weight immediately, at least my face." His head immediately exploded, creating a horrific, bloody scene. Julan still smiled nonchalantly. "Oh, did I accidentally blow him away?" The crowd laughed crazily, shouting, "Lady Julan is too seductive. Please accept this humble one." Dang Coat was serious. A person exploded, yet they cheer so excitedly. This proves it clearly. He patted Kim Gun's shoulder. "Leader, sorry for the rudeness. It will be a bit painful, but please don't reveal it." Kim Gun was startled. "Huh, what do you mean?" His eyes immediately widened. Energy escaped. Kim Gun gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. "Ugh." Julan smiled. "Then this time, distinguish clearly between the sacrifice and the puppet, then send them up." Dung Tien immediately replied. "Of course, Lady Julan," she continued. "And you know how much I hate rats." His tough expression made Dung Tien even scarier. "How could I not know?" Kim Gun exhaled, regaining his calm. "Dang Coat, what did you just do?" Dang Coat explained. "Jade soul incense is being emitted here. It's a type of hallucinogen that makes people worship blindly. You need to use internal energy to repel this scent." Kim Gun commented. "Then use your energy, but absolutely don't reveal it. For now, just go along with their rhythm." His smile became calculating. "Our priority is the Ha Vu sect master, so we must risk entering the lair." His eyes suddenly dropped, starting his act. At this moment, Kim Gun was in the dungeon, wearing the same clothes as the others. The soulless crowd followed one another. The scent from earlier is a type of aphrodisiac that can control people. Kim Gun watched Dang Coat. "I don't know what the criteria are, but Dang Coat and I have been separated." A lock cracked. "Then I must meet Dang Coat first." In his hand was a sharp weapon. "It's been a while." Kim Gun took a stance, his eyes burning with killing intent. "Time to get some exercise, right?" In front was a group of demonic cultists. Kim Gun determined. "There are 2 of them." They were still nonchalantly chatting. "Did you see the woman who just entered earlier?" "Who? Don't tell me you intend to?" Kim Gun approached from behind. "Not yet, but I have some aphrodisiac hidden here." A slash cut across his head. "Tomorrow night. Let's sneak into her room a bit." The remaining guy was startled. "Bastard, you dare." Immediately, his 2 arms flew off from Kim Gun's clean slash. Kim Gun rushed forward, his face dark. He identified the next target. A group of 5 men ahead. A swing of his knife took down the 2 men behind easily. Kim Gun was fast as light. He glided past the remaining 3. Blood splattered as the blade descended. Kim Gun nonchalantly. "Seems I've handled everything around here." A figure quietly walked towards Kim Gun. He quickly regained his killing intent and rushed forward. "What? More?" A familiar figure appeared. A sharp blade was held against her neck. Her beautiful face, but empty eyes, made Kim Gun shout, "Ha Vu sect master." Kim Gun smiled nonchalantly as he looked at her. "What's wrong?" "Thank goodness you're okay. I've been looking for you." His eyes immediately changed as he realized the truth. Noyet Ni quickly launched an attack, rushing towards Kim Gun. He immediately backed away, creating distance. Kim Gun shouted, confused, "Hey, Ha Vu sect master, what are you doing?" Looking at the pink dark energy surrounding Noyet Ni. "Don't tell me you?" A scary smile and voice came from her. "Everything is according to Lady Dulan's instructions." Noyet Ni continued to throw knives, and he shouted, Are you okay? His eyes widened as he realized something. Kim Gun backed away, avoiding the blow. Ha Vu Sect Master, wake up! Noyet Ni's soulless eyes were cold. She readied her stance. Noyet Ni's figure suddenly became blurry. Noyet Ni closed in with a lethal blade, startling Kim Gun. Kim Gun gripped her weapon-wielding hands tightly. His face showed clear signs of worry. Facing her blank expression, Kim Gun shouted, "Hey, wake up and listen to me." A powerful kick sent him reeling, bleeding. Right now, by circulating chi and regulating breath, I am. Noyet Ni stepped back to gain momentum. The kick landed straight on Kim Gun's face, catching him off guard. Noyet Ni sprang backward after launching the attack. Kim Gun's brows furrowed, eyes burning with killing intent. "Ah, I'm getting heated now." Past returned, Kim Gul asked, "Gunnan, do you know the 3 things a man must absolutely protect? First is animals, second is immature children." The tall man's figure exerted invisible pressure. He emphasized, "Finally, the creature a man must absolutely never harm is women. Remember this, Kim Gun, born a man. There is no more shameful act." Recalling those words, Kim Gun rethought, "That is laying a hand on a woman." Kim Gun was confused. "Can't just stand here and take hits. If it were Luke Ba, I would have shot his head off." His eyes widened, confirming the situation. "No, wait, can I do it like this?" The attacks from Noyet Ni still hadn't stopped. Kim Gun dodged cleanly. "That's right, the person I'm facing right now is not." His face darkened. Killing intent flared violently. "The Ha Vu Sect Master." Holding the blade in his hand, Kim Gun pointed straight at Noyet Ni. "It's actually Luke Ba dressed in women's clothing." Suddenly his hand paused, but looking at the face, remembering the image of Luke Ba disguised as a woman, with the beautiful face before him, he silently compared. "Too different." Kim Gun immediately changed his fighting style, dodging the storm-like attacks. The fight continued. A figure watched silently from afar. "Wake up. I'm about to get hurt." A faint smile appeared on the flushed face from excitement. Interesting. Cut to where the controlled disciples were still kneeling on the ground. Dang Coat knelt with them and shouted, "Heavenly demon, 10,000 years, demonic might supreme." He bowed his head low, worried. "How long must I do this? I must quickly get to the cult leader." Dang Coat glanced behind, where there was an exit. He considered quickly. Only 2 guards, not hard to control. But, remembering before, Dang Coat hesitated. "Cult leader, what if we get separated?" Kim Gun replied nonchalantly. "Why ask something so stupid?" Kim Gun's answer made Dang Coat pause. "Follow me, you've learned a lot, right?" "Ah, yes, that's right." Dang Coat decided. "Right, got the answer." He left the formation, moving toward the guards. "Just act according to what I learned from him." 2 guards were startled. "What? Why is that big guy awake?" "Right, the fragrant jade soul should have worked." Dang Coat pretended to mumble when the guard shouted, "Hey big guy, back to your spot. Heavenly demon, 10,000 years, demonic might supreme." He lost patience and drew his blade. I said back to your spot. Do you want to be chopped into pieces?" The guard's eyes bulged as if seeing a monster. Dang Coat's voice rang out. "Heavenly demon, 10,000 years, demonic might." "No, not that." Killing intent erupted. Dang Coat corrected himself. "Mongu, 10,000 years, Mongu supreme." Just as he finished, a massive explosion left the surrounding ground in ruins. Guard was blown away, face covered in blood. "Who dares block my path?" Dang Coat smiled coldly, killing intent covering him just like Kim Gun. "All must get lost." Dang Coat, assimilation rate with Kim Gun, 72%. The gate exploded. 2 subordinates collapsed before Dang Coat's decisive steps. From behind, a mysterious voice rang out. "Where do you intend to go?" Before he could process, Dang Coat lunged. "Who dares block my path?" Dang Coat's figure flashed by like lightning with terrifying pressure. "Only death awaits." He suddenly stopped halfway. A powerful hand blocked Dang Coat's strike. "I guess there was a rat sneaking in." Yong Cheon appeared with a cold smile. "But this is no ordinary rat." Yong Cheon's eyes widened. "Who dares block my path?" A direct kick to the groin made Yong Cheon pale in pain. "Only a path to death." Dang Coat looked nonchalantly at Yong Cheon kneeling. "Finding the cult leader is priority. Ending it here is your good fortune." He turned to leave, but a voice sounded from behind. "Do you know what my previous nickname was?" Yong Cheon struggled up, expression unreadable. "In the martial world, they call me the one who takes pleasure in suffering." Yong Cheon's face was terrifyingly excited. "Suffering joy madman. That nickname sounds disgusting." Dang Coat suddenly remembered. Wait, I've heard that nickname somewhere. Could you be? Yongcheon tensed and tore his clothes, laughing manically. Ka. That's right, one of the 4 great evils of the martial world. His strong body revealed overwhelming muscles. 9 evil path, one of the 4 great evils. Dang Coat was calm. Then do you know what my nickname is? Yongcheon took a stance. Does a mouse have a nickname? Dang Coat clenched his fist, expression serious. Because I can withstand the tiger's fangs, I have that title. Dang Coat's regenerated arm highlighted his strength. Tiger jaw block. Dang Coat's expression was full of confidence. So that introduction is enough, right? Yongcheon replied. I agree. Then let's talk with martial arts. Both took momentum and lunged at each other. The aura of Dang Coat and Yongcheon exploded as both unleashed full-force punches. Fiery aura surrounded Dang Coat's right arm. Tiger jaw fist. The direct strike aimed at Yongcheon with heavy pressure. The air was tense. Yongcheon clenched his fist. Not bad. Now it's my turn. The blow like a falling mountain to the ribs made Dang Coat spit blood. Aura extremely violent. Holding his wound with one hand, Dang Coat was still tough. Just this much and you call yourself one of the 4 great evils? Doesn't look like it. Both lunged at each other like tigers pouncing on prey. Try again! Just as I expected. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed across Dang Coat's face, making him pause. The lightning-fast cut left a long blood trail on Dang Coat's face. Slow footsteps sounded from behind. No time to play around. Yongcheon paused. Lord Yorin is waiting. It's a pity. It's hard to find such an interesting toy. Dang Coat didn't understand. Smiling. What? Why are you here? Did your body recover? Dang Coat stared, confused. But who are you talking to? And why attack me? A slow voice rang out. Why? Because we. A handsome face appeared with immense pressure. Our enemies. Seo-yoon, one of the 4 great evils. Dang Coat was stunned. What are you saying? Why are you on the heavenly demon side? Seo-yoon was nonchalant. Why indeed? Seo-yoon smirked. Because from the start, I never belonged to your side. Dang Coat was angry. Why have you been helping us all this time? You even transferred internal energy to the cult leader. Seo-yoon laughed mockingly. So naive. Still don't understand? Only when the martial alliance leader disappears. His face became dark, eyes pitch black. Can Lord Heavenly Demon be resurrected? Seo-yoon was covered in death energy. Do you know the origin of the 4 great evils? The first ones were. Standing on the pile of rotting corpses was the Heavenly Demon, moonlight illuminating his pillars. For disciples of Lord Heavenly Demon, just like Lord Yorin, demonic energy covered the figures, radiating from the terrifying magic power of the Heavenly Demon's disciples. That is why the 4 great evils did not disappear, even though the Heavenly Demon was sealed. The descendants of the Heavenly Demon cult still silently wait for the opportunity to recreate the glory of the past. Seo-yoon pointed at Dang Coat. Just like your stupid cult leader, that day has finally come. Dang Coat bit his lip, suppressing anger. You bastard. He angrily clenched his fist and lunged. I'll finish you. Seo-yoon faced him nonchalantly, voice cold and judging. Your face isn't worth Lord Yorin's enjoyment. Right then, Yongcheon lunged from behind to attack Dang Coat. Both struck. Seo-yoon shouted. Must finish this quickly. Yongcheon replied. Right, do it. To Kim Gun, panting tiredly. Damn it. I've reached my limit. If this keeps up, I'm done for. Before Woolie's continuous attacks, he hesitated. Not good. I have to choose. A gun gradually appeared in his hand. Kim Gun. A sudden command made her pause. Stop. Kim Gun turned toward the sound, surprised. Before him was the familiar figure of Yorin. Oh, a disciple of the Heavenly Demon? Yorin's gaze narrowed slightly, unreadable. King intent around Kim Gun was thick. Hey, if you don't want to die, hurry up and return her to normal. Kim Gun's face showed clear impatience. Right now. Yorin licked her lips with interest. Ha, wonderful. Her voice changed. But first, I need to make you clearly understand the current situation. Woolie's eyes shed streams of crimson tears. Blood from her eyes, nose, and mouth flowed continuously, looking extremely terrifying. Kim Gun looked at Woolie tensely. What did you do to her? Stop it now. Yorin was nonchalant. Sure. However, if you follow my request, I will return her to normal and send her back. Kim Gun was stunned, hand still holding the gun. A request? Yorin replied. My request is very simple. Yorin smiled creepily. Instead of that bitch, you become a puppet forever serving me. Kim Gun shouted. What nonsense is that? Why should I do that? Yo-rin was calm. If you don't like it, then forget it. Behind, Wooly suffered pain. Wonder what will happen to the Hawu sect master? The air filled with a strange pink hue. Yo-rin was satisfied. No time left, choose. Kim Gun gritted his teeth, struggling. Damn it, doesn't feel like me at all. Suddenly changing personality is a death flag. Space seemed to stop. He frowned until he bled. All right, you must keep your word. Yo-rin stepped forward slowly. Oh my, so strong. I will keep my word, don't worry. Instead, from now on. Yo-rin pressed her face close, reaching out to place her hand on the neck of Kim Gun. Pink demonic energy radiated along with a deep gaze. You are mine. A sudden kiss left Kim Gun stunned. Kim Gun's eyes gradually became soulless. Yo-rin glanced at Wooly standing motionless. Humph. Discarding this puppet is a pity. A clap sounded. Yo-rin stood waiting. Two strong figures knelt. You called us, Lord Yo-rin? The Kwang Nan brothers are here. Yo-rin was calm. You've worked hard. This is a special reward I bestow. Wooly stood waiting for orders. Feel free to have fun with her. Two savage laughs rang out. Ka ka ka. The cunning expressions of the two were identical. Everything is according to Lord Yo-rin's will. Dim lights illuminated the room. Evil sounds rang out. Ka ka. This time it's my turn. Two evil cultist faces leaned in. Right? But don't be too rough. Don't worry. I'm an expert. Wooly still had no expression at all. In Wooly's head, Yo-rin's words rang out. Then let's go enjoy a happy moment. In her heart, she struggled. No, cult leader, you must not follow her. The image of the two leaving made her desperate. She is very dangerous. Please stop. Cult leader. Cult leader. Her lips moved. Please. Please. Her eyes suddenly opened wide. Wooly regained consciousness. Shouted. Stop it. Cult leader. The Kwang Nan brothers were surprised. What? Did she just speak? Seems consciousness has returned. Wooly looked around, realizing the space was different. What is this? Where am I? Who are you? Wooly looked down. Huh. What did you do to me? Before her eyes was a tacky purple outfit. The two brothers were shy. So embarrassing. I tried to do your makeup. Kwang Nan brothers. The #1 makeup expert in the martial world. Wooly drew a hair stick. These guys are full of tricks. You. Fast as lightning. A stream of power swept past two bodies. Thanks for watching the video. As they collapsed, they still muttered. Brother? Does cool tone or warm tone fit better? Seems like that. Two bodies collapsed behind Wooly. That old fox. You dare touch my cult leader. Her face was full of killing intent. At the same time, a pair of wet bare feet appeared. Yo-rin stepped out with a thin towel wrapped around her. Seeing Kim Gun sitting motionless on the bed, Yo-rin was satisfied. Sitting obediently there, huh? Yo-rin leaned in intimately. Since you waited obediently, I'll reward you a little. Close-up of Kim Gun's face. There is a truth that Yo-rin and Hawu are completely unaware of. Kim Gun, a rude person who lives as he pleases, also has a fatal weakness. All his life Kim Gun only knew work. He never had experience dating women. Close-up of seductive Yo-rin. Therefore, scenes like this make Kim Gun's heart beat wildly. To him, this is too stimulating. Kim Gun's nosebleed flowed profusely, and the result is a gun pointed straight, making Yo-rin surprised. Huh? What's wrong? Kim Gun unconsciously blurted out. Ah! I'm a real man. Kim Gun, the great gunslinging mage of the martial world. A blood-soaked arm appeared. Truly a guy more persistent than I thought. Yongcheon stood behind, body bruised. Didn't expect it to take this long. Toyun continued. Then this time too. Dang Coat's face unconscious in a pool of blood. It's time to end this match. She smiled with interest. Truly the man I have my eyes on. I want to have you even more. Kim Gun looks at her, gun muzzle glowing. Don't you know what this is? One wave of my hand, and it'll blow your head off. Rin provokes. What now? I know you don't hit women. He smirks. True, but you've got it wrong. I don't hit women. Kim Gun continues. But if you're a serial killer. Before he finishes, the muzzle flashes, the bullet burying itself straight into Yo-rin's head. She falls backward. He adds, that's a different story. Kim Gun looks at her coldly, full of killing intent. I won't go easy on you this time. Suddenly he freezes, eyes wide as if unable to believe what he sees. Yo-rin twitches, trying to sit up. Kim Gun stares in shock as she trembles up. I definitely shot her in the head. Yo-rin stands. legs moving quickly while muttering, "No, no, no." Her legs gradually slow down, then stand frozen in place. She stands before a mirror, whispering in panic, "Ah, no." Kim Gun is bewildered, not understanding what's happening. What is this? Purple slime begins to ooze from Yeorin, dripping to the floor. She screams at the mirror. Yeorin's face begins melting into grotesque purple fluid. Hearing the scream, subordinates rush in. "Lady Yeorin, are you all right?" Seeing the scene, they panic. Lady Yeorin. No way. She screams, "Don't look," and waves her hand, purple fluid splattering at the subordinates. Miserable screams ring out. Arg! Subordinates get hit by the fluid, blood spraying from their mouths. Slimy. The purple fluid drips to the floor, boiling and steaming. Gun holds his gun, thinking, "Damn, that stuff is too dangerous." He slings the gun over his shoulder. "Gotta find dang coat and get out of here." Yeorin's body also begins melting into purple fluid. Boom! The bullet like a flame just fired. In smoke, Yeorin still stands there muttering, "No! Don't look! No one look!" Her whole body has transformed horribly. She turns back, repeating, "Don't look!" Dang coat has fainted, covered in wounds. He is carried by Yongcheon on one shoulder. As they and Seoyun leave, suddenly, Seoyun hears a stone fall, full of questions. Suddenly from somewhere, a piercing scream rings out, forcing Seoyun and Yongcheon to cover their ears. The scream ends. Yongcheon speaks. "Oh my! Looks like Lady Yeorin's illness is acting up again." Seoyun frowns. "Indeed, it's a pity, but we have to abandon this place." Yongcheon throws dang coat to the ground. "This guy was supposed to be good nutrition for the heavenly demon." Seoyun interrupts. "This place is collapsing. Let's go." They walk and talk. "Leave this place first." They leave dang coat lying alone on the ground. At this moment, a black shadow appears before him. Kim Gun is running everywhere searching. "Dang coat, where are you? Answer me if you can hear me." Sweating profusely, he yells, "Dang coat, if you can hear." Then suddenly stops. A large rock falls right in front of him, startling him. Kim Gun looks at the ceiling, eyes complex. What is this suddenly? There's a large hole in the ceiling, seemingly eaten away by the purple fluid, causing the collapse. Drop of fluid lands on Kim Gun's shoulder as he stands rooted to the spot. Upon contact, Kim Gun's shoulder shows signs of severe burns. Clutches the wound and yells, then hears an echo nearby. "Leaving me behind like this? Where do you think you're going?" From where the rock fell, purple fluid drips down the wall. A voice says, "You can't just leave like that." Yeorin's mutated face, no longer human, appears. "Am I not beautiful?" Kim Gun replies in fear. "No, your face looks like it's about to fall apart." Yeorin approaches. "No man has ever rejected me. I'm beautiful, right? Say it." She looks like she's melting. Kim Gun thinks in horror. "This is crazy. Just lie to get it over with." He says, "Fine, you're beautiful, but I..." Hearing this, Yeorin bares her teeth and roars, "Liar! Liar! Liar! Liar!" Her whole body emits purple light. The slimy body screams, "Don't lie!" Kim Gun is terrified, veins popping on his face. He covers his mouth thinking, "Cough! What kind of smoke is this again?" His eyes are bloodshot. Blood begins to flow from the corners of his eyes. His facial muscles twitch. Immediately after, Kim Gun spits out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly Wooly jumps out from behind Yeorin, shouting, "Leader, don't inhale." She quickly runs to Kim Gun's side. He asks unexpectedly, "Why are you here?" Wooly hurriedly pulls Kim Gun's hand to run outside. "I'll explain later. First we have to get out of here." Yeorin looks horrific, features blackened. "Huh? Even the puppet I love most attacks me?" Her eyes glow brightly. "Is it because I'm ugly?" She screams while melting. "So unfair. I'll kill everyone." The purple light around Yeorin radiates powerfully. Subordinates kneel. "Heavenly demon, 10,000 years. Heavenly demon, 10,000 years." As they finish, their faces begin to melt as if decomposing, but their mouths still mutter, "Heavenly demon." Some panic and run to the door. Lady Yeorin's poison is erupting. "Run if you don't want to die." One doesn't run in time, screaming in pain, "I don't want to die." Wooly pulls Kim Gun out. "Hey, Sect Master Hawu, slow down." Kim Gun shakes Wooly's hand off. "Let go." He clutches his wound, eyes desperate. Dang coat is still inside. I have to go find him. Wooly's face darkens. "I'm sorry, leader. It's too late." As she finishes, the tower behind Kim Gun collapses. He is shocked. "What?" He turns back in panic to look at the rubble behind him. Before him, the tower begins to crumble, with fragments falling everywhere. Kim Gun's eyes are disbelieving. He frowns and yells.
Giang khoát.
Scene shifts to the Amay sect located amidst majestic mountains. Someone seems to hear something, cold sweat dripping.
It's Mong Yong and Hoa Lan.
He looks at her anxiously. Now we. What should we do? At this moment, Amay disciples are surrounding and pointing swords at them. Hong Lin stands at the front, holding a blade, angrily asking, "We need an explanation for this."
Hoa Lan Ekalim in fear. Hiếu.
We're done for. Scene shifts to a hall. Kim Gun is running for his life, yelling, "Dang coat!" A girl runs to block his path, advising, "Wait, leader." "No, it's too late to go now. We have to leave first." Kim Gun shouts, "Get out of the way!" Face covered in bloody wounds, Kim Gun is determined. Dang coat is my family. I can't abandon him. He brushes past her, coldly ordering, "Your subordinates are waiting for you. Go back to where you belong." Kim Gun continues to rush off, calling Dang Coat's name. The girl helplessly calls out, "Leader!" Kim Gun mutters to himself, "Must find Dang Coat quickly." He speeds up. However, his vision gradually blurs. He worries. "My vision is starting to blur." The path ahead becomes blurry and hazy. The girl standing behind witnesses everything, calling out anxiously, "Leader! Behind you!" Kim Gun turns back. A figure descends from above. "Your devotion to your disciple is truly commendable." Blue-clad person jumps down, staff in hand, attacking. "But your actions right now are just a weak struggle." Thud. Kim Gun is hit and lies unconscious. The girl screams in worry, "Leader!" Scene shifts to a cave, water dripping from stalactites creating a pitter-patter sound. Kim Gun is still unconscious on the bed, soft light shining on his face. He wakes up involuntarily, face blank after a long sleep. Beside him is Dang Coat, sobbing, "Leader, are you okay? You're finally awake." Instead of thanks, Dang Coat receives a punch to the mouth from Kim Gun. After punching, he says nonchalantly, "Oof, you scared me. Your face looks terrible." Then he suddenly realizes, "Huh? Dang Coat? Are you okay?" He laughs sheepishly. "Aside from being hit by you, I'm fine. Hee hee." Kim Gun looks around. What's going on? Where are we? He realizes he's in a wooden house, surrounded by hospital beds. The door opens. A deep, raspy voice sounds, "Judging by your voice, your body has recovered quite a bit." Kim Gun looks toward the door, questioning, "Ah, are you the one who attacked me earlier?" He recalls the moment he was knocked out. Kim Gun is furious. "Damn old man." Dang Coat advises, "Leader, calm down. This person saved our lives." Before them is an old man with white hair and beard, wearing blue robes holding a staff. The old man snorts, "Look at that attitude." He stammers, "Ah, many thanks." The old man grumbles, "Humph, too reckless. The poison you were hit with is a demon-dissolving poison, one of the most notorious legendary poisons. Just a small amount is enough to melt the internal organs. This is an extremely dangerous poison." The old man says slowly, "If you had been a moment later, perhaps even I couldn't have saved you." Kim Gun and Dang Coat listen intently. Kim Gun asks, "What about the woman who used that poison?" The old man recalls carrying Kim Gun away from the explosion. "I was only worried about getting you out, so I didn't see clearly. But I saw a figure standing nonchalantly amidst the melting rubble." Kim Gun's expression changes. He clenches his fists, trying to suppress his anger. The old man advises, "Don't waste your life on impossible things. Rest until you recover." He leaves the room. Dang Coat bows, "Thank you, elder." Kim Gun sits in thought, feeling helpless. He rests his head on his hand, eyes closed. He is frustrated. "Damn it, every time I run into unimaginable monsters. Even this time." Kim Gun recalls trying to escape the fortress this morning. He is shocked. "Wait, did I run away at that moment?" Kim Gun, running away? Dang Coat worries. "Leader, what's wrong?" Kim Gun asks. "Dang Coat, is that old man strong? Where is this?" Dang Coat explains, "This is the Tang family in Sichuan, a family famous for hundreds of years for using poison and medicine. As they specialize in poison, rumors say, a single breath from them is enough to destroy an entire army. Just one drop of their poison falling," Dang Coat says, "can also collapse an entire fortress. Our benefactor is the supreme patriarch of the Tang family, known as Poison King Tang Long." Close-up of the old man's face with strange purple eyes. Kim Gun suddenly gets up and walks out. Dang Coat asks blankly, Leader, where are you going?" Kim Gun doesn't turn back. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you'll win every battle. Now I know who the enemy is. He smiles sinisterly. Then I have to find a way to destroy them. Kim Gun opens the door and yells, "Hey old man, are you still there? Give me a hand." He is stunned by the scene before his eyes. Kim Gun's face changes, eyes wide. Before him are countless venomous spiders, venomous snakes and scorpions crawling all over the ground. He stammers in shock. "What is this?" Tang Long's voice sounds, "Heh heh. This is my hideout, and also the place that made me the Poison King." The cave is full of creatures carrying deadly toxins. The old man stands opposite Kim Gun and Dang Coat, proudly. "This place is called the Poison Soul Cave." Tang Long says nonchalantly, "I know you won't listen and will go fight her. I don't want to see young people sacrifice themselves in vain." He sets a condition. "If you want my help, you must pass a trial." Kim Gun asks, "What trial?" Tang Long smiles sinisterly. "Very simple. You just need to come to where I am. Naked, without any help. I won't be responsible for the result. Even if you die." Kim Gun interrupts. "Humph. Just these bugs." He tears his shirt, revealing tattooed muscles. "In my old apartment, there were countless of these." He prepares to step onto the venomous creatures. "Wait a second. I'm coming right now." Kim Gun boldly steps forward, stepping on the venomous centipedes. "Coming right now." Tang Long cuts in. "Wait, I said naked means." He points to Kim Gun's pants and shoes. "Not wearing a single piece of cloth on your body." Kim Gun laughs loudly, eyes darkening. "You say that because you think. I don't dare." He strips naked, walking nonchalantly. Tang Long laughs gleefully. "Good spirit, but too stupid." His eyes are full of challenge. "Let's see if you can make it here." Dang Coat tries to stop him. "Leader, you can't be naked like that." Kim Gun replies, "If I'm afraid of these bugs, then I can't face that monster. Just stand there and watch." He watches the leader's back, eyes full of pity. He steps on the venomous insects, thinking, "Just need to walk across. Nothing big at all." Kim Gun speeds up. "At this speed, I'll be there in no time." The Poison King still stands there waiting, not saying a word. Suddenly, smoke slowly rises all around. Kim Gun feels the old man's figure getting further and further away. He suddenly stops, stunned. "What? Why is it like this suddenly?" He breaks into a cold sweat, thinking to himself. Kim Gun sees himself standing in a flower garden under bright yellow sun. Where is this? Behind. Dang Coat worries. "No, even if it's the leader's order." He rushes to follow. "I can't let him be like that." Suddenly someone stops him. A voice sounds, "If you really trust him." The Poison King sits heavily on his neck. "Then it's best to be quiet and wait." He tightens his grip on Dang Coat's neck, making him struggle to breathe. "No." Anyway, Kim Gun is surrounded by poisonous insects, standing motionless. Dang Coat shouts, "This is too much." At this moment, Kim Gun is still strolling leisurely through the illusion. He looks at the poetic flowers and butterflies, wondering, where is this? Could it be that I... He recalls the old man's words, "Even if you die." He wonders, am I dead? But since when? He turns back, muttering, "What is this?" A pack of cute puppies appears, wagging their tails and looking at him affectionately. "Oh, where did these cute little ones come from?" He sits down and they nuzzle him. Suddenly, one of them gnashes its teeth fiercely. Kim Gun happens to look over and sees that scene. He recognizes it and exclaims, "Mongu, my Mongu, do you miss me?" The dog happily licks his face. He is happy. "Ahaha, I love you too." Kim Gun lies down on the grass. So happy. If there is a heaven, this must be it. Suddenly he realizes something. His eyes wide with confusion. "Ah wait, heaven?" He sits up abruptly. "No, if I'm really dead, then instead of heaven, I should have gone to hell." He lifts the puppy up and asks, "But Mongu, why are you here?" The dog turns into a fierce three-eyed monster. He curses, "No wonder. How could I go to heaven?" He throws it away. "Damn it. Where is this?" Everything turns blood red. He takes a stance. "Did I really go to hell? Well, it's my first time, so..." He stands up. "I'll just face it and find out." Kim Gun suddenly turns to look. A blood-soaked hand grips his leg. A voice rings out. "Where are you going?" Dong Bangyong, covered in red, grabs his leg and pulls him back. "Where do you think you're going, leaving us behind?" He shouts angrily. "Let go. It hurts." Countless people crawling on the ground curse. "Die. Don't die. Save me. You should feel this pain too." All of them died by my hand. Seeing you here, I must be dead for real. Under the blood-red sun, climb onto him. He is indifferent. And gone to hell. Suddenly, Kim Gun is grabbed by the hair and yanked backward. He panics. Ugh. What is this? He sinks slowly into a deep red pit of blood. His eyes are full of panic. The curses ring out. Where do you think you're going? Feel our suffering. D. They scream madly. Kim Gun wants to give up. I've lived enough anyway. Leaving now is fine. He is calm. Surviving until now is brave enough. Now I'm tired and sleepy. He feels exhausted. His eyes slowly closing. So sleepy. Suddenly, a call rings out, making him open his eyes wide. Leader! A door opens. A voice beckons. Leader cannot fall before these vermin. He recognizes that voice immediately. Dank what? He continues to cheer. I believe in the leader. If you fall, you're worse than these vermin. He muses. If they're vermin, I should just die. He changes his tone to tease. Naya. Kim Gun sits up abruptly. No, how can I die? It's still too early to go. He lifts his head firmly. Before I go, I must send one more person off. The only motivation, rage. The Poison King outside looks down. As expected? Is it too much? Suddenly, his eyes widen in surprise. The feet begin to step forward. Then 2 steps. Then those feet stop completely. Kim Gun suddenly opens his eyes wide. A strong wind blows, sweeping away all the poisonous insects. Please subscribe to the Ginmi Go channel to not miss attractive videos about the leader. Kim Gun furiously punches Dankwat, swelling his face. Dare to call me vermin? Damn it. He turns his back. You lunatic. I heard it all. It's not like that, leader. He interrupts. But anyway. He smiles. Kim Gun raises his fist. Please subscribe to the Ginmi Go channel to not miss attractive videos. The Poison King is satisfied. Heh. It's been a long time since that door opened again. Scene shifts to Heavenly Mountain, the base of the heavenly demon cult with majestic snow-capped mountains. The person on the throne questions. You didn't bring anyone back? The girl kneeling on the ground trembles. Forgive me. She pauses anxiously for a beat. Suddenly she clutches her neck. Still haven't recovered, Yorin? The heavenly demon looks straight at Yorin. How pathetic. He glides past. It seems I had too many expectations for you. He warns. If this happens again, don't hesitate next time. The sentence makes Yorin terrified. End your own life. She stands up. The heavenly demon calls out. Everyone come out. He orders the 4 great evils. The one who ruined my plans. Bring him here. Remember to bring him back alive. I will personally tear him to pieces. Kim Gun suddenly opens his eyes and wakes up. He sits up and wonders. Damn it. How many times have I passed out lately? Dankwat is currently hanging his head by his bed. Kim Gun stares blankly at this scene. He steps off the bed. This old man. Kim Gun walks out slowly. Where did he take me this time? He stops in front of the door. Don't tell me I'll encounter something weird again? Door in front of him suddenly opens slightly. Kim Gun stands motionless looking at the door. He steps outside and pauses. Where is this? An old master with a cane approaches. Welcome to the Tang family. How do you find this place? It's okay. He hesitates. I didn't think you would succeed, but your spirit is quite good. Kim Gun's only motivation for living is rage. All right, I'll kill one more person. Kim Gun looks away. Anyway, I've already passed the test. Now help me. I have to fight that woman again. All right, I will keep my promise. Have you ever heard of 10,000 poisons immunity? 10,000 poisons immunity? The old master reaches out his hand. The realm of 10,000 poisons immunity. Just as the name suggests, it is the ability to resist all types of toxins, meaning reaching a realm where no poison can enter. Conversely, poison will no longer be a danger but become your weapon. Kim Gun urges. What? There's such a good thing. Why didn't you say so sooner? He coughs a few times. 10,000 poisons blood cave. Go there and you will learn it. 10,000 poisons blood cave? That is the place where you are exposed to every type of poison. If you survive, you will reach that realm. But that process will gnaw at your body and tear your spirit apart. In the 1,000-year history of the Tang family, including me, there are only 3 people who could survive and return. He concludes with the shocking number. The old master asks further, can you endure that process? Kim Gun is decisive. If I don't achieve it, I'll just die at the hands of that woman anyway. So I will try my best. The old master replies, I understand. Finishing his words, he turns to leave. Then come back here tomorrow noon. Rest well. Kim Gun requests. Hey old man, don't leave so quickly. Kim Gun sighs. Might as well go right now. I feel that if I wait until tomorrow, there will be someone who, even if they die, will demand to follow to that dangerous place. He smirks. You look like that, but you're quite sentimental. All right, I'll lead the way now. He pauses. Wait. Thank you for saving me in Danquet, but what were you doing at the Heavenly Demon Cult? His face darkens. Actually, from inside, a shout rings out. Do you know what kind of place that is? Yet you dare to go there? Duong Huin Chan, Tang family head. If your father wasn't there, what would you do? The girl replies. Why are the older brothers free to go out into the martial world, but only I am not allowed? This Duong Tuen also wants to go out. He insists on not allowing it. I've already said, with your level, going into the martial world is very dangerous. Duong Tuen argues back. I don't need to know. I want to be stronger to make a name for myself. If father keeps acting like this, I will run away from home. Just watch. Huin Chan is helpless. Oh my. I don't know who she inherited that hot temper from. The old master is currently leading the way for Kim Gun. Wonders. Where are we going exactly? His martial arts are so good. Why does he have to carry that cane? The old master suddenly stops. We're here. Kim Gun is bewildered. We're here. There's nothing here. He repeats. As I said, this place is very dangerous. So it has been completely sealed. To enter here. He immediately stabs the cane hard into the ground. It can only be through my permission. The ground begins to shake violently. Kim Gun understands. So the cane is the key. This is the place that leads you to 10,000 poisons immunity. A pit appears in front of them. 10,000 poisons blood cave. The old master turns back. I've opened the way, entering or not is up to you. But surviving or not is up to heaven. If the door closes, it will only open again in a month. The only way is to find the exit yourself. Kim Gun doesn't hesitate to step forward. Why does the old man talk so much? He stands before the mouth of the pit. A real man will never back down. Kim Gun looks down. Just this entrance alone is a problem. Can one survive falling from this height? Suddenly there are tremors. Kim Gun is extremely panicked. What is this? Why is the ground? The old master is calm. The entrance is about to close. If you're scared, then give up. You only have one life. Kim Gun is determined to follow through. I already said it earlier. A real man doesn't hesitate at all and jumps down. Determined not to back down, in an instant Kim Gun falls freely below. He turns and leaves. Wish I could meet you again, but that's probably impossible. Anyway, it was fun knowing you. Oh, nameless wanderer. A breeze suddenly brushes past him. The old master immediately stops. Duong Tuen also jumps down at this moment. Grandfather, I will be stronger and return. He winks and smiles brightly. See you again. He is bewildered and speechless. Why did you appear here? The old master's mouth stammers, trying to say something. He reaches his hand forward, shouting in panic. Twenich, I know. He walks slowly forward in the pitch-black night. He says drowsily. Sir, there are no rooms left. What should we do? He speaks in a low voice. It's fine. I didn't come here to find a room. The atmosphere at this moment becomes extremely quiet. She is still sleeping soundly, unaware of what is happening. He stands still, smiling slyly. But to meet an old friend.